Chapter 231. Didn't I say to get the medical cabin back first? Lin Xian, come and see, there's really something good. Kiki's voice sounded very anxious. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this, and immediately held a black gun and called Ding Junyi. Let's go down to the 9th floor to have a look. Ding Junyi seemed reluctant to leave with a stack of information, but Lin Xian grabbed her arm and pulled her away. Following the corridor to the elevator area, Lin Xian pressed the elevator button and took Ding Junyi to the 9th floor. This is the area that Hua Xiaoling had brought him to before. Lin Xian was very impressed with some of the layouts here. The space on this floor is very open, which is very different from other floors. The floor height alone is as high as the previous 3 floors. The ceiling is made of something similar to the skylight reflector material, which plays the blue sky and white clouds in real time. Some fake windows in the corridor also have some high-rise buildings and green fields inside, which seems to be designed to relieve people's stress, so that those Foundation members who have been engaged in research underground for a long time will not be too depressed at work. Lin Xian took Ding Junyi through several large office areas and walked forward along a straight passage. Soon they saw the building waiting for them at a door. Brother Xian, what's the situation? Lin Xian asked. He looked at the nameplate on the room, which read, Hua Xiaoling, and immediately understood that this should be Hua Xiaoling's office. The building touched his head. I'm not sure, you go and take a look. Lin Xian didn't say anything when he heard it, and pushed the door directly. The first thing that came into view was a huge semi-arc room. Outside the huge open porthole was the huge scientific research square that Lin Xian and Kiki had seen before, but it was now empty. Various glass culture chambers were broken and exposed, and the maintenance platform for the Mecha was also empty. Only some scientific research equipment that didn't seem very important was left in place. Captain Lin. Shu Qin's voice came from behind. Lin Xian turned around and found Kiki standing in front of an open mechanical wall with her arms folded across her chest, looking excited and curious. She pointed to a large explosion-proof metal password door with a diameter of 2 meters next to it, and said to Lin Xian, "Guess how I found it?" Lin Xian walked over and took a look. This can't be Hua Xiaoling's safe, but it's too big. Anyway, there must be some secrets in it. Kiki turned her mind towards a decorative statue in a room not far away, and the mechanical wall behind her closed again. Look, it's amazing, isn't it? Open it. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and when Kiki opened the mechanical wall again, he walked up directly, put his hand on the explosion-proof metal password door, and began to activate the mechanical heart to cover it. After a while, he frowned and said, "It's a bit complicated. There should be a large space behind this. Everyone, be careful." Hearing this, Delu and Shu Qin took out their weapons, and stood in a triangle position, staring at the door. Bang! A metal closing sound was heard, and the metal password door was slowly opened by Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian opened it, a current that made people's skin numb suddenly vibrated out. Be careful. Wu, Kiki took over from Lin Xian and opened the door with telekinesis. Several people pushed it open and looked into the door at the same time. At this time, they found that there was a black corridor inside. At the same time, a light on the ground lit up and went all the way to the distance. There was a room with a dark red light. Lin Xian walked in without saying anything, and Kiki followed behind him. As soon as they stepped into the corridor, they felt an extreme sense of quietness. The ground was spotless. They even felt that their footsteps disappeared instantly. This room and corridor seemed to use some very high-end sound-absorbing materials. Lin Xian and Kiki's eyes met, and then they looked forward. After a few steps, they came to the room with a leisurely red light. When they met, their faces changed. What is this? Kiki asked in surprise. In the secret open room, there was a round metal base, surrounded by various diamond-shaped columns, all pointing upwards. On the metal base, there was a very strange device, held in the air by a slender metal arm, with faint red light coming from the diamond-shaped columns around it. Lin Xian frowned, and saw that the device looked like a small solidification chamber, about 1 meter high, with a cylindrical container in the middle filled with red liquid, and no one knew what was in it. It looks like a special containment device, but I don't know what's in the tube, Lin Xian said. Whatever it is, take it and see it first. Kiki wrinkled her nose, and without saying anything, she raised her hand and grabbed it in midair. But when she thought she could get closer to take a closer look, as the containment device approached, her whole face suddenly turned pale, her eyes widened, and the telekinesis in her hand was erratic, and she actually made the device fall directly to the ground. Lin Xian was quick-witted and stepped forward to catch it. With a bang, a heavy force came from his hand. The power armor spine on his body felt the instability of his body, and immediately spontaneously output torque. The hydraulic power group made a buzzing sound, and finally caught it. Oh, Kiki took 2 steps back at this time, panting, looking at the containment device in Lin Xian's hand in surprise, and said, "It's so strange, why do I feel that my ability is a little unstable all of a sudden?" Lin Xian's forehead was covered with cold sweat. At this time, he was as surprised as Kiki, because he also felt it. This feeling was the same as when he faced Ding Qing at the Yuzhen chemical plant. If it weren't for the power armor on his body, he couldn't even catch this thing. Be careful. Lin Xian looked at the red liquid in the cylindrical container in his hand with a serious look. There may be the same substance as the mist sprayed by the giant monster louse. Kiki frowned and stepped back, saying, "So it's filled with this thing. Is it specially used to suppress people with special abilities?" It doesn't seem to be. Lin Xian took a closer look and felt that there seemed to be something in the red liquid, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see it clearly. Lin Xian tried to study the structure of this device to see if there was any switch, but after searching for a long time, there was nothing. So he took a deep breath and tried to use the mechanical heart to find out what this thing was through scanning. Scan completed, unknown device 03, blueprint, obtained. Unexpectedly, the device was easily scanned successfully, but it was not a useful device blueprint. After scanning, Lin Xian found that this was actually an automated storage container, which seemed to need to be unlocked with a password to open. Lin Xian's heart trembled, and an arc of electricity flashed from his palm. Instantly, a bright light appeared above the red containment device, and then a holographic light screen appeared. "Please enter the matrix password." Kiki and Lin Xian looked at this scene, and their eyes met. "Need a password? Can't your mechanical ability be turned on?" Lin Xian frowned, and his mechanical heart sank into it. He quickly found the unlocking element in the structure, and then gently activated it. Who knew that the next moment, the holographic light screen in front of him suddenly flashed and made a sharp cry. "Alarm! Violent opening will cause the resuspension fluid to disintegrate internally and damage the contents." Lin Xian was confused. Resuspension fluid, what the hell is that? How should I know? Kiki retreated again, and finally felt relieved after walking a few meters away. She looked at the huge device in Lin Xian's hand, and said with a complicated expression, "It's weird. Everything in this foundation is weird." Lin Xian looked at the password screen, and found that it was an 11-digit digital format. He was immediately confused. What was the point of opening it? Squeak, squeak. Lin Xian stood up. Although he felt a little sore, he was not completely exhausted. It seemed that because of the container shielding, the things inside did not have such a direct impact on the two of them. "Can't you open it?" Kiki asked immediately when she saw that Lin Xian did not open it. Lin Xian shook his head, gently put the containment device on the ground, and said, "This thing is very delicate, and it has an anti-theft device. Forcing it open may cause trouble. What should I do?" "Throw it away." Lin Xian clapped his hands. "Throw it away?" Kiki looked puzzled. "Hey, this thing is hidden so tightly, it must be some top secret. Why throw it away?" Lin Xian didn't care. "Why didn't you take this top secret with you when the entire institute was evacuated? Besides, we don't know what this thing is, and it has an inhibitory effect on human body functions. If it can't be opened, it may cause risks. So what else can it be used for besides throwing it away?" Lin Xian's words made Kiki speechless, and then he said, "Okay, whatever you want." Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief and gestured to Kiki. "Let's go." He glanced at the containment device on the ground, followed Kiki, and prepared to leave the room. Who knew that when Lin Xian just walked to the entrance of the corridor, his mechanical heart suddenly ran wildly out of control. Mechanical heart, start. Mechanical heart, start. Mechanical heart, start. Boom. What's going on? Lin Xian thought to himself, how could his mechanical heart start to work spontaneously? Woo! The sound of some giant engine sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Lin Xian. A low mechanical roar exploded in his ears, and Lin Xian was shocked. In an instant, all the hairs on his body seemed to stand up. He turned his head sharply, and saw that the huge containment device emitted a very subtle red light. Lin Xian? Lin Xian. The buzzing in his ears gradually subsided, and Kiki's voice came from far away, pulling Lin Xian out of his trance. Huh? Lin Xian was sweating all over his head at this time. He looked at Kiki, who was surprised next to him, and said, "Did you hear it?" Kiki looked around inexplicably after hearing this, and said strangely, "What did you hear?" "I went out and saw that you didn't come out. I turned around and found you standing here. I thought something happened to you." Didn't you hear it so loud just now? Lin Xian frowned. What did you hear? Lin Xian was stunned. He quickly looked at the red container on the ground in the distance, his eyes full of complex meaning. What's going on? Why is his mechanical heart running uncontrollably? Where did the sound of the engine just now come from? Who is calling me? At this moment, Lin Xian felt like he had experienced a horrible dream, and he couldn't understand the situation at all. The rapidly beating heart gradually slowed down, and a sharp light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He immediately walked over, raised his hand and began to make a heavy metal box with a precise structure, and then put the containment device in it, and closed the metal box. At this time, the power that suppressed the body's functions also immediately decreased a little. Lin Xian, have you changed your mind? Kiki saw Lin Xian's actions and said, take it back first and find time to study it. Lin Xian looked a little solemn. The situation just now was too weird. At this moment, he subconsciously had a strange idea, that is, this thing might be of great use to him in the future, so he temporarily changed his mind and prepared to take this thing on the infinity. Shu Qin and Delu watched Lin Xian and Kiki bring out a large iron box from the secret room, and they were a little confused. At the same time, the two also felt the weak restraining force. Big guy, you carry it. Kiki used his supernatural power to hand the iron box to Delu. Delu thought he could take it easily, but he just felt his body softened and almost didn't catch it. He bent down and sank into a stool and shouted, and then he took the iron box. Huh, so heavy? It's not that the things are heavy, it's that your strength has weakened. Lin Xian said directly, let's go and move the medical cabin back first. The entire research institute is very large, and it is impossible to find it all at once. Since the place is deserted, Lin Xian just picked up a bargain. The underground research institute that can accommodate thousands of people must have a lot of various daily necessities. Although many important things have been moved away, there are many research instruments in this institute that he can completely consume. Chapter 232. Building, Kiki, you two go to the 7th floor and bring the full-effect live surgical medical cabin back to the car, and then call more people down. Lin Xian looked at the empty research hall and the many remaining research equipment outside the window, and said directly, before the water floods up, let's search this institute carefully. I see there are many employee rest areas and offices here. Don't miss even some daily necessities. It will be difficult to find such opportunities in the future. Yeah. Shu Qin nodded, you are right. Now the number 5 and number 7 star abysses are beginning to spread, and no matter which line we go in the future, we will be approaching the direction of the star abyss. The faster the speed, the faster it will get dark. This afternoon, many survivors have sent news on the radio. The east, the north line, and the Parma grassland are now in a blizzard, and there are many extremely cold vortices approaching us, and the number 3 star abyss is not far away from us. Ding Junyi was busy looking for useful information from the papers on the floor of Hua Xiaoling's office. Without looking up, she said, the extreme cold vortex is caused by the moist water vapor from Shurjiao Lake and Yunjiang Plain, and the southeastern sea being swept by the tides of Star Abyss number 8 and Star Abyss number 4. The blizzard it brings will be unprecedented. The Federation has done a natural disaster assessment before, and it seems to be very correct. Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard this. Yes, the temperature at Yingshan Pass has been dropping. From this station, we must rush through the encirclement of Star Abyss number 5 and number 7 in one breath, so it is difficult to have the opportunity to search for supplies or replenish supplies on the road. Now that we have the opportunity, we must seize it quickly. Kiki shrugged, stared with big eyes, and said inexplicably, I can carry that thing out by myself. Why do you call it big guy? Lin Xian looked at her speechlessly. That thing is precious. If you encounter any trouble on the road, someone must take care of it, otherwise you will be thrown out like a sandbag to hit the zombies. Where can I get another one? Kiki stuck out her tongue, thinking that this seemed to be something she could do. Okay, Brother Xian, then we will go first. Delu nodded, never questioning Lin Xian's arrangements. Then you guys be careful, I will call more people to come and empty this place when I go back. After Kiki finished speaking, she followed Delu back to the 7th floor first. Lin Xian looked at Director Ding, who was still busy searching for information, and then said to Shu Qin, let's go, I think this floor is about to flood. Let's look around first to see if there is anything suitable, and then go up one floor at a time from the stairs. I think there should be some useful things in the armory on the 5th floor. Yeah. Shu Qin nodded, took out the Remington M96, and the three of them walked down the stairs at the end of the office to the research hall on the lower floor. Before they walked down the stairs, they could hear the sound of rushing water waves, and many lights began to dim due to short circuits. Lin Xian and the other two walked down and found that the corridor on the lower floor had begun to flood, enough to submerge their feet, and a chilly feeling came instantly. Empty, empty, the dull sound of wind kept whistling in my ears from the depths of the passage. The water has risen to this floor, Shu Qin said when she saw this situation. Lin Xian frowned and immediately gave up the idea of continuing to search this floor. He said directly, "Forget it, let's go up to the 8th floor." He decided to prioritize safety. Although there were many equipment in the research hall that could be used for swallowing, it would take a long time. Now the entire institute was leaking water, so he had to give up. Lin Xian also thought about arranging people to move as much as possible, but in this case, the priority would definitely be to move useful materials rather than consumables for him to swallow. Anyway, after he went out, he could go back to the Dragon transport ship at night to swallow the Night Star 2 nuclear-powered turbine processor. Which one was safer? Lin Xian still had a scale in his mind. Wait a minute. Ding Junyi pointed to a floor layout sign on the wall and said, "The information archive room is just in front. I think it's necessary to take a look. There are many things in this institute that are difficult to explain. If we can get more useful information, it will definitely help us." Lin Xian looked at Ding Junyi, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. "Okay, it shouldn't be far." As soon as they said they would leave, the three of them walked directly into the water-filled passage and headed towards the information archive room. Because the height of the 9th floor is almost equal to that of the 3rd floor, some confidential research institutes and archives are separated into a separate area. Just after turning the corner, the empty passage ahead was filled with water. Bye. The sound of footsteps of only 3 people stepping on water in the passage kept echoing, which sounded a bit weird. Soon, the 3 people walked through the passage to another area on the 9th floor, went up the stairs, and a corridor that seemed to be tightly blocked appeared in sight. This place has not been flooded yet. There is a yellow gate in front of a straight corridor, and there are access control and security systems outside. It seems that this is the information archive room. In fact, Lin Xian did not hold out much hope, because the internet system had been completely transferred, and the top-secret information would definitely not be left in any paper form. However, since he brought Director Ding here, he also hoped to find something. At present, he is highly suspected that the marked bait in the afternoon was the work of this Foundation, which coincides with the fact that the Foundation is ahead of the Federation and the Phoenix in many research fields. However, he can't understand why they deliberately left the Phoenix logo for this move. Shu Qin studied the terrain and said, "There is a staircase in this area. Later, we can go directly to the 8th floor from this staircase without returning the same way." Lin Xian nodded, walked over and operated the mechanical heart on the door of the archive room, and the tightly constructed door was quickly opened by him. Creaky, the door opened, and the lights in the information archive room lit up one by one. The neatly displayed information cabinets were originally filled with storage server systems with storage media, but now they have been completely emptied, and the remaining terminal server is still supporting the basic service facilities of the base. Lin Xian walked in to take a look inside and said, "Sure enough, but it seems that they had plenty of time to evacuate. It doesn't look like they encountered any monsters and fled in a hurry." Shu Qin nodded. No key items were missing, and they were not attacked. They should have evacuated in an orderly manner. I guess only the flooded area on the lower floor may have encountered something. "And their test site," Lin Xian said. At this time, Ding Junyi came over without saying a word, came to the computer on the control console, and started to operate something with her fingers without saying a word. Generally, large organizations are very strict in emergency control. For example, measures such as fire, anthrax, air raids, etc., that require evacuation of the entire territory must be covered by information saturation to ensure that personnel in various special positions and special work areas are notified. Therefore, such evacuation actions, in addition to internal communications, intranet emails, regional broadcasts, and light alarms, also include personnel transmission chains. In addition to the intranet system, the basic system will also receive this information, and for evacuation, the basic system will not be offline, because this is a basic life support system such as control circuits, access control, and air, so this terminal will also receive an evacuation notice. Pa. Ding Junyi quickly finished typing the last keystroke, and a red log message immediately appeared on the computer of the control console. As she said, this was indeed a notice for the evacuation of the entire pipeline. Lin Xian's face changed. He didn't expect that Director Ding was actually an expert in computers. At this time, he hurried over with Shu Qin and saw that the display screen showed emergency evacuation, level 5. 1615, 1615? What's wrong, Captain Lin? Shuqin asked. Lin Xian's pupils condensed, and he immediately said, at this time, Kiki and I should have just left the institute. Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian in confusion. What happened to you here? Lin Xian's eyes darkened. I tell you in detail later. Let's go first. At this time, Lin Xian felt a little confused. Was this a coincidence or deliberate? Kaka. Suddenly, a slight sound came from the computer room in the distance. Lin Xian and Shuqin immediately raised their weapons and looked in the same direction. Captain Lin, I go take a look. Shuqin was about to leave when she said this. Lin Xian reached out to stop her and immediately made a gesture to let her stand behind Director Ding. The two of them formed a guard formation to protect Ding Junyi in the middle. Lin Xian pulled out his black gun, grabbed the air with his left hand, and an automatic rifle was quickly produced. He walked in front, moving along the narrow server passage toward the back of the information archive room, gradually approaching the place where the sound came from. Click, the sound came again, this time more clearly. Lin Xian frowned and slowed down his pace. He walked out of the corner and found that there was a passage to the power distribution room of the computer room behind him. So Lin Xian walked in slowly and pushed open the lightly closed dustproof door. Just as Lin Xian's eyes swept in, his pupils suddenly shrank, because he saw a strange black shadow standing in the corner of the dim computer room. The black shadow had two long horns like sheep horns on its head, and was covered with black beards, like a human but not a human. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian didn't even hesitate, and fired his automatic rifle directly. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet sprayed out and hit the black shadow, immediately bringing out some waste residue like firewood. At this time, the black shadow seemed to be startled, and stretched out a few hands with long black claws, and ran directly to the corridor on the right. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. This was the first time he encountered a strange body that would run away after being beaten. Didn't it rush towards him directly in the past? The thought flashed through his mind, but Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all. The power armor transmitted the surging power. He rushed out directly, picked up the black gun and prepared to kill this strange thing. If you can't beat them, you have to run away. If you can beat them, you must beat them to death. Now that Lin Xian knows the dark mark, he will not let these things mark him and his teammates easily, otherwise who knows what troubles will arise next night. Squeeze! Lin Xian rushed out, and because of his fast speed, he stepped on the wall of the corner with one foot, and took advantage of the momentum to catch up, but as soon as he turned around, he saw an even more bizarre scene. Before the corner, there was a dead end in a machine room, and there was no way out at all. At this time, the black shadow was clinging to the wall, and the whole body was getting smaller, as if it was shrinking towards a hole. Lin Xian was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and he picked up the black gun directly, burst out the torque, and threw it suddenly. Buzz, the microcomputer of the power armor controlled the flight control engine of the black gun to accelerate twice in the air. The black gun shot out directly with a piercing wind whistle, and immediately shot through the remaining side of the black shadow's torso. Squeeze, squeak, squeak. The black gun was inserted into the wall diagonally along the wall, bringing out a large amount of wood chips. Goo-goo-goo-goo, the shadow made a buzzing sound like a toad, and then quickly entered a narrow ventilation duct. The black claws scraped against the metal wall of the duct, making a harsh sound, and soon disappeared. Damn it! Lin Xian rushed over and raised his hand to take back the black gun. Only then did he see that the ventilation duct was only the size of a palm, and the strange thing actually shrunk directly into it like an octopus. Captain Lin. Shuqin followed in with Ding Junyi. Did it run away? Lin Xian nodded, weighed the black gun in his hand, reached out, and picked up some black debris from the tip of the gun, and frowned immediately. What? Be careful, it may be something in the water. Lin Xian looked up and saw Ding Junyi, who followed him in, with a flushed face, her chest rising and falling rapidly, panting, and her eyes shining. He couldn't help but ask her, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, don't worry about me, it's really dangerous here." Lin Xian couldn't help but hold his forehead. This woman said it was dangerous, but why did she look secretly happy and climaxed? Shuqin next to him looked puzzled. Lin Xian quickly said, let's go to the 8th floor to have a look. Let's avoid the water as soon as possible." Yes. Then the three people came out of the information archive room and walked along the corridor to the exit of the area. When they came out of the corridor, they found that there was a large machine assembly workshop outside, with a high-top mechanical fence. The workshop was facing a hangar elevator. At this time, the entire hangar was submerged in water, and the stairs were at the end of a straight corridor. Captain Lin, look! Shu Qin suddenly shouted to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked in the direction where Shu Qin was shouting, and his eyes changed immediately, because in the deep water of the sunken hangar, the upper body of a huge dark green mecha emerged from the water, the power core had been turned off, and the combat arm was hanging down into the water. T-8Z Vulcan Military Assault Type. Lin Xian exclaimed as soon as he saw it. Chapter 233. What a big machine! Shu Qin also exclaimed at this time. I saw one in the Iron Guard Brigade at the airport before, and its firepower is very strong. That's T7. Lin Xian looked anxious. This T-8Z Vulcan is the latest model of the assault type before the Apocalypse Day. Only a small number of them are equipped with the Interstellar Army. I didn't expect that a Foundation would have such a big thing. Not only do they have it, it seems that there are quite a few. Ding Junyi swept her eyes across the hangar and said, the Mecha maintenance platform here has 16 large warehouses, and now they are all empty. Is this one broken? Lin Xian's eyes condensed, and he ran a few steps along the water's edge, then jumped up, and landed on the Mecha. He immediately came to the bulletproof porthole of the hatch, wiped the mud on it, and immediately saw a drowned body inside, wearing the Foundation's clothing. It looks like it didn't run away, so it's not necessarily broken. Lin Xian was extremely excited at this time. After running around for so long, he finally found a heavy mecha. He said, as he carefully looked at the upper body of the mecha, his eyes becoming more and more excited. This thing weighs 17 tons when fully loaded, and is more than 3 meters high. The right arm is equipped with a 3-barrel 30mm Vulcan cannon with 6,000 rounds of ammunition, and the left arm is a 75mm airborne main gun that can fire anti-personnel grenades, semi-armor piercing explosive shells, and guided artillery shells, with a firing rate of 40 rounds per minute. In addition, there are flamethrowers and grenade launchers. The full body armor is comparable to a tank, and it is a complete offensive weapon. I check if this thing is damaged first, and then find a way to get it back to the infinity. Lin Xian put his hand on the cold mecha, and the mechanical heart was activated, ready to start scanning immediately. Lin Xian, can I go to other places on this floor to have a look? Seeing that Lin Xian was about to start scanning, Ding Junyi raised a stack of information in her hand and said, I want to get more useful information before leaving. Lin Xian wanted to refuse, because they had just encountered an unknown strange body, and he was worried that Ding Junyi would have an accident, but then he saw Ding Junyi's serious face, knowing that these things meant a lot to her, so he said to Shu Qin, okay, you can go together, don't leave too far. After he said that, he pressed the communicator and said, on the 7th floor, the communication distance was still relatively long, but on this floor, it was greatly disturbed, either by the dark power of the strange body or the water, so be careful. Shu Qin nodded, don't worry, Captain Lin, I go with Director Ding. Then Lin Xian nodded to Ding Junyi, and the two of them walked along the water's edge across the hangar and headed towards other areas on the 9th floor. This floor is the main working area of the Foundation, and the available useful resources should be more than other floors, which is also within Lin Xian's consideration. Seeing Ding Junyi and the others set off, Lin Xian did not waste time and decisively started the mecha scan. Scanning, 1%, buzz, the mechanical heart started, and when the mind sank into the mecha, Lin Xian immediately felt a burst of joy in his brain. This feeling appeared when he scanned the power armor on his body. Under the mecha armor, those tight mechanical transmission designs, the power core on the back, the control system, the gyro stabilizer on the legs, the hydraulic power distributor equipped on the upper strings of both legs, the high agility torque drive of the knee joints, the engine group of the muscle unit. These things make Lin Xian's heart itch all the time, and feel the surging beauty of industrial design. If we can get this thing back, there will be another killer weapon on the car, plus the unfinished G3 electromagnetic railgun. The firepower of the Infinity has completely reached a new level. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Xian was excited, and suddenly remembered something at this time, and immediately opened the R&D center on his left hand. Damn, the sniper rifle blueprint has been successfully upgraded for more than 2 hours. Looking at the light screen in front of him, Lin Xian remembered such an important thing. It seems that I just ignored the reminder of the R&D center when I hit the black centipede. Congratulations, you got the Meteorite 3 heavy sniper rifle blueprint. Oh my god, this is a high-end product. Meteorite 3 is a high-end equipment equipped by the Interstellar Special Forces. The entire gun body is made of special alloys. It is not only lighter, but also equipped with an intelligent recoil control system, which greatly improves mobility and stability while enhancing a certain amount of firepower. It also has an auxiliary system. Give this to Teacher Chen and build her a set of power armor. I go. Lin Xian's heart was burning, and the idea of arming Teacher Chen into a sniper goddess became stronger and stronger. Finally, let's upgrade the power armor directly this time. Lin Xian no longer focused on weapons this time. Since he obtained the TRP 4th Generation Special Industrial Active Exoskeleton Power Armor from Ding Qing, he decided to upgrade and modify it based on this set of power armor. This time, after he returns to manufacture the system of the electromagnetic railgun, he will start to manufacture power armor for several main forces to enhance everyone's combat capabilities. Lin Xian directly chose to put the blueprint of the power armor into the R&D center. At this time, the R&D center began to flash yellow light. The blueprint level is high. The current mechanical manufacturing level 3, the R&D time increased by 25%. The device R&D time 13 days and 20 hours, sure enough. Lin Xian's eyes darkened slightly, but he did not cancel this time, but directly chose research and development. Mechanical manufacturing 3, for 60/1000, he manufactured a lot of weapons in Hangshengwen this time, and also used a lot of manufacturing abilities when facing Hua Xiaoling's test in the Research Institute. Now his proficiency is close to half of the level. Next, he just needs to concentrate on building a weapon station for Infinity, or manufacturing more heavy weapons. I'm just going to find a guy named Hu to ask around. It should be feasible to make more weapons, and exchange some materials needed for entering the snowfield from him. Lin Xian calmly entered the mecha scan, and at the same time, his attention was always on the surrounding situation. Shu Qin, how are you guys? Lin Xian pressed the communicator. Captain Lin, there is nothing wrong. Shu Qin responded. Hearing Shu Qin's voice, Lin Xian was slightly relieved. He began to calm down, and let the mechanical heart run at full power to skin this huge mecha. Gurgle, gurgle, bubbles occasionally appeared on the surface of the submerged hangar, and the water waves kept rippling. The water that originally submerged the waist and abdomen of the mecha gradually reached the chest, and the corridor beside the water began to be flooded. Lin Xian frowned and watched the speed of the rising water, calculating the time in his mind, and contacted Shu Qin with the communicator every once in a while. Dong dong. At this time, a burst of footsteps suddenly sounded in the corridor, where they had just come from. Lin Xian's heart trembled, and he immediately looked over, but saw a shadow running quickly, and he quickly said, Who? No one responded. Lin Xian picked up the black gun, but did not let go of the mecha, and continued to operate the mechanical heart to scan. Scan progress 55%, unless he had to, he would not easily interrupt the scanning progress. Shu Qin. What's wrong, Captain Lin? Shu Qin's voice came from the other end of the communicator. Are you nearby? We are in an office area now. Lin Xian's eyes fixed when he heard this. Be careful, I saw something moving in your direction. Okay. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Shu Qin's voice suddenly tightened. Dong dong dong, another sound of footsteps, this time closer. Woo! Lin Xian activated the magnetic control engine of the black gun, and looked at the depths of the corridor in front of him that was already overflowing with water. ZZ at this time, the light suddenly flickered, and the whole space became dark for a moment. When the light was restored, I don't know when, a figure suddenly appeared in Lin Xian's sight. Kiki. When did you come? Kiki stood in the middle of the corridor, watching Lin Xian walk quickly, and then she made an incredible move. She took off all her clothes one by one in front of Lin Xian. Soon, a white girl's body was completely presented in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned immediately when he saw this. This strange behavior made him begin to notice something wrong, and immediately thought of what happened in Yuzhen, and immediately raised the black gun, and said coldly, Who are you? It's me. What are you doing? Kiki saw Lin Xian holding up the black gun, and suddenly looked weird, but she didn't stop, but went directly into the water, and began to swim towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt something was wrong. He obviously noticed that something was wrong with Kiki, but the other party actually spoke, which made him start to hesitate. Stop! He shouted. But Kiki didn't stop at all. She kept swimming towards Lin Xian, with a smile on her face. Her snow-white body paddled in the water, with a graceful posture, which looked extremely strange in the black water hangar of this underground research institute. Lin Xian clenched the black gun in his hand, and gritted his teeth. He didn't know whether it was his hallucination or Kiki was crazy, but his subconscious was strongly warning him. This situation is not right. It's me, don't kill me! Kiki shouted at him. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly. Seeing Kiki getting closer and closer to him, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Just as Kiki was about to approach the mecha, suddenly, a huge gunshot rang out. Bang! The next moment, Kiki suddenly disappeared from the water, and Lin Xian's vision also changed. The scene in front of him slowly changed from black to clear, and a splash of tissue and plasma exploded in the water next to the mecha. Lin Xian looked intently, and there was no Kiki at this time. In the water in front of him, there was only a terrifying white head, and the bottom was full of broken tentacles. Lin Xian. At this time, the familiar voice sounded in the distance. Lin Xian looked up in a daze, and saw that at the end of the straight corridor, Kiki was rushing over with the building Lu Chong Miao Lu and a dozen team members, and standing in the middle was Chen Xishuan. At this time, Teacher Chen was holding the gun, and the heavy A-33K anti-material sniper rifle was actually raised by her, and a wisp of green smoke came out of the muzzle. Teacher Chen's chest rose and fell slowly. He put down his gun and ran over with Kiki. Lin Xian, are you okay? Teacher Chen asked. Kiki flew over directly from the water, frowned and looked at the strange corpse in the water, then looked at Lin Xian. Why are you in a daze? This monster is so close to you. Why don't you do it? Lin Xian recovered at this time, looked at the humanoid monster with incredible eyes, and said, It's strange. I don't know what this thing used just now. How come I saw you taking off your clothes and swimming towards me, and talking to me? What? Kiki's big eyes almost popped out when she heard it, and she said angrily, You are talking nonsense. Who would take off their clothes and swim in a place like this? Chen Xishuan also walked to the hangar, and said to Lin Xian across the water, But when I aimed just now, I didn't see. What kind of disguise does it have? Lin Xian nodded. I know, so I wonder if this is some kind of superpower that can make people hallucinate. Superpower? Yes. Lin Xian pressed the communicator. Shu Qin, you and Director Ding come quickly, our people are here. Okay, right away. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the broken body in the water and said, Director Ding said before that if it is a superpower who has transformed into a human ghost, it may also have superpowers, but it may also be some kind of weird body. Wait for her to come and ask her. After that, he said to everyone with a serious look, Everyone be careful, in addition to human ghosts and weird bodies, there may also be some experimental subjects they are studying in the research institute of this foundation, which are very strange. Wait a minute. Kiki landed directly beside Lin Xian, looking at him sharply. Hey, tell me clearly, did you really see me taking off my clothes? Ahem, Lin Xian avoided the scrutinizing eyes of this girl, and quickly looked at Chen Xishuan to change the subject. Teacher Chen, why are you here too? Chen Xishuan held the sniper rifle, and said to Lin Xian in a tentative tone. Lu Xingchen said he was guarding the car, and Xia also stayed. I heard Kiki say that there are many supplies that need to be moved, so I came with him. I know which supplies are in short supply in the car. If you are searching for supplies, it is best not to take everything into the car. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that Chen Xishuan wanted to take the initiative to go out and help the team, so he did not expose her little thoughts, but paused and said, That makes sense, you have considered it very carefully. Hey Lin. By the way, girl, look at what this is. Seeing that Kiki was about to explode, Lin Xian continued to change the target and pointed to the mecha under him. This time, Kiki finally noticed it, and his eyes lit up immediately. Wow! T-8Z Vulcan military assault type. After a while, Shu Qin and Director Ding came from the corridor on one side, and everyone gathered by the water, observing the monster that Chen Xishuan had just shot. This is a completely human torso. It should be a human ghost, but now seeing the biochemical human experiment in this Foundation Research Institute, I can't be sure. Ding Junyi said after observing for a while. That's really a bit scary. It can actually make people hallucinate. It should be a mental attack. Shu Qin also said solemnly. Lin Xian nodded. I don't know how I got tricked just now. When this thing approached me, I actually found something wrong. But the Kiki in the illusion was too realistic, so I hesitated and didn't make a move. Everyone should be careful in your actions later. When Kiki heard the word realistic, her cheeks suddenly swelled, and she glared at Lin Xian with her eyes half closed. Lin Xian saw that the girl glanced at him from time to time, and thought that he should have just said that he saw Kiki, and there was no need to describe the details of the undressing. As a result, the girl asked questions. So he hooked his finger at Kiki. Kiki immediately flew over with an indignant look. What? Lin Xian lowered his voice to Kiki. This monster should be a simulation of your image of taking off your clothes. I observed carefully for a long time, and it is definitely not your naked body. When Kiki heard this, her face turned red and white, and she bit her silver teeth and glared at Lin Xian. How How do you know? Lin Xian said seriously. That monster has breasts. Chapter 234. Lin Xian. When Kiki heard this, her face turned pale. She looked at Lin Xian with blazing eyes. If there weren't so many people at the scene, she would have rushed up and strangled him to death. Lin Xian pointed at the mecha under his feet. I let you drive first after it's repaired? When Kiki heard this, her eyes instantly became much clearer. She looked at him angrily and expectantly, and quickly said, That's what you said. Lin Xian, what should we do now? Qin Sichuan asked hurriedly, when she saw the strange corpse in the water. Lin Xian said seriously at this time, Originally, I wanted to arrange the whole team to explore, but it seems that the situation below is much more complicated. Let's not separate. Wait for me to repair this mecha, and then go out together. Ah? Kiki said with some regret, Such a large research institute, don't you look for it? What if there are more good things? Lin Xian pointed to the strange head in the water. Monsters that can make people hallucinate are not a small threat, and we just encountered monsters that can drill ventilation ducts. I estimate that the isolation wall of the test site over there is broken, and there must be a lot of strange things that have entered this research institute. In this case, don't be greedy. In horror movies, when you know that something strange has happened in the current area, you have to act separately. This behavior is really stupid. For the Infinity, the supplies are not at the stage of life and death. If it weren't for the heavy mecha under Lin Xian at this time, he would have led people to evacuate immediately. Anyway, his original goal of finding a medical cabin has been achieved, which has exceeded expectations. In addition, it was dark now, and there might be other risks on the Infinity side, so Lin Xian didn't want to stay any longer. How about this? So many of us will search on this floor, and we can also cover you, and when you are done, we can go out together. Kiki immediately suggested. Kiki looked at such an empty research institute in front of her, and she felt that she would lose out if she didn't plunder something useful. However, she also knew that Lin Xian's decision made sense, so she made a relatively compromising suggestion. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, Okay, but so many of us are now in the basement of this research institute, and the water is still rising. In order to prevent any eventuality, we'd better make two preparations. Kiki. Lin Xian looked at Kiki. Where is the exit of the Mecha elevator dedicated to this hangar? Kiki picked up the mobile terminal and quickly searched. Exit F. But this exit F is at the number 3 test site, which is the periphery of the Qingshui town test site we entered before. There is an exit for large machinery there. Lin Xian frowned slightly and said, I know. Then he looked at the big Lu building. You take people to guard the elevator passage to facilitate the evacuation of the people behind. Shuqin Luchong, you go to the atrium. The lake water here may have problems, or it may be due to some strange things, which has affected our communication transmission distance. You are very skilled, so you are responsible for relaying information and collecting supplies. Then it's Kiki, you are responsible for protecting Director Ding, and taking her to several important areas to see if there is any useful information, preferably about superpowers or strange bodies. This Foundation Research Institute seems to be more in-depth in this area than the Phoenix Society, and may be able to help us. Teacher Chen, you and Miao Lu will be responsible for covering me here. I estimate that I can complete it in about 40 minutes to an hour. Yes. Qin Sichuan nodded after hearing this. Then Lin Xian added, Everyone, please pay attention to the team's march not to be too scattered. Any room exploration must have more than 3 people, keep the lighting, and the power on the floor may be interrupted at any time. In addition to the human ghosts and strange bodies in this institute, there are also some unknown experimental bodies. If you encounter them, you must do your best to stop them and clear the marks. If you can't defeat them, you can retreat to the atrium elevator in here, and the other 2 teams will provide support. Understood? Everyone said in unison. Except for Lu Xingchen, Sha and several team members who stayed behind in Infinity, 24 combat-capable Infinity members were here. Lin Xian's allocation ensured that each team had a heavy firepower male team member who could carry the Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun. In addition, Lin Xian equipped all the team members with standard tactical flashlights, explosives, howitzers, gas masks, and cutting devices. Okay, everyone, be safe and start moving. Hearing Lin Xian's deployment, everyone was in high spirits and started moving immediately. Now the members of the Infinity team have strong equipment and firepower, and their evolved physical fitness makes them a great force. After hearing Lin Xian's clear deployment and the support of each team, everyone immediately focused their minds and started to move in teams. Teacher Chen. I know. Qin Sichuan said to Lin Xian without waiting for him to finish. Just do your job. I help you keep an eye on this area. Lin Xian opened his mouth, and seeing Chen Sichuan's serious expression, he swallowed what he wanted to say and nodded to her. Okay, be careful. Chen Sichuan nodded, took a deep breath, and immediately arranged to Miao Lu and several teammates. We will observe nearby. The water is rising now. Everyone should pay attention to the things in the water. Okay. Lin Xian looked at the speed of the rising water. Since the 9th floor has the largest space, it will probably take some time to completely flood it. However, it has almost flooded the cockpit of the Mecha at this moment, and he began to feel anxious. Scan progressed 60%. The building took people and Shuqin all the way to the atrium. The underground structure here is very similar to a honeycomb, with a sinking channel in the middle. Each floor is divided into 6 different research areas with a hexagonal structure. Test, communication distance. Shuqin pressed the headset communicator. Sister Qin, I got it, but I can already feel the interference. You too here. Shuqin looked at the nodes along the way and began to arrange the relay information personnel. 2 in a group, call once every 3 minutes, keep communicating. Dolo looked at Shuqin's neatness and couldn't help asking, have you ever been in the army before? Sergeant of the Reconnaissance Company of the 552 Frontier Ranger Regiment of the 71st Interstellar Army in Dingzhou. Shuqin glanced at him. I have retired, how about you? West Wind Brigade, Engineer Corps. Dolo said lightly. General Wei's soldiers? Shuqin was a little surprised to hear this. Dolo nodded, yes. I heard that after the Apocalypse Day, the Federation was disintegrated, and the remaining Interstellar Army was able to go against the public opinion to reorganize internally and join the Phoenix Order, including your West Wind Brigade. I'm not sure. Dolo scratched his head. Like you, I retired a long time ago and opened a car repair shop at home. The team marched all the way, and soon came to the atrium. This is an extremely wide hall, like an airport terminal, and there is also a guide area. I will be responsible for guarding here. Dolo put Gatling on his shoulder and stepped directly onto a flower bed. There are 2 emergency stairwells here. Lu Chong and I will search and patrol on both sides, and keep in touch with you in the middle. Shuqin said nothing, and took Lu Chong to check the area. Okay. Dolo nodded, watching all directions. He knew that this was the retreat passage. He didn't dare to be careless at this time and guarded here with full concentration. On the other side, Kiki and Ding Junyi rushed to several research areas quickly. Ding Junyi walked quickly, while Kiki was flying in the air. Ding Junyi glanced at Kiki and said as she walked, your ability has been much stronger than when you left Jiazhou City. Really? Kiki crossed her arms, turned around and flew backwards. I don't feel anything. It turns out that the evolution levels mentioned in the angel plan can't be referenced by the soul value. The concept of soul value is more like the strong energy fluctuations of living organisms. If you have to define it, it can be accurately measured by the total energy of the dying organism, otherwise it is impossible to give an accurate assessment. Ding Junyi raised his glasses. I am always paying attention to the progress of the Phoenix Society's research on superpowers. Of course, I will also collect useful information from other survivor teams. From the information that can be collected so far, the longer the night lasts, the stronger the superpowers and genetic evolution of people are compared with other areas that are less affected by the polar night. The only problem is the survival rate. It would be strange if we stayed in the dark and faced those monsters all the time. The survival rate would be high. Kiki shook her hands and said, no, in addition to this, there is also the invasion of darkness. Lin Xian mentioned this last time. I combined some research results of the Phoenix Society and found that after entering the dawn, the power of the invasion of darkness can be effectively suppressed. So I have a guess, that is, after absorbing the power of the night, humans need a certain buffer to digest, and this buffer is dawn. Kiki frowned slightly when she heard this. You mean, we need to maintain a balance? For us humans, yes, the evolution of body functions requires the participation of sunlight. You can understand it as plants, which perform photosynthesis during the day, but will die if they are exposed to the sun all the time. Breathing at night releases energy. This should have been confirmed by the Phoenix Society. Perhaps there has not been any targeted experiments to prove the results, so there is no evidence. Announced to the public. So cautious? Kiki sneered. Why don't you inform everyone immediately after you get the result? It's the end of the world, and you're still using the procedure. Ding Junyi smiled lightly and said seriously, you're wrong. Science is rigorous. It's precisely because they are the Phoenix Society, representing the only remaining credibility of survivors around the world, that they should be more cautious about this kind of information. Moreover, Their current proposition is to follow the dawn. Objectively speaking, there is no need to deliberately throw out such a thing that is the same as the advocacy result, not to mention that it has not been fully demonstrated. Oh, Kiki said, I understand. If they really announce this discovery, it might lead some people to stay in the dark deliberately in order to evolve quickly, thus causing greater casualties? Yes, Ding Junyi said in a deep voice. Including the discovery of the Dark Mark, this is even more serious than the Dark Invasion, because it directly affects the fate of all mankind. Even if I hand over our research data, they still need to conduct experiments, otherwise the survivors will take the initiative to fight back against the weird body. The loss of life caused by this decision will be immeasurable. But we have all demonstrated and experienced it personally. The Dark Mark does exist. Look, didn't we just encounter the Mark bait this afternoon? Kiki looked puzzled. It's not that simple. First of all, from a scientific point of view, our discovery is more of an inference than a demonstration. We have the hell-black chrysanthemum, but even so, there is no exact experimental data. We don't even know what kind of energy form this mark is, and how to monitor it. It's more accurate to use empirical science. In addition, the nature of the Phoenix organization determines that they can't get such research results through a large number of cruel live experiments, like the Foundation. Kiki rolled his eyes. I don't understand. It's really a headache. That is to say, even if we find the Phoenix organization, they may not believe us, right? Yes. Ding Junyi nodded. It's really abominable. Kiki's face darkened when he heard this, but suddenly changed the subject. What you mean just now is that you think this Foundation is the organization that put the marking bait at the station this afternoon? Ding Junyi looked at Kiki. No, I just judged from some of their ongoing research directions that in this way, theoretically, they should be able to obtain more research results in certain fields than the Federation and the Phoenix organization. In addition, didn't you and Lin Xian come in and communicate with them this afternoon? Can you tell me what kind of organization this Foundation is? Crazy organization. Kiki curled her lips, and then she briefly told Ding Junyi what happened in the SID Foundation organization in the afternoon. How about it? Not only do they use living people for experiments, but they also use living people to play games. Such an organization actually claims to be neutral. Pa! Kiki said indignantly, who knew that Ding Junyi had a deep expression on her face after listening to her. It sounds like the concept of herd immunity, but if it's just like this, their research results should be open to the outside world, even from the perspective of interest exchange. The Federal Experimental Team did cooperate with the Lofi Consortium before, but later we completely cut off contact with them. I don't know if this SID organization will actually operate with such a purpose. Herd immunity? What does it mean? Kiki heard it. Ding Junyi explained, it is to regard the invasion of Xingyuan and darkness as a kind of world-destroying virus. The survival of mankind depends on the natural selection of the survival of the fittest. After the apocalypse, tens of billions of people died around the world. Now those of us who survived have acquired superpowers, or genetic evolution, so we are the lucky ones in this theory. TSK, Kiki said, then it still depends on us to defeat the darkness. Click. Ding Junyi suddenly stopped. She looked at Kiki, and said seriously, but the problem is that humans have never really defeated the virus. Chapter 235. Ah? What do you mean? Ding Junyi said as she walked. Throughout the ages, mankind has experienced countless epidemics and countless people have died. Although with the development of modern science and virology, we have many coping methods, but the fact is that we have not really relied on medical means to defeat the virus. Then what do you rely on? The virus disappears naturally. Kiki asked, puzzled. Ding Junyi nodded. Part of it is that most of it relies on the human body's own immune system to evolve. So when I heard you talk about the organizational purpose of the SID Foundation, I thought of this. To be honest, I am engaged in the field of biology, and I rationally agree with this theory. Are you talking about superpowers? Kiki flew to Ding Junyi's side, stretched out her finger and touched the green little hair on her head, and said, you have also evolved, which is quite right, but I don't agree with their style, and Lin Xian doesn't agree either. So in this case, what is the purpose of their placing marking bait? So this is just... We can't be sure at the moment. Kiki heard Ding Junyi's words, and suddenly looked at her and said, what would you do if your position is different from Lin Xian's? Ding Junyi responded calmly, I only recognize a theory from a scientific perspective. It doesn't matter what my position is. As long as Lin Xian asks me, I will tell him my conclusion based on my principles. As for what he wants to do, I can only say, I will support any decision he makes. Ding Junyi glanced at Kiki. I am based on principles, and you are based on feelings. We are different in this respect. Kiki's eyes widened when she heard this, and she explained in a panic, Love? Bah, nonsense. He and I are in a cooperative relationship, and now we are all in trouble. Wait! At this time, Ding Junyi suddenly stopped and looked forward. Kiki was interrupted and turned around quickly. At this time, the two had walked to an unfamiliar research area. In front of them appeared a large glass isolation hall, which was filled with dark lake water, like an aquarium. Some cracks were constantly spraying water outside, and the ground was already knee-deep in water. What room is this? Ding Junyi looked for the nameplate of the area and soon saw a control console outside the large cabin, which read, GX Deep Water Sampling Cabin. This is a decompression cabin, and the outside should be directly connected to Sergio Lake. Kiki picked up the mobile terminal, flew to the heavy isolation window, looked at the dim lake water inside, and immediately operated. Hey, this area is controlled by the internal system alone. Kiki flew directly to a huge control panel in the distance, connected the mobile terminal, and soon she was connected to the control program of this cabin. No big deal. Kiki was very proud, and immediately she opened the drainage program in the sampling cabin. It seems that the main leak is not here, and it can still be drained normally. Ding Junyi walked under the nameplate at this time, saw various precautions written on it, frowned slightly, and immediately stood up and said to Kiki, Be careful, this seems to be a place for some dangerous research, and all operations are remotely controlled by the system. Ah? Kiki flew away immediately after hearing that, staring with eyes wide open. Isn't it some toxic or radioactive research? Wow! As the water level in the cabin slowly dropped, waves of echoes began to sound inside, and the dreary water was accompanied by a vortex. At this time, Kiki and Ding Junyi saw several mechanical cranes appearing on the top, and then a device that looked like a small submersible was connected under the crane. Oh, I know. After seeing the scene inside, Kiki was relieved. This must be a submersible used to enter Sergio Lake for exploration, and then decompress here. I thought it was something else. At this time, Kiki seemed to see an object in the dreary water rotating with the vortex. She immediately approached it, and wanted to catch it with her supernatural power to take a closer look. The black object slowly floated from the dreary green water, and the next moment, it suddenly hit the glass in front of Kiki with a thud. And this black object turned out to be a female corpse with eyes wide open and body swollen. Kiki's pupils trembled, and she subconsciously stepped back. Just when the female corpse was scraping the glass and about to float away with the water, she suddenly reached out and grabbed it with her supernatural power, exclaiming, Sister Ding, I know this person. The female corpse floating in the water at this time was none other than Tan Ning from Room 5 in the death game that Kiki and Lin Xian saw in the afternoon. What's wrong? This person is the woman in the game they played that I just told you about. I remember that at the end of the game, she survived. How could she die here? So the freedom and survival they promised was just a deception? Ding Junyi said. This foundation is really abominable. Kiki gritted her teeth. At this time, the water level in the decompression chamber gradually dropped. As the atmospheric pressure increased, the female corpse that had been soaked for many days began to swell. Meat kept flowing out of her mouth and nose, which looked very scary. Kiki frowned and let go. The female corpse continued to fall down with the water flow until the water in the decompression chamber was completely drained. The female corpse fell into a corner and quietly changed. There is a submersible with its hatch opened. I guess she escaped from there. Ding Junyi pointed in a direction. On the ground, there was a damaged submersible with its transparent hatch opened and sunk to the bottom of the water. So this submersible is for people? Kiki raised her hand and dragged the submersible over. At this time, the two saw that there was a small cylindrical space under the central glass cover of the submersible, which looked like it could accommodate a person. Ding Junyi walked down the steps into the water below and came to Kiki's side. Kiki, put this thing down and let me see it. Kiki nodded, and she and the submersible fell to the ground together. The two of them just watched through the glass window. Ding Junyi raised her glasses and said calmly, This is indeed an unmanned submersible. The space inside is not for people to drive, but for people to hold. Look! She pointed to the inside of the submersible. There is no control panel inside, and the people are completely sealed inside. Kiki took a closer look and found that there were many scratches on the metal inner wall of the submersible with bloody nails. Just know why people are put in this project? Kiki's face sank slightly and said, It's not simple. Sister Ding, be careful. After saying that, she directly used her supernatural power to grab Ding Junyi and moved her to a distance. Then she used her power to grab Ding Junyi and directly smashed the high-strength glass of the decompression chamber and took the submersible out. She immediately grabbed it in front of her, found the location of the control panel on it, removed the outer metal shell, and then connected the mobile terminal to it. The storage system of this kind of unmanned device will have a task log. I don't believe they will clean this up. Sure enough, as she thought, the task log inside was quickly exported. At this time, Kiki moved Ding Junyi, who was caught in the air by her, over and said in confusion, "What kind of strange tasks are these?" Ding Junyi was not used to the feeling of flying in the air. After a little adaptation, she felt very excited. She came closer and frowned. It seems that the path to Inner Sergio Lake is the same, 900 meters underwater, 30 minutes, and return. What does this mean? Kiki was confused. Putting people into the lake to swim around and come back? Ding Junyi raised his glasses. I am more concerned about the mission time. She pointed to the log time on the mobile terminal screen and said, "Look, each mission time is not only 30 minutes, but also 30 minutes before dawn." "Oh, that's right," Kiki said. "According to this mission setting, it will be dawn when we come back? Check the other ones too." Ding Junyi's eyes flickered, as if she thought of something, and immediately said to Kiki. Kiki was puzzled and took action immediately. Not long after, the other submersibles were checked, and the mission logs inside were almost the same. The only difference was that there were no scratches in those submersibles. "Sister Ding, did you find anything?" Ding Junyi pondered for a moment, then looked at Kiki and said, "Do you think this is fishing?" "Fishing?" "Yes." Ding Junyi began to look at the research area with a scrutinizing eye. Sending the living target to Sergio Lake and returning after a short time is just like fishing and collecting bait, isn't it? Kiki looked grim when she heard this. "What? Are you using people to catch strange bodies?" Ding Junyi shook her head. "I don't think so. If you want to catch strange bodies, you don't need to use this method at all. What are you fishing for?" Ding Junyi said seriously, "Unmanned, alive, fixed to return before dark. If something happens in the deep water, what's the point of this person coming back?" Kiki's eyes widened slowly when he heard this, and he couldn't help but open his mouth and said, "Dark mark." "Not only that," Ding Junyi said, "control to return before dawn. It should be that the Institute is worried about the failure of recovery, or it will cause some huge risks to the Institute, so it must return before dawn. If you look at it this way, then the underwater location where they set the submersible to go should have some kind of terrifying existence." Chapter 236. Linxian, how long will it take? The water level in the corridor has already reached everyone's knees. Chen Sichuan stepped into the water and looked at the dark water below her body, frowning. "It's almost there. Can progress 90%. It will take at most 10 minutes. Linxian pressed the communicator. "Everyone report the situation." "No problem here," Shuqin said from the building. "But the water has entered the elevator." Shuqin used the communicator to contact Kiki. "Kiki, Director Ding, how are you?" Click. There was a burst of electric sound in the communicator. In the decompression chamber of the submersible, Kiki heard the turbulence in the earphones, immediately put down the submersible, and said to Ding Junyi, "It should be calling us. Get ready to go back." Ding Junyi looked at the flooded research area and nodded. "Download the engineering log, and I will study it again. I think the matter is very clear." Kiki's face was solemn. This matter must be related to the Foundation. Gurgle, suddenly, bursts of empty gunfire sounded from the drainage port of the decompression chamber, and a large number of bubbles kept ringing. Suddenly, the ground trembled and the water surface was agitated. Just as Kiki was about to retreat, she suddenly saw that at the location of the drainage port, a monster like a black branch slowly emerged from the vortex of the water outlet, wet all over, and a pair of terrifying eyes seemed to be looking at the two of them. What the hell? Kiki subconsciously reached out and grabbed it as soon as she saw it, and used her supernatural power to sweep away. The drain outlet was seen to be surging with a loud bang, and a large amount of water was squeezed together, dragging the black monster out. However, the monster still had a snake-like body connected to its body, and it was pulled out of the drain pipe for 4 or 5 meters, but still could not be completely dragged out. The rumbling and shaking sound gradually increased, and Kiki and Ding Junyi both realized that something was wrong. Kiki immediately grabbed a submersible in the sky and moved it down, smashing it on the monster's body. With a loud bang, the snake-like trunk began to twist wildly, and the huge force began to stir and beat in the water. The glass of the entire decompression chamber was smashed, and then the ground suddenly began to crack. In an instant, the ground shook, and an extremely huge black head suddenly broke through the ground and drilled out. The monster looked like some kind of strange sea snake, with a row of eyes from large to small, like lanterns on its head. It rushed out with a bang, and half of its head almost occupied the entire decompression chamber. At the same time, a large amount of black water gushed out. Kiki was shocked. It turned out that the black branch-like monster she had just caught was just a tempting whisker on the head of this strange snake. The branch was already shaped like a human body, and had grown facial features. "Let's go!" In an instant, Kiki felt that her telekinesis could not suppress the monster at all, and immediately took Ding Junyi with her, and the two flew quickly towards the corridor. On the other side, the building and Shu Qin and Lu Chang all felt the tremor. Ashes kept falling from the ceiling, the light tubes were shaking, and the water surface was turbulent. The few people who noticed the abnormality immediately said seriously, "What happened?" Wawa. A large amount of water flowed down from the elevator, and the lights on the 9th floor began to flicker and hum due to circuit problems. The building was standing on a cabinet at this time, holding a roaring Gatling gun and looking down vigilantly. "Be careful, there is something in the water." Shu Qin looked down at the dark water that was almost waist high. The next moment, her face changed, she groaned, and leaned back on the spot. She saw a black shadow appear in the water in front of her. The water waves broke, and a water ghost covered with black hair suddenly jumped out. The water ghost had a human-shaped fish face, a big mouth full of red sharp teeth, and scales on its body, which looked very scary. Duh. In a flash, the firepower of teammates had already arrived. Shu Qin dodged the hidden monster, shook her wrist, turned around and shot directly in the direction where the water ghost fell into the water. Bang! The 10-gauge lead bullet was ejected at high speed, and the demon-repelling flames at the muzzle directly evaporated the water surface in front, and the split jet completely shattered the lower body of the water ghost. Water and blood flowers burst out, blooming a spray under the light. Shu Qin glanced at it, and the water ghost was dying, and quickly dived into the water with a broken body. She stomped her feet hard, sprinted quickly in the water, then jumped out of the water, stepped on the wall, and jumped directly onto the high platform of a research room. Just as she was about to look for the figure of the monster, she suddenly found that there were countless black shadows swimming under the water, and they were now wandering around her teammates. "Get out of the water!" Shu Qin shouted loudly, and the building standing on the cabinet also saw this horrifying scene. Woo! The electric gun barrel in her hand turned, and the metal jet swept out, stirring up waves, and more than a dozen black water ghosts were immediately blown to pieces. Hearing Shu Qin shouting, the teammates who were doing relay transmission along the corridor found high places to climb up and get out of the water. Empty! Empty! Just as the building was firing at full speed, a huge empty sound suddenly came from the elevator shaft behind him, like a locust passing through, and it sounded densely. And the numbers on the row of elevators began to jump out of control and kept falling. Ding, 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 bang. The elevator fell, and a large number of unknown creatures began to hit the elevator door. The alloy elevator door immediately began to bulge outward. The building and Shu Qin looked back and saw that the elevator doors were full of scratches and strange convex surfaces with horns and horns. Seeing this scene, Shu Qin's face changed drastically, and she shouted directly to the building. "Building, retreat!" The building took a deep breath and jumped from the container to the elevator hall. In an instant, several elevator doors behind him were also broken open, and the lights and sparks flickered. Those elevator shafts were actually crowded with dark and strange underwater creatures, and bursts of fishy smells were filled. These creatures were all covered with long black hairs, and swarmed out of the elevator shaft like a flood. Beep! The roaring Gatling gun firepower poured out crazily, and in an instant, the blood mist in the elevator hall exploded like fireworks, blocking the water monsters from rushing over. The building retreated towards the corridor while fighting, and Shu Qin and Lu Chang also joined behind them. The three of them stood in the water, and retreated back to back. "We can't go up here, retreat to Captain Lin." Shu Qin's face was solemn, and she pressed the headset. "Kiki, Director Ding. There are monsters, everyone be careful." At this time, Kiki's voice finally came from the headset, accompanied by a gust of wind. The water on the entire floor had flooded to the thighs, and Kiki took Ding Junyi directly into the air. Originally, she wanted to turn into the atrium lobby, but a large number of black monsters suddenly emerged from the fork in the road ahead. She immediately raised her hand and pushed, and the shock waves smashed the light walls of the corridor layer by layer, bursting the water surface, and rushed and scattered the swarming water ghosts. Immediately, she did not stop and flew along the original path towards the direction of the Mecha hangar. Boom boom. The Underground Research Institute vibrated violently, and the rising water continued to intensify. Chen Sichuan heard the voice in the headset and immediately became nervous. Miao Lu, pick them up. Okay. Squeak. As soon as she finished speaking, a monster covered with black spikes like a starfish suddenly floated up from the water in front of her, and a ball of black water spurted out from the sharp teeth in the center, rushing straight to Chen Sichuan's face. But at this moment, Chen Sichuan felt her heartbeat speed up, and the tension and anxiety in her heart were quickly suppressed by this mental power. Her eyes and expression became colder and colder, and the spraying black water even slowed down a little in her eyes. She turned her head and dodged the corrosive black water, then quickly raised her A-33K anti-material sniper rifle and aimed directly at the starfish at close range. Bang! The metal jet went straight through the front mouth parts of the starfish and blasted a nearly half-meter diameter damage area behind it with the cavity effect. The 12.7 armor-piercing bullet pierced through like a cannon and exploded a huge wave on the water surface behind it. Whoosh! Watching the black spikes of the starfish stop in front of her, Chen Sichuan's chest rose and fell rapidly, and she kept adjusting her breathing. Gurgle gurgle, at this time, she seemed to catch some sound, and immediately turned around and raised her gun. In the deep water under the mecha in front of Lin Xian, a water ghost covered with scales suddenly flew out of the water towards Lin Xian. Chen Sichuan had already caught it in advance and fired in the air without hesitation. Bang! Lin Xian raised his head, and saw that the water ghost that was rushing towards him exploded directly in the air, leaving only a fishy wind blowing towards him. Lin Xian. Teacher Chen stood in the corridor far away, holding a gun and shouting at him. Alright. Mechanical scan completed, T8Z Vulcan military assault type, blueprint, attained. Body scan completed, 100% completeness, no mechanical failure. Woo! Instantly, the Vulcan mecha's energy-boosting engine started, the airport gushed out heat, and clear bubbles continued to flow out of the water. This war weapon weighing more than 10 tons was once again activated by Lin Xian. Chi, at this time, the high-strength hatch opened, and a corpse fell forward with a plop. The corpse was soaked and looked like it was drowned. But Lin Xian felt strange at this time. The water here had not completely submerged the cabin before, and the control cabin of this Vulcan mecha was extremely waterproof. It was not until he opened it just now that the lake water began to pour in. How did the driver die? Who knew that suddenly, a huge bulge suddenly appeared on the back of the corpse, and it burst in an instant. A black thing suddenly jumped out of the corpse, and attacked Lin Xian's face. Swish! At this moment, a powerful mechanical arm quickly stretched out and grabbed it accurately. Lin Xian's face was slightly condensed, looking at this guy who was about to attack him. It turned out to be a somewhat translucent invertebrate creature. With some black film all over the body, the whole thing looks like a slug with 4 tentacles. Wade, this strange slug looks soft, but it begins to wrap around Lin Xian's mechanical arm. As it tightens and exerts force, the palm joints of his mechanical arm begin to make metallic sounds. It is surprisingly powerful. Good guy. Lin Xian raised his hand, and a surge of electricity blasted out. The scorching arc immediately pierced the squirming monster. Chirp! At this moment, the strange slug in his hand began to struggle frantically. Lin Xian said nothing, and the mechanical heart directly controlled the Vulcan mecha and raised the huge combat arm. Bang! Woo! The jet stopper under the main gun opened, and Lin Xian directly skewered the monster with a black gun and placed it in front of the jet. Boom! The high-temperature flamethrower sprayed out red flames, directly roasting the strange slug into jerky on the spot. Then Lin Xian threw it casually. He stood on the mecha and dragged the corpse out of the cockpit. At this time, a mecha cockpit that made the machine soul happy appeared in sight. The whole body was in military green color, holographic head display, and intelligent fire control panel, which made Lin Xian stunned for a moment. However, the situation was urgent at this time. Lin Xian suppressed his excitement and quickly sat in. The mechanical heart connected to the control system, and the whole mecha was like a piece of clothing worn by him. The cockpit of the Vulcan was not small, and he, a 1.8 meter tall man wearing power armor, did not feel too crowded when he sat in it. Chi, when the hatch lock was pressed, the combat hatch slowly lowered and closed, and then a deep mechanical male voice came to his ears. Program started. Connecting to the driver. Connection successful, new driver confirmed. A holographic light screen appeared in front of Lin Xian, and the view outside the mecha was extremely clear, even wider than the human eye view. In addition, the intelligent fire control system, radar, and mecha parameter status were all displayed in front of Lin Xian. At this time, Lin Xian only felt an unparalleled sense of security from the bottom of his heart. He looked around the cockpit. There was even a small storage area behind him, where some supplies and food could be stored, and on the left-hand side was a medical bag, and on the right-hand side was a mission terminal. Lin Xian used the mechanical heart to connect to the symbiotic control device inside. With a quick responsive whoosh, the entire mecha began to move in the water. Empty, empty, the heavy mecha walked on the water, turned around on the spot, and walked towards the corridor. At this time, Kiki and Shuqin's two teams had already joined together, constantly resisting the tide of water ghosts, rushing towards the hangar. Teacher Chen Miao Lu, you go up to the lift first to cover them remotely. Okay. Chen Sichuan immediately set off, and climbed up the large lift with Miao Lu and others. Woo, woo! Lin Xian drove the Vulcan mecha and walked directly towards the direction of the water ghost tide. The left-hand main gun and the right-hand Vulcan machine gun system were all released and mounted in place. You go first, I take over. Kiki saw Lin Xian start the mecha. Her eyes were eager. She used her telekinesis with both hands, rolled everyone out of the water, crossed the deep water area of the hangar, and moved to the lift platform behind. Good job, girl. Lin Xian sat in the cockpit, looking at the black monsters in front of him with fire in his eyes, gritted his teeth and pushed the controller forward with both hands, shouting, "Die for me!" Woo! Chi-Chi. The main weapon of the T-8Z Vulcan military assault-type double arm was raised forward. The fire control stop and hydraulic shock absorber at the elbow were fully opened, and the barrel of the Vulcan machine gun slowly rotated. In an instant, the firepower was full. Beep! The golden jet of the Vulcan machine gun lit up a dazzling light in the corridor, like a storm swallowing, blasting hundreds of black water ghosts in front into pieces, and a large number of shells on the side of the machine gun were ejected like raindrops, falling into the water. Bang! 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 At the same time, the 75mm airborne main gun on the left hand began to show the majesty of heavy artillery. A shot was fired with overwhelming force, blasting through the monster corridor that was crowded for hundreds of meters, like a string, and then exploded with a bang. Each shot directly penetrated and tore dozens of water ghosts. This Vulcan mecha stood in the middle of the corridor. The powerful firepower rejection completely suppressed the tide of water ghosts. The pressure relief valve and radiator behind the mecha continued to emit steaming smoke. A transparent slug suddenly jumped out from the water and tried to climb up along the mecha's mechanical foot. This kind of small thing could not be detected by the airborne sensors at all, but Lin Xian covered it with the mechanical heart. Any movement on the mecha could be clearly captured by him. While he fired at full power with both hands, he directly controlled the mecha to raise his right foot and stepped hard on the water. Plop! The water splashed, and the black slug was directly stepped on. Lin Xian, there's a big guy behind us. Lin Xian was enjoying the bombing, and when he heard Kiki's words, his face immediately became a little stern. Beep beep, the mecha's warning system sounded at this time, and rumbled. There was a roar in the corridor in front, as if something huge was running through the floor and corridor quickly. Retreat! At this time, he was underground, and the water from Shurjiu Lake was pouring in. Lin Xian could only return to the ground first, and he could no longer care whether his teammates were marked. Woo! He stopped firing, turned around and controlled the mecha to run directly towards the lift platform. The monster tide in the corridor was no longer suppressed, and it stepped over the piles of corpses of its companions and rushed towards the hangar hall again. As the water got deeper, the speed of these monsters became faster, and more monsters appeared in various areas. Duh. At this time, the members of Infinity opened fire to cover Lin Xian's retreat. Kiki even used a shock wave to the water ghosts whistling from behind when Lin Xian's mecha stepped onto the platform. Boom! At this moment, thousands of water ghosts swarmed out from various corridors and began to fill the hangar hall. They made strange noises like locusts in the water and soon drowned out the lights. At this time, the mecha lifting platform had been started. The members of Infinity stood on the edge of the platform and fired at the bottom with all their strength to block the monsters like a tide. A large number of water ghosts climbed to the edge of the platform. Lin Xian directly controlled the flamethrower of the Vulcan mecha and sprayed it at all costs, and the fire soared into the sky. Clang, lang, lang. The lifting platform made a metallic sound and finally rose to the upper floor. The monsters hanging on the edge were all crushed and cut off by the sheer force of the lifting platform and the floor section. At this time, everyone stopped shooting, and the scene finally quieted down, with only the sound of the gun muzzle cooling down. Teacher Chen in the Shuqin building, report the casualties. Lin Xian shouted. Team Lin, no one was injured. Shuqin and Chen Sichuan counted them. There were more than 20 people, and some teammates who were responsible for the search, were carrying some supplies. Everyone panted and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't relax, reload and prepare for battle. Lin Xian sat in the cockpit of the mecha and shouted to the communicator. There is a large test site outside. There may be many zombies and experimental subjects. Everyone stand in a defensive formation. Okay. Shu Qin and the building responded immediately. Teacher Chen, you will be responsible for contacting Infinity after you go out, and let Xia and Brother He prepare to pick us up. I know. Chen Sichuan said. Bang, bang, the elevator rose layer by layer, and the lights flickered. Lin Xian drove the Vulcan mecha to the front and asked everyone to hide behind the mecha in a defensive formation. Kiki operated the mobile terminal and opened the hangar door on the ground. On a flat grassland outside Qinshui town, the circular ground slowly separated, revealing a huge hangar hole. After a while, a large mecha slowly rose from below. Everyone followed Lin Xian's Vulcan mecha out of the Underground Research Institute. When they looked up, they saw that the sky was pitch black, without stars or moon, and they couldn't see their fingers around them. They couldn't see anything at all. This is the test site. The skylight is closed, blocking the light. Shu Qin flares. Shu Qin pulled out a signal gun from the side of her leg without saying anything, pointed it at the sky, and bang. With a sharp sound, the flare rose into the sky, and bang. The incandescent light instantly shot towards the earth. At this time, everyone saw the huge curtain above the dome, like a hemisphere covering the earth, and in front of them, the outline of a small town appeared in sight. Kiki flew into the air. Her eyes quickly swept over. She immediately identified the direction, pressed the headset and said, 2 o'clock, through the south street of the town, the exit is in the woods over there. Let's go! Lin Xian said nothing and started the mecha directly. The Vulcan mecha took heavy steps forward, and the people behind followed in a row, holding their guns to guard against the darkness on both sides of the road. In the darkness around, a large number of corpses howled one after another. Before the flares went out, countless strange shadows moved towards the direction of the town. Lin Xian was facing a great enemy at this time. On the airborne radar in front of him, the red dots from all directions had gathered into a red ocean, approaching him quickly as the center point. A large number of unknown creatures have been detected, and the driver's life protection protocol has been activated. The oxygen booster was turned on inside the cockpit of the Vulcan, and the auxiliary shooting system was turned on at the same time. The fire control radar began to automatically capture dynamic targets. Keep the formation and stand, don't fight. In the darkness around, the roaring sound began to approach one after another. Everyone on the Infinity was nervous at this time. Ding Junyi was protected in the crowd. She looked at the darkness around her, and her face was not very good. Chen Sichuan stood behind her. Director Ding, you must follow Lin Xian well. Thank you. Ding Junyi touched the green grass seedling on her head at this time. Her eyes flickered slightly. She actually wanted to help, but now she didn't understand the principle of her little green grass's ability at all. Except for a small flower blooming on her head when excited, it seemed to have no effect. The flashlights of the crowd kept sweeping towards the darkness around them. At this time, a red human ghost rushed out of the darkness and rushed directly towards the nearest female team member. LV Chang's eyes and hands were quick. The light machine gun in his hand swept directly. The bullet jet pierced through the forehead of the male human ghost, and then went out from the back of the head, bringing out a lot of splashing blood and flesh. The human ghost fell to the ground and struggled to grab the feet of the female team member. The teammates on both sides fired together, and shot him into a sieve in an instant. In just a moment, the 2nd, 3rd, 10th, 50th. A large number of zombies kept running out of the darkness, and everyone's guns opened fire at almost the same time. Da-data. Like a series of firecrackers, smoke rose everywhere, and fire poured towards the zombies swarming in from all directions. There were a total of 3 Roar K-23 electric rotary machine guns in the team and the building, pouring fire towards the left, right, and rear respectively. The guns in the hands of the Infinite team members were either light machine guns or howitzers, with very strong firepower. For a time, these tides of dark offensives were forcibly blocked within the range of more than 10 meters away. At the same time, everyone followed Lin Xian's Vulcan mecha and continued to move towards the exit of the test site. In the cockpit, Lin Xian looked at the radar screen and controlled the main gun on his left hand to aim at the most densely populated area of the zombie tide in the dark to reduce the pressure on his teammates. The Vulcan machine gun in his right hand was in front to open the way. Kiki flew behind the mecha. Lin Xian told her to deal with the approaching monster tide and save her physical strength. She should not release telekinetic shock waves unless it was absolutely necessary. Especially when the firepower projection was delayed or someone was changing bullets. Her telekinetic barrier was very necessary to protect everyone and give them a respite. Xu Qin and Lu Chong guarded the two wings. They were very skilled. In addition to guns, they also held melee weapons in their hands to prevent human ghosts, or some strange bodies, from quickly breaking through the formation. Bang bang bang. Walala, at this time, everyone cooperated tacitly, and a large number of zombies were suppressed. The team entered the south street of the town. Monsters kept coming out of the surrounding street shops, and the glass door shattered. Kaka, in the middle of the road, the twisted conjoined experimental bodies were densely mixed in the corpse tide, and slowly walked out. The machine gun swept past, and exploded in an instant. The strange black corpse worms crawled towards the team from the ground, like a stream of water. The machine guns of the crowd swept across the ground, bringing a lot of sparks, but they could not sweep away these omnipresent insects at all. Kiki! Lin Xian shouted. Seeing this scene, he knew that Kiki needed to take action. I know. Kiki made a light sound and flew close quickly. His eyes were shining. He stretched out his hand to grab the road surface and directly lifted the black worms, like a stream of water, and the corpse tied together like a carpet. The ground immediately exploded layer by layer, and dust waves splashed everywhere. Bang! The sound of the heavy sniper rifle exploded towards the sky. Chen Sichuan focused his eyes on the darkness above the department store, and said to Lin Xian, Lin Xian, at 11 o'clock above your head, there's a fog spider. Cluster. Before the words fell, a huge spider leg stabbed at Kiki's head. Dang! The steel-cutting sword swept across, and Dalla rushed over, holding the sword blade with one hand, and accurately blocking Kiki's head, and actually held the spider's leg. The insect wool-like steel hair slid out a string of sparks. Dalla stretched out his left hand, and grabbed the hilt with both hands. With a flick of his wrist, he raised the sword directly, and slashed the spider's leg completely. Swish! A flare exploded again, and the incandescent flames illuminated the sky. Above the department store, a huge green spider appeared in everyone's sight, and the 6 extremely long spider legs were frightening. Wu Qi! At this time, Lin Xian's left-hand main gun had been raised, and he aimed at the fog spider in the air and fired directly. Bang! Instantly, the fog spider's jaws and 2 front legs on the left were blown apart, dark green tissue fluid gushed out, and the spider's legs fell on the edge of the building like a water pipe, and then rolled down again. Thanks, big guy! Kiki shouted loudly, and then flew up again, to help his teammates behind to block the tide of corpses. As a large number of human corpses were eliminated, along with the fog spider, a lot of invisible black smoke gathered in the crowd, and the eyes of the Infinite team members flashed, and many people began to turn red, and fear and repression began to flow in their eyes. Ding Junyi was keenly aware of this scene, and immediately pressed the headset communicator, and said to everyone, everyone stay calm, don't let fear and killing erode your reason. Fear is the instinct of living things, and so is courage. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this, and immediately understood something, and shouted to everyone, we will be able to rush out soon, hold on. Ding Junyi and Lin Xian's words reached everyone's ears, and many people suddenly calmed down a lot, and began to consciously suppress the trembling rational defense line in their hearts. Replace bullets. A strange body appears at the 3 o'clock direction. Concentrate firepower. Squeak. With a shriek, an alien leech jumped out at the 3 o'clock direction, but it was caught in the air by Kiki's supernatural power in just a moment. The team members below stepped up, and the firepower arrived instantly, and the strange body was shot into pieces in an instant. At this time, the cohesion and tacit understanding of the crowd were subtly changing. Although they were in the dark, the teammates around them gave people a sense of solid backing. Boom! Coming out of the town, the main gun of the Vulcan blasted a path through the woods ahead. Lin Xian led a group of people towards the direction of the woods. Soon, the headlights on the Vulcan Mecha found a hidden path in the woods. This was the place where Lin Xian and Kiki had entered on a motorcycle before. With a clatter, the flamethrowers set the trees on fire, the light became wider, and zombies kept rushing out of the woods. At this time, many people began to run out of ammunition, and the zombies rushed closer. The bullets of the Gatling machine gun of the Howler in the team had already been fired, and Dele had to swing the steel-cutting sword and rush up to fight these monsters in the dark night. He was very fast, with scarlet blood all over his body. When the sword was swung, there was a loud sound, and the zombies were torn into pieces, like cutting melons and vegetables. A woman ghost rushed out quickly, jumped onto Dele's shoulder, and bit his shoulder with a bloody mouth, bringing up a piece of flesh and blood. Who knew that Delu didn't say a word, but directly reached out and grabbed the woman ghost's head, shouted and slapped it to the ground, smashing her head alive. The blood gushing from his shoulder made him more powerful, and while the wound was constantly repaired, his eyes began to glow red. Swoosh! Shuqin fired another flare toward the sky in front of the woods. The light illuminated the edge of the test site clearly. The huge reflectors and metal frames extended in an arc to the sky. Kiki rushed in front of the mecha. She flew into the air and directly sent out a fan-shaped shock wave, instantly shattering a reflector. Empty, empty, empty. The steel frame joints broke layer by layer, and suddenly a chain reaction occurred. A large area of reflectors began to break and fall. The trend of breaking and collapsing continued to extend. In an instant, countless huge reflectors in the sky began to break and fall, bombarding the corpses in the dark. Wow! Boom, boom, boom! Be careful! Lin Xian shouted. Get ready to rush out. Bang! The Vulcan main gun fired a shot, and a huge gap was forcibly opened at the edge of the sky in front. He operated the mecha and accelerated directly, crossed his weapons in front of him, and rushed out of the test site with an overwhelming force. At this time, the surrounding sky steel frames began to deform completely, layer by layer, and made a sharp whimpering metal sound in the darkness. A large number of steel frames and reflectors smashed the zombies and human ghosts into pieces. Lin Xian, the car is still in the main entrance area of the institute. Qin Sichuan shouted at this time. I know Kiki, Shuqin, Miao Lu, go drive, I guard it. Lin Xian shouted. Beep! Beep! The bullets of the Vulcan machine gun were almost exhausted. Lin Xian was ready to take people to move there directly, while Kiki took Shuqin and Miao Lu to quickly move towards the entrance of the institute, where they made a night beacon and quickly found the direction. At this time, the dark marks on many team members, including Lin Xian himself, still attracted the remaining zombies in the Qinshui town test site, and only the building and the injured Lu Chang were left here. The research institute was still several kilometers away from the Infinity. In the dark night, he couldn't let these people run over on foot, not to mention that everyone's bullets were almost exhausted. Running blindly in the dark was equivalent to giving up their lives. So he had to lead people to retreat to the main gate so that Kiki and the others could drive the car quickly. Bang! A main gun exploded in the zombie tide, flashing flames all over the sky. The Infinity team members behind the mecha no longer had much ammunition at this time. Some took out spare pistols, and some simply picked up short knives and explosives to start fighting the enemy. Ah! Delu was covered in blood and rushed into the monster group. He had many scars on his body, and his clothes were torn. Although his wounds were constantly repaired under the support of his evolutionary blood energy ability, there were too many zombies, and there were even powerful human ghosts among them. Delu was overwhelmed and was constantly bitten by monsters. LV Chang's M566 light machine gun was also exhausted. He had a bandage on his left hand, and a GK03 electric knife made by Lin Xian in his right hand. The arc flashed, and he rushed into the zombie group quickly. When the blade flashed, several heads fell to the ground. Lin Xian looked at this scene in the mecha's external vision system with a solemn face. He knew that Delu and Lu Chang were about to give up. Why do these zombies and human ghosts feel more powerful than those in Yubei City and Number 9 Underground City? The zombie tide in the dark not only includes ghosts controlled by black bugs, but also ordinary rotten zombies, whose speed and strength are increasing. There is even a human ghost covered with spikes that can block the big steel sword of the building with its hands. The steel spikes on its body are cut by the big sword and sparks are produced. The building roars and draws his sword to chop. Large pieces of meat fly out immediately, bringing up waves of blood. Bang! When the building parries, a heavy gunshot sounds, and the head of the human ghost covered with spikes explodes in front of the building. The chin meat covered with sharp teeth splashes on the face of the building. He wipes it off and looks at the crowd following the sound. He sees Qin Sichuan standing and shooting calmly. The building quickly casts a thankful look, and Qin Sichuan slightly salutes, and immediately turns the gun to shoot at another target. Every time she fired, her lips opened and closed gently, silently chanting. 17. Bang! 18. Qin Sichuan's targets at this time were all those human and strange bodies that were agile or powerful in killing. Every calm shot would send an ugly monster to hell. At some point, this former foreign language teacher at Jiang University began to exude the aura of a cold killer. The zombie tide was fierce, and the pressure doubled. Boom! The last shell of the Vulcan main gun blasted out, blasting a group of approaching black insects. The fluff on the black insects was completely ignited, and a wave of fire was raised. At this time, an extremely strange and distorted sound suddenly sounded, and the radar warning system in the mecha was frantically alarmed. The external vision system automatically zoomed in, and behind the firelight, a several meter-long pedipalp-like strange body was seen swiftly drilling out from countless zombies and attacking the direction of the building. The monster looked like an inverted person, with scarlet tentacles all over its body, and its movement was extremely strange. It came to the back of the building in just a moment. At this time, the building was already stained with blood, and the light in its eyes was bright. Obviously, the supernatural power had reached its limit. "Building, be careful behind you." Lin Xian directly pressed the hatch, ready to come out of the mecha to support, but it was too late. One of the tentacles of the weird body with spikes was already sharp and pierced the back of the building's head. "Monster, don't hurt my roommate." Boom! Suddenly, a red pillar of fire rushed down from the sky, almost illuminating the area of hundreds of meters. The pillar of fire instantly pressed the weird tentacles to the ground, and a chic figure flew down from the sky with a palm technique, and the high-temperature flames sprayed violently. The weird tentacles twisted wildly in the fire, and the flames were rampant, and dozens of zombies around were burned to ashes. The building turned around, and used the steel-cutting sword to block in front of him, and the hot air wave directly blasted him away. "Lu Xingchen, ashes must be your fate." He slowly descended in the center of the flames, like a vertical rocket, spraying flames. The tentacled weird body below had been burned to charcoal alive at this time. Then Lu Xingchen opened his hands, shook off the flames in the sky, and stepped on the charred corpse of the tentacled weird body. Crack! The charred corpse instantly turned into black burning ashes and scattered. Lin Xian saw Lu Xingchen coming, and thought it must be Chen Sichuan's timely call. "Wow! It's Brother Hua. Brother Hua is here." Among the people of Infinity, two little fans shouted excitedly. Chi, at this time, the hatch of the Vulcan opened, and Lin Xian stood out. Looking at Lu Xingchen who was standing in the ashes, he couldn't help but say, "Why does this guy appear in a different way every time? Damn, he is really handsome this time." "Brother Lin." Lu Xingchen walked towards Lin Xian in a chic manner, while raising his hand to spray fire on his side. A wall of fire burned fiercely, instantly reducing the pressure on everyone. "Am I late?" "You are too late." Before Lin Xian spoke, the roar of several off-road vehicles suddenly came from the other side. Kiki, Shuqin and Miaolu were driving one each. At the same time, Kiki also used his supernatural power to grab several motorcycles. These were the mobile vehicles of the Infinity team members. At this time, the vehicles rushed out of the zombies violently. Boom! Kiki's shockwave spread out in a semicircle, instantly repelling the zombies around the team. Kiki got off the car and said to Lu Xingchen, "Where's Sasha? She must have stayed in the car to control the firepower to cover us getting on the car." Lu Xingchen said seriously. "Okay, everyone get on the car." Lin Xian shouted directly to everyone. "Kiki, cover everyone getting on the car, Delu Lucheng, Teacher Chen, Director Ding, you follow me, Brother Hua, and I will cover you." "Okay." Delu and Lucheng nodded in unison at this time. "Captain Lin, be careful," Shuqin said. All the team members got on the car, rode their bikes, and soon started to set off in the direction of Infinity. Kiki flew in the air to cover everyone, and then Lin Xian and Brother Hua came to cover them. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, several cars full of Infinity team members rushed out from the darkness. Lin Xian drove the mecha and ran fast. Now the mecha's ammunitions had been exhausted, and it had no combat capability. Brother Hua stood on the shoulder of the mecha, and continued to use his newly developed skills towards the zombies chasing behind. God Supernova Flame Explosion. God Qian Slash. The violent flames continued to wash the zombies behind, and the road along the way was ignited. Countless zombies were still running with flames all over their bodies. The corpse oil and clothing fragments on their bodies kept burning and dripping, but they felt no pain at all, and were soon burned into charred corpses. "Brother Lin, be careful." Sasha's voice was heard in the communicator at this time. In the side ahead, a black train stretched for hundreds of meters, with lights shining through. The 1130 close and defense gun had been raised at this time, and the base was rotating, with the intention of destruction. "Car number 11, car number 5 is ready to open the door. Kiki, put the mecha in first." "Understood." Kiki's voice came. Fortunately, there was Kiki, a telekinetic psychic, otherwise Lin Xian would not know how to load this 3-meter-tall mecha into the train for a while. He had to redesign a set of in-car mecha loading devices. The height of the train carriage is only 2.8 meters in total. He can only load this T-8Z Vulcan military assault type in a horizontal form, unless he completely removes the top of a carriage and makes it into a device similar to the Mecha hangar lift of the Research Institute. Chi beep. At this time, the 1130 close-in defense gun whose fire control radar has locked the target began to play, and the surging firepower line swept directly across the plain by the lake. Those corpses, human ghosts, strange insects, and strange bodies in the dark seemed extremely fragile in front of the metal jet of 10,000 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing bullets per minute. The residual limbs of the insect body were like gravel. Even if it was only hit by a bullet, it would directly cause half of the body to collapse. Instantly, the pressure behind Lin Xian and brother was suddenly decreased. As the vehicles returned to the Infinity, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the door closed. The heavy automatic explosion-proof door closed, and the Infinity's outer armor electric blade system extended. Under the protection of the heavy armor and flap guards, the remaining zombies and strange insects could no longer pose any threat. The zombies kept scratching on the heavy armor, making scratching sounds, but the Infinity stood still. The people in the car looked at the crazy zombies outside through the window at this time. Everyone had a sense of pleasure after surviving a disaster, and a huge sense of security rushed up in everyone's heart. Dozens of people were sweating and sighing at this time. Lin Xian walked out of the Mecha cabin and looked at the Vulcan Mecha, the full-effect medical cabin, a pile of daily necessities of all sizes, and the mysterious containment device, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm back. Lin Xian's eyes were shining. With so much harvest, it was time to upgrade his combat power. Chapter 237. At 2 a.m., on the track near a forest in Sergio Lake, the sunshades of the Infinity had all been lowered. There were people interlaced inside the carriage, and busy sounds were constantly heard. Outside, a large number of zombies were wandering. As the war stopped, these zombies gradually became calm, surrounding the carriage, roaring from time to time, and raising their claws to scratch. Some black insects drilled in and out of the shadows under the train, dormant breath, or looking for air holes in the train to try to drill in. But Lin Xian's mechanical heart was shrouded in the situational awareness of the Infinity in various places. At this time, Lin Xian could clearly feel that the surrounding attack pressure had been reduced to the lowest. Ding! Using non-mechanical force for reflex detection. Detection successful, there is no risk of fear in the train, and the invasion of dark forces has been blocked. Every time he returned to the camp, Lin Xian would use the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube to check the entire car. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he immediately arranged for Shu Qin and the building to prepare the personnel, replenish ammunition, check the guns and personnel injuries, etc. Huda and Shasha had been guarding the car all night, so Lin Xian let them rest first. In addition, the full-effect medical cabin had not been installed in time, so he and Chen Sichuan and others came to the number 3 car without stopping to find Ding Junyi to confirm the situation of Dark Mark. At this time, the hell-black chrysanthemum was already emitting bursts of red light, but at the same time a large amount of black smoke was also being continuously absorbed by it. Because there is no clear source of energy, I will temporarily use the red light brightness of the disaster plant as the evaluation unit. Ding Junyi's white research suit was covered with blood stains and various meat scraps at this time, but she didn't care at all. As soon as she got on the car, she immediately started the inspection work. She held up a mobile terminal and made a simple table of the previous recorded data. Currently, I have observed a total of 5 brightness changes. The brightest one was in Jiazhou City. I defined it as level 5. I think this level should be the S level, and a large number of weird bodies we were marked with at Yubei Airport. This is the highest level we have observed. Chen Sichuan nodded when she heard it. She remembered the night when they first entered the night in Yunjiang Plain. The scene of the whole train suddenly being surrounded by weird bodies was undoubtedly suffocating. Indeed, our train was almost overturned that night. Yes, then by analogy, we were level 4 in Yuzhen, level 3 when we came out of underground city number 9, and level 2 when we escaped from Hengshangwen. After we solve the trouble in Yuzhen, I will temporarily define it as level 1, which is a relatively safe and risk-free level. Kiki said directly after hearing this, but I feel that the monsters we encountered when we wanted to break out of Yuzhen that night were more powerful than those in Jiazhou City. This is the second point I want to say, that is, the distribution of weird bodies in the Dark Tide has a certain regionality, which can be seen from the fact that the big weird body in Yuzhen has a sense of territory. We can regard this mark as a kind of fluorescence or smell on us. The larger the mark, the greater the range of attraction to the weird bodies in the dark tide, just like lighting a torch in an unknown dark forest. But the problem is that if there are no high-level weird bodies in the forest we are in, then there is not necessarily a fatal danger. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. So, it's not just the level of the mark, it's also related to the area, or luck. Yes, you can understand it that way. Ding Junyi continued. Then the third point, this is completely my personal guess. I think that in the area where large or high-level weird bodies are located, there will be fewer low-level weird bodies, which is similar to the survival density of predators. So we came to the outskirts of Jiazhou City with S-level marks, attracting a large number of low-level weird bodies. Although the number is huge, and it is hard to defend against, they do not really have the threat of S-level weird bodies. Nonsense, if it was S-level, we would probably be dead. Kiki stuck out her tongue and asked immediately, then the monster we encountered tonight was level 3? Ding. Junyi nodded, almost. After that, she looked at Kiki. It could also be level 4, and I think we are the only 2 marked on this train. Qin Sichuan looked at the brightness of the hell-black chrysanthemum. But shouldn't the current brightness be level 3? It should be because we killed a lot of weird bodies tonight, and the marking level has been diluted a little. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. We killed at least 6 C-level weird bodies tonight. I don't know if there are any B-level, and in addition, human weirds, various insects, and water ghosts below are estimated to have killed hundreds of them. Ding Junyi nodded. Yes, the logic makes sense, and according to the current situation, it can also be shown that there should be no weird bodies near the area where we are now, otherwise the marks on our bodies should have attracted them. Kiki crossed her arms and said, we just killed them all. Ding Junyi's analysis made Lin Xian understand the dark creatures better. It seemed that the dark tide was more like a different space superimposed on the world area. During the day, those strange bodies might be around them, and when night came, these strange bodies would suddenly appear. If they were close, they would be directly discovered and preyed on, or they would be hunted by strange bodies within a certain range because of the marks on their bodies. So if that's the case, there is a strange body close to S level under the Research Institute? Qin Sichuan frowned at this time. Kiki nodded repeatedly, wiping her eyes and said, Sister Chen, you didn't see it. It was such a big fish. It drilled directly out of the ground, and it actually had 2 human-shaped baits on its head. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and looked at Lin Xian quickly. By the way, not only that, Sister Ding and I have another important discovery. After that, she told the 2 about what Ding Junyi had found in the decompression chamber. Lin Xian and Qin Sichuan were shocked after hearing this. Human bait? Yes. Ding Junyi replied. Otherwise it is hard to explain why people were sent into the deep lake and brought back, all through remote control. I think the Foundation must know that there is an S-level monster under Shurjiu Lake, and obtain the dark mark in this way. And the one who marked me and Kiki tonight was that monster. Lin Xian's expression sank slightly after hearing this. The woman named Tan Ming. I remember she should be a superpower with the ability to fly. Yes, it's her. Didn't she win the game? Kiki said. It's enough to be sure of this. As for why she was there, maybe someone knows the answer. Lin Xian said. Who? Lin Xian looked at Kiki. Didn't I tell you that Hu Lushou must have participated in the Foundation's death game and won the game? Oh, that's right. Kiki's eyes lit up. Then this guy may know a lot about the situation in the Foundation. Lin Xian nodded. Since we now have a level 3 mark, don't run around tonight. We will go back to Hengshengwen to find him after dawn. Then don't we clear this mark? Kiki regretted it as soon as she finished speaking, and quickly said, Oh, I'm confused. We can't deal with a big monster in the lake. That's it. Lin Xian arranged in a deep voice. Now we stay at a safe critical point. As long as we don't break into anything later, we can kill some ordinary weird bodies in the lair of A-level and S-level weird bodies to remove our marks. Everyone should be cautious tonight and make some preparations. Wait for me to come back. Qin Sichuan looked at Lin Xian after hearing this. Where are you going? Lin Xian pointed outside the train. I'm going back to the dragon transport ship in Qinshui town. There is a good thing there. Don't waste it. Qin Sichuan frowned slightly. But you just said that we have a level 3 mark now. Don't run around. It's them, not me. Lin Xian looked calm, raised his face, and looked at Kiki and Ding Junyi. Speaking of which, among the people on the Infinity tonight, I should have the least marks on my body. I was dealing with the Vulcan Mecha the whole time, and all the monsters were killed by you. Hey! Kiki looked at him worriedly. You are so sure then, what if something happens? It doesn't matter. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. I believe Director Ding. For Lin Xian, swallowing the Night Star 2 nuclear-powered turbine processor on the Dragon transport ship is just to upgrade the mechanical heart, which is not so important compared to his life. However, the reason why he decided to do it is not only to take the risk of upgrading, but also to thoroughly confirm the impact of Dark Mark on individuals and groups, which is very important. I go with you. At this time, Kiki and Chen Sichuan suddenly said in unison. As soon as they finished speaking, their eyes met, and both had some inexplicable taste. Lin Xian didn't notice that the atmosphere was wrong, and said directly, Kiki has a mark on her body. Teacher Chen, you take people to count the supplies and take care of the wounded. I will go alone this time. You all just need to guard the car, and this place is not far from Chishui town. What if you encounter danger? Kiki said. It's okay. Lin Xian pinched the power armor on his hand. Director Ding also said just now that there won't be too many other strange bodies in the territory of an S-level monster. We have almost killed all of them just now. I won't go to the lake. If I encounter any trouble, I think I should have a good chance of getting out. After running away for countless nights, Lin Xian is no longer unfamiliar with the night. After the Dark Mark gradually became clear, his decision-making has become more adventurous. In addition, his mechanical heart has been stagnant for a long time. The last upgrade was in dungeon number 9. No matter which route he takes next, he will enter the edge of the star abyss. He must speed up the development of his superpowers. Okay, then you take the PX-05 robot with you, and it can also help you guard. Kiki knew that Lin Xian had made a decision, so she didn't say anything. Lin Xian nodded, and then said to Chen Sichuan, you all pay attention to safety. There are too many things on Lin Xian now. The extreme energy capacitor of the G3 electromagnetic railgun has not been manufactured, the full-effect medical cabin has not been installed, the Vulcan Mecha is only placed in the number 11 carriage, and the Mecha maintenance station has not been built. The extreme cold vortex storm is coming, and the heating system and snow removal system of the train need to be upgraded. And Lin Xian's mechanical heart, mechanical manufacturing, and mechanical swallowing are also in urgent need of upgrading. After strengthening his ability, he can quickly upgrade the manufacturing of battle armor and mecha, and improve the combat power of the infinite team members. When he thought of so many things, and the team encountered the indiscriminate poisoning of the Dark Mark, which buried a lot of hidden dangers behind, Lin Xian had no intention of sleeping at all. At this time, he must seize the opportunity at hand. After a little arrangement, Lin Xian took the PX-05 robot and rode a motorcycle out of the number 11 train compartment, attracting the attention of more than a dozen zombies and black bugs outside the train, and rushed away. In the infinity compartment, Chen Sichuan saw Lin Xian riding away alone, her face full of solemnity, and then she kept silent and began to lead people to clean up the materials obtained from the research institute. Without Lin Xian, she had to take on the role of the head of the family and handle all the internal affairs on the train for him. Ding Junyi continued her research calmly. This time she found a lot of research materials from the Foundation Research Institute. At this time, there was a little enthusiasm for science in her eyes, and there was no fatigue on her face. After Chen Sichuan left, Kiki was left walking around in carriage number 3. Looking at the bloody mess on Ding Junyi's body, she couldn't help but say, Sister Ding, why don't you go wash it? Don't you think it smells bad? Ding Junyi said without even raising her head, you are very anxious now, which means you are worried about Lin Xian, but such worry is meaningless. I suggest you take a good rest. As the strongest combat force on the train, your condition has a great influence on the survival of the team. If you can't sleep because of him, then you can choose to comfort yourself, which is very helpful in regulating the excessive overflow of female hormones. Kiki didn't expect Ding Junyi to say such explicit words seriously. She was shocked when she heard it. She was stunned, her face flushed, and then she quietly suppressed the panic in her expression, and said calmly, who is worried about him, who has excessive female hormones, I am worried that if he dies, we will not have this free military factory and onboard energy on the train. We have Gemini 11 our nuclear-powered electric locomotives, and we are not short of energy at present. As a telekinetic psychic, you don't need hot weapons. Ding Junyi raised her head and glanced at her calmly. Comprehensively speaking, there is a girl in love in front of me. By the way, given the rigorous expression of the word girl, are you an adult? I can't hear. I can't hear. Kiki felt that she was completely defeated, and she covered her ears and fled away from the number 3 carriage. She took a shower, returned to the number 2 carriage, and lay on her Kiki's special bed. At this time, Sasha had fallen asleep, but she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. Wow, Kiki pulled open the window shade beside the bed. There were several hideous zombies standing outside. When they saw the light, they started to howl continuously. Their rotten hands grabbed the grill armor outside the window with a creaking sound. Kiki lay on her side on the pillow, looking at the zombies outside with a heavy heart. She stretched out her fingertips and gently tapped the window. I don't know what she was thinking. That guy, wasn't he quite cautious before? Dang dang dang, she tapped her fingers lightly, looking at the zombie with bared teeth and claws outside, and couldn't help muttering softly, yes, you also think the guy is a fool, right? Ah, the zombie responded. That's right, it's so late, and you still want to make people worry. How about you go and see him for me, and scare him by the way, so that he can come back early? Aha! Ah! Wavy Babu the zombie continued to howl. Kiki blinked her big eyes, and then her eyes changed again. Forget it, you can't go, don't cause trouble for him. After saying that, she pinched 2 fingers, and the head of the zombie outside was squeezed into a ball and exploded. After the zombie fell, the second zombie continued to approach. Buzz, in the dark night, a motorcycle quickly traveled on the wilderness road. Lin Xian carried the PX-05 robot, and entered from the northeast street of Qinshui town. In order to avoid causing a zombie tide, he parked the motorcycle directly on the outer street, and then drove the power armor from the roof of the street and alley to run quickly in the dark. He had just rushed for several kilometers, and did not encounter any strange body attacks on the road. It seems that either he had no mark on his body, or there were no strange bodies in this area. But no matter what the result was, it almost confirmed Ding Junyi's theory. Bang! A black shadow leaped from the sky and landed directly on the deck of the crashed Dragon transport ship. Then he landed on the spot, and did not move. After confirming that he did not attract the attention of any unknown creatures or zombies, Lin Xian quietly sneaked in. After jumping into the inner warehouse, Lin Xian immediately turned on the flashlight. There was an advantage of the interior of this transport ship, that is, ordinary zombies could not enter, but he was not sure if there would be anything else inside after dark, so he immediately observed carefully as soon as he entered. The stench still came out from the deck passage in waves. Because it was a closed space, the smell became stronger. Lin Xian had already gotten used to these smells, and did not even frown at this time. God help me, it seems that the troubles have really been attracted away. It is not in vain that I have consumed so much ammunition output for the whole car. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he quickly rushed into the energy power compartment at the tail along the deck and found the nuclear power turbine processor compartment. It's you. Lin Xian took out the PX-05 robot and started it with a patrol program set by Kiki. Woo, the flight engine of the small robot started and began to execute Lin Xian's instructions. The scope he arranged was not large, mainly patrolling the tail cabin and the corridor for him. You will accompany me tonight. Lin Xian patted the small robot, and then it flew out shakily, began to scan the scene in 3D, and then set the patrol route. Lin Xian ignored it, and walked to the energy power cabin to start swallowing. Swallowing nuclear power, this is the first time in my life. I hope it can give some surprises. With a sigh, he made a beautiful wish, then jumped onto the nuclear power turbine processor, calmed down, and began to devour. Devour progress, 1%, because he had scanned before, Lin Xian could immediately feel the progress of the devour. Suddenly, a huge pressure suddenly hit him, and his face sank, and he couldn't help but secretly said, "Fuck, underestimated." He had estimated that it might take 4 to 6 hours before, but now he found that this was definitely less. Not only the time, but this thing also drained his mental power like a flood. In the first minute, Lin Xian was sweating on his forehead, and his mechanical heart was running at high speed. Lin Xian gritted his teeth fiercely. This opportunity is rare, I must get you today. From this moment on, every minute of devouring is a huge pressure for him, and he has to persist for at least several hours. Time passed by minute, and Lin Xian's clothes were completely soaked. Even the life support system of the power armor felt the abnormality of the wearer, and began to issue warnings in his ears. Abnormal heart rate detected. Abnormal electrolyte loss rate detected. Alarm. Abnormal brain activity. 1 hour, 2 hours. 5 hours, 7 hours. Because of the approach of Xingyuan, the dawn time at Hingshan Pass has been delayed to 11 o'clock. On the Infinity side, after a night of preparation, the status of the team members has recovered well. Kiki didn't know how long she slept. She tossed and turned until dawn, but Lin Xian didn't come back, so she hurried to find Chen Xishuan. Sister Chen, it's dawn, I go to Qinshui town to find him. Chen Xishuan hadn't slept all night, and nodded in agreement. Okay, be careful, it's not far away, it's daybreak now. If you contact Lin Xian on the way, you can use the communicator to send me a message first. Yes. Kiki nodded, then opened the car door, crushed a bunch of zombies to death, and flew high into the sky. ZZ. Federation. Phoenix Radio Global Announcement. The dark tidal boundary of Star Abyss number 3 will converge with Star Abyss number 5 in Quancheng and Tagan Desert in 35 days. Survivors who are moving in the northeast direction, please flee in time. Phoenix Club has set up Shilin and Quancheng stations to provide assistance services. The tidal boundary of Star Abyss number 7 will converge with Star Abyss number 5 in Weha, Longjiang, Jihai in 28 days. Survivors who are moving eastward to Star City, Kancheng, and Yongcheng Port, please flee in time. Phoenix Club has set up Jihai and Yongcheng Port stations to provide assistance services. ZZ Federation Phoenix Global Announcement. The current position of Dawn Center is Yunanling North. Lu, coordinates 116.39134447 degrees, 39.90533937 degrees. The Dawn Center will arrive at Tianji in 3 days. The Phoenix Society Shilin Station reported to the Yunjiang Plain area that an S-level strange body was found deep in the heart of the Parma grassland and disappeared near the southern Bailuyuan swamp yesterday. The Phoenix Society Shilin Station reported to the Yunjiang Plain area that the extremely large extreme cold vortex caused by the number 5 and number 7 Qingyuan dark plagiarism disasters quickly increased the blizzard level from Weha to Shilin, Longjiang to Shidigobi, and the lowest temperature reached -45 degrees. The maximum average wind speed near the center of the storm reached level 12, and a snowstorm broke out, with a large number of unknown creatures in the snow layer. ZZ. Survivor Band, this is the North Wind Survivor Alliance. We are warning the survivor convoys heading north and down at town of Yuzhou Mountains that the snowstorm here is very serious. Without sufficient supplies and heating equipment, it is recommended to go east as soon as possible. A large number of convoys and survivors have been frozen to death. It is not recommended to go there without tracked or railed vehicles. There are many unknown creatures in the extreme cold vortex. Repeat, you cannot touch the snow in the extreme cold vortex. After Kiki went out, in carriage number 2, Qin Sichuan and Xu Qin, who had not slept all night, were paying attention to today's Doomsday radio information. Kiki went to find Lin Xian, and there should be news soon. Seeing that Lin Xian did not come back, everyone was very worried. The team lost its backbone, and everyone could only look at Qin Sichuan for a while. Qin Sichuan suppressed her anxiety and said calmly, "This information is very important for our next actions." Qin Sichuan looked at the map. The Bailuyuan swamp is close to the Weha River. It seems that we can't go along the main line. Xu Qin nodded. Unless we speed up and rush over during the day. We can only wait for Lin Xian to come back. Qin Sichuan said. He may have other arrangements. Delu stood up. Why don't I drive with Brother Hua? Qin Sichuan waved her hand and said decisively, Kiki has already gone. She has the strongest mobility and has been there with Lin Xian yesterday. We just have to wait patiently for news. As she was talking, Kiki's voice came from the headset. Sister Chun, I contacted him. He is fine. Qin Sichuan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this, and the fatigue in her eyes also relaxed. She immediately said to everyone, Okay, I arranged to eat first, and we set off when Lin Xian comes back. On the other side, Kiki was flying in the air and looking at Qinshui town in the distance. When she heard Lin Xian's voice, she was finally relieved and couldn't help cursing. Why does this guy take so long? Is he going to swallow up the transport ship? While she was talking, her body kept accelerating and flew quickly towards Qinshui town. Soon she came to the top of the dragon transport ship, asked around, and pressed the communicator. Lin Xian, are you in there? Yes. Lin Xian's voice sounded very tired. Kiki frowned and flew in directly. She walked through the corridor and came to the power cabin on the lower floor. As soon as she came in, she saw Lin Xian sitting in a corner, his face pale and weak, his body soaked, and he was constantly panting. The PX-05 robot flew beside him and parked quietly. Hey you. Seeing this scene, Kiki's face changed immediately, and she flew over and landed beside Lin Xian, looking at him in surprise. What's wrong with you? Lin Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His face was tired, but there was a satisfied smile on his lips. He said, It took some effort to deal with a big guy. Why do I feel like you have been sucked dry by a vampire? Kiki approached Lin Xian, reached out and touched his forehead, and then touched her own. Hey, are you really okay? Nothing. Lin Xian struggled to sit up and adjusted his breathing. At this time, the golden afterglow was still shining in the light curtain in front of him. Successful swallowing, mechanical source points increased by 1,000, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 400, additional rewards, strength 20 points, agility 20 points, defense 20 points. Congratulations, the mechanical swallowing level has evolved to LV.4. Congratulations, the strength level has been raised to LV.4, gaining additional physical strength. Congratulations, the agility level has been raised to LV.3, gaining increased reaction speed. Mechanical swallowing, 241/2000. Congratulations, you have obtained an additional super characteristic skill from this swallowing. Gravitational lens. Gravitational lens. Mirror. Create a large-scale star cluster gravity source. Bend and enhance the light passing nearby. Gravitational lens. Lin Xian looked at the name and couldn't help but be stunned. His previous skills were nothing more than wind cannon, ice wall, and electric surge. How come it has risen to star cluster gravity source? Nuclear power turbine engine. Has this technology been involved? Lin Xian was extremely excited at this time, and felt that his blood pressure soared. 1,000 source points was definitely a big profit. He didn't expect to get a new skill, and this skill sounded so awesome. Hey! Hey! A hurried voice brought Lin Xian, who was in a daze, back to reality. His eyes slowly focused, and the sound in his ears began to become clearer and clearer. He saw Kiki staring at him with her big eyes like Carmen, looking at him strangely, constantly waving her hands in front of him, and said anxiously, "Hey, what are you in a daze about? What's wrong?" Because they were so close, Lin Xian could feel her breath hitting his face. He looked at Kiki, and because he was very excited, his mind suddenly twitched. He stretched his neck, raised his chin, and sucked on the chirping little mouth. Sucking, the sound was crisp. Instantly, the scene seemed to freeze in an instant. Kiki was stunned, her eyes slowly widened, she touched her mouth blankly, and then looked at Lin Xian in shock, her eyes full of disbelief, and her expression began to change constantly, from blank to shocked and then began to angry. Lin Xian realized that he was a little too excited, and quickly explained, "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding?" Kiki's face turned red and white. This guy attacked her in front of her, and he said it was a misunderstanding? She was angry and irritated, staring at Lin Xian with gritted teeth, her eyes flashing with fluorescence, and shouted, "Go! Die!" Boom! The dragon transport ship that crashed on the street in Qingshui town suddenly shook, and a lot of smoke and dust flew. The zombies in the dark alleys turned around and looked in the direction of the transport ship. In the sky, the weak and exhausted Lin Xian was grabbed by Kiki with his supernatural power, and flew towards the infinity, without even taking his motorcycle. Lin Xian looked at the blue sky and white clouds above Sergio Lake in the distance, feeling relieved. This adventure was really worth it. Although it took nearly 8 to 9 hours, it greatly improved Lin Xian's mechanical ability. He was only a few hundred points away from breaking through the level 4 mechanical heart, and it seemed that he could only handle 2 or 3 locomotives. It turns out that flying is so comfortable. Lin Xian felt the breeze on his cheeks, and couldn't help but say comfortably. Kiki flew in front with a cold face, and crossed her arms. When she heard this, she turned back and rolled her eyes at him. "If it weren't for you being like this, I should have let you run on the ground." Lin Xian saw Kiki's angry face, and suddenly had a headache. He wondered why he couldn't help kissing this girl, last time and this time. Did he have to kiss this little mouth? It was okay if he kissed her secretly last time without being discovered, but this time he directly attacked her head-on, which made the scene awkward all of a sudden and raised the relationship between the two to a slightly delicate level. Kiki secretly glanced at Lin Xian with her peripheral vision, and found that he was looking at her. She immediately retracted her gaze, and secretly exhaled. She pressed her chest, and her little heart was still beating non-stop. "Kiss me again." She had some resentment in her eyes, cursing in her heart, "Asshole. I bite off your mouth next time, and see if you dare to kiss me again, hum." Swish, the door of the infinite car opened, and Kiki and Lin Xian came back from outside. As soon as Lin Xian entered the car, the light screen of the mechanical heart in front of him suddenly popped out automatically. Non-mechanical energy has been converted, and 1,000 mechanical source points have been obtained. Wow! In an instant, an extremely powerful warm vitality rushed into Lin Xian's body, and he felt that his exhausted mental power was recovering rapidly. Heterogeneous Rubik's Cube? Lin Xian reacted and rushed to car number 1. "Hey, aren't you out of strength?" Kiki, who had just come in, saw that Lin Xian, who was originally exhausted, suddenly became lively and energetic as soon as he returned to the train. She immediately reacted. Could it be that this guy was pretending just now? Lin Xian didn't know what was going on in Kiki's mind. He quickly came to car number 1, found the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, and started it. Ding! Using non-mechanical force for reflection detection. Detection successful. No fear risk in the train. The invasion of dark forces has been shielded. Non-mechanical energy has been converted, and 1,000 mechanical source points have been obtained. Sure enough, it seems that the team's full firepower last night has not only gained this much. So many weird bodies and human weirds were killed, including the Black Centipede and Hengshangwen, which were absorbed and transformed by Hell Black Chrysanthemum at night, and turned into the power of evolution. Lin Xian, Qin Sichuan, Shu Qin, and others came over at this time. Lin Xian looked back and saw that everyone was in high spirits. They didn't feel tired after the battle last night. He was immediately happy and asked, "How do you feel about your physical condition now?" Qin Sichuan didn't expect Lin Xian to ask such a question. She said puzzledly, "Very good, what's wrong?" On the contrary, Shasha on the side saw some clues. "Sister Qin, didn't you sleep all night?" Everyone looked at her in unison, and Qin Sichuan shook her head. "It's strange. I really don't feel particularly tired. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling," Shu Qin said at this time. He also stood up. "I didn't rest for too long, but I feel very energetic. Could it be that we evolved after killing the strange body?" "Of course." Lu Xingchen stood up with a profound look on his face, and said, "Eradication of the evil spirits of the night will help improve cultivation." "Not entirely." Lin Xian nodded. Looking at the situation of everyone, the energy conversion of the Hell Black Chrysanthemum did bring benefits to everyone on the Infinity. However, he did not explain the matter of the Hell Black Chrysanthemum and the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. First, it was a little difficult to understand, and second, Lin Xian himself did not fully understand it. He only knew that it was a good thing for everyone at present. Congratulations! The heart of the machine has successfully upgraded to LV.4 and obtained the passive skill Mechanical Amplification. Mechanical Amplification, passive, mechanically amplify the special skill, full level, to become a mechanical exclusive skill. Mechanical materials are required for amplification casting. Tip: using the mechanical amplification skill will no longer have a proficiency level, and you can obtain mechanical manufacturing, active, proficiency, currently amplifiable skills. Wind cannon, normal, level 3, full can be amplified to mechanical energy cannon, amplification material, titanium alloy *100, hot rolled forged steel *100. Amplification time, 20 hours. Ice wall, normal, level 3, full can be amplified to, at force field shield, amplification material, super carbonite alloy *10, tungsten titanium alloy type I*50. Amplification time, 30 hours. Fuck. Surprises came one after another, and Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He was originally planning to return to Hengshangwen Station and get 2 locomotives to complete the upgrade. Unexpectedly, as soon as he returned to the Infinity, he obtained the non-mechanical energy of the Hell Black Chrysanthemum transformed by the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube, which directly upgraded his mechanical heart to level 4. And the new skills of this mechanical heart simply understood his needs. During the battles during this period, his wind gun felt completely useless, and he was worried about not having new skills. As a result, not only has he gained a new skill by devouring the nuclear power turbine processor, but he can also upgrade his previous wind gun to a mechanized one through mechanical amplification, turning it into a completely mechanical exclusive skill. This is just what he wants. Start wind cannon mechanical amplification. Mechanical amplification starts. Wind cannon 19 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The materials in the decomposition center are being consumed continuously. Lin Xian took a look and could only upgrade the wind cannon first, because he had never scanned the super carbonite alloy required for the ice wall, and even the preparation factory could not perform the conversion work, so he had to put it aside for the time being. Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian had returned safely, Qin Sichuan immediately synchronized the data she had recently collected from the radio station, and then saw how Lin Xian would arrange it next. "Dalat town?" Lin Xian asked. Qin Sichuan replied, "From Hengshan Pass, the northern line is about 900 kilometers away from Yunzhou Mountains. Dalat town is a small town. The rail line does not go there, but it is not far away." Lin Xian nodded and said seriously, "It seems that the extreme cold vortex is approaching Hengshan Pass. If we take the eastern line to Weha River, although we do not pass by Bailuyuan Swamp, it is also relatively close, and there is a risk of encountering S-level weird bodies. In this case, perhaps the southern line is the safest. Shuqin said at this time. We are now in Qinshui. If we go from Lancheng, Yulin and then Jihai, we can return to the main line of Wanqing. Where is safe? Kiki was sitting on the sofa next to him, biting a lollipop in his mouth and holding a mobile thermo. The map of the study said, the southern route is too close to the edge of the number 7 star abyss. Unless we don't encounter any problems along the way, we will definitely enter the inner night of the star abyss. It's the same. Lin Xian said, take the northern route to bypass the northern area of the number 5 star abyss, take the southern route to bypass the southern area of the number 7 star abyss, and take the eastern route to pass through the middle of the 2 star abysses. If it weren't for that S-level weird body, the safest and fastest route would be the eastern route of the circumstellar orbit. But no matter which route we take, as long as we start from Hengshan Pass, the dark tide will get closer and closer to us, and the night will get longer and longer. This may be a very dangerous stage for us. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the carriage began to become heavy. Driving directly towards the direction of the star abyss was the first time for everyone on the Infinity. After enjoying a few days of short sunshine from Jiazhou City, we had to explore the darkness again. Only by rushing out of the gap between the number 3, number 5, and number 7 Xingyuan can the team get a new chance to breathe again. No matter which route we take, Brother Lin has the final say. Seeing everyone's worried look, Lu Xingchen didn't care. He stretched and looked at Lin Xian and said proudly, you discuss it. While the sun is shining, I go to bask in the sun. Shu Qi nodded and looked at Lin Xian. Yes, Captain Lin, we will listen to your arrangements. The building, Sha Sha, and Shen Sichuan also looked over. Lin Xian looked at the map and said directly, I have a plan, but before we set off, we have to go back to Hengshan Pass and find someone. Woo! Instantly, the mechanical heart started to work, and the engine of the Infinite Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive began to roar, and the iron wheels on the track vibrated and rotated, pushing the train to start driving in the opposite direction towards Hengshan Pass City. The zombies that had been wandering around all night saw the steel fortress moving and began to roar and chase it again. Going back to Hengshan Pass? The train platform may have been destroyed. Chen Sichuan said to Lin Xian at this time, then we may have to slow down a little and pay attention to the road conditions. Lin Xian nodded, well, and you and Shu Qin count together. We may need to exchange more cold-resistant items in the living area. Okay. Chen Sichuan nodded. I do it right away. Girl. Lin Xian shouted to Kiki. What are you doing? Kiki ate the lollipop without raising her head, and it seemed that she didn't want to pay attention to her. Come with me to install the full-effect medical cabin. Oh! Lin Xian looked at her, thought for a moment and said, I didn't let you drive the Vulcan mech yesterday. I'm going to find a few more people to try and test the mech's symmetry coefficient. How about letting you go first? Kiki, who was eating a lollipop, brightened her eyes and tilted her head. Really? Really? Sasha, who was standing by, looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Brother Lin, what is the mech's symmetry coefficient? The mech's symmetry coefficient refers to the symmetry signal that the driver uses to connect to the mech's operating system through the nerves. The higher the coefficient, the stronger the control over the mech. This is very talent-dependent. Generally, people with sensitive perception, strong athletic talent, and psychological stability are more suitable to be mech drivers. It is divided into 5 levels. If you can reach level 1, you are a qualified mecha pilot. But if you want to operate a large military mecha, especially a combat type, you must be at least level 3 or above. Sasha widened her eyes when she heard this. What about level 4 and level 5? Kiki snapped her fingers and said to Sasha, Level 4 is already a genius mecha pilot, and level 5 is even rarer. Lin Xian nodded, looked at Sasha and said, Sasha, you can also try it. I heard that the younger you are, the more suitable it is, the faster you react, and the less interference you receive. Maybe it will be very suitable for you. Really? Sasha was immediately interested when she heard this. Wow, driving a mecha, it sounds nice. Don't be happy yet. Kiki stood up and pinched Sasha's little face. Your sister Kiki hasn't driven yet. How can it be your turn? When Sasha heard this, she hurriedly said, Sister Kiki, you can fly. Why do you need to drive a mecha? Why can't you drive a mecha if you can fly? How cool. Let's go, let's get down to business. Lin Xian said directly to Kiki. The full-effect life surgical medical cabin brought back by Kiki, and the building was placed by Lin Xian in Ding Junyi's number 3 scientific research cabin. There is enough space here to place it. The most important thing is that the scientific research cabin is well protected, has no windows, is very clean inside, and has a special air circulation system. Lin Xian thinks it is most appropriate to install the medical cabin here. Because it is a complete instrument, Lin Xian only needs to make a base that matches the original equipment, and then connect the lines, let Ding Junyi and Kiki configure the system, and this medical cabin can be used. After the configuration, Lin Xian called the injured Lu Chang over as soon as possible. When this guy saw that he was going to enter the medical cabin for treatment, he suddenly became a little nervous. "Captain Lin, how long will I be dead if I go in?" Kiki beside him said, "How long do you mean? This is a medical cabin, not a hibernation cabin. Just lie in there for a while, and it will be fine." "No." Lu Chang scratched his head. "I mean, does this require general anesthesia?" "No." Ding Junyi explained, "The medical system will perform local anesthesia based on your injuries, but it will not use drugs, but neuron shock technology." Oh. As soon as Director Ding spoke, Lu Chang immediately understood. He untied the bandage on his hand and lay in. At this time, Ding Junyi pressed the program command, and the hatch of the medical cabin slowly closed. Scanning vital signs in progress. Detecting target injuries. Detected a grade 3 fracture of the ulna in the left forearm, and lacerations of the muscles and epidermis. Starting treatment procedures, full area disinfection, Qi. Instantly, a white smoke appeared in the medical cabin, and then a blue light screen scanned over. Local neuron shock anesthesia, Ding. At this time, the onlookers saw several sophisticated mechanical arms extending out, emitting some kind of laser towards LV Chang's arm, and then quickly repairing his bones and epidermis like laser printing. Lin Xian's eyes fixed, and he saw that the wound on LV Chang's hand was repaired and smoothed at a speed visible to the naked eye, without bleeding or even scars, just like the torn wound was sutured with new flesh, and his arm was magically restored to its original state. "It's done?" After a few minutes, the hatch opened. Lu Chang sat up with a look of horror, looking at his left arm in disbelief. "Oh my god, it's like I've grown a new arm." "How does it feel?" Lin Xian asked. Lu Chang nodded excitedly. "Well, except for a little numbness, there is no problem. Captain Lin, this thing is amazing." Lin Xian smiled. "This is something that only rich people can afford before the end of the world. If you get injured in the future, it will be solved quickly." Okay. Kiki was impatient at this time. "The medical cabin is ready, Lin Xian. Let's go and try the mecha." The girl couldn't wait to open it, and Lin Xian pointed outside. "Wait until we enter Hingshan Pass and stop before trying it. You can't stand up in the mecha now. How can you try it?" "Oh, that's right." Chapter 238. The sun is shining, and the breeze is gentle. Clang, clang. The Infinity is rushing along the track along the shore of Shurjiu Lake, heading back to the direction of Hengshengwenqing. When they learned that there was a full-effect live surgical medical cabin on the train, the people in each carriage were extremely excited. In this strange and suffocating doomsday, it is an extremely exciting thing to have a precious medical system in a mobile steel fortress. You must know that before this, an ordinary trauma without medicine is likely to cause bacterial infection and death, and will also suffer from the pain of darkness, causing the abnormal to become a zombie or a human ghost. In carriage number 4, the soilless cultivation cabin and the plant cultivation cabin have been completely built. Ding Junyi is leading several assistants to start plant breeding. This matter is not actually at the top of Ding Junyi's schedule, but because of Lin Xian's needs, she still put aside the research on the Foundation Research Institute data and chose to push this matter forward first. From Ding Junyi's perspective, Lin Xian's decisions are meaningful and necessary. She rarely looks at this from her rational perspective. In front of the plant cultivation cabin, Ding Junyi slightly bent over and looked at the nutrient soil in the glass cabin. She raised her glasses and finished the basic work. The assistants had left. Ding Junyi was alone, carefully recording the log on a mobile terminal. The interior of the train is not affected by the invasion of darkness. Perhaps the growth of plants will benefit from this. Ding Junyi pondered inwardly. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her peripheral vision seemed to catch something. She turned back and looked at the soil in the plant cultivation cabin. In one of the planting areas, the soft soil seemed to move slightly, and this discovery immediately made Ding Junyi cautious. In her opinion, any unreasonable biological phenomenon may be related to the dark mutation, which is very likely to destroy the safety environment inside the train. After the thought of noticing the abnormality flashed through her mind, she immediately turned around and began to observe carefully, not missing any small changes. Box 12A, lettuce seeds. Just as Ding Junyi stared, the soft soil moved again. This time, Ding Junyi directly saw a touch of tender white bud tip pushing the soil and appeared in sight. Seeing this scene, Ding Junyi frowned immediately and realized the seriousness of the matter. The cold wind intensified, and the temperature dropped several degrees overnight. This extremely abnormal temperature change caused a large area of green landforms such as lakeside mountain swamps to die, and the sky and the earth were withered and yellow, and the vitality faded, gradually turning into wasteland. Lin Xian was standing on the roof of carriage number 1, looking at the Shizhou Lake in the distance. The wind was blowing gently, and the vast water surface was sparkling in the sun. If he didn't know that there was a giant abyss monster thousands of meters deep under the water, this former tourist destination would look extremely pleasant. However, Lin Xian didn't come up to see the scenery, but to try out his newly acquired skills. Gravitational lens, it sounds awesome, but I don't know what the actual effect will be. This was the only skill introduction that he couldn't understand. Lin Xian took a deep breath, raised his hand, and started to activate the skill directly towards the sky in the distance. Gravitational lens skills were activated, and at this moment, Lin Xian's face suddenly changed drastically, because at this moment he actually felt that his physical strength was being quickly drained and stripped away. The huge fatigue came like a mountain overturning, making Lin Xian's face pale. He took a breath of cold air, and looked up at this time, and saw that a piece of space in the sky above 100 meters began to distort rapidly, and in an instant, a dazzling halo began to appear in that space. At this time, the bright area seemed to be distorted together with the sunlight, and began to become brighter and brighter. Then, in the next moment, a scorching ray about the thickness of a bucket shot out towards the lake below. Boom! The high temperature of the ray directly evaporated a wide area of water, and a large amount of white water vapor rose up. Lin Xian was shocked when he saw this scene, but he didn't expect that when he moved his finger, the ray suddenly swept towards the direction of the train. Fuck! Buzz! He was about to stop his gesture, but it was too late. The burning white rays swept directly from the water to the land, and narrowly passed in front of the Infinite Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive. At this time, Lin Xian finally ran out of energy and turned off the gravitational lens. At this time, he was sweating profusely, looking at the back of the train passing by. A charred black path about 1 meter wide swept out a straight black road of several hundred meters. The ground seemed to have been cut off by a palm-thick layer. He was immediately horrified and scared. Damn it, I almost cut the train. At this time, Lin Xian looked at his palm in horror, thinking that this gravitational lens was simply too awesome. Its power was completely overwhelming compared to all his previous skills. The only problem is that it consumes too much energy. Lin Xian sat on the roof of the car, breathing heavily. In just 2 seconds, he felt a huge fatigue from being tossed around by 20 women all night. It was so terrifying. If it is full of physical strength, it should be able to last for 3 to 5 seconds. Lin Xian pondered. After using it, he understood how to use this skill. It is indeed as described in the introduction. It can distort the light in a space. It seems to be a very high energy aggregation of sunlight. Yeah! Lin Xian was quite proud at this time, looking at his fingers. With this skill, I can also use a skill that can cause great damage when encountering strange bodies at night. Thinking of this, his expression froze and asked himself, wait a minute, at night? Is there sunlight? It seems not. Then can this skill be used when there is no sun? It seems absolutely impossible. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly fell silent. An extremely absurd idea surged wildly in his mind, and it felt like he had invented a solar flashlight. Impossible, impossible. Lin Xian pinched his swollen trigeminal nerve, and kept denying in his heart, I must have not found the correct way to use it. If it can only be used during the day, then this skill is really too bad. Moreover, as the Xingyuan spreads, the daytime will become less and less. If so, he will have even fewer opportunities to use it. It seems that I can only find an opportunity to test it again. At this time, Lin Xian was exhausted. This skill was too physically demanding. In just a few seconds, he might need several hours of rest to recover. From this point of view, the cost of testing was too high, and it could not be used when fighting against the enemy. If it didn't work, it would waste physical strength and die in vain. This operation was equivalent to cerebral palsy. Lin Xian stood up. Fortunately, he was still wearing power armor, so he was not out of energy. Before reaching Hengshan Pass, Lin Xian returned to the carriage, took a shower, drank a large bottle of water, and ate something. After recovering some strength, he was ready to go to the nuclear-powered carriage to find Chen Sichuan. At this time, he suddenly remembered the mysterious containment device brought back from the Foundation. After it was brought back from the building, it was placed in the corner of carriage number 1 by Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt it, and found that after adding a layer of metal lead-sealed box, the body function would only be affected when it was particularly close. However, for safety reasons, Lin Xian still planned to put this thing in the shielding compartment of the nuclear-powered carriage and hide it. Bang! Lin Xian opened the metal box, and the containment device inside emitted a red glow. He triggered the matrix code light curtain above, thought about it, and then entered all 0, wrong password. Reopening time limit, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. Oh my god, there is only one chance to enter the password a day, so strict. After returning, Kiki also tried to unlock it with the computer, but couldn't open it after working hard for a long time. It seems that this thing is really some kind of important item, not a trap, and under Lin Xian's mechanical scan, this device is indeed just a simple containment machine, except for the contents inside, there is nothing special. However, Lin Xian still doubted this. He didn't believe that such an important item would be lost. If it weren't for the special echo from his mechanical heart, Lin Xian would never bring such a suspicious thing on the train. But now there seems to be no clues. Lin Xian thought about it, and put his hand on it directly, ready to use mechanical swallowing to see if he can swallow the containment device directly. Swallowing progressed 10%, but as soon as he started swallowing, Lin Xian stopped the action immediately, because the containment device was not large, and his mechanical swallowing had now been upgraded to level 4, it only took a few minutes to swallow it. So Lin Xian hesitated immediately. What is in it? How can it make my mechanical heart react? This strange situation is the first time for Lin Xian, so it makes him extremely curious. After studying for a while, there was no special discovery, so Lin Xian simply closed the metal box, drove the power armor to carry the thing up, and prepared to carry it to the number 12 carriage, to seal it up, and wait for an opportunity to deal with it. Lin Xian. When passing the number 4 carriage, Ding Junyi, who was concentrating on studying green plants, stood up and called him. What's wrong? I seem to have discovered my supernatural characteristics. Ding Junyi raised his glasses, and said seriously. Hearing this, Lin Xian quickly put down the metal box in his hand, and walked over to ask, what is it? Ding Junyi turned sideways, and pointed to the plant cultivation cabin behind her. Inside, 3 tender green seedlings had grown out of the soil, and were a finger high. The green color was particularly abrupt in the train. Lin Xian was surprised and said, growing so fast? Ding Junyi looked at her watch and said, to be precise, it has only been 20 minutes since the seeds were planted to this stage. Lin Xian's eyes widened when he heard this. I found that my mental attention seemed to be able to capture the breath of these plants, so I tried to increase this kind of attention and affinity. As a result, these 3 plants grew rapidly at a speed beyond the growth logic of plants. This is the limit of what I can do at present, but it also confirms that my ability should be related to plant growth. Ding Junyi said this with a serious look, and did not sound too shocked by her discovery of her ability. Instead, she said to Lin Xian in an analytical tone. So it seems that you are very far-sighted to want me to do the work of growing green plants and vegetables for you. In addition, this ability of mine should be the first discovery in the Federation's ability research. I also analyzed the characteristics of this ability. From a functional point of view, this ability may be helpful to the survival of our train, but it won't be much help in fighting and defending against enemies. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. He stepped forward and grabbed Ding Junyi's shoulders, and said in an unbelievable tone, it can't help. Are you kidding, Director Ding? Do you know how amazing your ability is? Lin Xian felt like he was exploding at this time, and said loudly, the ability to grow plants is a creative attribute that combines survival and assistance. But now is the end of the world, and the darkness has come, causing plants around the world to die and become extinct. In the future that is about to enter the wasteland desert, it is not an exaggeration to say that such an ability is the mother of life. For the dragon people who have the farming gene deeply in their blood, how could this ability be just a little helpful? You are too modest. Ding Junyi didn't expect Lin Xian to be so excited. She was caught by him so fiercely that she didn't react for a while. At this time, she began to come to her senses after hearing Lin Xian's words. She opened her mouth and began to speak incoherently. This seems to be theoretically. Well, it seems to be. Lin Xian looked excited and looked at Ding Junyi and said, Director Ding, you must explore your superpowers. This number 4 carriage can be used as your superpower training base or testing ground. I think your superpowers must have a very broad potential to be explored. Ding Junyi's chest rose and fell quickly to adjust her breathing, and she quickly calmed down. She looked at Lin Xian and nodded, saying, "You are right. Yes, I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions so early. Perhaps there are many other characteristics waiting for me to discover." Definitely. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Plant growth, he could even imagine countless development paths at this time. There are hundreds of millions of plants on Blue Star, countless characteristics. Just from the perspective of survival, that also means almost unlimited food supply, and the most important thing is fresh food. Based on this alone, Director Ding would probably have no problem going to the Phoenix Club to be the Minister of Global Food Supply. She didn't take such a heaven-defying ability seriously? Baokai, I found a ghost. By the way, Lin Xian's face suddenly became serious. Director Ding, from now on, it's best to use your superpowers only in the car. Don't show them to the public. After his mechanical manufacturing superpowers were displayed at the airport, he was soon targeted by organizations like the Foundation. He didn't dare to think about how much attention Director Ding's superpowers would attract if others knew about it. Now Lin Xian has not yet reached a complete cooperation with the Phoenix Society, and there are many different positions and factions among the survivors around the world, so Lin Xian does not want to expose Ding Junyi's ability too early, which may bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to Infinity. I understand. Ding Junyi looked down at Lin Xian's hand that was getting tighter and tighter on her shoulder, and raised her eyes to look at him with a bit of inexplicable meaning. Lin Xian frowned, and he immediately understood this look, which said, "Squeeze it a little tighter, I like it very much." He let go of his hand immediately. Otherwise Lin Xian felt that the look of this masochistic woman in the scientific research community was about to be drawn. "Come on, Director Ding, I'm optimistic about you." Lin Xian looked at her with clear eyes, then nodded to Ding Junyi, then picked up the metal box and left directly. Ding Junyi looked at Lin Xian's back as he left, and a rare spring breeze-like smile appeared on her slightly hot face. So manly. Lin Xian walked all the way to carriage number 12. He found an empty fuel rod storage box, and put the metal box in it. With the double-layer insurance, the functional inhibition effect brought by the heavy suspension fluid was finally completely blocked. Chen Sichuan saw Lin Xian coming in and said to him, "What's wrong with you? You were fine just now. Why do you seem to be much more tired now?" "I just used the mechanical ability." Lin Xian did not hide it from Chen Sichuan and said directly, "But fortunately, there is no effect." Chen Sichuan looked at him with a little concern, and then said, "You should also take care of your body. You were away all night last night, and everyone is very worried about your safety." Lin Xian walked over and took Chen Sichuan's hand, saying, "I will try not to take such risks in the future. Kiki's ability is very powerful. You should take her with you." Chen Sichuan looked at him. "We have experienced so many life and death together, so we don't need to rest for one night. You forgot that she has a level 3 mark on her body. In this case, you must not take her to danger everywhere." Chen Sichuan's face darkened when she heard this. "Yes, I almost forgot this. Alas, this kind of mark is just treating us humans as toys." After saying that, she raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with a bright look, and said with a firm look, You can actually take me with you. I think I can protect you too." "Okay." Lin Xian smiled, his heart warmed, and he took Chen Sichuan into his arms without saying much. Just by hugging like this, Lin Xian could feel that most of his fatigue was swept away. "We're almost in the city." Hearing the sound of the train merging, Chen Sichuan quickly escaped from Lin Xian's arms, looked ahead and said, "The intersection is not very smooth. We fought hard last night." Lin Xian looked ahead, and the track in front was full of various black elytra insects and a large number of crushed zombie bodies. The iron nets and guard walls on both sides of the track were full of bullet holes, and splashing green insect juice and zombie plasma. Dense flies were flying everywhere, and the scene was very tragic. Infinity slowed down a bit, and soon saw the Hengshangwen platform, where it had stopped before. At a glance, the steel roof on the platform had collapsed for the most part, and as the train slowly approached, a more tragic scene began to come into view. The entire platform and tracks were filled with the bodies of various survivors, with broken limbs and arms scattered all over the ground. A black centipede's body with many holes was dragged across several tracks. In addition, there were huge fog spiders, white giant monsters with their upper bodies blown off, 2 winged elytra as big as cars, 3-headed spider monsters that were completely shattered, and even a truck with a broken arm of a red monster stuck in the cockpit. At first glance, it was extremely tragic. Chen Sichuan, who had seen many bloody scenes, also looked gloomy at this time. Lin Xian swept his eyes, and saw that there were almost no intact weapons and cars in the entire platform. Even the green train of the Night Phantom had derailed on the platform. Several carriages fell over, filled with all kinds of corpses, and the locomotive had disappeared. Lin Xian frowned. It seems that someone has come to clean up the battlefield. The driving locomotive of the Night Phantom was a small nuclear-powered engine of the Huanqing mining machine series. If it was there, Lin Xian would definitely take it away without hesitation. He had just swallowed the nuclear-powered engine and gained a lot of benefits. Although this engine locomotive was not as good as the Night Star 2 nuclear-powered turbine processor of the Dragon transport aircraft, it was much better than ordinary electric locomotives. However, it was obvious that the battle at Hengshengwen last night must have attracted the attention of many survivors' shelters around, and there might also be convoys passing through other track lines. No matter who it was, they had already taken a step ahead of them. This behavior was actually not shameful. The survivors were purely for survival instinct. Are we going to stop here? Chen Sichuan frowned at the scene and asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian shook his head. Drive forward and find an open area to stop. I need to prepare the train for tonight's situation. Bang! The Infinity crashed through several frames that fell on the track and accelerated directly through the destroyed station. Not long after, it arrived at a freight track platform at Yingshan Pass. The Infinity directly changed the main line and stopped inside. The freight track station under the sun was full of wandering zombies. When they heard the trembling sound of the ground train, they rushed from all directions. There are many empty carriages parked in the entire freight rail station, most of which are already rusty, and even the weeds have withered. In some abandoned houses on the roadside, porcelain cabinets fell into the pits of the rotten floor, and the plates in the cabinets were still neatly stacked. The yellowed baby carriages were soaked in the puddles, and there was a desolate and empty smell everywhere. It has been so long since the apocalypse day, and the places we go will definitely become more and more desolate in the future. Lin Xian glanced. I remember a documentary I watched before, called After Humans Disappeared, which said that if humans disappeared 3 months later, animals and plants would gradually occupy human cities, but the difference is that such natural disasters, animals, and plants will not be spared. Now there are still some traces of living people. If it is really many years later, it is estimated that it will be a wasteland. Many years? Chen Sichuan looked dimly. Didn't the Phoenix Society say that we only have 1 year? Lin Xian operated the infinite brake and slowly stopped the train, then looked at Chen Sichuan and said, Darkness will not be the end of mankind, but the eve of the burning of the spark. Sha, Huiga, Miaolu, clean the platform and set up a temporary camp. Teacher Chen, you and Delu will take people to check and clean the train. Shu Qin, Lu Chang, divide into 2 teams to check the conditions of the north and east lines out of the city. Kiki. While Lin Xian issued the task through the communicator, he quickly came to the second car and said to Kiki, Follow me, we will find an acquaintance. Under Lin Xian's arrangement, everyone on the Infinity quickly started to act, opened the shooting holes, fired guns, and quickly cleared the swarming zombies. Boom! On the roof, Lu Xingchen leisurely swept his sword finger, and a large amount of flames burned the zombies surrounding the train to ashes. Soon, the zombies on the entire freight platform were cleared. Miaolu led several teams to quickly set up sentry posts on the walls and towers to watch, and a small train camp was established. Shu Qin, Lu Chang and Lin Xian, 3 motorcycles drove out separately, while Chen Sichuan and Delu began to clean and repair the train. After a period of running in, the Infinity team has begun to have a clear division of positions. Chen Sichuan is mainly responsible for vehicle internal affairs, driving, navigation, and long-range sniping. Shu Qin and Lu Chang are the best and agile, so they are mainly used as a quick response team to explore, search and observe the terrain. Miaolu and Delu are Chen Sichuan's internal and external assistants, and most of them are parking defense, repairing trains, and inventorying supplies. Lu Xingchen is the main force of the guard car. Although he likes to bask in the sun most of the time, Sha often takes him to search for some supplies near the camp. Lin Xian and Kiki are mainly responsible for outdoor work. They have strong mobility and combat power, and they cooperate well. They have escaped from life and death crises many times, so they usually don't bring more people. On Lin Xian's side, the motorcycle rushed all the way, accelerating towards a certain direction in the city. Did you conclude that Hu Lushou participated in the Foundation's human experiment and won, or did you guess? Kiki was very curious on the way. Lin Xian's eyes were deep. Didn't you notice that the main vehicles in his convoy were all standard Su-65 wheeled armored vehicles? Although they had been repainted, I initially thought they were assets of the Federation on the transport ship, but later I discovered that they were not. Instead, the armored vehicle that Hu Lushou was riding in was the same model as the one that Hua Xiaoling from the SID Foundation Institute was riding in. I noticed this before and thought it was a coincidence, but when I saw the supplies that the winner of the death game could get, I confirmed this. Strange, since winning the game can really take away so many supplies. How did Tan Ming die? Lin Xian looked at a huge gymnasium in front of him, started to speed up the motorcycle, and said in a stern voice, "Only he knows." Hangshangwen Gymnasium. The entrance here is blocked by layers of wire gates, and many armed sentries are watching each entrance and exit. In the wide stadium inside, more than 20 off-road vehicles surrounded several heavy trucks, and a camp was set up in the middle, with a bonfire and a canopy. Hu Lushou was holding a string of sausages, roasting them on the fire for a few rounds, and then took a bite of it. It was so hot that he hurriedly hissed, "It's so hot, so hot." Setting up camp on flat ground is a method that the federal garrison has come up with after countless dark nights. In order to avoid the surprise attack of the weird body, looking for flat terrain at night, the field of vision will be wider, and it can also prevent surprise attacks. This method is now also learned by many survivors' convoys. Although this gymnasium is just a temporary camp for them, people have been arranged to take turns to guard each entrance, and the main point is safety and caution. His bodyguard Sun Chong was beside him, taking off his mechanical arm and wiping the joint parts without saying a word. Click, at this time, the intercom suddenly sounded, and the voice of his subordinates came from it. "Boss Hu, the captain of the Infinite Team is here with people." Hearing this, Hu Lushou stood up suddenly and almost choked on the sausage he had just swallowed. "What?" He immediately looked at Sun Chong beside him. "Didn't they run away last night? Why are they back? I'm afraid they are here with bad intentions." Sun Chong pressed her mechanical arm and stood up with a fierce look. Hu Lushou's face was uncertain, and he pressed the intercom and said, "How many people are here?" "There are only 2 of them, saying they are here to discuss cooperation." The younger brother on the other end of the intercom said. 2 people? Hu Lushou and Sun Chong looked at each other, and he frowned. "What does this mean? Will there be an ambush?" Sun Chong spoke immediately. Hu Lushou looked strange. Ambush? Who would come to ambush and bring 2 people in broad daylight? "Don't forget, their team has very powerful superpowers." Sun Chong said sternly. "If we really fight, we may not be their opponents." Hu Lushou certainly knew that. He saw yesterday that although this team had few people, it was full of hidden talents, with at least 3 or 4 superpowers, and there were heavy weapons on the car. Although his Fu Lushou team was strong and well-equipped, they had no confidence at all in a real fight. At this time, Hu Lushou's eyes changed suddenly, and he kept thinking, "Damn, they really came. Are you going to use force?" Sun Chang's eyes were full of murderous intent. Hu Lushou pondered for a moment and raised his hand. "Let's see first. We haven't fought to the point of bloodshed, otherwise they wouldn't have let us go yesterday." After that, he picked up the walkie-talkie. "Let them come in. You keep an eye on the surroundings and see if there are other people." "Okay." After giving instructions, Hu Lushou winked at Sun Chong again. Sun Chong nodded and called a few men back to the car to ambush. Soon, the sound of a motorcycle came from far away, and the people in Hu Lushou's convoy raised their guns and aimed, and the motorcycle drove directly across the withered lawn of the stadium and drove into the convoy. "Oh, it's Brother Lin. What do you want to talk to me about?" When Hu Lushou saw Lin Xian, he immediately put on a flattering look and greeted him with a smile. "Last night, we were attacked by a large-scale strange body at Hangshangwen Station. I want to ask if you know about it." Lin Xian and Kiki walked over quickly, and got straight to the point as soon as they met. "This?" Hu Lushou's eyes changed, and he said seriously, "I'm afraid that many survivors' camps in this city have heard the movement. I was thinking about going to support them last night, but I also encountered trouble here." Lin Xian was happy when he heard the bragging. This profiteer still wanted to support him. He was a liar. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Kiki said. "We are here to gather information and buy things from you. Why are you pointing guns at us? Is this how you do business?" She crossed her arms and waved her finger. The guns pointed by Hu Lushou's younger brothers were disarmed and flew into the air. Those people quickly jumped and tried to grab the guns. The scene looked a little funny. Chi, Wu, Sun Chong behind Hu Lushou took a step forward, arcs flashed on the mechanical arm, and a strong breath rushed to his face. Hu Lushou quickly stretched out his hand to block Sun Chong, looked at Lin Xian and Kiki, put away the fake smile on his face, and said, "Buy things? Of course I'm here to buy things from you." Lin Xian said coldly. No, buddy, you've almost bought all the food here, you have to leave some for us to survive. Hu Lushou smiled helplessly, and said directly. Lin Xian glanced at the people around him, and immediately signaled to Kiki. Snap. Kiki snapped his fingers, and the guns fell down again. Seeing this, Hu Lushou quickly waved his hands to let his brothers take the guns and leave. At this time, he looked at Kiki with fear. This ability seemed too powerful, and ordinary evolvers seemed to have no power to fight back. So Hu Lushou could only take a good attitude and try not to cause a conflict between the two sides. This time it's not food, I want to buy some supplies to keep warm from the cold from you. Seeing that the other party withdrew, Lin Xian directly explained his intention. I also want to ask you about something. Supplies to keep warm from the cold? You are going to take the 2 lines in the northeast? Hu Lushou immediately reacted. Lin Xian nodded, almost. This, we do have some, but... Hu Lushou looked at Lin Xian with some embarrassment. These things are in short supply now, and you can't exchange them for spark rifles. Why? Didn't you want to take them all yesterday? Kiki smiled with some gloating. Hu Lushou immediately felt a headache when he heard this, and quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong, I was really wrong, 2 big guys. I really didn't know you were running a military factory. If that was the case, I would never come to clear your warehouse. Now I have so many automatic rifles here, 4 or 5 in each hand. They are too short to use as crutches, too long to use as chopsticks. The strange body broke out last night. Many survivors around ran away at dawn. I don't know who to sell them to now. Lin Xian glanced at Sun Quan behind him, and then said to Hu Lushou, Boss Hu, your people must have picked up a lot of supplies from those unlucky convoys at the station. Hu Lushou was stunned. How? Do you know? Kiki picked up a communicator and pressed it meaningfully, and then it started beeping. You picked up all the communication equipment we sold, and you searched very carefully. Hu Lushou's face changed immediately. He took 2 steps back, and waved his hands quickly. This attack has nothing to do with us, and everyone is dead. It's reasonable for the survivors to pick up supplies. Everyone is trying to survive. Lin Xian saw his reaction and frowned immediately. Did we say it had anything to do with you? Hu Lushou was relieved when he heard Lin Xian's words. Oh brother, you scared me to death. I thought you were here to seek revenge. Hey, speaking of this, I want to ask, what did you encounter last night? Why was it so miserable? A large-scale attack by a strange body in the dark night. I suspect this is not a coincidence. It may be related to a certain organization. Lin Xian said bluntly. Organization? What's the relationship with a strange body? I'm not sure about the details. Lin Xian looked at Hu Lushou and Sun Chong and said meaningfully, but I know there is a mysterious research institute in Qingshui town, called the Foundation Organization. Have you heard of it? Hu Lushou's face changed immediately after hearing this, and Sun Chong beside him also frowned fiercely. Research Institute? I haven't heard of it. He forced a smile. Why do you think I know? Don't pretend. Kiki said directly. We know that you are the deputy captain of the Yunxiang, and we also know that you have been in that research institute. We came to you just to exchange information. There is no need to be vague. The smile on Hu Lushou's face froze instantly. He and Sun Quan looked at each other, and then their faces began to turn cold. Sun Quan looked at Lin Xian. What is your purpose in looking for us? We went to that research institute yesterday, and we also learned about the death game of the Hatter. Now the institute is empty. Lin Xian said directly. So my purpose in looking for you is very simple. In addition to buying things, I want to know some information about the research institute. I wonder if you know a woman named Tan Ming. What? That research institute is gone? Hu Lushou was shocked when he heard this. Seeing Hu Lushou's reaction, Lin Xian and Kiki were sure that their guess was correct. It should be running away. I don't know the specific situation. Lin Xian didn't want to waste words, so he simply told the other party about the situation of the research institute. Hu Lushou, who learned about the situation, had a complicated expression at this time. He was silent for a while, and then looked at Lin Xian. Were you invited to the research institute? Why? Now I'm asking you. Lin Xian lost his patience. Can you be more straightforward? Hu Lushou curled his lips, hesitated, and said directly. Yes, I was indeed the deputy captain of the Yunxiang. At that time, we encountered a strange body in the air, and were forced to land in a forest outside Qingshui town. But we hit an invisible building and crashed into Qingshui town. When I woke up, I was already in that research institute. Hu Lushou showed his cards directly. He rolled his eyes and looked at Lin Xian. What do you want to know? But it's agreed that my information will be charged, including the cold-resistant supplies you want to buy. but I don't want an automatic rifle. What do you want? Lin Xian asked. Large caliber weapons, 1130 close and weapon system, Gatling electric rotary machine gun, and the power armor on you. Hu Lushou asked for a lot of money. Lin Xian laughed when he heard it. You want to exchange so many things for one piece of information? Robbery. Kiki stepped forward and was ready to grab Hu Lushou. Hu Lushou quickly removed the stool and stepped back, waving his hands frantically. No, 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 I mean, I only like these things in exchange with me, not all of them. Gatling is fine. Forget about the others, they are not worth that much money. Lin Xian could see that Hu Lushou was just testing him. How could he really exchange 1130 with him? Although he was jealous, Hu Lushou knew that the only thing he could exchange was the Gatling machine gun, so he said so deliberately. Really? Hu Lushou's eyes lit up. He was very interested in this kind of high-powered weapon. With one, the combat effectiveness of his team would be greatly enhanced, and ordinary sea-level weird bodies would be basically difficult to resist. Okay, I take 1 to exchange intelligence with you, and 3 to exchange for 30 people's cold weather supplies, Federal Standard cold weather clothing, body temperature maintenance devices, thick quilts, snow goggles, snow boots, and 6,000 rounds of bullets. How about it? Hu Lushou and Sun Chong were stunned when they heard it. For Gatling guns, with that equipment, it is simply super firepower, no less than a company-level heavy firepower projection. Hu Lushou's heart skipped a beat, and he took a deep breath excitedly. You have so many Gatling guns? Switch or not, stop talking nonsense. Switch. Hu Lushou shouted immediately. Okay, go ahead. Lin Xian sat back on the stool and gestured to Hu Lushou, indicating that he could start talking. What? Hu Lushou was stunned, and a gust of autumn wind swept over. He looked at Lin Xian. Brother, you haven't taken out your things yet. Are you going to buy on credit? He looked over, and the other party rode a motorcycle. It didn't look like there were 4 Gatlings. Kiki next to Lin Xian didn't show any intention of taking anything either. The two of them looked at him as if they were going to eat a free meal. Good guy, this is making fun of him. So Hu Lushou's face immediately turned cold. Are you kidding me? Lin Xian looked at Hu Lushou, took a deep breath, and then suddenly raised his hand. His action immediately scared Hu Lushou. At the same time, several people suddenly emerged from several corners with guns in their hands, and Sun Chong suddenly jumped out, with a mechanical arm in his hand flashing with lightning. Buzz, at this time, Kiki suddenly attacked. A shockwave blew several people away, snatched the gun in his hand, and stretched out his left hand to grab Sun Chong in the air. But that Sun Chong was very powerful. Flames suddenly sprayed from the elbow of her mechanical arm. The huge reverse thrust allowed her to break free from Kiki's restraints and punched Kiki. Bang! But at this time, a heavy door suddenly appeared in front of Kiki. Sun Chong punched it, smashing a huge dent, while Kiki stood behind it without any injury. Stop! Just as Sun Chong was preparing for the next move, Hu Lushou suddenly called him. In his eyes, Lin Xian did not attack him. His right hand created a heavy iron wall in front of Kiki, and the light curtain in his left hand. Countless materials flew out quickly, forged, assembled, and soon, a Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun was assembled. Bang! Carrying a burning breath, this heavy firepower Gatling gun landed directly in front of Hu Lushou. The more Hu Lushou looked at it, the more exciting his expression became. He was surprised, shocked, afraid, and finally had a feeling of sudden enlightenment. This? Don't you want a Gatling gun? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Give me 20 minutes. Because he had prepared the materials in advance, his manufacturing speed was already very fast. Soon, 4 brand new Gatling guns landed in front of Hu Lushou. What kind of superpower is this? Sun Chong looked unbelievable. You can actually create weapons out of thin air. Lin Xian glanced at Sun Chang's mechanical arm and said, Your mechanical arm is good. Give me some time, and I can make one for you. Chapter 239. Bang! Hu Lushou sat down on the stool. He looked back at his truck, and the Gatling gun in front of him. Before he could say anything, Lin Xian said directly, No need to guess. The batch of Spark 26 fully automatic tactical rifles sold to you were made by me. I did not rob the arsenal because I am the arsenal. Oh my god! Hu Lushou was stunned, and looked at Lin Xian in horror. He stammered, Your ability is too amazing. Not bad. Lin Xian's face was slightly gloomy. He was not in the mood to joke with him at this time. He said, Okay, the things are here, tell me. Hu Lushou's eyes changed. He looked at Lin Xian silently. His face was very exciting at this time. He thought about it for a while, waved to Sun Chong, and then they walked over together and said, well, actually I don't know much. At that time, I was locked up in that research institute. As you saw, I participated in that hat maker. In that batch of games, only Sun Chong and I survived. When saying this, Hu Lushou's expression lost its previous shrewdness and became a little heavy. So you took the supplies and joined together to form a team? Kiki asked. Yes. Hu Lushou seemed to be somewhat resistant to the response in that research institute. At that time, I thought I was dead, but who knew that after winning, they actually gave us a lot of supplies. He looked at Lin Xian and said seriously, we were imprisoned in that research institute at the beginning. There were many survivors there. As far as I know, not everyone played the same game or experiment as us. That research institute is very weird. The things they studied are very mature, superpowers, strange bodies, human strangeness, and night invasions. It seems to be much more advanced than the underground city laboratory of the Federation. We all have a feeling. Hu Lushou said seriously. That means they have been studying darkness for at least 10 years. Lin Xian and Kiki's eyes froze when they heard this. He remembered what Director Ding said to him inside, and now Hu Lushou's words seemed to confirm this point. How could it be? The Apocalypse Day has only happened for less than half a year. How could they have been studying for more than 10 years? Hu Lushou shrugged and smiled bitterly. I don't know, we are just guessing. Such a large research institute is not known at all in our federal system, which also surprised me. What's surprising about this? Kiki asked. Hu Lushou said seriously. As a military unit, our Yunxiang ship has the highest airspace rights of the Federation, but it crashed into the sky of the research institute at low altitude. Such a large base is not in our system. Isn't it strange enough? It's impossible to tell me that the base was built in 3 months. Lin Xian was silent after hearing this. He had asked Hua Xiaoling this question before. The other party told him that this research institute used to be a large-scale military project in cooperation with the Federation. He actually always felt that something was wrong. When he heard Hu Lushou talk about it, he realized that the collision of the Dragon transport ship did look very strange, and a Federation ship could not be unaware of the location marking of such a cooperative unit. Now it seems that the SID Foundation is not an organization that is on the same level as the Federation and the Phoenix Society. As for the person named Tan Meng you mentioned, I really don't know her. What happened to her? Hu Lushou said. Kiki said, she was placed in some kind of submersible and entered Sergio Lake for experiments. As far as I know, she should be a superpower. Hu Lushou frowned and shook his head. What kind of experiment is this? Since she won the game, didn't she leave? So I'm asking you. Lin Xian said speechlessly. I really don't know about this. Hu Lushou spread his hands and said, in fact, I also find it a little incredible that we can leave. Maybe they think she has other values. After all, you also said that she has superpowers, and maybe she is pretty haha. Lin Xian's eyes condensed when he heard this. Speaking of which, the woman named Tan Meng is indeed quite pretty, and has a good temperament, and she also has the superpower of flying. That's all? That's all. Hu Lushou said directly. I've told you everything I know. He looked at Lin Xian. Now I know why they invited you, brother. With such a supernatural power, you must have great potential. Logically, you should know more than me, a prisoner, after entering. Is what I know useful to you? Lin Xian stood up directly. It's really useless. Let your people prepare the supplies I want, and send them to the freight terminal. Seeing Lin Xian leave, Hu Lushou was a little anxious. Hey, it's agreed that 4 Gatling guns, don't regret it, since we are doing a deal, we dragon people don't fool dragon people. No, I give it to you. If we have a chance to meet in the future, I will find you to cooperate again. After Lin Xian and Kiki finished talking, they turned around and prepared to leave. Hey! Hu Lushou suddenly stopped Lin Xian at this time. Wait, I old Hu, don't like to do business that cheats people. I just happen to have some information here. You want to go to the northeast and the 2 lines. Although it has nothing to do with the Foundation, it will definitely be useful to you. I give it to you for free. How about it? Lin Xian stopped and asked curiously, Oh, what information? Hu Lushou came over at this time, his eyes flickering, and lowered his voice mysteriously in front of Lin Xian and Kiki. Do you know what the Phoenix Society is doing in Parma Prairie this time? Isn't it just to stop the S-level weird body? Kiki crossed her arms and said, Is that what you want to say? Don't worry. Hu Lushou looked mysterious and smiled. As far as I know, this operation in Parma Prairie is a large-scale experiment of the Phoenix Society against the S-level weird body. It is said to be one of the resistance actions called The Emperor Plan. The Emperor Plan? That's right. Hu Lushou said. Before the federal government was disintegrated, there were two Doomsday plans, which are the Underground Dawn Plan and the Superpower Angel Plan that many people know now. But there is actually another plan, which was originally proposed by the Interstellar Military Group Command. It plans to mobilize all human technological resources to create powerful war weapons, thereby launching a devastating blow to dark creatures. This Emperor Plan is divided into two directions, namely the mass production of drones, Iron Bee Colony, and the manufacture of super-large human war weapons Planet Titan. Hu Lushou looked at Lin Xian. Recently, I have specially collected the content of the Parma Grassland operation. The original purpose was to prepare for migration and evacuation, so I found that the Parma Grassland operation this time is very likely to be an experiment to deploy super-large human weapons. Lin Xian's face changed when he heard this. Super-large human weapons? How big are they? Who knows? Hu Lushou shrugged, but in the current situation, I think it has failed. He looked at Lin Xian and said, Brother, your ability is definitely the perfect candidate for the Emperor's plan. I think if you find the Phoenix Society, you will definitely be highly valued. With such an opportunity, do you still need to run around? How about it? This information is more valuable than the previous one. Lin Xian looked at Hu Lushou with interest. He didn't expect that this guy who looked very snobbish was actually quite principled. This information was a bonus. This information is very useful, thank you. Okay, then I will have someone load the car and send you the cold-resistant supplies. Brother Lin, can we have a happy cooperation? Hu Lushou stretched out his hand to Lin Xian and said with a smile. Lin Xian shook hands with him and said, Happy cooperation. After that, he rode away with Kiki. Seeing Lin Xian leave, Hu Lushou put away the smile on his face and said to Sun Chong beside him, I didn't expect that in addition to a telekinetic system, there is also such an awesome ability. It seems that the Foundation Research Institute also saw this point. Sun Chong said directly. Hu Lushou nodded. No matter which force it is, they will definitely compete to recruit this kind of superpower. He can create a Gatling gun out of thin air. He is better than a production line. Sun Chong suddenly looked at Hu Lushou. Why did you tell him about the Emperor project? Isn't he a mechanical superpower? Hu Lushou shrugged. It is better to make a friend than an enemy, and this friend is very special. After that, he immediately said to Sun Chong, Prepare the convoy and leave the city before dark. Go now. Which direction? Take the south route. We will chase the silent city. Hu Lushou licked his lips, his eyes flashing with cunning. That huge mobile mechanical city has cooperated with the Phoenix Society and the Federation, and I believe it must be interested in this information. And a mechanical mutant. Infinity, the cold-resistant supplies have been sent to the car. Now the members of the living area have begun to lay thick quilts in their nests to prepare for the extremely cold weather. Winter clothes and snow boots have also been distributed. Qin Sichuan was called to the number 2 carriage by Lin Xian. Lin Xian gathered everyone, synchronized the information just obtained, and prepared to discuss the next route. It can be basically confirmed that the marking bait at the station last night is related to the Foundation. Lin Xian said, This may be an experiment, or it may be a warning. This means that the crisis facing mankind may not only be darkness itself. Are we being targeted? Xu Qin frowned. No. Ding Junyi stood in the back and said, For the Adventists, all survivors may be enemies who prevent them from building a new civilization. They are not tolerated by the Federation and the Phoenix. As for Lin Xian, they should be attracted by his superpowers and may be recruiting him. It doesn't matter. Lin Xian said bluntly, We have encountered convoys of thugs who are enemies of survivors. For us, survival is the first priority. So what should we do now? Qin Sichuan said, Kiki and Director Ding have level 3 marks on their bodies. We are likely to be attacked tonight. Lin Xian nodded, So I will fix the electromagnetic gun this afternoon, and I will also increase the firepower of the Mecha. Kiki, you pick a few people, and start the Mecha to test the comodality coefficient later. Practice in advance. He now has a power armor on him, which can greatly improve his combat power. If he just drives the Mecha, it is equivalent to one less person, so Lin Xian is ready to find a suitable person to drive the Mecha, especially teammates without superpowers. Ordinary people drive war mechas, while superpowers or evolvers wear full covering armor, so that everyone can be a strong fighter. This is Lin Xian's long-term plan. Okay. Kiki immediately became excited when she heard that she could drive a mecha. Lin Xian, which route should we take tonight? Qin Sichuan nodded, and her expression became firm. Hearing this, Lin Xian opened the map with a mobile terminal, with a slightly solemn expression. The direction of the team's movement is directly related to life and death. At present, the risk factor of taking the southern route is the lowest. It is far away from the extreme cold vortex. The biggest hidden danger is that it will be close to the diffusion edge of the number 7 star abyss. If we take the main line of the eastward ring star orbit as originally planned, we will be close to the Bailuan swamp. According to intelligence, there are S-level weird bodies. We have level 3 marks on our bodies, and have not been cleared. The risk is the greatest. Finally, the northern route is also very dangerous. First of all, there is the extreme cold vortex. Both routes have entered the natural disaster of the blizzard. In addition, taking the northern route does not mean that you can definitely avoid the S-level weird body. Since the dark mark, the escape route is no longer a simple line to run to darkness, or escape to wherever it is safe. There is no absolute safety under the darkness, and the dark mark on the body forces Lin Xian to make some kind of choice. Once you have the dark mark, you can no longer just run away. If you fail to deal decisively with some solvable strange entities, then the mark will be like a sword of Damocles that is always suspended above the infinity, constantly stacking up and increasing the risk of destruction. No one knows if after escaping this darkness, the area you are in next time will attract some kind of terrifying unknown existence because of the mark. When must you flee? When must you fight? If you can find this dark pattern, Infinity may be able to have a quiet and safe night just like it did when it left you town, and also gain a lot of benefits. But once you make the wrong choice, the ending may be like the Fireline convoy that disappeared out of thin air, with hundreds of people not even leaving a sign of struggle. At this time, in carriage number 2, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian, and the air became a little quiet. Lin Xian exhaled lightly and broke the silence. I've decided to take the northern route, pass Shilin, bypass Xingyuan number 5, pass through the Shidi Gobi, and enter Quancheng. Northern route? Is it because of the Phoenix Club? Chen Sichuan immediately understood Lin Xian's purpose. That's one of them. Lin Xian nodded and said in a deep voice, First of all, Shilin is the closest to us among all the official Doomsday stations of the Phoenix Society. In addition to the Dark Mark, we also need to exchange many things from the Phoenix Society. I think the Nightwalker organization in Parma Grassland is likely to move closer to Shilin, so if we can get in touch with the Nightwalker organization, we may be able to obtain information related to superpowers and blood essence. Another point is that Lin Xian is indeed very interested in the Emperor plan mentioned by Hu Luxiu. He can even feel his mechanical heart trembling with super-large human weapons. This plan does sound reasonable. In addition to relying on superpowers to fight back, the core of human beings must still rely on their own industrial technology to fight back in all directions. Mechas and drones are definitely a big killer. As long as the industrial fire is protected, drones can be manufactured in large quantities, and humans can be armed with mechas and battle armor. It seems to be the most practical point of all routes, so the Phoenix Society has such a plan, and Lin Xian is not surprised at all. So he did not choose the safest route. In addition to the Phoenix Society, he also had some expectations to contact the high-end combat power of human technology. Even Hua Xiaoling once told him that artificial intelligence and high-tech fields are the only remaining will of human civilization. After obtaining the Vulcan Mecha, Lin Xian recognized this more deeply. The research and development of superpowers is a completely unfamiliar field, and genetic evolution is still groping, but the mechanical industry is the most powerful and potential means of human civilization. While Sasha rubbed her hands excitedly, I heard that there are many uninhabited areas over there. It seems that we have a long adventure. Shu Qin had just taken the North Line to scout the route, and now said, the track of the North Line out of the city is unobstructed, and there are more zombies gathering there, but if you leave the city, the terrain is more open. Chen Sichuan nodded. Our supplies are now sufficient, and we are not afraid of encountering blizzards. She took out the driving book. Said, we have all the cold weather supplies now. If we have 2 meals a day, we can last at least 42 days. We also have a medical cabin. In addition, we have clothes, snow goggles, temperature maintenance devices, gloves, masks, goggles, soap, shampoo, sanitary napkins, toothbrushes, toothpaste and other hygiene daily necessities. We have obtained a lot of them during the collection at Hengshengwen and the Research Institute. We even brought back some entertainment items such as poker cards, books, music players, etc. In general, we have basically everything we should have in the car. Lin Xian was a little surprised. So many, it seems that everyone has considered it very carefully. Where's the water? Ding Junyi asked at this time. There is already a water circulation and purification system on the car, So we don't need to store extra water, right? Kiki said with a puzzled look. Lin Xian looked at Ding Junyi. Director Ding, is there any problem? Ding Junyi raised his glasses. The information I have paid attention to in the past 2 days is that the blizzard brought by the extreme cold vortex is unprecedented. There are several problems we need to pay attention to in advance. The first is deep snow. The snow accumulation in some areas has exceeded 1.2 meters. At present, because the blizzard is still increasing, some convoys are completely buried and cannot pass. Except for the crawler vehicles and our rail vehicles, which can barely pass, they are basically blocked. Although we have ice shields, we can't drive fast because of the road conditions and snow accumulation. Second, there are unknown creatures in the blizzard, which are called snow monsters by some survivors. It is not clear at present what kind of existence is Chu and what kind of threat it poses, so we should pay special attention to it. Third, the snow water that has been invaded by darkness is polluted. Although we have a water purifier, the information from the survivors' radio station seems to be much more serious than the previous snowstorm on the Daju Plateau. I suggest that we use the previous bottle-purified water bottles to reserve more in case we cannot obtain water sources, and the drinking water in the car is exhausted. Ding Junyi's analysis made everyone's expressions begin to become complicated. Chen Sichuan nodded and looked at Lin Xian. What Director Ding said makes sense. I also have such a hunch that this blizzard may be much more serious than we imagined. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. It's just right. Let's store more drinking water and fill up the water tank. In addition, according to our actual situation, we will adjust the water ration every day to avoid shortages. It's more than 40 degrees below zero, and heating is also a big problem. If the nuclear-powered locomotive breaks down now, Lin Xian's mechanical heart alone can't supply the heating of 14 carriages for even an hour. Moreover, heating the entire car will inevitably lead to faster water loss. The demand for drinking water and sanitary water is also not small. These are all things that need to be considered. Let's arrange it this way. Lin Xian looked at his watch. Let's hurry up. There may be another fierce battle tonight. Teacher Chen, you and Xu Qin will be responsible for preparations. Kiki, you pick a few people to start the Mecha to test the Mecha comodality coefficient and practice in advance. I need to get the electromagnetic railgun out now, and I need to get more ammunition. Okay. Understood. After all the arrangements were made, everyone felt a sense of urgency that a storm was coming, and they all began to act according to Lin Xian's arrangements. Although the sun was shining brightly in the temporary camp at the freight station, there was not much warmth. The cold wind began to rage in Hengshengwen City. The temperature dropped several degrees overnight, and the staff of the Infinite also put on thick clothes. Lin Xian was preparing to manufacture the extremely powerful capacitor of the G3 electromagnetic railgun. He also had to upgrade the sealing of all the connections of the train as a whole to ensure the warmth inside the carriage. In addition, bullets were also a big problem. The 1130 close-in defense gun, the Vulcan Mecha, and the several Rohrer K-23 electric rotary machine guns in the car were all big consumers of bullets. Just thinking about it, Lin Xian felt a sense of pressure that he had a long way to go. After assigning the task, Lin Xian did not waste a minute or a second and started to manufacture the follow-up system of the electromagnetic gun in the number 2 carriage. His physical strength was only restored by 40%, but there was no time for him to rest. Who knows what kind of emergency will be encountered tonight? Knowing that the dark mark was on the car, this feeling of dealing with the crisis made everyone feel a little uneasy. Click, the materials of the preparation factory and the decomposition center kept flying out, and various precise circuits were quickly manufactured and printed in front of Lin Xian with the blueprint of the mechanical heart, and a large-scale, extremely powerful capacitor device gradually took shape. This thing occupies a large area, and there are many high-voltage wire tubes, and the demand for materials is even greater. In order to configure this thing, Lin Xian had to arrange an isolation device in the number 2 carriage to block ionizing radiation. After all, Kiki and Shasha still live here. Although the electromagnetic railgun is a big electricity consumer, it is still within the tolerance range for the Infinity, with its twin nuclear-powered locomotives. However, Lin Xian is also considering backup plans for this problem while manufacturing. After coming out of the number 9 underground city, Lin Xian thought that the Infinity had almost solved the problem of energy sustainability, but now he has to worry. Once the nuclear-powered locomotive fails or is damaged, Lin Xian's mechanical heart alone can no longer support the long-term endurance of such a large train. The internal systems of traction, electric knife, power supply, heating, weapon station, and water circulation are becoming more and more complicated. It is no longer as simple as when he just came out of Jiang City and just needed to drive the train forward and light a lamp. Energy needs a backup subsystem, Lin Xian thought while making the extreme energy capacitor. There is also the problem of the drive system. The transformation of the polar all-terrain track is a huge project. Although it can avoid the hidden dangers of the track, the energy consumption is much greater than the track driving. These problems seem to be solved by either finding the Phoenix Club or going to Dawn City. Lin Xian calmed down and simply freed up one hand to start making bullets and ammunition, trying to improve efficiency by doing two things at the same time with this simplest manufacturing. Buzz, a fluorescent light also appeared in the center of his left hand. As the mechanical heart turned, bullets began to fall one by one. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and tried to adapt to this operation. Because of distraction, the speed of making bullets could not be fast at all, and even the speed of making extreme energy capacitors was affected. He suppressed the chaos in his mind and tried his best to maintain stability. Sweat began to appear on his forehead. Gradually, the manufacturing speed of both hands began to speed up a little, returning to 90% of the normal speed. Although so, he was now making it with both hands, and the overall efficiency had been improved a lot. Voila! A large number of bullets began to be manufactured, and at the same time, the extreme energy capacitors also reached the final stage. Ding! Manufacturing of G3 electromagnetic railgun extreme energy capacitor group. Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked at the large black equipment group in front of him with excitement. He took a long breath, finally. So he stopped the bullet manufacturing work on his left hand and connected and debugged the equipment group and the electromagnetic main gun first. Not long after, woo, the top cabin of the weapons station in carriage number 2 was opened. The electromagnetic gun slowly rose, and the acceleration track line began to light up with a blue light, and a surge of power seemed to be ready to go. Wow, the electromagnetic railgun is configured. On the open space outside the platform, a dozen young people were surrounding the Vulcan mecha. Kiki, Sha, Miaolu and others heard the movement of the train and looked back. They were all surprised and spoke happily. Our firepower is stronger again. Captain Lin is awesome. Of course. Kiki looked at the cannon with a proud face. Someone did a good job. Such efficiency. Okay, who's next? Kiki glanced over. Hurry up, everyone who wants to drive a mecha, come and try it. As she spoke, her eyes caught a busy figure in the distance and flew over immediately. Sister Chen, do you want to try and test your common coefficient index? Chen Sichuan was busy cleaning the water tank of the train with people. When she heard Kiki's words, she looked back at the huge war weapon and shook her head and refused. I don't need it. I'm not very good at this. I will definitely not pass. I won't waste your time. Okay. How did you test it? Chen Sichuan asked when she saw that she had called a lot of people. Kiki looked back and sighed. Most of them failed. Only LD Chong, Miaolu, and Xiao Yuan were better. Driving a mecha is different from wearing a battle armor. Driving a mecha is more troublesome, and the burden on nerve control will be heavier. Among the three of them, I thought LD Chong had the best conditions, but I didn't expect Xiao Yuan to be better. She actually tested a level 2 common coefficient, which is very talented. LV Chong and Miaolu are both level 1. I can only say that there is no problem with normal operation and driving. What about you? Chen Sichuan looked at her. Don't you want to drive the most? Are you not qualified? How is that possible? Kiki put her hands on her hips, raised her little face, and said proudly, Sister Chen, you underestimate me too much. I am a genius girl. Of course, I am the first to be tested. She raised 3 fingers and shook them in front of Chen Sichuan. I am rated as a level 3 common coefficient. How about it? It's amazing. Chen Sichuan glared at her. So amazing. What is level 3? In simple terms, it is matching and sensitivity. After all, mechas are machines. They are not as flexible as us. The larger the mecha, the more difficult it is to control. There are many integrated systems. There are several engine groups on one leg. If you want to complete flexible control, the neural matching requirements are higher. For example, some people are born with a weak sense of direction or have no developed motor nerves, so they can't drive mechas at all. Driving is a big problem. Kiki explained proudly. Chen Sichuan nodded. She didn't have a strong idea about this mecha, but she could still feel Kiki's genius at this moment. Kiki, Chen Sichuan looked at the large mecha in the distance and said to Kiki, If so, will you drive this mecha from now on? I think your ability is so strong. Isn't it a waste if you drive a mecha? Kiki smiled and waved her hand. Oh, I just like to play. It's okay to drive it occasionally. I still like to fly around. For Kiki, these things are as interesting as game toys, full of freshness. Of course, she also knows that her telekinetic ability is more cost-effective when used alone, but she is just worried that there is no mecha driver with a higher eumorphism coefficient evaluation level in the team. Woo squeak. Bang, bang. At this moment, the Vulcan mech suddenly made a sound of movement. Kiki and Chen Sichuan looked over, and saw that the Vulcan mech was moving quickly, retreating, turning around, and raising its arms. It was very agile. After becoming proficient for a while, it even tried to sprint, and then completed a very smooth jump. Bang! The smoke and dust were everywhere, and the onlookers were all surprised and applauded. Who is this? Kiki glared and flew over quickly. Even Chen Sichuan looked over there curiously. Chi, after the mech landed smoothly, the heavy hatch slowly lifted up. At this time, a little face full of joy appeared in everyone's sight. New pilot neural connection common coefficient assessment level 4. A loud metallic voice sounded at the same time, and Sasha stood up from the cockpit and looked at Kiki, who was flying over with a look of surprise. Sister Kiki, I got 4 points. When Kiki saw Sasha sitting in the cockpit, she couldn't help but open her mouth with a look of surprise on her face. She stood directly at the cockpit door and stretched out her hands to pinch Sasha's face. Good for you. You are so young, but you are better than your sister Kiki. I asked you to try and you climbed up? She lectured with her mouth, but her eyes were full of joy. Let's go, I take you to find your brother Lin. Oh, I was wrong, I just wanted to try it. Sasha begged for mercy immediately after hearing this, but Kiki didn't care at all, and picked her up, and went to the carriage excitedly. In carriage number 2, Lin was packing the manufactured ammunition into boxes, and letting the PX-05 robot tow it away for assembly by the robot. At this time, Kiki ran in with Sha. Lin Xian, look, I found you a level 4 genius mecha pilot. Lin Xian looked over in surprise, but he saw that Kiki was holding Sha behind him. Sha? Yes, this little girl is even better than me. Lin Xian looked at Sha, and the little girl glanced at him secretly, then quickly avoided his gaze and laughed. If I remember correctly, this Vulcan mecha belongs to the heavy mecha sequence. To be able to use this mecha to test and reach level 4 is definitely a genius level. And Sha is only 12 years old. She has not received special mecha driving training, but she can have this level of common coefficient performance. Just thinking about it, you can tell that she is full of talent. Yes, why don't we let her drive this mecha? Kiki directly suggested. Lin Xian looked at Kiki thoughtfully, and then said to Sha, do you want to drive a mecha? Me? It's alright, I listened to your arrangement, brother Lin. Sha looked at Lin Xian with a sensible face. Lin Xian nodded. Well, it's okay, but isn't Sha too young? What's so small? How can she be small? She drives better than others. Seeing Lin Xian's hesitation, Kiki was a little anxious. I'm only level 3, and Xiaoyuan and Lu Chang are only level 1 or 2. Sha must be the most suitable. When she usually goes out to fight zombies with a howitzer, why don't you think she's small? Sha didn't expect Kiki to be so excited, and hurriedly pulled her hand and said, Sister Kiki, I'm not small anymore. Lin Xian smiled faintly, and naturally saw Kiki's thoughts. In fact, she just wanted Sha to fight in a heavily armored mecha to be safer. This protective thought was completely grasped by Lin Xian. But he didn't expose it. Since Sasha could reach the 4th level of the common coefficient rating, Lin Xian would of course give priority to Sasha to drive. He had even thought about this before. Sasha was clever, proficient in weapons, and brave. If she drove the mecha to support in the rear, Lin Xian would feel more at ease. It would be much safer than her running with a howitzer backpack. Okay, let Sasha drive. Lin Xian said directly to Sasha, Sasha, you can take advantage of the daytime to get more familiar with the driving system. I will replenish the ammunition of the Vulcan mecha before dark. Really? Yeah. Sasha's eyes lit up when she heard it, and she jumped up in joy. You have good vision. Kiki was satisfied and blinked at Lin Xian, and immediately prepared to take Sasha to practice mecha operation. But halfway through, she suddenly turned back. By the way, you drove it last night. What is your eumorphic coefficient level? Level 5. Lin Xian lowered his head to tidy up the wire harness of the electromagnetic gun, and said seriously. Kiki's eyes widened when she heard the words, and she was stunned. Lin Xian looked up at her and said calmly, Have you forgotten my mechanical ability? All mechas are operated like clothes on my body. If the mecha is not flexible enough, it must be the power, drive, and material problems of the mecha, not my problem. The eumorphic connection of mechas has always been a complex problem in the military industry. The difficulty of selecting an excellent mecha pilot is no less than that of a hypersonic fighter pilot. Although the intelligent integrated drive system of mechas has been continuously improved, robots cannot replace the battlefield combination efficiency of humans and mechas, especially large mechas with powerful firepower. The problems to be dealt with on the battlefield are often multi-situation, multi-perception, and extremely complex. Therefore, Level 4 or even Level 5 mecha pilots can be said to be extremely valuable talents for the interstellar army. However, this mecha industry problem is equivalent to no difficulty for Lin Xian. Once his mechanical heart covers the entire body, it is almost like an arm. As he said, if he can't do the action he wants to do, it must be the problem of the mecha, not his problem. The mechanical heart is like billions of nerves covering the machine, turning it into a living body, which is freely controlled by Lin Xian. So it is no exaggeration to say that Lin Xian, who has a mechanical heart, must be the best mecha pilot in the world. Kiki opened his mouth, and then sighed for a long time, looking at Lin Xian meaningfully. That's right, you mechanical pervert. What the hell? Let's go test the mecha. Kiki left as if escaping. In the number 2 carriage, the G3 electromagnetic railgun was manufactured, with a firing frequency of 15 seconds per time. After the configuration was completed, Lin Xian hurriedly began to manufacture ammunition for 11:30. At the same time, he began to cover the carriage with the mechanical heart. Some of the damage from the battle last night had not been repaired yet, and he still needed to repair some gaps to prevent the train carriage from leaking air. Qin Sichuan walked into the carriage at this time. She knew that Lin Xian had been busy, so she brought him a bottle of water and some food. However, Lin Xian couldn't pull his hands away at this time. The whole person had turned into a spring water cow and horse, supplying the operation of the entire train. It would be great if there were more mechas like this. Qin Sichuan looked at Lin Xian, who had not rested for a moment, and said with some concern, "You can rest more. One step at a time." Lin Xian raised his chin towards Qin Sichuan. On the ground in that direction, there was a Meteorite 3 sniper rifle. He had made it in advance when he came to carriage number 12 just now, but Qin Sichuan was busy outside, so he did not disturb her and concentrated on making bullets. Qin Sichuan was shocked when she saw it, walked over to pick it up, and her eyes moved over the beautiful gun body, saying, "Made for me? It's lighter than the previous one, and it's also equipped with an intelligent muzzle brake system. It should be more useful. Try it," Lin Xian said lightly. Qin Sichuan reached out and stroked the gun for a while, and said happily, "You have considered everyone? That's what I plan to do." Lin Xian opened his eyes, looked at Qin Sichuan and said, "After surviving tonight, I will start to equip everyone with power armor, which can directly improve our combat effectiveness and mobility, and further improve our survival rate." He now has a team of more than 30 people, and most of them are psychics and gene evolutionists. Lin Xian only needs to use his mechanical superpowers to upgrade the whole team to weaponize and armor, which can increase the overall risk resistance of the Infinite. And this can also help improve his mechanical manufacturing proficiency, and the improvement of manufacturing level can also improve the R&D Center's research and development progress on the new blueprint. So Lin Xian decided to develop his mechanical superpowers without stopping. Devour faster. Manufacture faster. Build mechanized combat power, and lead the entire infinity into a glorious evolution. Mechanical manufacturing. 3960/1000. Looking at the proficiency of mechanical manufacturing in the light screen in front of him, the speed of improvement has been much faster than before. Just now, the manufacturing of the extreme energy capacitor has improved a lot. In addition to manufacturing automatic rifles and Gatling machine guns for Hulusho, manufacturing Meteorite 3 for Qin Sichuan, and a lot of bullets, he estimated that before dark, he could directly rush the mechanical manufacturing to level 4. Wind cannon mechanical amplification. Mechanical amplification start. Wind cannon 12 hours 44 minutes and 22 seconds. R&D Center. TRP 4th Generation Special Industrial Active Exoskeleton Power Armor. Blueprint 13 days and 4 hours. After reaching level 4, the R&D Center will probably be much faster. The wind cannon will also be upgraded. Lin Xian looked at the time. It was already 16:50 in the afternoon, and there was more than an hour left before dark. Teacher Chen, call everyone to get on the bus and prepare, and arrange dinner in advance. We will set off from Hengsheng Winching at 17:30, and stop at a relatively open place before dark. There are more people in the city before, and there are not too few strange bodies and marks gathered, so we tried to stay away from the city to prepare for the battle. Okay. Chen Sichuan nodded and started to act immediately. In the freight station camp, the Infinity Sentinels received orders and began to withdraw in batches. Kiki also sent the Vulcan Mecha back to carriage number 11. Lin Xian looked at the Vulcan Mecha that was lifted in by Kiki with telekinesis and was lying horizontally, and was still thinking about how to put it later. Kiki gave him a very awesome plan, using the standard orbital mecha delivery carriage of the Interstellar Army. This is a rail carriage specially used to load mechas. The sides and floor of the carriage can be opened. A whole row of mechas are directly mounted in the mecha hangar, with only a very narrow passage in the middle. This carriage is specially made, and it also has a very complex mounting, charging, and boarding system, which can perfectly solve Lin Xian's problem. However, Kiki only has photos of this thing, and even if he has a blueprint, he can't build such a large mechanical carriage out of thin air. Unless he seizes one, it will probably take a long time to realize the orbital mecha delivery carriage. Clang, clang, clang. As batches of bullets, shells, explosives, and spare magazines were manufactured by Lin Xian, mechanical manufacturing was finally upgraded to level 4 by him. Ding! Congratulations! The mechanical manufacturing level has been upgraded to LV.4. Manufacturing scale and efficiency have been greatly improved. Instantly, Lin Xian felt that the smoothness of his hands manufacturing was instantly improved a lot, and the speed also became extremely fast, which directly led to a significant increase in the material consumption rate of his decomposition space and preparation factory. He immediately opened the R&D center, and when he saw the updated progress inside, his face suddenly changed. R&D center. TRP 4th generation special industrial active exoskeleton power armor. Blueprint 3 days, and 16 hours, fuck, 13 days turned into 3 days. What is productivity upgrade? Awesome. The level of mechanical manufacturing directly affects his manufacturing efficiency, and the efficiency of blueprint research and development, which is crucial for him to upgrade the whole vehicle. With this efficiency, he can then manufacture the 66 Malawing Quach's roll-on cantilever missile launcher scan from the Dragon transport ship, and then manufacture a batch of missiles as the train's killer. At the same time, he is also looking forward to the newly developed power armor blueprint. Lin Xian can first equip several key members with power armor. Carry out the first phase of the full staff mechanical upgrade. Chapter 240. Huh? After making the last batch of bullets, Lin Xian felt that it was almost done. He stood up and stretched his muscles. This batch of ammunition was at least enough for 11:30 to complete a full base. For the team members, the magazine could also fire 4 or 5 rounds. I have to make all the ammunition myself, and my hands are a bit busy. Lin Xian sighed, looking at the large amount of bullets and ammunition in front of him. The materials stored in his decomposition center were also consumed a lot. It would be great if we could build a bullet factory on the car. Lin Xian just had this idea, and immediately threw it away. Bullets seem simple, but different calibers and different manufacturing processes involve processes that are definitely not handled by a simple 1 or 2 devices. For bullets, multiple production lines have to be prepared. I think it is not an ideal development model. It is better to consider electromagnetic guns and energy weapons in the later stage. Maybe it is more reliable. Woo, all carriages were ready, and the ammunition was almost ready. Lin Xian walked to the front cockpit and started the train. At the same time, he shouted in the communicator, "Everyone, please pay attention. This time it is a level 3 dark mark. After entering the night, it is very likely that the situation in Jiazhou City and Yu Town will be surrounded by strange bodies. It is also possible to encounter large strange bodies. Everyone should be mentally prepared in advance." Infinity drove towards the north line. After Lin Xian finished speaking in the communicator, he sat in the driver's seat, picked up the food given to him by Chen Sichuan and started to eat. Now he needs to rest and recover some physical strength to deal with the situation after dark. After entering the north line track, Infinity began to accelerate. The golden afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on this abandoned city that was already dead and silent, and the long shadows of the buildings kept sweeping across the train carriages. In car number 2, Kiki pulled Sha and introduced a picture of the inside of the mecha to her on the computer. This is an emergency valve. At critical moments, you can release the limit above the cabin and evacuate from the back of the mecha. Don't use the flamethrower lightly. It is useless to burn ordinary weird bodies at close range. If you are approached, you must find a way to get away from them. I know, Sister Kiki. You know shit, remember it clearly. Car number 5, building, Shuqin, Luchong and others are loading guns. The machine gun can't fire for too long. We'd better use crossfire to reload to form a continuous suppression effect. Shuqin threw a magazine to Luchong. Did you hear that? You don't have superpowers. If there is no order from Captain Lin, don't rush up with a knife. Do you think you are like Brother Lu who has superpowers and can't be killed? De Le cleared his throat, buried his head in the magazine and said, You will die, it hurts. Who's snoring? On the other side, Lu Xingchen was sitting on a recliner, wearing a sunshade and taking a nap. It seems that he is recuperating in preparation for the battle. In carriage number 3, Ding Junyi set up many sensors and monitoring devices for the Hell Black Chrysanthemum and some plants to monitor the energy of the night and the changes in the dark mark. After doing everything, she picked up a small pot of plant cultivation cabin and returned to the rest room. There was a vine green plant in the container. She put it on the table and immediately began to try to concentrate, trying to sense the green plant and then test the changes in her superpowers. In the living compartment, each teammate was holding a gun and ready to fight. The corridors and beds were filled with magazines, and the air was filled with tension. In the cockpit, Qin Sichuan was staring at the road conditions seriously, while Lin was sitting next to her to rest. The temperature dropped too fast, but fortunately we were prepared. Qin Sichuan looked at the thermometer, and the temperature in the car was only 6 or 7 degrees. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and whispered, The dark tide is alive. These natural disasters are not natural changes. Survivors need more than simple perseverance to survive. What if there is no track? Qin Sichuan suddenly looked at Lin Xian. Now we are out of the main track of the Ring Star. The track system of these branch lines is not maintained and operated by the Federation and the Phoenix. The possibility of damage to the track subgrade may be very high. Lin Xian opened his eyes, shook his head, and said with a slightly depressed look, There is no way. Now the drive system of the Infinity can only run on the track. It is okay for short distances. We can repair it ourselves, and Kiki can help. If it is a large range, we can only stop and change to other routes before the night tide comes. It is not easy to completely get a train off the track. Even if Lin Xian has the ability of the mechanical heart, he can't modify the drive wheels of the train out of thin air. If you want to make the train fly, it is also very difficult. Flying is not just about having a propulsion engine. Strictly speaking, the train is just a moving big iron rod. There is almost no structure related to flying, and there is no aerodynamic design. Even if each car is equipped with a flying engine, there is no such flight control system. It is not a simple thing to achieve such an upgrade. The more he thought about it, the more headache he had. Lin Xian closed his eyes again. It was not easy for the heart of the machine to reach level 4, and the Infinity had also gained a lot. It was the right time to rest and prepare, but the dark mark on the top of the head made everyone on the car have to keep their nerves tense. Qin Sichuan saw that Lin Xian was a little anxious, walked over and put her hands on his head, gently pressed, and said, Okay, don't worry, think about it from another angle. Every time it got dark, we didn't know what would happen. The night was an endless fear for us, but now, we can predict some possible situations in advance. If we can solve them, plus the soul value detector, we can find a safer situation in the night. From uncertainty to relative certainty, this is getting better. Yeah. Qin Sichuan's words made Lin Xian's gloom dissipate a lot. Yes, from the unknown night to the predictable danger, it is a big step for the Infinity. At least now everyone can be fully alert, change the completely passive to partially active, and avoid a large part of casualties. Clang, clang, the train slowly drove out of the main urban area, passing many industrial areas of Hengshengwen along the way, and began to leave the suburbs. As the sun set, distant mountains and dense broadleaf forests could be clearly seen. The heavy train rolled over the rails, and the trembling noise aroused the pursuit of a large number of zombies along the track. One by one, the zombies were crushed on the track by the ice shield and the iron wheels of the gas turbine, and the Infinity began to leave Hengshengwen. Just as the train left the suburbs, Qin Sichuan suddenly saw that hundreds of survivors' vehicles were parked in an open area in front of him. Among them were large trucks, and even living cabins converted from buses. In the front, there was a polar crawler all-terrain truck that was heavily armed, and it seemed to be the leader of the car group. Lin Xian. Qin Sichuan reminded. Lin Xian had also seen it. He looked around and saw that many people were holding weapons and guarding around the area to form a temporary camp. There were also people standing on the top of the truck. When they saw the Infinity coming, Several people ran to the track with red flags and waved at the train. What do they want to do? Chen Sichuan frowned slightly. Lin Xian directly drove the Infinity and started to stop slowly. He looked through the group of vehicles and found several familiar models and faces. I know that person. Lin Xian pointed to a middle-aged man who was surrounded by a group of people in front of the convoy. It was Liao Ming who had traded with Lin Xian and his friends when they first entered Hingshan Pass. It was him who reminded Lin Xian about Hu Lushou and the Qingshui Town Dragon-type transport ship. Seeing an acquaintance, Lin Xian also relaxed his vigilance. At this time, the Infinity slowly stopped and a group of people ran towards the train. Captain Lin. The first person to speak was the middle-aged man in a hat, Liao Ming. When he saw the Infinity stop, he rushed over with a group of people. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan took a look and saw that there seemed to be more than one convoy here, but they all gathered here temporarily. It seemed that they were waiting for them. Lin Xian opened the door of the cockpit and walked down, asking him, "What's wrong, brother?" Liao Ming glanced at the train and said in surprise, "Captain Lin, it's really you. After the strange body riot last night, I thought you had left Hingshan Pass. Introduce me." Liao Ming was standing next to an old man, wearing camouflage clothes and bulletproof vests with gray hair. He looked to be in his 50s, with a serious face and eyes like a hawk. At first glance, he had the temperament of a former soldier. Although he was old, his body was upright and tough. Wu Zhenhai, the captain of our Dang team, we all call him Uncle Wu. Young man, nice to meet you. Wu Zhenhai stretched out his hand and shook Lin Xian's hand. You can call me whatever you want. We have no hostility. Yes, Captain Lin and them. Liao Ming pointed to a young man who looked about the same age as Lin Xian. Liu Yang from the Sun Chasing team, many of them are college students from the same school. Hello, brother Lin. Liu Yang looked at Lin Xian eagerly. We are the Sun Chasing team, and we came all the way here from Shangjin. Lin Xian noticed that the young man in front of him had delicate features, and a bit of a bookish air could be seen between his eyebrows, but the whole person revealed a calm momentum, and it was obvious that he had experienced a lot in the long-term running, fleeing and fighting. Team Lin. The last person to stand out was a rough-looking man, wearing all kinds of strange equipment, headlights, protective gear, night vision goggles, gun racks, and a big knife on his back, many of which were homemade. He was followed by a woman with a sallow face, who looked to be in her 30s. What Lin Xian noticed was that the woman had a slightly bulging belly, and seemed to be pregnant, but she was also fully armed and carried at least 3 guns on her back. My name is Liang Lei, our team is called the Pao Bin Yuan Camp, and this is my wife, Li Yi, he said, while pointing to a survivor camp car converted from a large mining car not far behind him, and behind it were 2 fully armed buses, which were crowded with people, many young faces. What are you doing? Lin Xian was not wrong, these people were indeed waiting for him here. Our teams are all planning to take the northwest route to Shilin to find the Phoenix Society. Wu Zhenhai said directly without beating around the bush. After the strange body erupted at Hengshengwen Station last night, we were originally planning to leave the city overnight, but we encountered some trouble. What trouble? Chen Sichuan also got off the car at this time, and asked immediately after hearing the other party's intention. Insect tide. Wu Zhenhai said sternly. From here to the north, there is an uncertain range. Once it gets dark, it is full of black insects. Each one can kill a person with 1 bite. The cuticle on their bodies is harder than iron, and small caliber guns can't penetrate it at all. It's really fucking weird. Yes. Liao Ming nodded and looked at Lin Xian. We also lost several people. Fortunately, we asked you to replenish several heavy fire weapons yesterday. On the way back, we met the assistance of their 2 convoys, so we managed to hold on until dawn. It's like this, brother Lin. The young man named Liu Yang was extroverted and said immediately, our anti-Japanese convoy was stationed on the outskirts of the city last night. In an industrial zone here, there was a large convoy with more than 100 people. Their leader wanted to take advantage of the many strange bodies in the city, and the fact that it was almost dawn, so he left the city early. However, before we reached the source, the entire convoy had lost contact. When we set out here at around 9 o'clock, Uncle Wu and his men were fleeing back. We met them, and resisted together. When it was dawn, the insect tide disappeared. So a group of us decided to unite, and rush to the source at night. Captain Lin, I heard that you have strong firepower, so our convoys want to seek shelter from you, and leave the city together. Are all of you going to take the northwest route? Chen Sichuan was puzzled. Didn't the Phoenix Society and the survivor radio stations remind us that the blizzard caused by the extreme cold vortex here is very severe, and it is difficult for ordinary vehicles to drive in? Why do we still have to go this way? Although the eastern route is also covered by the extreme cold vortex, there are a large number of survivors rushing in this direction. Plus, there are many important cities on the road, and the transportation routes are relatively developed, so there will be more opportunities. Some safer convoys directly choose to bypass Star Abyss number 7 from the south route. Unless they are tracked or tracked vehicles, there are very few people taking the north route. After leaving the source, you will gradually enter the Parma grassland area. The northern railway line goes all the way along the Yunjiang Mountains to Shilin City. In addition, this insectide sounds like it will be very troublesome. We are not going directly into the grassland. Liao said, we will go around the west of the Yunjiang Mountains to Shilin City on the Yunjiang Plain of Daju Snow Mountain, where we will meet up with the North Wind Survivor Alliance and then go into Shilin City together. Lin Xian now understood the intentions of these people. They wanted to find the Phoenix Society and chase the Dawn Center from the north after joining forces. But it was not this that surprised him. It seems that you are waiting for me. How did you know that I would go here? This, Liao Ming said a little embarrassedly, it was sold to us by that Hulu show. Sell? Chen Sichuan frowned. Yes, this information he took one blood essence from us. Lin Xian was embarrassed. That who was really a talent. He actually sold his route as information? And took a blood essence from others. Damn, this guy really doesn't miss any opportunity to take advantage of others. Why don't you wait until tomorrow to go to Yuinko? Lin Xian said directly. A large number of strange bodies broke out in the city last night, and several large convoys were killed. No one dares to stay in Hingshan Pass tonight. Liao Ming said bluntly. He spread his hands and said, in fact, we also wanted to set off during the day today, but we almost used up our ammunition to escape last night. To be on the safe side, we went to the Fu Lushou convoy and bought a lot of ammunition, so we knew that you would take the northern route out of the city. We discussed it for a while, firstly, to remind you of the danger over there, and secondly, if several of our convoys unite, even if we can't rush through, we can camp on the spot for defense and wait until tomorrow morning before setting off again. Lin Xian glanced, and he also saw that the insectide encountered by the Eagle convoy was definitely not simple. A convoy of hundreds of people spent a lot of ammunition to escape by chance, and also lost combat power. The current situation is blocked at both ends. The strange bodies that broke out in the city are almost destructive. Even Lin Xian and his team could only flee in panic last night. No one dared to bet whether there would be more outbreaks tonight. Therefore, the three teams were in a dilemma. Liao Ming and Hu Lushou knew the firepower of Lin Xian's infinity. After obtaining this information, the three teams decided to wait for Lin Xian's infinity to arrive, hoping to leave the city together. If not, they could set up camp together for defense, and the survival rate would be higher. Lin Xian and Chen Sichuan exchanged glances, and their expressions were a little solemn at this time. Looking at the time, it was close to 1800 hours, and there was less than an hour before dark. Lin Xian pressed the headset and whispered to Ding Junyi, Director Ding, how is it? When he got off the car just now, he opened the call on the backbone channel. At this time, Xu Qin and others in the car heard what Wu Zhenhai, Liao Ming, Luo Yang and Liang Lei said. Ding Junyi stood in car number 3, observing the subtle changes of Hell Black Chrysanthemum. When she heard Lin Xian's message, she immediately responded. The dark mark remains at level 3. There are two situations. The first is that these three teams have no marks. The second is that their marks do not exceed level 3, or they are the same as ours. I tend to believe the second one, Lin Xian said directly in the headset. These three teams have just experienced a battle and escaped. They will have a certain degree of marks on their bodies. It is impossible not to have them. However, the marks on their bodies do not exceed level 3, which means that in theory, they will not bring them higher risks. Lin Xian, what do you think? Chen Sichuan glanced at the crowd, turned sideways, and whispered to Lin Xian. They are right to be a little worried. We really can't stay in the city tonight. The level of the marking bait at Hengshangwen Railway Station is definitely above level 3, and the destructive power it brings is extremely terrifying. The entire station, including the Night Phantom, more than a dozen convoys, were wiped out overnight, and not even a single one survived. If it weren't for Director Ding and Hell Black Chrysanthemum, the Infinity would definitely not have been able to escape so easily. But the problem is, no matter what happens inside or outside the city, we already carry a level 3 mark. Chen Sichuan pondered. Little brother. At this time, Wu Zhenhai, the the leader of the Eagle team, stood up and said frankly, I know what you are worried about. You are a large team. Although we say we are united, to put it bluntly, we actually want to use your heavy firepower for protection. I won't beat around the bush. After all, your bullets are not picked up for nothing. We are all hundreds of people trying to survive. If you have any requests, you can ask us. Just think of it as us paying you to escort us for a while. That's right. Liao Ming nodded. We can take out some supplies. Yes, we can too. Luo Yang also hurriedly said. Li, who was beside Liang Lei, glanced at her husband and stood up with a complicated look. Our team is short of supplies, but we still have this, she said, taking out an old waste bag tied to her body from the inside of her bulletproof vest, and opened it to see a few blood sperms lying inside. If you are worried about the group hunting effect, I, Wu Zhenhai, assure you that, except for the black bugs last night, our convoy did not encounter any serious attacks by strange bodies in Hengshengwen the previous 2 nights. Wu Zhenhai patted his chest and said. Lin Xian looked at the expressions of the crowd, his eyes changed slightly, and he immediately said, To be honest, I am very grateful to you for telling me the information about the insect tide, and I am not opposed to working together with everyone to escape the predicament, but the problem is that our troubles may be bigger than yours. Bigger than us? What do you mean? Liao Ming was very confused when he heard it. Lin Xian pointed to the train. If nothing unexpected happens, our convoy will encounter a large-scale attack by strange bodies as soon as it enters the night. You also know that we were at Hengshengwen Station last night and have encountered it once. It is very likely that we will repeat the same mistake tonight. So if we unite, it seems to be helping each other, but it is very likely that we will bring you troubles of destruction. The other party was so sincere. Lin Xian didn't want to hurt others. Lin Xian didn't use the dark mark to explain. The mainstream of these people now recognized the group hunting effect, so they understood it. As soon as Lin Xian said this, the faces of the people on the opposite side changed immediately, their eyes crossed, and began to become solemn. Really? You are being targeted by many weird bodies? Liao Ming said in surprise. Lin Xian nodded and looked at his watch. It's getting dark soon. My convoy must leave the city immediately. If you want to go with us, I don't object, but I must inform you of the risks and consequences in advance. If there is any emergency, I can't help much. After all, if we can't win on the track, we will speed up and run away. You can't keep up with us all the way. You must turn to the highway to run faster. After that, Lin Xian gestured to everyone. There's nothing else to say. While there's still time, let's go first. Wait. Before Lin Xian turned around, Wu Zhenhai stopped him directly. I don't like nagging. Since you don't object, we will go all the way with you, and we will bear all the consequences ourselves. He threw a walkie-talkie over. My Dane convoy will follow your command on this section of the road. You can arrange any needs and dispatches. Liao Ming, notify them. The whole team will move in immediately. Okay, Uncle Wu. Liao Ming cast a grateful look at Lin Xian, and immediately turned around and ran towards the convoy. We too. Thank you, Brother Lin. Luo Yang's face flashed with determination, and he shouted to his friends behind him without hesitation. Xiaobai, Amin, hurry up. Let's catch up. Wife. Liang Lei glanced at his pregnant wife, but Li Yi shouted at him. Why are you still standing there? Tell everyone to return to the team and get ready to go. Okay. Liang Lei licked his lips, then looked at Lin Xian, and said with determination, Captain Lin, if you have any questions, you can ask us. We will follow behind and will never cause you any trouble. After that, the 3 groups of people immediately began to move intensively. Lin Xian's face changed slightly. He had made the situation so serious, but he didn't expect these people to follow him without any hesitation. Qin Sichuan looked at the hundreds of cars with worry on her brows, and said, It seems that they don't believe in the dark mark and don't know how dangerous it is. There is no way to believe it. Lin Xian suddenly turned around and walked quickly towards the train. They have no choice at all. Night is coming, and no one knows whether their team can survive tonight. Overnight, more than a dozen convoys at Hengshengwen Station were wiped out. The convoy of 100 people that fled to the northwest line disappeared directly. Even such a powerful team as the Eagle convoy had to flee back and join other convoys to find another opportunity. In front of them, there were not many choices, either escape or go. The night was coming. With each passing night, a lively convoy that you met yesterday may disappear today. Faced with this situation, Wu Zhenhai, as a former veteran, decisively chose to rely on the strong firepower of Lin Xian Infinity to rush out of the insect-tide night. This decision was not arbitrary. He knew that he had to seize the opportunity when he was in danger. Any hesitation could ruin the entire team. Woo! As soon as Lin Xian and Qin Sichuan got back on the train, they immediately started the train and started moving forward. Since they knew they might face a swarm of insects, there was no time to stay, and they had to set off as soon as possible. The three teams headed by the Eagle team moved quickly and were well organized. There were many experts among the hundreds of people, and their firepower was also strong at a glance. Because they were all modified high-chassis trucks and tracked all-terrain vehicles, they could follow the small roads beside the tracks. When they encountered some special sections, they could temporarily rush into the tracks to follow. Under the roar of the engines, they had completely ignored the traffic restrictions. These teams huddled together crazily, forming a mighty steel traffic flow on the side roads and behind the Infinity. Click. Lin Xian pressed the intercom. The leaders of several convoys were all in the same channel. Lin Xian looked at the gradually widening terrain ahead and the setting sun, and said with a stern face, "Everyone, we may be attacked immediately when we enter the night, so before dark, I will find an open area to stop the car and prepare for the darkness. If we encounter insect tides or strange physical abilities, we will try to solve them before setting off. Unless there is a threat that we cannot deal with, we will drive away. I tell you in advance because the protection level of our train is very high, so you don't have to keep observing our movements. Once you encounter a problem, you can organize your own escape." Lin Xian said this in advance because he didn't want their actions to affect the judgment of the three convoys, resulting in large-scale casualties due to misjudgment. After all, without the consciousness of accepting the dark mark, normal survivors may find it difficult to understand that the first time they encounter danger is not to escape, but to engage the enemy first. This counterintuitive operation. Unexpectedly, Wu Zhenhai did not hesitate at all, and directly shouted into the intercom, "It doesn't matter, if you stop, we will stop. Don't worry about us. If you encounter monsters, just shoot and kill these beasts together." "Okay. Kill these bastards." Lin Xian was stunned when he heard the voice in the intercom. It seems that these people are really gambling on the same path. He looked at Qin Sichuan and said in a deep voice, "According to the original plan." "Yeah." Qin Sichuan nodded. "Since the reminder has been made and the other party has also recognized the risks, let's reach a temporary cooperation. Everyone pay attention. Don't accidentally hurt friendly forces when firing later." Lin Xian thought about it and shouted in the communication channel of Infinity. "Understood." Shuqin Building responded. Okay, so many people should have strong firepower, which can help us relieve some pressure." Kiki's voice came. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. "I don't want to use these people as cannon fodder. Don't underestimate them. Their cars are not low in modification. Although their firepower is not as strong as ours, I think there are many evolvers or superpowers who can get here." Kiki used the information center to observe the steel traffic that followed, and said to Lin Xian, "I mean in terms of firepower, they can also output a lot, at least there are more people and more guns." Lin Xian nodded, "I hope so." 1830. There are still 15 minutes before dark. Lin Xian went to the bathroom and washed his face with cold water. After coming out, he picked up the fully charged black gun and walked to the number 2 carriage. At this time, Kiki was monitoring the situation outside the car in front of the information center. Seeing Lin Xian walk in, he said, "Hey Lin Xian, I have an idea." She pointed her finger upwards. "If you said that Sister Ding and I both have marks on our bodies, then I will take Sister Ding to the sky directly. This way, we can attract all the monsters, and then we can decide whether to fight or run according to the situation. Anyway, I can fly, which is better than using the train to meet the enemy." Lin Xian was surprised by her idea, squinted his eyes for a moment, and then laughed directly. "I said you are usually very smart. Why did your brain suddenly go crazy? It seems that you play too many games." Lin Xian walked over and said, "Is there a possibility that those monsters in the dark are now by your side?" Several times when entering the night, the strange bodies suddenly appeared, especially the night in Jiazhou City. So many monsters cannot appear in an instant. It is very likely that they have been gathering with us for a while, and suddenly appeared after dark. Kiki squinted his eyes and looked around, and then shrank his neck. "It's disgusting. Why can't we see them during the day?" Lin Xian was speechless. "Daytime? Then can we still survive?" Hee, I'm just teasing you." Kiki leaned back on the recliner. "How do you think our abilities can become more powerful? Then we might not be afraid of those monsters anymore." The recliner slowly turned around, and Kiki looked at Lin Xian. "I'm not talking about absorbing the power of the night as Sister Ding said, but about some tangible way to improve it. Blood essence. Lin Xian took out one and gave it to her. Organizations all over the world are studying this thing now. Last time you were seriously injured, I accidentally fed you too, and the result was that you completed the evolution, but this thing must be poisonous. Whether there is a better way, maybe it depends on the Phoenix Society. Hey! Kiki frowned and snapped his fingers, saying, that Foundation organization, they can even use the characteristics of the Dark Mark to take living people as bait, which just shows that the research is indeed far beyond the Phoenix Society and Dawn City. Do you think it is possible that they have known the secret of blood essence or superpowers for a long time? According to this inference, it is indeed possible. Lin Xian nodded, but these are all speculations. According to the current situation, we better pray that this speculation is wrong, otherwise for all survivors and the Phoenix Society, the existence of such an organization is no less risky than the darkness to humans. Ding ding. As he was talking, Lin Xian's watch rang. It's getting dark. Dong dong dong, Qin Sichuan ran over quickly. Lin Xian, there is a plain ahead with a wide view and only a forest. Lin Xian nodded seriously, and immediately drove the mechanical heart to stop the train. It's going to be dark soon, Shuqin building. Lin Xian pressed the communicator. Captain Lin, we're ready. Shuqin stood in the aisle of car number 8, holding a Remington M96, and looking out the window vigilantly. Brother Xian, no problem. Deleuze stood in front of the automatic door of car number 5, holding a Growler K-23 electric rotary machine gun, releasing the safety, ready to go. Hey! Boy, it's getting dark. He shouted to Lu Xingchen, who was still dozing. It's okay, I take action. Lu Xingchen slightly opened one eye, glanced, and continued to close his eyes. Everyone. Lin Xian picked up the intercom, his eyes flickered slightly, and said, we are ready to stop. Each team should find a favorable terrain, and take a defensive posture. We may encounter the enemy as soon as it gets dark. Please be prepared. Lin Xian's words spread to the steel traffic. Wu Zhenhai, Liao Ming, Luo Yang, Liang Lei, Li Yi and others all looked solemn and responded immediately. Okay. Wu Zhenhai shouted. Prepare to stop the car, and each car will deploy according to the camp defense formation. Bang bang. The side gate of a black military truck in the Eagle convoy rose, and the remaining dozen small missiles launched an attack sequence. At the same time, more than 20 elite armed personnel wearing passive armor and high-energy weapons got off the vehicles, and began to disperse to various defense nodes with a cold breath. On the sun-chasing convoy, Luo Yang and a group of young people formed a dozen vehicles, and quickly found an area with a wide field of vision. This group of people had great driving skills and tacit cooperation. They quickly parked in a vortex formation, and surrounded a material support vehicle in the middle. Then these young people came out of the highly modified vehicles carrying various heavy weapons, such as rocket launchers, large-caliber machine guns, and even drone bombing devices. Xiaobai, configure the high-voltage ionization wall. Amin Luoluo, the power armor can only last for 2 hours. Don't go out casually. Focus on defense first. Li Guangwen, pay attention to air defense. Wu Sizzle. 2 girls in power armor got off the car fully armed. Their white armor had azure energy lines. They were relatively advanced military-type rapid response power armors, and had undergone a lot of upgrades and modifications. They looked very powerful. Synchronize the visual system. The 2 girls were docking the system. Synchronized successfully. Chain sword charging. Liang Lei and Li Yi were driving a heavy mining truck converted into a motorhome. The truck wheels were tied with anti-skid chains. Behind the 2 buses full of people were several heavy engineering vehicles. They looked tough. Their convoy drove at the end and parked directly at the tail of the Infinity. Several engineering vehicles surrounded the trucks loaded with supplies, and the 2 modified buses, and also formed a defensive formation. Wife, you just guard the car and direct the traffic. Leave the outside to me. Be careful, lazy. Li touched her bulging belly, and looked at him with worry. Don't worry, I won't let any bugs into the convoy. Liang Lei twisted his neck, his eyes lit up, his whole body seemed to swell, and his skin turned into a dark metallic luster. Before he got off the car, the hydraulic system of the vehicle had sunk 2 centimeters. In the Infinity, in the number 2 carriage, Kiki watched the rapid actions of the convoy, and glanced at Lin Xian. Look, I said, their strength is not bad. Lin Xian said, the Eagle team's strong firepower was pushed back by the insect tide, so we can't be careless. He said to Kiki, Sasha is debugging the Vulcan Mecha in car number 11, you go help her, and when necessary, quickly deploy fire suppression. Okay. Kiki made a yes gesture to Lin Xian with 2 fingers on her forehead, and then flew directly from the seat and flew quickly towards car number 11. Sasha was preparing to get into the cockpit of the mecha. Seeing Kiki coming, she said, "Sister Kiki, why are you here so late? Hurry up. Why are you in such a hurry? It may not be useful." Kiki crossed her arms and landed in front of the mecha. "If we encounter the situation of the train being surrounded before, there is no need to drive this thing out. Be prepared." Sasha stood on the cockpit, looking eager to try. She jumped into the cockpit and patted it with her hand. "Right, Sally." Sasha usually likes to tinker with weapons. Although she is not very big, she likes heavy firepower. Now that Lin Xian asked her to drive this Vulcan mecha, this little girl has been driving it for 1 or 2 hours in the afternoon. The more she drives, the more addicted she becomes. A little girl is obsessed with the Vulcan mecha with heavy firepower. It really feels like the contrast between angels and demons. I told you to change the name. Sally sounds like Sally Chicken. No, I just like Sally. Smear. On an open plain, the black heavy train slowly stopped. Except for a broadleaf forest, the surrounding view was wide, which was an excellent area for nightfall. More than 100 vehicles of the survivors' convoy began to arrange a defensive formation around the train. Looking around, it was dark and dense, and a feeling of a war about to break out rushed into the eyes. Buzz on the skyline, a mysterious light flickered. Just like the curtain of the world pulled down by the dark wave, the sky, which was originally under the afterglow of the sunset, was covered by darkness in an instant. Instantly, everyone's breathing stopped for a moment. Lin Xian stood in the cockpit, staring at the front. Everyone in each carriage and each team was on guard. It was quiet all around, with only the sound of insects and the whistling of the wind and the rustling sound of the dead treetops. The mechanical heart ran through the entire train. Surprisingly, the expected siege of the strange body did not happen, and everything was as quiet as before. What's going on? Is there no strange body in this area? Qin Sichuan said in a low voice, while holding the meteorite number 3 made by Lin Xian for her. It's possible. Lin Xian looked around. His expression was very serious. But I'm more worried about another situation. He looked at Qin Sichuan, who immediately understood what he meant, and the two immediately walked towards the direction of carriage number 3. If they were not besieged by the strange body, in addition to good luck, it is also possible that there is a large strange body in this area, and this is its territory. The two walked quickly into carriage number 3 and looked at the black chrysanthemum of hell. Director Ding. Ding Junyi stood beside. No change, no superimposed mark. Lin Xian frowned. There must be something wrong with the abnormal situation, and he felt it was strange that it was so calm suddenly, especially when they were carrying the level 3 dark mark. It was even more strange. Lin Xian picked up the intercom. Everyone, is there anything unusual? No. Nothing has been found yet. Brother Lin, no. Each team replied. Could the dark creatures in this area be attracted away by other survivor teams, or cleared? Qin Sichuan's words gave Lin Xian a new idea. It is indeed possible. Ding Junyi also expressed her thoughts. Lin Xian came to the number 2 carriage at this time, and looked at the external surveillance in the information center, but found nothing. Just when he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, the Sentinel system surveillance screen on the roof side caught Lin Xian's attention. The infrared night vision surveillance screen seemed to be a little narrower. What's wrong? Qin Sichuan stood beside him, watching Lin Xian's actions, and immediately asked in confusion. What is this? Lin Xian pointed to the narrow black edge next to the screen, and then he switched to an adjacent surveillance, and at this time, the narrow edge of the screen moved from the left to the right. Qin Sichuan didn't understand. I don't see anything. There's something here. Lin Xian frowned, and said in a deep voice. He immediately opened the sunshade and looked in the direction of the surveillance. That direction was the direction of the woods, but at this time, the dark clouds covered the moon, and the stars were not visible. The sky was as dark as ink, and even the outline of the woods was not clear. Qin Sichuan saw Lin Xian's action and immediately stepped forward. Let me see. She immediately raised the meteorite 3 and turned on the intelligent night vision observation and aiming system. Qin Sichuan's vision was very sharp in the dark after genetic evolution, and with the help of the sniper scope, she could see much more clearly than Lin Xian. At 11 o'clock, that piece of woods, take a look, Lin Xian said. Qin Sichuan looked over, and as she adjusted her sight distance, her stretched eyebrows frowned instantly. What did you see? Lin Xian, there is a person standing in that forest. Qin Sichuan's voice was cold, with a hint of fear in her tone. There is a person standing in the forest? It sounds very strange. Why is he standing on the forest? Are you sure? Yes, at 11 o'clock, that person is very tall, Qin Sichuan said sternly. At this time, in her sniper scope, in the depths of the broadleaf forest in the dark night, a creature with a human-like figure was standing there quietly, extremely tall. At a glance, it seemed to be about 20 meters, with a pair of straight legs standing upright in the forest, just motionless. Qin Sichuan slowly raised her gun, trying to see the tall figure's face clearly, but found that she couldn't see it clearly. But at this time, it was absolutely certain that it was definitely a dark existence. Chapter 241. Under the darkness. The howling cold wind sounded like a high-frequency shriek from another world. It was disturbing. In the woods in the distance, the tall figure was like a humanoid mechanical object with disproportionate proportions, but straight legs, with a round hollow head, standing abruptly in the mist. There was no reference around it. Although it was motionless, it immediately gave Lin Xian a palpitation. It was indescribable, weird and absurd. Everyone pay attention to the 11 o'clock direction. Lin Xian gathered his mind, and said in the channel immediately. In an instant, everyone's attention was cast in that direction. A drone rose in the convoy, and the camera focused quickly. What is that? In the Eagle convoy, Liao Ming looked at the surveillance screen with an ugly face. Wu Zhenhai shouted, "Everyone be careful, a strange body has appeared." On the side of several convoys, everyone's face changed. After seeing that figure, no one did not have that weird feeling. On the Infinity, the passengers in each carriage opened the sunshade and looked through the window. At this time, all eyes were looking in that direction, and the atmosphere was anxious and weird. At this time, the tall round head of the strange shadow seemed to move, and then a ray of red light began to light up. The whole head of that thing was a huge hole, and the red light began to illuminate the fog caused by the night's temperature drop like a searchlight. A red light was lingering, looking eerie and terrifying. The head with red light began to move. It bent down, stretched out its long hands like whips, and lifted the roof of a house in the woods. The red light looked inside like a searchlight. Then, the red head slowly turned and looked at the train and the team. Woohoo! A loud and empty cry came from it, like the whistle of a 10,000-ton ship. When the sound wave came, everyone who heard it changed their faces and covered their ears. A cold and strange breath swept over, making people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. Zzz. A trembling sound sounded in the carriage of the Infinity, and Lin Xian looked around hurriedly. What sound? I don't know, it seems to be over there. Qin Sichuan pointed to the number 1 carriage. At this time, her face was uncomfortable. The sound just now seemed to make people feel uncomfortable physiologically. Lin Xian frowned and ran over immediately. He immediately found that the source of the sound was the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. What's going on? Lin Xian took it down, and the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube in his hand was vibrating violently. The mechanical heart was opened, and a flashing light curtain popped up on it. Beep. Non-mechanical force is being used for reflex detection. A large amount of fear force impact is detected. Lin Xian's face changed, and he immediately reacted. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Click, but under the vibration of the sound wave, all the signals of the walkie-talkie were invalid. Fuck. He immediately rushed into the cab, picked up the loudspeaker, and shouted to the outside. Everyone get back to the car. This thing can amplify the fear force of the dark invasion. Ah! Lin Xian's voice just sounded from the Infinity's external loudspeaker, and a middle-aged man in the Eagle team, who was injured and on guard with a gun, suddenly screamed miserably. The bandage on his chest was bleeding crazily, the blood vessels around his eyes turned black, and his pupils were gradually swallowed by the darkness. The people around saw this scene and retreated in fear. The teammates began to shout, Li Dong, wake up! Ah! Ah! The man called Li Dong screamed wildly. When his eyes were completely swallowed by the black, he knelt on the ground and opened his mouth to the sky. The next moment, countless tiny insect tentacles began to drill out from his throat and the corners of his eyes, and he began to twist uncontrollably. His muscles and joints cracked, and his face began to change beyond recognition. Ah! Kill me! Li Dong screamed with all his might. Please! Take care of my wife and son. Ah! He's going to mutate. These survivors were not the first time to see this scene, but no one expected that the mutation at this time would be so fast and so sudden. Kill him. Help him get rid of it. One of the teammates struggled on his face and gritted his teeth. Fuck you. Ah! Bang bang bang. The gunfire rang out, and Li Dong was instantly shot in the head. But at this time, a large number of tentacles began to ooze out, and blood plasma continued to surge in its exploding flesh and blood. Several people around began to shoot with all their strength, directly smashing its upper body, and then there was no movement. Ah! Help! Just after solving this problem, another place began to invade and mutate, and in an instant, all parts of the convoy were in a state of collapse. Luo Yang was the closest, and he was the first to hear Lin Xian shouting clearly. He reacted and immediately shouted to the surroundings. Quick, get back to the car. Everyone retreat to the car. Wu Zhenhai also picked up the car shouting system and shouted to everyone. Walalalo, in an instant, chaos broke out. Before the battle even started, there were constant gunshots aimed at their own people who had mutated. Countless people who were ready to fight returned to the car at this time. On the live car, women covered the ears of children, and men pressed down their injured companions. The red light in the distance penetrated the dark night fog, constantly humming and shaking the earth. Just a face-to-face encounter, at least 6 or 7 people had mutated. These people, without exception, were basically injured or had poor resistance. Wu, on the Infinity side, the G3 electromagnetic rail gun in car number 2, and the 1130 closed defense gun in the weapons station of car number 12 were raised almost at the same time. Lin Xian's eyes were cold, he clenched his teeth, and without any words, he aimed directly at the monster with a red-head searchlight. Woo! Z! The arc on the railgun circulated, and with a loud bang, a dazzling blue light hole shot out, instantly piercing the dark night, and directly hit the monster's red head. Beep! 1130 fired at full power, and the violent metal jet with tracer bullets poured towards the monster. Bang! The electromagnetic gun rail hit directly, and the round hole head of the monster was directly blasted open. A large amount of black debris flew across and fell to the ground, and began to emit energy vibrations and then burned violently. The buzzing sound also stopped abruptly, and the metal storm of 1130 quickly raised a wave of dust on the ground, and the black limbs and skin of the monster were instantly shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, a black fog-like gust of wind rolled up, and the red light monster twisted its upper body and floated in the air strangely, and then quickly disappeared into the night. Only a touch of red light could be seen moving from a distance. This thing can fly! At this time, the communicator returned to normal, and Lin Xian immediately shouted to everyone. Don't let the red light of that thing shine on you. This thing's attack method is different from what you have encountered before. Received. Go back to the camp quickly. In the number 11 carriage, Kiki hugged Sha, who was covering her ears. Her face turned pale, and she only reacted when she heard Lin Xian's voice, and pushed Sha into the cabin of the Vulcan Mecha. Hide inside first and close the hatch. Sasha looked anxious, but the Sally can't stand up. Kiki slapped her forehead directly, and then helped her press the hatch closing button, glared at her and said, You stay here first, I go help your brother Lin first, and I send you out when I need you. After that, without waiting for Sasha to speak, she flew directly to the front carriage. In the number 5 carriage, the building's face was heavy, and the situation was completely different from what he expected. Lu Xingchen, who was standing next to him, also raised his eye mask and frowned. It looks like a monster. This is a bit tricky. In the past, most of the strange bodies that everyone encountered were monsters that pounced on them to eat and bite. When facing this kind, just go all out. But at this time, the sound like a cruise ship whistle exploded in the wilderness, and it was actually able to carry the powerful infectious power of the Dark Invasion, which was completely impossible to defend against. Lin Xian put the heterogeneous magic cube back, and his expression was extremely solemn at this time. If he hadn't had this thing in his car, I'm afraid someone in the car would have suffered. This was the first time he encountered a dark mutation in people at close range. No wonder it easily led to the destruction of the convoy. In this kind of internal outbreak, the steel defense was completely useless. Even if the 3 teams of the Eagle returned to the train, the noise was only weakened, and there was no way to completely block it like the Infinity. Lin Xian. Chen Sichuan came over and said, That thing is above our heads now. Buzz, the buzzing sounded from the sky again, and the trembling sound waves made the whole space numb. In an instant, the teams around the train began to fire fiercely at the sky, and the fire almost illuminated the entire camp. However, this time, the sound seemed to have a strange tone, covering the Infinity. Rustling, rustling, at this time, a lot of rustling sounds began to sound in the darkness on all sides of the camp. The sound gradually became louder, from far to near, and gradually formed a tidal wave rushing, and the vibration sound of the waves rushing to the bottom. Wu Zhenhai, who was sitting in the car, heard this sound at this time, his face sank, and he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Everyone be careful, it's a worm tide. The people of the Eagle team were very familiar with this movement, because they had just encountered it last night. The voice instantly spread to everyone. Set up a defensive formation. Liao Ming shouted immediately, and started the car to readjust the forward direction. Xiaobai, Amin, Luoluo, drive closer to the Infinity. Li Guangwen uses the defense car to block the front. Luo Yang's side also mobilized immediately. Buzz, at this time, several heavy engineering vehicles had already driven in 3 directions, blocking the left and right sides and rear of the Infinity and the convoy. Liang Lei shouted with a walkie-talkie, "This is our unmanned fortress vehicle, all heavy firepower is in the back. Protect the front row." Qi, Wu, on the unmanned engineering vehicle, more than a dozen 12.7mm high-powered automatic machine guns rose quickly, and on a truck on Liang Lei's side, several young men were operating remotely. On the Infinity, Kiki came to the number 2 information center, and immediately began to search for the red light monster. At the same time, Lin Xian raised the outer armor electric blade system and shouted to all the carriages, "Everyone, don't let the insect tide rush into the convoy." Wu, the automatic explosion-proof doors of carriages number 5 and number 11 opened, and the building, LV Chong, and 3 other team members holding the Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun stood at the door, and Lu Xingchen took the elevator to the roof. He clenched his fists, and swept his eyes into the darkness around him with infinite fighting spirit. Squeak, 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 the howling of unknown insects, and the crawling sound that covered the sky began to deafen. Kiki searched around, and caught the red light again in the sky. There. It must be this thing that caused the insect swarm. She stood up immediately after saying that. I fly up to find it. Who knew that when she was halfway through her flight, Lin Xian, who was walking quickly, grabbed her ankle and pulled her down again. Come down. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he directly operated the G3 electromagnetic railgun to raise the firing range and fired again at the red light in the sky. Woo! Z! The arc exploded, and a burst of ionization and diffusion sounded around the number 2 carriage. The dazzling blue light penetrated the sky and directly illuminated a huge black shadow above the sky. Bang! After about a few seconds, the explosion sounded. This attack once again made the roaring whistle disappear. Set up a locking system, and let this electromagnetic gun aim at the red head. As for other things, stop the insect swarm first. Oh, good idea. Kiki was dragged down by his ankle, and immediately started to operate the electromagnetic gun program without saying a word. Captain Lin. In the rear carriage, Shu Qin stood at the door of carriage number 11, looking into the darkness far away, and pressed the communicator. The bugs are coming. Beep. The 1130 with radar and fire control system was the first to sound the annihilation signal, and the rain-like metal jet swept out in a fan-shaped manner, and a large number of shells were thrown madly on the roof. The light from the tracer bullet instantly illuminated a terrifying scene in front of all the convoys ready to go. In the darkness, less than 2 kilometers away, countless giant sickle insects, black-winged elytra, and swimming large centipedes came like a tide, as if locusts were passing through, floods and waves, and even the ground was shaking. This scene, even the members of the Infinite Convoy, who had seen the siege of Yubei Airport, immediately took a breath of cold air. Beep! The artillery fire of 1130 resounded, and the air in the entire convoy was dull like the eye of a storm. Open fire! Lin Xian, Wu Zhenhai, Luo Yang, Liang Lei, the leaders of the 4 convoys, looked stern at this time, picked up the communicator, and issued the order to open fire almost at the same time. Bang bang bang. Duh. All weapons opened fire instantly, forming a firing range around the Infinity, and a hail of bullets burst out. Wah, the violent metal jets immediately blasted the insects that rushed to the front into pieces, and the powerful impact suppressed the charge of the insect tide. At the same time, the heavy weapons, howitzers, rockets, incendiary jets, and missiles of each convoy also mercilessly bombarded the area where the insect tide was dense. Bang, boom, boom. The explosion and the flames, like gorgeous fireworks, exploded on the land in an instant, and the smell of gunpowder instantly filled the sky. Woo sizzle. In carriage number 11, Xiao Yuan and her men were firing crazily, and at this moment, the Vulcan mecha behind them suddenly moved. Sister Xiao Yuan, make way. Sasha, driving the Sally, actually climbed out of the automatic explosion-proof door in a climbing posture. She was extremely sensitive in controlling the mecha, jumped off the train directly, and started firing with both hands. Look at me! Sasha sat in the cockpit, clenched her teeth, and controlled the heavy mecha that she had not touched for half a day with both hands. The Vulcan machine gun and the main gun on the aircraft had already begun to accurately harvest the insects in the dark. The Sun Chaser convoy on the left had a small number of people, and was originally under great pressure. At this time, when Sasha appeared driving the Vulcan, the pressure suddenly decreased. Luo Yang looked back and saw the large mecha, and his eyes widened immediately. Wow, Brother Lin and his men also have Gundam. Woo, sizzle, boom. The electromagnetic rail gun on the Infinity kept tracking the huge red shadow in the sky and never stopped firing. After the terrifying sound waves disappeared, Luo Yang found the right time. Amin, Luo, move out. Li Guangwen suppresses the front. Clang. As soon as the voice fell, two agile figures carrying arcs of light jumped out of the convoy. The two held a slender white chain sword, met in the air, pulled out a high-voltage arc, and then rushed directly into the insect tide. Like a cutting machine, flashing past in an instant, dozens of strange insects were cut in half, and the smelly insect corpses still emitted burning red smoke. I left. I right. The two girls cooperated tacitly. The automatic tracking guns, and the full battlefield situation awareness system on their armor locked all the insects in front and behind them. The two were like ghosts, shuttling through the insect tide at high speed, harvesting monsters with chain swords. Squeak, squeak, a huge centipede burst out from the swarm of insects and rushed directly towards Amin. At this time, a young man with muscles, like a sports student, jumped out like a beast behind Amin and Luo. He wore a strange boxing glove on his hand. He landed on the ground with a bang and swung his fist directly towards the fan in front of him. The moment the fist wind exploded, the centipede was hit by an invisible force in the air. The layers of hard shells on its body burst open, and a large amount of internal organs were squeezed and ejected from the back. Li Guangwen, control some of your supernatural power. There is a big one in the sky. Luo Yang shouted. At this time, a large number of black-winged insects flew over the sky. He directly pressed one eye with 2 fingers, and the other eye emitted a burning white light. In an instant, a very thin beam of light shot out and swept past, and a burst of dense explosions instantly occurred in the sky in front. Boom, boom, boom. Hoo. He had just used up his special power once, and he immediately closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths. But the black-winged insects seemed to be inexhaustible. After suppressing them for a moment, they swarmed again. The dozens of people still seemed a little weak in the face of such a huge insect tide. Fight! Fight! Ah! Sasha drove the Vulcan mecha to the front and helped Amin and Luo suppress the large number of insects. Beep! The cannon of the Vulcan mecha swept around and instantly wiped out a group of insects. Too many insects. Sasha shouted in the cockpit of the mecha, "You stinky fire-breathing bastard, if you don't come out, I will throw your tea can." Boom! Just when the sun-chasing team and Sasha, who was driving the mecha, felt the pressure doubled, a huge fire illuminated the sky. I'm here! A bright red flame flew out from the Infinity, passing by Amin and Luo, 2 beautiful women in power armor, and landed directly in front of the densest insect swarm, like a meteorite falling to the ground, bursting with flames, and the jet of fire waves was like a fire rushing to the stars, burning all the insect swarms within hundreds of meters. Lu Xingchen stood in the center of the flames, turned sideways with his back to the 2 girls, and said loudly, "The filth and waves polluted the world, and today I will clean up the source of heaven and earth and burn all the evil demons." Bang bang! Sasha stopped immediately after firing 2 shots, and rolled her eyes when she saw this scene. This guy likes to show off in front of beautiful women. Luo Yang, Li Guangwen and other superpowers of the sun-chasing team were immediately shocked. They only heard from Liao Ming that the Infinite team had strong firepower, but they didn't expect that they were so talented and had a high-level fire superpower. Brother Liao is talking about firepower. Is it this fire? Luo Yang looked unbelievable, with eager and admiring eyes, and immediately shouted excitedly, "Everyone work together, we can stop it." This thunderous scene instantly cheered up all the resisting team members, and their morale was greatly boosted, and they began to suppress the insect tide. On the right side of the train, the Eagle team had the largest number of people and the strongest firepower. Various heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, howitzers, including small missiles and flamethrowers appeared in an endless stream. More than 20 elite combat forces were at the front, suppressing the insect tide. After firing a round of bullets in the building, without waiting for reloading, he rushed out with the steel-cutting sword. After the last battle at the Research Institute's testing ground, he discovered that his abilities would continue to increase as his blood and energy burst out from his injuries. Both his strength and recovery ability were like Xiao Long from the Black Crow Quartet, who was getting stronger with each battle. So he began to actively try close combat. The Eagle team saw Delu rushing into the insect swarm alone, with a big sword in his hand, and his face changed. Is he a superpower? Bang bang bang. Liao Ming, who had mutated into two sickle-like long arms, was a superpower of the limb system. When he saw Delu rushing over, he immediately said, "Brother, be careful, these things are hard to kill with cold weapons." Delu was indifferent, and was surrounded by several black-winged elytra as soon as he rushed in. Bloody wounds continued to appear on his body. Seeing this scene, Liao Ming immediately prepared to come up to rescue. Bang bang! A black shadow quickly passed by and rushed in front of Liao Ming. Under the terrifying power of the M96 demon-repelling holy flame, the black-winged elytra were directly blown to pieces. Xu Qin held a Remington shotgun made by Lin Xian in each hand, firing left and right, and repelled the swarming insects in a few seconds. At this time, the building was filled with red blood. Suddenly, his momentum was shaken. He raised the steel-cutting sword, stepped forward, and shouted with all his muscles tensed. He held the sword with both hands and swung it forward. Buzz! The sword blade was burned red by the air, and the red blood wrapped on the sword blade was directly ejected, forming a fan-shaped cutting wave. With a rubbing sound, a large piece of insect shells broke and cracked. Various strange insects within a few meters in front of him exploded in an instant, and the shock wave ejected, directly rushing out the broken limbs of these insect corpses. Awesome! Liao Ming's eyes widened. He was about to help, but he quickly retracted his sickle arm, fearing that he would be affected by the sword wave just now. Ah! The building was in high spirits, holding the steel-cutting sword and standing in front of the unmanned engineering vehicle, killing the insect tide. I help you! Liao Ming's blood was boiling at this time, and he also rushed up with his elite team. Wu Shenhai set up the car-mounted Gatling gun on the car and fired crazily. Seeing Liao Ming and the building merged, he immediately ordered through the intercom. Bomb the convoy, Su Jin's barrage. Cover them. Received. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom. The missiles in the rear convoy began to provide powerful firepower support, because the people in front were all superpowers, and their firepower exploded in front of Xu Qin and Liao Ming's team in the building in a progressive manner, relieving them of a large open battle zone and protruding the formation in a cone shape. Behind the infinity, several buses full of people were covered in the innermost, and the outer side was a defensive barrier transformed from heavy trucks and engineering vehicles. Half of the people in Liang Lei and Li Yi's convoy were women and children. So many of the vehicle-mounted weapons were controlled by a group of young people through unmanned vehicles. The only group of combat power was composed of Liang Lei and more than 20 young men and women. However, they were in the rear carriage of the Infinity, which had the firepower cover of the 1130 closed defense gun and the firepower support of a large number of members of the Infinity team, and could barely resist the first wave of the insect tide. Liang Lei was a superpower who was alloyed all over. His body was swollen and even taller than the building. At this time, under the cover of heavy firepower, he rushed into the insect tide, holding the jaws of a huge red centipede in both hands. The centipede rolled it up, and its sharp legs scratched it on its body, creating sparks, but failed to hurt Liang Lei. Ah! Liang Lei shouted, and directly let go of one hand and reached into the centipede's mouthparts, grabbed a piece of flesh on the upper jaw and tore it violently. Crack! Large pieces of flesh and blood were torn out by him, and the centipede let out a shrill roar. Just as it was about to bite back, it was kicked away by Liang Lei. Duh. At this time, the firepower line of the rear support very tacitly bombarded the centipede's face and door device head-on, and in an instant, the head of the big insect was blown to pieces. Looking back, it was Li Yi who was standing on the roof of the car with the car-mounted machine gun to cover. Lei Zi, behind. Li Yi shouted. Liang Lei had no time to react. As soon as he turned around, he saw a huge beetle flying towards him. Swish! At the critical moment, a figure flew over with an electric knife in his hand and immediately cut off the beetle's hard cuticle and head. LV Chong. There is another one, Captain Chen. As soon as he landed, LV Chong buried his head directly. Bang! The sound of heavy sniper rifle roared, and a giant flying winged insect was shot and exploded on the heads of Lu Chong and Liang Lei. The special alloy armor-piercing bullet from Meteorite 3, on the roof of Infinity. Chen Sichuan kept squatting and shooting, with a cold face, constantly aiming at some large and difficult-looking strange insects, and every shot was accurate. Meteorite 3 was even more powerful than a 33K anti-material rifle. The intelligent recoil stop system allowed her to speed up the firing rate and maintain stability. The photoelectric sight could capture the target in the firing range faster and release the deadly armor-piercing bullet. Miao Lu held the gun with both hands, standing behind Chen Sichuan, helping her deal with various flying winged insects and flying ants attacking from the air. It was not the first time for the two to cooperate like this, and they began to have a lot of tacit understanding. Buzz buzz buzz. At this time, there was a buzzing sound of a huge bell in the sky, like a tide pressing down on the land. Chen Sichuan frowned, raised her gun and aimed, and turned on the long-range night vision system. Beep. The scene changed, and she immediately saw a large group of flying strange insects, like a dark cloud rushing towards the entire convoy and the infinity from the darkness. The swarm of insects in the sky was so overwhelming that it even completely blocked the light of the stars and the moon in the sky. The dense flapping sound made people's scalps numb. Not good. Chen Sichuan's face changed, and she immediately shouted to the bottom, "Be careful of the sky." Li Below immediately raised the vehicle-mounted machine gun and fired wildly at the sky. Lei Zi, come back. The people of the Sun Chaser and the Eagle Convoy also noticed something was wrong. Beep. The 1130 artillery fired into the air. Under the tracer bullets, the dark cloud-like swarm of insects made everyone feel cold all over, and a strong sense of suffocation enveloped them. It's bad. Flamethrower. Fire at the sky. Reload, reload. The ground can't hold it anymore. Retreat, retreat. Just when everyone was extremely anxious, the air suddenly began to vibrate slightly, and many people found that the dust on the ground was actually flying against gravity. Look! That person. At this time, Li turned his head suddenly and found that above the roof of the infinity, a purple-haired girl had dazzling eyes, her hair moved without wind, and she was full of a breath of destruction. Soaring into the air. Chapter 242. Kiki! Chen Sichuan shouted. Under everyone's gaze, Kiki slowly flew into the air. Her expression at this moment was no longer playful and cunning as before, but was filled with endless coldness and concentration. Kiki slowly raised her hands and looked at the dark cloud-like insect tide in the sky, her eyes bursting with murderous intent. Everyone hide. Lin Xian's voice suddenly sounded in the communicator. Huh? Kiki in the air exhaled lightly, and then clenched her hands in the air. Buzz. A low humming sound sounded, and a nearly transparent spherical light curtain quickly shrank towards her heart. In an instant, it turned into a shock-wave light ball emitting white fluorescence, radiating out instantly with her as the center. Boom! The invisible shock wave vibrated in all directions in a spherical amplification. With a huge impact force, it instantly spread out a diameter of hundreds or even thousands of meters. Whether it was the insect tide on the ground or in the air, it was repelled at this moment, and a large number of insects were crushed. People like the building, Liao Ming, Liang Lei, and Lu Chong who were standing in the front were almost swept away by the shock wave. They squatted on the spot and held on to the ground. The high-speed air wave almost turned the area within the range of the infinity into an oxygen-deficient zone. Everyone's face changed drastically. Fuck! What is this? In the Eagle Convoy, the people hiding in the car screamed wildly. The nuclear bomb exploded. Boss! We are friendly forces, friendly forces! Someone shouted hysterically against the strong wind. Stop! Stop! Is the eye of the typhoon coming? Boom boom boom! The shock wave and air wave lasted for several seconds, and even the condensed mist within a few kilometers was blown away. For a moment, everyone felt a suffocating feeling of extreme lack of oxygen. Chen Sichuan and Miao Lu, who were the closest, held on to the gap on the roof tightly, feeling the weakening of the shock wave, and finally slowly raised their heads. Seeing Kiki flying down from the air at this time, the fluorescence in her eyes weakened, and she took a long breath and looked at Chen Sichuan and the others. Sister Chen, how about my new trick? Chen Sichuan took 2 quick breaths, and her pale face finally regained some color. Miao Lu looked uncomfortable and said, Kiki, your trick doesn't distinguish between enemies and friends? How is it possible? Kiki immediately explained, I deliberately controlled it, otherwise you would have been blown away long ago. Miao Lu's eyes glared, thinking about it. They were so close that even the insects outside were blown away. They couldn't be safe and sound. Chen Sichuan's eyes changed. Lin Xian told her that since the hell-black chrysanthemum began to emit light at night, the abilities and evolutions of all team members have been quietly changing. Now Kiki is obviously much more powerful. Wow! On the other side, Sasha, who was sitting in the cockpit of the Mecha, looked at the alarm jumping wildly on the screen, and couldn't help but say in the communicator. Sister Kiki, you should have told me in advance. I was shocked. On the sun-chasing team, everyone looked at the figure of the girl on the train with horror, their eyes full of shock. Awesome. Is this a telekinetic ability? Why are the people on this train more terrifying than each other? Swoosh. Lu Xingchen leaped and landed on the Vulcan mecha. He looked at everyone and couldn't help but smack his lips. It seems that I must also develop a larger move. Shasha said directly to the outside, don't come on, you can't be burned to death, we can be ignited at any time, it's better to keep your moves away from us. Lu Xingchen, so powerful. On the side of the Paoyuan camp, Li looked at the train with an unbelievable face, touching her belly and muttering, don't be afraid, Mom is still alive. On the bus, dozens of children were lying on the windows. They were terrified just now, but now they exclaimed in childish voices. Oh my god, is that sister a fairy? All those insects were blown away. It was so windy just now. I admire her so much. The Eagle team was even more confused, because these people had encountered an insect tide last night, and they deeply experienced the suffocating despair. Originally, when everyone saw the swarm of insects, they felt cold from head to toe, but Kiki's move shocked them to their core. Wu Zhenhai watched this scene and exclaimed, good guy, no wonder Liao Ming insisted on letting me join this team, this guy is a gorilla who met a regular army. Liao Ming, who was standing next to the building, was panting at this time, and his heart was surging. He was now extremely fortunate to have bought such information from Hu Lushou and waited for the Infinity to travel together. Originally, the three teams wanted to rush out of the city before dark, but now it seems that their waiting is definitely an extremely correct decision. With just one blood essence, I got close to the big boss. It is definitely worth it to survive tonight. At this time, the sound of the insect tide around stopped abruptly, and everyone seemed to have a moment of respite. Woo! Z. The trembling ionization sound of the electromagnetic railgun drew everyone's attention back. The dazzling blue-white light instantly shot out, and shot towards an airspace several kilometers away. There, a strange huge black shadow floated in the air. The scarlet light flickered for a while, and then suddenly disappeared. Swish! The earth trembled, and after a few seconds of respite, the sound of the insect tide trembled again from all directions. Reload. Contract the formation. Move closer to the Infinity. Lin Xian stood above the front of the car, and the voices of the other three teams sounded in the walkie-talkie in his hand. Little brother, our firepower can still hit 2.5 bases. It seems that we need to cross-deploy. Wu Zhenhai's voice came. It seems that this insect tide can't be killed. What should I do? Li said. Brother Lin. Luo Yang's voice sounded. I think the insect tide may be related to that monster. Why don't we gather the power of the superpowers, and deal with the guy with red light first? In fact, many people have noticed this. Facing the insect tide, the monster with a red searchlight head is obviously the focus. Wu Zhenhai also echoed, of course aim and shoot. There are many superpowers in the team now. If we concentrate all our efforts to deal with that big guy, there may be a glimmer of hope. Among them, the Infinity with fire and telekinetic superpowers is obviously the main force. The monster has disappeared. Lin Xian looked back at the electromagnetic railgun and found that the radar system had lost its target. He immediately noticed something wrong. Director Ding? The mark has not been removed yet. Ding Junyi in carriage number 3 kept an eye on the changes of Hell Black Chrysanthemum. At this time, the red light has been maintaining a brightness of level 3. Logically speaking, after killing so many dark creatures, the mark should be weakened, and the threat level remains unchanged, which can only mean one thing. The giant monster is still alive, and continues to cover the marks on everyone. The only benefit is that the black smoke of the large number of dead insects began to pour in, and was absorbed by the Hell Black Chrysanthemum, which means that if everyone survives, everyone in the car will receive a lot of evolutionary baptism. But the problem is that if the red light monster is not solved, hundreds of people here will enter the Parma grassland with a level 3 mark and face the night in the blizzard of the extreme cold vortex. Lin Xian looked around with a cold look. He knew very well at this time that if the red light monster was not solved, let alone the problem of the dark mark, everyone here would die tonight. Lin Xian didn't know whether the red light monster was a B-level, A-level or S-level weird body, but it could attract a tide of insects, so it was definitely not an ordinary weird body. The target has disappeared, but has not left yet. Everyone pay attention. Lin Xian synchronized the radar information to the public channel, and then said to Kiki and Lu Xingchen, Kiki, Brother Hua, pay attention to the red light head, find a way to kill it. When Kiki and Lu Xingchen heard Lin Xian's words, Their expressions immediately became solemn, and they all looked around. The bugs are coming again. Duh. The war that had just stopped was ignited again, and gunfire was everywhere. The surging insect tide turned over the piles of companions' bodies and rushed towards the convoy frantically. The red barrels of dozens of vehicle-mounted machine guns had not cooled down yet, and they roared again. Those bugs seemed to be endless, and could not be killed. They emerged densely from the darkness, making people feel that no matter how many bugs were killed, they seemed to be unable to stop, and the death of one person on the convoy was a huge loss. Woo! A sound like the whistle of a 10,000-ton ship suddenly exploded in the air, and the sound waves swept the entire convoy with a powerful and terrifying invasion force. At this time, everyone was caught off guard. The already tense and nervous people were attacked by this fear force. Many people began to collapse, and black blood vessels appeared on their bodies. Whoosh! A black gun suddenly shot out, carrying a blue flight control light, flying towards the sky. At the same time, the 1130 and G3 electromagnetic railguns turned at the same time and fired at the sky above the Infinity. The jet of fire swept, and Lin Xian's black gun shot directly into the red light at the same time as the sound appeared. Crack! The black gun seemed to have penetrated something, like threading a needle, and a huge stream of fire also shot up into the sky. Boom! Lu Xingchen sprayed flames, and Kiki used telekinesis to grab the fire and squeezed it into a high-speed rocket. At the moment when the red light monster appeared from the clouds, it directly hit its hollow head. The cooperation of the three people was almost instantaneous. In an instant, the buzzing sound that had just vibrated came to an abrupt end. Hundreds of people in the convoy narrowly escaped this disaster. Those who had black blood vessels on their faces were quickly pulled back to reason, and the black ink in their eyes disappeared, and they began to return to normal. Hit! Kiki shouted. Not enough fire. Lu Xingchen was full of fighting spirit, and suddenly increased the fire. The fire concentrated by telekinesis began to burst out with a blazing white high temperature, like a gorgeous pillar of fire that illuminated the entire camp. Buzz buzz buzz. In the sky, a large red light suddenly flashed, and within a few seconds, countless black fragments fell like raindrops. These fragments fell on the roof and the ground and began to burn and produce thick smoke. Lin Xian reached out and tried to take back the black gun, but there was no response. After the fire, the sky was dark, with nothing but debris. The insect tide was still around, and everyone was fighting hard. Where did it fly? Chen Sichuan raised the sniper rifle and began to search the night sky quickly. I didn't find it. Be careful, Lin Xian. Bang bang bang. The Vulcan Mecha's motor cannon roared wildly, and Xia sat in the cockpit and operated the Mecha with full firepower, blasting a gap in the insect tide in front. Amin and Luoluo, the two female fighters, were like two shining silver stars, running as hard as they could, and the chain sword arc was dazzling. Ha! Li Guangwen punched out, forming a fan-shaped spray area. Even the ground was blown away, and more than a dozen big insects were blasted. He stood in front of the engineering vehicle, becoming the last line of defense for the convoy. The missiles and howitzers of the Eagle convoy were almost exhausted at this time. Wu Zhenhai finished a box of bullets and disassembled it. The barrel was steaming white steam, which was extremely hot. He looked at the dark tide of insects in front and shouted, "Contract the defense line and prepare to charge." If the tide of insects is endless, then they have no way out. The physical strength of several powerful psychics is also limited. He saw the situation and reduced the firepower, and tried his best to find the monster with a red light. If it can't be solved, then they can only drive away and fight for the last hope of survival. Li Yi's hands have been blackened by the gunpowder of the vehicle-mounted machine gun. Her lips are pale. She tried her best to suppress the swarm of insects in front of her husband Liang Lei. The piles of insect corpses began to pile up higher and higher. The bloody rain of insect limbs sprayed on the vehicles of the convoy. The smelly and urgent feeling was suffocating. Ah! Liang Lei smashed a black beetle's head with one punch, and several strange insects crushed him to the ground and gnawed him crazily. Woo! The base of 1130 and the electromagnetic railgun kept spinning rapidly, and the radar system was running at full capacity. Lin Xian, Kiki, and Lu Xingchen stood on the roof of the Infinity, resisting the insect tide while capturing the black giant shadow. Where is this thing hiding? Kiki looked at the battle situation with anxiety in his eyes. At this moment, in front of the Eagle convoy, a huge wave of insects rose from the ground, forming an oppressive huge picture. What is this? Fight! Why are there so many? Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. At this time, the insects on the huge wave fell down, and the outline of a huge human figure appeared in the gunfire. It's that monster! Woo buzz! The red light shot out, and the insect swarms instantly became violent, accelerating and biting wildly. Several armed personnel in front, who could not retreat in time, were instantly swallowed by the insect swarms, and their screams were soon drowned out by the sound of gunfire. Buzz, Kiki flew over quickly, trying to catch the giant monster with telekinesis, and Lu Xingchen also set fire to the spot. Ah! It's here! A large number of insects fell from the red light head, and it turned into an insect swarm and approached the convoy. Suddenly, it leaned down and aimed its empty red light head at the eagle convoy, covering everyone in a red light. Everyone looked up and saw a dark red circular abyss, like an abyss. The red light seemed to carry some kind of corrosive power, and everyone's vision began to turn black and white. Beep! Woo! The firepower of 1130 and the orbital electromagnetic gun came instantly, but at this moment, the tide of black bugs suddenly stacked up two barriers, like a sand tower, blocking the red light monster. And Kiki and Lu Xingchen rushed from the left and right, and a telekinetic shock wave and a red fire instantly exploded the bug towers. Boom! The bug tower exploded, and a large number of corpses fell like rain, but more black bugs crawled up. As if receiving some kind of instruction, these black bugs continued to gather, blocking the red light, and becoming cannon fodder. Oh no! The building below and Shu Qin felt a chill in their hearts, when they saw everyone behind them being covered by red light. And Wu Zhenhai and Liao Ming's faces changed drastically, and the frequency of shooting in the convoy suddenly dropped, and all began to stop attacking involuntarily under the red light. The power of fear is corrupting everyone. Qin Sichuan and others on the Infinity side saw this scene, and immediately joined the support here, but all the gunfire could not penetrate the defense built by the insect tide. God Fantion! Lu Xingchen's eyes were furious, and he immediately raised his arms, and a huge fire rose up, trying to directly cover the red light, and burn the insect tower. Kiki also cooperated and prepared to use telekinesis to expand the flame, like the last time the two of them dealt with the big parasite. But at this time, Lin Xian's voice suddenly came from the headset. Kiki, grab Brother Hua, retreat. Lin Xian on the Infinity received the signal of the black gun at this time. He saw the red light, and his mind moved. He directly swung his sword and used the black gun to locate the space, aiming at the red light in the dark, and his eyes flashed black light. Gravitational lens. Since it is light, it must be able to be distorted, although it is impossible to gather energy and cause damage. Lin Xian's first thought is to save the hundreds of people in the convoy in front of him. Buzz! A space humming sound sounded, and all the sounds on the battlefield seemed to stagnate instantly, as quiet as before. Immediately, Kiki, Lu Xingchen, Delu, Shu Qin, and everyone in the Eagle convoy felt that the already weak light in front of them immediately dimmed, and a distorted space formed in the airspace above the red light head, like a black water vortex in the air, and the edge of the red light emitted by the red light head turned into a curved light. Instantly, the distorted dark area seemed to stir and swallow all the red light and starlight, turning into a huge dark red space ripple. It works! Lin Xian's eyes condensed, and the red light covering the car formation in front of him disappeared in an instant, and all the people whose eyes were almost covered by black ink returned to normal at this moment. The moment of death made everyone's adrenaline surge, and their mental strength was shaken. What is this? I almost died. Fuck. Black hole. Hurry up. Da-da-da, bang bang bang. In an instant, the gunfire was rekindled. But at this time, the fire was also completely distorted, as if the bullets shot by everyone were turning in the air. Kiki grabbed the flaming Lu Xingchen in the air and retreated violently. The pupils of both of them reflected the distorted scarlet space in front of them, and they didn't react for a while. The red light head and the insect tide seemed to become chaotic at this moment, as if the distortion of the red light led to some misplaced instructions. Just when Lin Xian thought he had won a respite this time, a more terrifying scene appeared before his eyes. In the dark red twisted space, the darkness was rapidly disintegrating and reorganizing, as if smoke was swallowed by a spiral. In the twisted space ripples, an orange-yellow scene appeared intermittently in Lin Xian's sight. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian couldn't help shrinking his pupils. Because in the twisted space, it seemed to be the time before night, the sunset had not yet fallen, and the orange-yellow light fell on the wilderness. The picture was intermittent, constantly covered by darkness, and constantly erased by this gravitational lens. Bang bang bang. As the daytime world shone light in the twisted space seemed to have an extremely strong attraction, instantly swallowing up a large number of black insects and red light heads. The red light head was like a puppet being pulled by a giant, and it directly hit the twisted space. Half of its head and shoulders were instantly shattered by the sunset light inside. Buzz! A strange whistle-like cry sounded, and Lin Xian's pupils trembled. At this time, he couldn't take a breath, and the twisted space immediately disappeared. All this happened within a few breaths. Bang! Empty! Empty! The red light head, which had half of its head and most of its body cut off by the vortex, fell to the ground with a bang. The red light in the remaining half of its head flickered, like a short-circuited light bulb. At this time, the insect tide surrounding the convoy became chaotic. It was no longer running forward fiercely, but became disorderly like cockroaches scattering. The firepower of several convoys immediately pushed the front line of the insect tide into the darkness. On the other side, seeing that the red-headed man was still trying to get up, Kiki and Lu Xingchen immediately rushed forward without hesitation to launch an attack. Kill it while it's sick. The broken state of the giant monster at this time was seen by everyone. In an instant, the main members of the sun-chasing team, the eagle team, and the running far camp team all rushed over at the same time. Kill it! Amin, Luo. Here we go! Two silver-white phantoms quickly shuttled through the crowd. Li Guangwen. Luo Yang rushed over the roof of the infinity, covering his eyes, and the burning white rays came first. Lei Zi. Li turned the machine gun tower. Bomb the convoy, 7 rounds, fire! Wu Shenhai shouted. Boom boom boom! God impulsion. Brother Hua flew into the air. Kiki's eyes were shining, and he grabbed the raging fire with both hands. On hum, the red-headed man quickly disappeared into the insect swarm at this time, as if he was drilling into quicksand. But it only had one hand left, and it couldn't move at all. Just when it got halfway through, the sky-high attack had already hit. Boom! 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 Artillery fire, gunfire, rays, explosions, flames, and slashes came almost instantly, bombarding the Red Lantern Head's body. A large amount of black debris flew away and turned into burning energy meteors in the air. Countless insects were directly bombarded into ashes within this range, and the thick smoke of the explosion billowed up. The huge body of the Red Lantern Head began to break into pieces at this time. The remaining hand continued to struggle in the insect tide, and the next moment, it was directly shot off by the metal jet of 1130 and turned into fragments in the air. The fierce fire lasted for a full minute. Not to mention the insect corpses, even the ground in that area was directly cut off by the firepower. Bang! The last few gunshots subsided. At this time, the insect tide around the camp had already disappeared into the darkness. The last escaping beetle was directly shot by the vehicle-mounted machine gun. Between heaven and earth, except for the crackling of burning and thick smoke, it was completely quiet. Hoo-hoo, the battlefield calmed down. Everyone's heartbeat reached the extreme, and only the rapid breathing of the crowd remained. The muzzles of the guns in people's hands were emitting a hot red light, and the smell of gunpowder was so strong that it made people choke. At this time, the air seemed to solidify. Kiki stood in the front. She flew directly to the place where the smoke was, raised her hand and waved. Buzz! The invisible shockwave passed, and the flames and smoke were blown away in an instant. The searchlights of all the convoys were concentrated on this huge charred pit. Seeing the scene behind the smoke, everyone was moved. The huge Red Lantern Head was now only left with a few pieces of hard black trunk, and the spine was still intact. Apart from that, the glowing red head had completely disappeared. The charred tunnel was full of cuticle shells left by insect corpses, unburned elytra, and black corpses that could no longer be distinguished. Dead? We killed this strange body? Incredible voices came from the crowd. The calm was broken, and a thunderous discussion began to erupt in the camp. Fuck. We won. The insect tide is gone, really. Did we really kill such a big strange body? Is this B level or A level? It must be something extraordinary to be able to launch such a large insect tide. Awesome. Infinite team. Yeah. Countless people began to cheer excitedly, and the trembling sound waves were full of relief for surviving the disaster. Kiki finally breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and then she frowned and looked back at the young man on the roof of the car. Everyone also noticed this look, and everyone turned their heads in unison. The black shadow standing on the roof of the car raised his hand, and called back a black gun with a blue light from the air. It's Captain Lin. Damn, what was that just now, a black hole? What kind of superpower is this? I thought fire superpowers and telekinesis superpowers were already awesome, but I didn't expect there would be something even more terrifying. Nonsense, he is the captain of the team, he must be awesome. Wow, this time it's really thanks to Captain Lin and the wireless team. We actually killed a large weird body. Our 4 teams are really amazing. Kiki looked at Lin Xian with a different look, and immediately flew over, looking excited and curious. Lin Xian felt relieved when he saw the crisis was resolved, but his face was even more solemn. Hey Lin Xian, when did you use such a powerful trick? You are so good that you even hid it from me. Kiki came to Lin Xian at this time, but he saw that Lin Xian seemed to have not heard his words at all. Instead, he looked at the time on his watch, and then raised his hand to use the machine to make a device similar to a sundial and a light bulb. He immediately squatted on the spot, and began to light the light bulb to illuminate the sundial, as if calculating something? What's wrong with you? Qin Sichuan hurried over at this time, and also saw Lin Xian's strange behavior, and asked immediately. The shadow of the tree I saw just now is probably in this direction. If calculated like this, the time? Lin Xian frowned deeply, muttered something in his mouth, and soon, he stopped the action in his hand. His face relaxed. Sure enough. Lin Xian initially thought that he saw the day before dark, and thought it was some kind of time dimension. But this thought only lasted for a moment, and he immediately dismissed it. Through simple calculations, even if his observations had some errors, Lin Xian could be sure at this time. He saw the original world. Chapter 243. 2069, August 24th, daytime. Somewhere in the western Pacific Ocean. Phoenix Sky City, Phoenix City, August 24th, 2069. Saturday. 15 hours 29 minutes and 15 seconds, CCST, system log. Power system. Number 1 star engine is running normally, all parameters are stable, no fault alarm. Night Star 9 Sky City nuclear power turbine processor temperature is normal, entering the 2-to-1 round of maintenance today. Navigation system. First level cruise phase, flying as planned, has flown 625 kilometers, speed is 210 kilometers/hour, altitude maintained at 9,600 kilometers. Airspace radar. Coordinates XX, YY, ZZ plus 10, relative to the current position offset, area tracking number 04 creature, sudden abnormal weather. Abnormal weather description. In the target sea area, Sky City weather satellites and more than 20 million Pacific buoys captured a high-pressure wave area with a diameter of more than 2,400 kilometers, which was almost in the form of a black hole, and moved slowly over the Pacific Ocean for 3 hours and 5 minutes. The high-pressure wave area disappeared. August 24th, 2069. Saturday. 15 hours 40 minutes and 55 seconds, CCST, after the resolution of the Sky City Security Management Committee, the ZL-02 and ZL-03 unmanned sky survey detectors, and the 7th Flight Team of the Nightwalker Guard 4 were dispatched to the target area for investigation. 16 hours 3 minutes and 12 seconds, CCST. The unmanned sky survey detector reported that the number 04 creature changed its trajectory. The Sky City Security Management Committee confirmed that the current direction of the number 04 creature is Asia Pacific. Yunjiang Plain, the field outside Hingshan Pass. In the dark night, many camp lights were set up, and the convoy was full of the mess after the war. Dead companions, broken insect corpses, vehicles covered with plasma, all kinds of piled insect corpses around the infinite train came into view. Several convoys sent out patrol and cleaning teams to investigate possible threats in the dark and strange insects that have not yet died. Rescue the wounded, count ammunition, repair vehicles. In the camp, people were panicked and busy. The backbone personnel of the 4 convoys gathered in the temporary tent in the middle of the camp and talked around the campfire. Captain Lin, thank you for your kindness. If it weren't for you this time, we would have been wiped out. Liao Ming's face was full of fatigue after surviving a disaster. At this time, he looked at Lin Xian's team and thanked them sincerely. Uncle Wu, should we? Wu Shenhai raised his hand to interrupt him, indicating that he understood, and then began to call his men. Liangzi, drive our number 5 material truck over here. No need. Lin Xian saw what the other party meant and said directly, since it is a joint operation, we are all working together, so there is no need to do this. It is not easy to travel, and you hundreds of people need these materials more than I do. This. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Luo Yang, Liang Lei, and Li Yi's 2 teams also looked anxious. Brother Lin, you have made great efforts and saved so many lives. We should also show some appreciation. That's right, if it weren't for you, my wife, and I would not be alive tonight. Liang Lei said hurriedly without wiping off the blood on his face. Lin Xian waved his hand. In the battle just now, several teams had sacrificed, but his infinity was not even slightly injured. Although the three teams all wanted to seek his protection, the actual situation was that these teams surrounded the infinity in the middle, and they had almost used all the strength and means they could use. If he wanted some benefits, he would have asked before dark. Now that people were dying and injured, he had no such idea. Okay, I appreciate everyone's kindness. Lin Xian looked at the sky and said directly, the cold air is approaching, and the blizzard is coming next. Supplies are the cost of survival. Today, we fight this battle together, which can be regarded as a cooperation of mutual help. There is no need to be polite. After that, Lin Xian briefly talked to several teams about their observations of the Dark Mark. If nothing unexpected happens, we can kill this monster in its territory. We will hide in the darkness next. As long as we are lucky, we may be safe for several nights. Li touched her bulging belly and looked at Lin Xian with doubt and worry. Dark Mark. Captain Lin, is this really credible? From a logical point of view, I think what Brother Lin said is right. It sounds more accurate than the group hunting effect. Luo Yan agreed deeply. The only problem is that if we follow this theory, we can't know whether we have a mark or what level the mark is. We can only judge it by encountering attacks from strange bodies, which is a bit passive. Passive, it's the same. Wu Shenhai slapped his thigh and said with a stern look, we will still encounter it if we encounter it. The only difference is when to run and when not to run. It's not always lucky. Liao Ming nodded and said in a daze, no wonder some of the teams we saw before that escaped from large strange bodies often disappeared not long after. It turns out that they can escape on the first day, but not on the 15th. That's what I mean. Lin Xian looked around. He just used the way of explaining his experience to synchronize with others, and did not use the black chrysanthemum of hell to make a fuss. In fact, it doesn't matter whether he said it or not. If others will believe him, he doesn't need to use something that others don't understand to prove it. It seems redundant. If they don't believe it, it's useless to say anything. When escaping from life and death, each team actually believes in their own experience the most. At the critical moment, they still have to rely on their own judgment. Lin Xian also saw from the eyes of these people that everyone did not fully accept this point. After all, they couldn't see the marks on their bodies, and it was difficult to explain the attack of strange bodies with some rules. So Lin Xian didn't say much, and said directly, if you take the highway from Yuinko to the west of Yuzhou Mountains, the cold air should be later, but it shouldn't be much better, so I suggest that you set off as soon as possible and don't stay. Under the blizzard, the Infinity with an ice-breaking shield can't be said to be able to drive in well, let alone their convoy. In this case, there is not much time left for everyone to rest. The cold wind is blowing, and the temperature of the entire Yingshan Pass has dropped sharply. The temperature is almost close to 0 degrees at this time. Yes. Luo Yang nodded. We are going to set off 2 hours before dawn. According to the direction and speed of travel, it will be dawn at around 11:25 tomorrow, but the time of darkness may be early to 18:20. Wu Zhenhai frowned. Less than 7 hours. The further north we go, the shorter this time will be. The Phoenix Society Shilin City Station has issued a notice in advance that they will all evacuate Shilin City in 4 days. At the speed of travel, we must reach Shilin City within 3 days, and then we will have enough time to go to Shilin City and meet up with the Phoenix Society. Li calculated very clearly. Considering the large-scale wind and snow conditions, we really don't have much time. Okay. Lin Xian stood up at this time. Everyone is tired tonight, and the monster's fear power may have a great impact on the team. The people in the siege had some mental effects, and the black smoke poison brought by the insect tide. I suggest that you all take turns to sleep on duty, and give enough water and food tonight to make the team atmosphere more stable. Lin Xian is not only worried about the sequelae of the power of fear, but also about such a large-scale strangling monster and weird body. Hundreds of people present are more or less invaded by the black smoke. Infinity has held black chrysanthemum to convert energy and heterogeneous Rubik's Cube to shield the invasion of fear, but these teams do not have it, so if they do not adjust and rest well, there may be more abnormal situations. But if it is handled well, for these team members who have experienced fierce battles, they may secretly gain a lot of evolutionary improvements. Click. At this time, Lin Xian pressed the communicator to arrange something, and soon, the building and several partners of Infinity came over with several boxes of ammunition. It was placed outside the skylight with a bang. Captain Lin, what are you doing? Liao Ming was a little confused when he saw this scene. Ammunition? Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Your ammunition base for tonight is basically used up. It may be difficult to find a place to resupply along the way. In addition, we have a lot of surplus in the car, so we will give you some. Otherwise, if you encounter trouble again tomorrow, you won't be able to open it." In fact, what surprised Lin Xian and the members of the Infinity team was that he originally thought that when facing the most desperate insect tide, these teams would drive out and run away directly. Unexpectedly, they almost used up all their ammunition and finally retreated to the Infinity. This was a complete desperate move. Facing this situation, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He had only known these teams for a few hours, but everyone was really like being on the same boat, fighting to the death, which touched him very much. So he took this into consideration and gave them some of the original ammunition on the car for supply. Anyway, for him, it could be made in a few hours. But for this large team of hundreds of people, it might not be possible to gather a few ammunition bases even if they ran around several towns. Many of the current ammunition is mainly supplied by the local agencies of the Federation and the Phoenix Society, plus the inventory of some industrial towns and military bases. It is impossible to find anything by simply searching. Therefore, there are still very few convoys, like Hulusho, who can aggregate and move resources in the Doomsday. After all, it is not just relying on the brains of profiteers. Without strong team strength, it is impossible to survive until now and move between some large bases. No, Captain Lin, this is not okay. Li stood up suddenly and said with dry lips, "You saved so many of us, and we didn't thank you. How can you still accept your supplies?" "That's right, we are not that kind of people." Liang Lei was stunned when he saw the supply box. Those new weapons and a large amount of ammunition are brand new and clear. They can be exchanged for a lot of food outside. How can they be taken out and give it away? "Captain Lin, this won't work," Liang Ming said quickly. "Brother Lin." Luo Yan also stood up in a panic. No need to say," Lin Xian said loudly. "You all know the current situation of the team. If you can fight the insect tide for 5 minutes now, I will take it back." As soon as the voice fell, everyone was silent. Lin Xian's words hit the nail on the head. Now, let alone fighting for 5 minutes, it is difficult for the whole group to gather a basic amount of ammunition. Everyone is like me. There are many lives on our shoulders. There is no need to be polite at this time. Saving lives is important. If you want to thank us, we will talk about it later if we meet Shilon. We can feel more at ease after joining the large army, right? Lin Xian said directly. Wu Zhenhai looked at Lin Xian with a complicated expression, took a deep breath, stood up and said, "Okay, Brother Lin, we appreciate your help. I have been in the army for so many years, and I don't like to be pretentious, but I don't like to take things with empty hands." After that, he looked at Liao Ming. "Old Liao, bring that thing over. Brother Lin has so many superpowers here, they may need it." Liao Ming's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he quickly understood and nodded, saying to Lin Xian, "Captain Lin, wait a minute, we have a good thing, you will definitely be interested." Lin Xian was about to interrupt when he heard it, but Liao Ming had already rushed out. Not long after, Liao Ming ran over quickly with 2 men, who were carrying a silver box in their hands, which looked very high-end. "What is this?" "Chi." At this time, Wu Zhenhai walked over and opened the box. In the middle of the huge box was a cylindrical container, as thick as an arm, very standard. Inside was a black mass that looked like a branch. Wu Zhenhai carefully took the container out of the box and gently touched a setting on it. A purple-blue light began to emit from the inside of the container, and everyone could see the object that looked like a branch. It turned out to be a plant. It was about the thickness of a little finger, with very short roots and a few purple buds on it. Lin Xian looked carefully, and found that there was a very small purple light flowing in the dark inside its rhizome, like some kind of breathing. Blood disaster plant. Lin Xian reacted and his eyes froze immediately. Wu Zhenhai introduced, "We found this thing in a destroyed scientific research team. I don't know what organization it belonged to. Later, a small team from the Federation found us and wanted to buy it from us at a high price, but we didn't agree." "High price?" "Uh-huh." Liao Ming thought it was incredible when he recalled it now. "Yes, at least enough to equip our 2 big eagle teams, but Uncle Wu refused." Not to mention Lin Xian, even Luo Yang, Liang Lei, and Li looked at Wu Zhenhai in confusion at this time. Unexpectedly, Wu Zhenhai sneered, "Who the hell would cooperate with the Dog Federation? Since this thing is so useful, I will definitely cooperate with the Phoenix Society, but..." He patted the container and looked at Lin Xian with a sigh. we may not be able to deliver this thing to Shilon. In this case, why not give it to you, Brother Lin? If it is useful, it will be our kindness. If not, you can give it to the Phoenix Society in exchange for some supplies, and it will be worth it. Although Wu Zhenhai was not sure whether this thing was as valuable as the people in the Federation said, he knew that it must be extraordinary, but he also knew that it was still unknown whether his convoy could successfully drive into Shilon and find the Phoenix Society to join up. From a pragmatic point of view, this thing is really useless at the moment, so it is better to give it to Lin Xian as a favor, so that he can feel better after taking Lin Xian's supplies. The most important thing is that ammunition and supplies are indeed what he urgently needs now. Without this thing, he can survive tonight, but what about tomorrow? Lin Xian's expression is very complicated at this time. He is now 70% to 80% sure that what Wu Zhenhai has in his hand is some kind of blood disaster plant. He has seen the magic of the hell black chrysanthemum. The black chrysanthemum played a great role in the fact that dozens of people from the infinite numbers were able to run from Jiazhou City to now, so Lin Xian certainly knows the value of the blood disaster plant. Thinking of this, he was not polite at all. Okay, I take it. After saying that, he pondered for a moment, and then continued, as far as I know, this thing is indeed very precious. Let me get you some more weapons. No, these are enough. Wu Zhenhai waved his hand. I'm not here to bargain with you for benefits. I know. Lin Xian turned around and walked towards the infinity, saying loudly, so I don't want you to die before dawn. When he said this, everyone was stunned. Not long after, 4 Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine guns, 3 Thunderstorm A-1 grenade guns, 12 M556 light machine guns, nearly 3 bases of ammunition, and a box of alloy explosives were arranged by Lin Xian to be lifted off the car and neatly placed in front of everyone. Among them, the Roarer and light machine guns were directly taken by Lin Xian from the team. He didn't have so much time to make them now, and the ammunition was partly ready-made and partly made temporarily. At this time, seeing this scene, many members of the convoy gathered around with shocked faces. Liao Ming and others were even more shocked. Good guy. Wu Zhenhai explained. I have only seen such arrogant arms transportation in the army. Brother Lin, are you giving us all your family's wealth? Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry, we still have. He looked at Liao Ming. Brother Liao should know that we have a lot of arms on the car. Everyone looked at Liao Ming in unison. At this time, Liao Ming also had a complicated expression. He had indeed seen it before. The guns on Lin Xian's infinity were carried out one by one. But when Lin Xian asked this at this time, he was a little speechless and didn't know how to describe it. If you share these things, the firepower can be improved to a higher level. The road ahead is full of wind and snow, and the way is unknown. For the brothers and sisters in your car, don't be polite to me. Okay. Seeing that Liang Lei and Luo Yang looked a little hesitant, Wu Zhenhai stood up and said, then we will thank Brother Lin for his kindness together, and we won't be hypocritical with you. Everyone, make a plan. Quickly pack the weapons and prepare the ammunition. Yes. After several people discussed it, the ammunition and supplies were quickly distributed, and dozens of people swarmed up and began to carry supplies into the convoy. Seeing such a large amount of ammunition, the members of the convoy were all shocked and excited. With the replenishment of ammunition and supplies, everyone can sleep well tonight. This undoubtedly gave a shot of confidence to the originally anxious atmosphere in the camp. Okay, there are still many things to arrange in the convoy, so we won't talk about it. If there is anything, please communicate through the communicator. We will also set off before dawn. If there is a chance, see you in Shilon, Lin Xian said. Okay, thank you, Brother Lin. Wu Zhenhai nodded. Their team suffered the most personnel losses, and they were really in a state of panic. Brother Lin, thank you. Luo Yang said gratefully. You must take care of yourselves. We will meet at the Dawn Center together. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Captain Lin. Li was very moved at this time, and stood up and said, Thank you, Wei. Lin Xian looked at the couple and interrupted directly. You have many children in your team, and they all need your care. There is no need to say anything extra. I hope you are successful. Liang Lei hugged his wife's shoulders and said to Lin Xian, Captain Lin, I, Liang Lei, have never admired anyone in my life, and you are one of them. Everyone, take care. The cold wind passed through the wilderness wantonly, without any autumn bleakness, and under the night, it quickly turned into winter mode. The members of the Eagle team, Sun Chasing team, and Running Far team were busy closing the camps and returning to the battlefield. Several leaders began to reorganize the internal situation and count the wounded. After the ammunition was replenished, Everyone's confidence was also improved. On the bus, Lee led his men to distribute food to the children. Motherly E, the train is amazing, the little girl said in a childish voice. Will we drive with the train? A little boy asked. Yes, yes. Lee smiled and said, yes, when we arrive in Shilon, there will be more and more people in the big army, and there will be trains, cars, and airplanes. Wow, really? Then can we sleep on the big bed? Yes. Then we will have very clean water to drink? Yes. Report, Lee's mother, I wish to eat French fries on my birthday. Haha, so greedy, want to eat French fries. In the sun-chasing team, the team of young people led by Luo Yang was having a meeting in a motorhome. Amin, Luo, you cooperated very well today. De Yuan, remember to collect their sports data and optimize it. The two girls nodded excitedly. It was very thrilling tonight, but we feel that our cooperation is getting better and better. Li Guangwen, do you feel that your dust wave ability has improved? You killed so many monsters tonight. The boy named Li Guangwen scratched his head. Not bad. The people in the Infinite team are so awesome. That's right, fire ability, telekinesis ability, damn, Brother Lin can actually use black holes. Liu Yang's eyes flickered, and he nodded, yes, Brother Lin is awesome. Then let's follow the original plan next. Entering Shilon City? Yes, the plan remains unchanged. Liu Yang calmly took out the mobile terminal, lit up the map on it, and began to plan for everyone. Now our ammunition has been replenished. Because most of our convoys are low chassis, we must quickly pass through the Yunzhou mountains, otherwise we will be unable to move forward in the wind and snow. The two girls nodded. From Shilin to Shilon, did you follow the Phoenix Society's large force? Luo Yang nodded, yes. I hope to meet up with Brother Lin and others in Shilon. The Eagle convoy was busy, and the death of many people made the atmosphere in the convoy a little depressing. In a living carriage, a middle-aged woman was busy cooking hot food and distributing it to the wounded. A little boy next to her was also helping hard. At this time, two team members came over carrying some supplies. Mrs. Lee? I know. The middle-aged woman's eyes were red, but she never stopped working. Hurry up, send these foods to the wounded first. It's night now, and we can't let their condition get worse. When she said this, she suppressed her sobs. Don't let those guys end up like Li Dong. The two team members were silent for a moment, sighed, and began to help distribute hot food. For the fleeing convoy, separation and death happen every day. In the convoy, Liao Ming helped the wounded while sending a message to Uncle Wu in Wuzhenhai. Uncle Wu, 6 were killed and 13 were injured. They are all under control now. Give the list to Songli. Take care of their families in the living area. Qinshan and his little brats told me that they wanted to join the battle sequence. These guys are really strong now. On the truck, Wu Zhenhai took a deep breath. None of them are even 14 years old. Tell them to talk after they cross the snowfield. If they have the strength, they can help with logistics. Chapter 244. The night wind was bleak, the extreme cold vortex spread over a large area, and fine snow began to fall in many areas near Hingshan Pass. After a fierce battle, the people in the camp gradually cleaned up the mess on the battlefield, and the noisy car array gradually began to become quiet. Infinity, the lights were bright. You little girl, you actually drove the mecha out without the permission of me and your brother Lin. You are so brave. In the number 2 carriage, Kiki twisted Sasha's little face and said in a teaching tone. I was wrong, Sister Kiki, I was wrong. It's okay, the insect swarm has surrounded us from all sides, and this situation really requires mechas to fight. Lin Xian said directly to Sasha, I will modify the door of carriage number 11 a little tonight, so that it won't crawl out next time. Sha quickly escaped from Kiki's clutches and nodded to Lin Xian. Yeah, I listened to Brother Lin. At this time, the backbone of the team were all in carriage number 2, and everyone first summarized the battle situation. After solving the trouble here tonight, it will be relatively safer to stay here to reorganize. However, the extreme cold vortex covers quickly, so we can't stay here for too long. Except for the consumption of ammunition, we didn't suffer any major losses this time. Qin Sichuan said with a record book. This area has encountered an insect tide, and the track situation is not very clear. If you want to set off as soon as possible, I suggest that you set off before dawn like other teams, so that you can respond in time when you encounter problems. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. It seems that several teams will need a lot of time to rest and reorganize. We need to prepare more ammunition tonight. After passing the source, we will enter the Parma grassland. There is an open area there, and it is difficult to find any supplies. He still had to make some preparations tonight. Time waits for no one. Ding Junyi moved the hell black chrysanthemum over. Everyone saw that the red light on it had completely extinguished, leaving only a very subtle fluorescent light flowing in the car like an air flow. In addition, there was a silver box on the table, which contained the new blood disaster plant taken from the Eagle team. Everyone looked at this strange plant. There seemed to be a kind of purple energy flowing in the root core, which looked quite magical. Ding Junyi took it in his hand and observed it carefully, and then said, "It does have some commonalities with the number 1 disaster plant. If it is a new disaster plant, it should have very special characteristics. I hope it will be useful to us," Lin Xian said. Qin Sichuan looked at the team camping outside and said seriously, "After this disaster, our marks should have been cleared, but I don't know if they..." "What? They don't believe it?" Kiki couldn't help asking. Lin Xian shook his head and said solemnly, "I have advised them. They should think about it, but the problem is still the same. We have the hell black chrysanthemum, they don't. This mark is difficult to represent concretely. If they really encounter danger, these people may still act realistically." Ding Junyi shrugged and said, "This is normal. The nature of living things is to seek benefits and avoid harm. Killing these monsters has no clear benefits at present. On the contrary, running away has a higher rate of return. So when people encounter danger, they will choose to run away instead of trying to see if the danger can be overcome by force. There is no benefit, right?" Lin Xian's expression darkened when he heard this. Ding Junyi's words hit the nail on the head. If all the survivors cannot realize that fighting back and solving the weird body is a key issue related to their own survival, then it is impossible to reverse this consensus. Let's do this for now. These things are not what we need to consider. When we arrive in Shilon, we need to obtain a lot of supplies and intelligence from the Phoenix Society. As for the information about the Dark Mark, we only need to synchronize it. As for whether they recognize it or not, it is beyond our ability. In the final analysis, the team's primary goal is still the living space. All Lin Xian can do is to continuously synchronize this information to every survivor team he meets. As for how many people can be affected, it is no longer something he can change. Ding Junyi nodded, and was about to take the blood disaster plant for research, but Lin Xian suddenly called her. "Director Ding." Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked, "I remember that in string theory, gravity is the only fundamental force that can cross spatial dimensions, right?" As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions, wondering why he would ask such an academic question inexplicably. Ding Junyi stopped and looked at Lin Xian, pondering for a moment. "My academic field is biology. The string theory you mentioned is a discipline in theoretical physics. According to quantum gravity theory, all elementary particles are regarded as vibrating strings. These strings exist in a curled 9-dimensional or 10-dimensional space, not our 3-dimensional space. As the carrier of gravity, the graviton is a closed string. Its two ends are not fixed in our 3-dimensional space, but can move freely in additional dimensions, which means that gravity can indeed cross to higher dimensions." After that, she changed the subject and raised her glasses and said, "Do you think that the dark tide is actually another dimension of the dark side world that has covered our world in a superposition state?" "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" Kiki looked puzzled, and the others were even more confused. "I don't understand," Sasha whispered. Lin Xian knew that Ding Junyi understood what he meant, but at this time, he didn't know how to discuss this issue for a while, so he just shook his head and said, "Nothing, just some weird ideas." Lin Xian remembered that he had watched a movie called Interstellar, in which the heroine Murphy's father Cooper obtained the solution to the gravitational equation in the black hole, and used gravity to pass through the space dimension to pass this information to Murphy through Morse code. Murphy used this information to finally solve the other half of the gravitational equation, allowing humans to build a huge space station that can enter space, thus avoiding the extinction crisis on Earth. Previously, when he used the gravitational lens skill in the dark, although it was only a small area, Lin Xian could clearly see two worlds. The darkness and light were twisted and intertwined by the lens, like water waves. The most critical problem is that the world before dawn can produce a black hole-like suction in the dark night, attracting and crushing the monster with the red light head and a large number of black insects. He couldn't figure out the principle of this, but it seemed that the strange body would hide in the darkness, and would only appear after passing through the dark tide. Perhaps there was a very important determining factor in this. "Teacher Chen." Lin Xian suppressed all the thoughts in his mind, and said to Qin Sichuan, "Make some arrangements and prepare enough dinner. Everyone is tired today, and the temperature is dropping at night. We urgently need to replenish some physical strength." Qin Sichuan nodded. Yes, I know. By the way. At this time, Ding Junyi suddenly looked at the silver box on the table and asked Lin Xian. This seems to be a mobile cultivation box designed specifically for storing plants, but it doesn't look like a product of the Federation. Did they specify which organization it belongs to? Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not sure. Uncle Wu said that they found it from a scientific research team that was wiped out. It's not clear who this team belongs to. Their original goal was to find the Phoenix Society and exchange some materials. Oh yeah. Kiki picked up the silver box with her fingertips and moved it in front of her to examine it carefully. It looks very advanced, not like something a small organization can do. She turned around and suddenly stopped, because she saw a very small sign under the box, a triangular symbol. Everyone looked over at this time. What is this symbol? I don't think I've seen it before, Qin Sichuan said. Shu Qin and the building shook their heads. It may be the same as that foundation. It is the symbol of a scientific research organization. It may be related to the Phoenix Society, Lin Xian said at this time. Lu Xingchen, who was standing by, took a look, his eyes slightly condensed, and the relaxed expression on his face was restrained. He didn't say anything. Zizi. The Phoenix Society Shilin Station notified the Yunjiang Plain area and received investigation reports from various survivor organizations and monitoring teams. A large number of alien creatures were found in the blizzard brought by the extreme cold vortex. According to the signs of the captured living creatures, the creature is a four-legged weird body with a body size of 1.2 to 1.6 meters, with scales and a tail spine that is more than 1 times the body length. After sampling and analysis, it was confirmed that it contains highly toxic substances. The Phoenix Society officially named it the Snow Demon. It mainly hides in the snow layer. It can carry out small-scale activities during the day and enters a violent state at night. Zizi. The Phoenix Society of the Federation is reporting globally that the current position of the Dawn Center is the northern foot of Yunnan Mountain, with coordinates of 116.39134447 degrees and 39.90533937 degrees. The Dawn Center will arrive at Tianji in 3 days. The Phoenix Society Shilin Station reports to the Yunjiang Plain area that the snow layer in the center of the extreme cold vortex has exceeded 2 meters. A large number of ILSB-level weird bodies were found in the depths of the snowstorm. Survivors, please take precautions. The Federation. Phoenix Society radio station reports globally that the Nightwalker Ice Cube Neutrino Observatory has successfully separated a special energy particle from the weird blood essence through the underground xenon cold dark screening method. The particle has a rest mass of 0. After kinetic energy acceleration, it will produce quantum rise and decay states. It has been confirmed that the energy particle is consistent with the magnetic wave signal of the superpower's soul-shaking value. The energy particle is officially named the Cold Dark Basic Particle. At present, through a special separation device, the energy particles can be separated from the strange blood essence and dark tidal waves. Through experiments by the superpower volunteers of the Nightwalker organization, it has been confirmed that the particles have a strong correlation with superpower waves and biological genetic evolution. The Phoenix Society is working with Tsinghua Heavy Industry and Silent Industrial City to develop a portable separation device. Phoenix Society Radio Global Notice. 147 mobile support stations will be added in the near future to assist, train, and support various survivor teams to strengthen the basic survival capacity building. The Nightwalker organization recommends that you do not swallow the strange blood essence. When collecting blood essence, remember to wear protective measures to avoid being attacked by dark forces. Zizi, Survivor Shortwave Band. The White Light Team issued a warning to the surrounding 500 kilometers. Zizi, we have been annihilated. The location is 150 kilometers northwest of Qixia. Remind everyone not to run away when encountering snow monsters. The number will increase. Zizi. We are the Flying Tigers, heading towards the Yunzhou Mountains. We have encountered multiple convoys with large-scale casualties. Snow water is highly toxic, so don't use it to filter quotes. If you are still alive, run to a place without snow. Watchers Alliance, at the coordinates 102.4571147 degrees, 66.4545487 degrees near Sufing Village and Yays Lake, there is a large-scale battle organized by the Phoenix Order and the Interstellar Army. It is speculated that there may be a terrifying night weird body in the area. It is recommended that everyone bypass the area. A supergiant appeared in the blizzard there. It can fire laser cannons. It is not sure whether it is a weird body or a human creation. Everyone run. This is the information from the day before, including some tonight's information, and some of it was released earlier in the morning through recording. Ding Junyi turned off the radio at this time and said to everyone, I have filtered out some useless information. From the current point of view, the dark energy should have been clearly captured. The key now is to conduct a common analysis of various dark substances, creatures, and natural disasters. After breaking through this difficulty, it should be a matter of time before the secrets of Xingyuan are discovered by humans. Oh my god, it sounds like the grassland in the direction of Shilon has turned into a snowfield, and it looks very dangerous, Xia said at this time. It seems that you are right. Qin Sichuan looked at Lin Xian. Some people think they can't run, but most people still run away, but running away with a mark is more troublesome. Shu Qin frowned slightly. Captain Lin, that snow monster sounds like some kind of large-scale group creature, and it can also appear during the day. It seems to be able to trigger the characteristics of the dark mark, which is really troublesome. Lin Xian nodded, but there is still good news. Ding Junyi seemed a little excited at this time. She said to Lin Xian, yes, it seems that the Phoenix Society is already developing this separation device. It should be a project that can formally use blood essence to enhance superpowers and genetic evolution. In this way, the construction of various superpower systems in the Angel Plan should be made public soon. If there is a chance, I hope to obtain such a separation device from the Phoenix Society, and it would be best if I can get a paper on this cold dark basic particle. Lin Xian nodded. Finally, there is a direction. If this energy can be separated, humans should be able to truly use the power of blood essence and darkness. Wow, that means blood essence will become more and more valuable, Xia exclaimed. That's right. Kiki also nodded, but I am more concerned about the manufacture of this instrument. It should not be simple. Even if it is portable, I estimate it is very sophisticated. The Phoenix Society has joined forces with Xinghua Heavy Industry, so it shouldn't be a big problem. But why haven't you heard of this silent industrial city? Shu Qin asked. Don't you know? Kiki said mysteriously, it's Silent City, a mobile city on the sea built by the world's #1 Mochizuki Consortium. It is said that the city has a complete industrial system and can be driven to land. I was very interested in this city at that time, but I never had the chance to travel there. It seems that it has now become a survivor traffic base and cooperated with the Phoenix Society. Can be driven to land? Lin Xian frowned slightly. You don't mean to say that it is a machine city, do you? Really? Kiki said seriously. There have been many construction blueprints for this city circulating on the internet before. Although some are true and some are false, it can indeed be regarded as a large ship on the sea. If there is no industrial system, how can Phoenix cooperate with this city? Lin Xian looked at Qin Sichuan and found that she looked a little solemn at this time. Teacher Chen, what's wrong with you? Qin Sichuan, who was in a trance, was called by Lin Xian. She reacted and said immediately, I am concerned about the problem of the blizzard they mentioned. The snow water is poisonous and cannot be filtered. There are also snow monsters, snow disasters, large-scale battles, and strange areas in the dark night. These may be some of the problems we will face next. Lin Xian nodded. I also paid attention to this point. There is a lot of information today. For us, there are good and bad. There is a problem. We must rush to Shilon as soon as possible. After meeting up with the people from the Phoenix Society there, we should be able to get many answers to the questions about superpowers and darkness. As for these problems on the road, we only have this one track direction, or we can retreat to the opposite track of G5523 in the Daju Mountains, but that is the number 3-star abyss, and it is impossible to go there. It doesn't matter. Those monsters are hiding under the snow. My method is to shovel the snow, and I will make them know where to hide. Lu Xingchen said confidently. These things are either in the dark or squatting under the deep snow, which just shows that the firelight is their deadly nemesis. Okay. Kiki clapped his hands after hearing this. It just so happens that you are so powerful. When the time comes, I will be responsible for tying you to the front of the car to shovel the snow. It will definitely be more efficient than breaking the ice shield. No. What is the super giant in the snowstorm? Xia asked in surprise at this time. Is it another big monster? It sounds like it. Shu Qin shrugged and said, I guess this kind of thing must be S-level at least. It can fire laser cannons. Could it be a man-made thing? Kiki said quickly. Didn't Hu Lushou tell us that the Phoenix Society is doing some kind of imperial plan in the Parma grassland? Don't guess. Lin Xian pinched his eyebrows and said, there is a lot of information. We just need to keep paying attention. We can't draw any conclusions now. We can only take one step at a time. Let's all rest early. The cold and dark basic particles and separation devices have come out. The superpower system is about to emerge. The Phoenix Society has united the industrial system, the snow disaster under the extreme cold vortex, the snow monster, the supergiant shadow of Ye's lake. Everything is like a layer of fog, lingering in front of everyone. All forces are constantly working hard, and survivors all over the world are racing against death. Lin Xian knew that there would be no conclusion to be reached at this time, so it would be better to let everyone rest early to prepare for tomorrow's journey. The most practical thing at present is the new blood disaster plant obtained. Lin Xian feels that after the appearance of cold dark basic particles, the mystery of dark marks, invasions, superpowers, blood essence, and disaster plants will be gradually revealed by humans. The level 3 dark mark on the body was removed, and everyone in the infinity was relieved. Qin Sichuan and Miao Lu led people to distribute food, while Lin Xian remade a batch of Roar K-23 electric rotary machine guns and heavy firepower weapons and equipped them. The entire train and car camp had a rare peaceful night surrounded by insect corpses. In the dark night, Sasha and Delu led several members of the Infinity team, wearing gas masks, to search for blood essence among the insect corpses around the camp. It stinks, it stinks. Sasha held a gun, and although she was wearing a gas mask, she could still feel the incomparable fishy smell. Squeak! Delu cut open the head of a large black beetle with a knife, and under the black air, a blood essence strangely appeared on the ground. Hey, I found one. Sasha jumped over lightly, picked it up, wiped it with gloves, and saw the crystal clear red blood essence with a bit of joy in her eyes, and then carefully put it into the waist bag she carried with her. Let's go over there and look for it. I remember that Brotherhood burned a big red bug there at the beginning. There must be blood essence there. It was not only the Infinity team that was searching for the bug corpses. Several other teams were also patrolling and searching among the bug corpses near their camps. On the one hand, it was to avoid potential survivors. The most important thing was that blood essence was a very good equivalent. Especially now that the survivors knew that the Phoenix Society had developed the value of blood essence, they became more enthusiastic about this thing. On the other hand, Qin Sichuan and Miao Lu and Xiao Yuan in the team began to exchange various useful materials with the personnel of several other teams in the team camp, and also exchanged some skills and small information about coping with Doomsday life. A bonfire was lit in the center of the camp, and several parties began to participate enthusiastically. When Lin Xian learned that there were seriously injured people in the Eagle team and the Running Far camp, he also asked Qin Sichuan to arrange these people in the car and use the full-effect life treatment cabin on the car for rescue. This caused a great uproar in the entire camp. The high-level treatment cabin was no less than a miracle for the people in these teams. Those children and women who were originally injured or even chronically ill felt the dawn of hope at this time. Many of the injured were cured in a short period of time. At the same time, Qin Sichuan also brought people to exchange many useful daily necessities, enriching the living compartments in the train. This atmosphere of mutual help and support in the end of the world makes people feel very contagious. Not long after, the personnel of several teams became familiar with each other. Because they had to leave before dawn tomorrow, everyone was busy exchanging work. Men and technical personnel were repairing vehicles and armor, and young boys and girls also worked hard to help carry supplies and clean windows. The main force responsible for the guard also took advantage of the precious time to train the new young people in firearms and rescue skills to contribute to the team. Wind cannon mechanical amplification. Mechanical amplification start. Wind cannon 6 hours 14 minutes and 26 seconds. R&D Center. TRP 4th Generation Special Industrial Active Exoskeleton Power Armor. Blueprint 3 days and 10 hours. Late at night, the communication activities between several teams have stopped, and each team has begun to rest. Because of the rapid drop in temperature, the team members on duty put on thick cotton clothes and patrolled around the camp. In the number 12 carriage of the Infinity, Lin Xian looked at the amplification project and the R&D project and took a deep breath. Before dawn tomorrow, his wind cannon will be officially upgraded. He can't help but feel a little excited. His attack methods will be greatly advanced. Not only the basic skills, but also the actual combat application of the gravitational lens this time really exceeded Lin Xian's expectations. It actually severely damaged the monster with a red light at a critical moment. He originally thought that it could only distort some light and treat it as a kind of control skill. Now it seems that this skill still has a lot of room for development. Chapter 245. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xian was constantly making ammunition and replenishing the team's combat power and logistics. This time, Hell Black Chrysanthemum should have absorbed a lot of black smoke, and it is estimated that it can increase a lot of mechanical source points, and other team members can also get a lot of invisible benefits. Lin Xian has never mentioned the improvement of Hell Black Chrysanthemum to the team. Everyone is quietly changing. The most direct change is the team's energy. After each battle, the members of the Infinity team are in very good condition. And from the team member observation record that Ding Junyi gave to Lin Xian, including Xu Qin, Chen Xishuan, Lu Cheng, Miao Lu, Sha Sha, etc., they are all very obviously improving in the most basic strength. Although Kiki, Lu Xingchen, Delu and other superpowers lack physical function observation, it can be seen from this battle that they are gradually getting stronger in the control and development of superpowers. Snow water is poisonous. Lin Xian, who was making bullets, suddenly remembered this problem, and his face was a little worried. He looked up at the roof of the train. Although it had been reinforced in many directions, he had not considered the problems of water seepage and sealing. When Lin Xian was planning the train before, he actually considered encountering poisonous gas, hypoxia and other problems. At that time, his plan was to use the water-oxygen circulation system in the carriage to directly support the air of the entire train. However, along the way, all aspects of his energy were spent on upgrading weapons and armor, and the priority of this problem was infinitely placed behind him. At this time, the upcoming snow poison problem forced him to pay attention again. While Lin Xian was creating and thinking about the problem, he didn't notice a figure walking into the carriage. Captain Lin? A somewhat timid female voice sounded, and Lin Xian looked up and found that it was Xiao Yuan, who lived in the living compartment. At this time, Xiao Yuan seemed to have just taken a shower, and there were still water drops on her wet hair. She was holding a large towel wrapped around her body, and she was simply wearing thin clothes. Although it was not pajamas, it was obviously underwear for sleeping. Seeing her timid look, Lin Xian immediately asked, "Are you looking for me?" "Oh. No, yes." Xiao Yuan couldn't help but get a little nervous when she saw Lin Xian's eyes. She raised her panicked eyes and looked at Lin Xian. "I saw that you, Captain Lin, were still busy here so late, and wanted to ask you if you want to drink some hot soup?" "Hot soup?" Lin Xian frowned. No. As soon as Lin Xian asked, Xiao Yuan immediately realized something and waved her hands in a panic to explain. "It's the canned fruit I personally allocated. I didn't take any extra supplies from the team. If you want to drink it, I can cook it for you." Under the light, her face was hot, and she dodged Lin Xian's gaze a little awkwardly, lowering her head and said, "The pear soup I cooked is very delicious, and it can warm your stomach." Xiao Yuan has a good figure, is slightly plump and introverted, and is the kind of good girl who is very likable when she smiles. She usually has a good relationship with other people in the team. Although she can't provide much help in combat, because she is young and smart, well-educated, and can cook, she often handles the internal affairs of the car with Miao Lu and Chen Xishuan, and now she seems to be the core of the team. Yes, sure. Lin Xian saw her face turn red and her posture was a little unnatural, and he guessed something. He had noticed Xiao Yuan's eager gaze towards him in the recent period, but he didn't say much, nor did he refuse directly. He continued to make bullets. Xiao Yuan was delighted when she saw Lin Xian agreed, and nodded quickly, saying incoherently, Okay, Captain Lin, you wait for me." After saying that, she immediately turned around and ran towards the car in front. After a while, Xiao Yuan carefully brought him a pot of pear sweet soup in a lunch box. Lin Xian took it and drank it carelessly. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's really delicious. It seems that some spices are added?" Hearing Lin Xian's praise, Xiao Yuan was suddenly a little excited. She couldn't help but move closer and pointed at the dried roots in the sweet soup and said, "It's dried vanilla seeds and dried verbena." She bent down, and her large chest trembled in front of Lin Xian. Halfway through her words, she felt that she was too close, and immediately stepped back half a step. "I found it when I was collecting supplies before, and I took it in the car. Oh, it's really good." Lin Xian was a little emotional. He knew that everyone in the living area had some living preferences. In addition to the main supplies, they collected all kinds of items in their own safe houses. Human living habits are always unwilling to be lonely. Even at the end of the world, they are still full of love for life. Lin Xian drank half of it in big gulps, looked up, and saw Xiao Yuan standing next to him. He couldn't help but say, "It's a bit cold now. You should go back to sleep. I take it to the dining car after I finish drinking it." Xiao Yuan heard this. A bit of disappointment flashed in her eyes, and she nodded and said, Okay, then Captain Lin, you should rest early too. The snow wind began to howl. At 3 a.m., the convoy camp was covered with a thin layer of snow. There were still lights on the convoys and the Infinity, which were the team members responsible for guarding. After entering the night, almost all the survivors' convoys had the habit of taking turns to guard the night. The darker the night, the more restless they were. For a long time, many people have been accustomed to such a reversal of day and night. In the number 12 carriage, Lin Xian equipped a lot of ammunition, looked at the time, and prepared to rest first. Who knew that at this time, the light curtain of the mechanical heart suddenly lit up. Non-mechanical energy has been converted. Mechanical source points added 1,000. Lin Xian's eyes condensed. It seems that the energy of the heterogeneous magic cube to convert the hell black chrysanthemum is full. He immediately walked to the corridor of the carriage, looking at the subtle fluorescence flowing in the air, feeling that his physical strength and energy were constantly recovering and growing. He had just made a lot of bullets in a row, and his spirit was better than before. Lin Xian began to walk forward to the corridor of the living compartment. Along the way, the team members in each cabin rested very well. Shu Qin sat on a bench in the corridor, with a gun, and looked out the window. When she saw Lin Xian coming, she stood up immediately. "Captain Lin, you should also take a rest." Lin Xian often saw Shu Qin on duty in the middle of the night, and couldn't help saying, "Now there are enough people, and you need to save enough energy." Shu Qin shook her head and said, "I'm used to it. Now everyone feels safe on the Infinity, but this sense of security is also very dangerous for us, so I will guard it more at night. The carriage is very long, and I will feel more at ease guarding the back." Lin Xian nodded upon hearing this. Shu Qin's worries were not unreasonable. There should still be cadres on duty at night, so that problems can be handled more calmly. "Okay, let's do the rotation. We will enter the blizzard area next. The threat during the day is no less than at night." "Yes, I know." Shu Qin smiled at Lin Xian with a reassuring smile. In carriage number 5, it was Delu who was on duty at night. Lu Xingchen was already sleeping soundly, while Delu was sitting on a stool and constantly wiping his steel-cutting sword. "Delu, your ability has evolved into blood energy, and your physical fitness is much better than before." "Brother Xian?" Delu grinned. "It seems so. I don't need to sleep. I die if I don't sleep." Lin Xian looked at the big sword and suddenly had a headache. He originally positioned Delu as a heavy firepower warrior, but after Delu evolved, his blood energy abilities seemed to be more suitable for close combat and monster slashing. In this way, weaponized armor is useless to him. It seems that he can only work on weapons and mobility. After a brief conversation with Delu about his ability, Lin Xian came to carriage number 3 to take a look at the new blood disaster plant. Sure enough, after obtaining this new disaster plant, Ding Junyi did not hesitate to break her fixed schedule and worked overtime to study it. Judging from the leaves, stems, and inflorescence, it should be a plant of the genus Acanthaceae. The anthers are purple, so it should be the silver dragon acanthus. But it is indeed a dark variant like the hell black chrysanthemum, so it is definitely a blood disaster plant. Ding Junyi said, without even raising her head, as Lin Xian's footsteps were heard. "Shiwankuo? Are you sure this is the name of the plant?" Hearing this name, Lin Xian couldn't help but frown. "Yes, Shiwankuo genus of Acanthaceae." Ding Junyi raised her head and looked at Lin Xian. "But since this plant is a variant, I define it as a number 2 disaster plant. If you want to give it a nice name, you can do it. Forget it, let's call it Silver Dragon Shiwankuo." Lin Xian didn't have Lu Xingchen's second-year temperament, and this name sounded second-year, so he didn't need to change the name. Ding Junyi paused, then walked towards Lin Xian. She pointed at the light flowing in the air and said, "In theory, this energy is likely to be cold dark basic particles, or it appears in front of us in a special form under the characteristics of the number 1 disaster plant. This energy must also have some common relationship with blood essence, black smoke after the death of the strange body, and the dark invasion in the polar night. I think if we can decipher this energy, we will soon be able to confirm the existence of the dark mark on the human body. After the Phoenix Society confirms it, and can develop a means of detection, the whole world will be able to observe the existence of the dark mark." Lin Xian added, "For all survivors, this will completely change people's cognition and planning of the doomsday and escape. The advantage is that rational judgment will reduce deaths. The disadvantage is that the survival pressure on all survivors has become greater. Yes, this is a breakthrough discovery for mankind." Ding Junyi raised his glasses. "Just like in virology, the successful isolation of strains at least lets us know what the original appearance of this energy that can change consciousness and physical form is. You look like you're in a good mood?" For science, yes. Ding Junyi said seriously. Idealism and theism are destructive to science, so I'm glad to find a solid scientific theoretical basis for this so-called miracle evolution, even though it's really magical. Lin Xian walked into the Silver Dragon 10,000 Q and found that the plant was still very young at this time, and the whole body was preserved in a soilless tank. Looking closely, the purple lines in the roots and rhizomes were like some kind of passage in the microscopic world, which was fascinating. Ding Junyi looked at Captain Lin's expression and walked towards him and said, "The characteristics of the blood disaster plant far exceed our original cognition. From the current point of view, this special plant is also a very rare existence. I believe that the Phoenix Society and other joint organizations are constantly increasing their exploration and acquisition of this plant. We are very lucky to have obtained 2 plants." Lin Xian nodded. "I hope this thing can give us a little surprise." Before Lin Xian finished speaking, he found that Ding Junyi had disappeared from his sight. He looked down and saw that Ding Junyi had squatted down and took the initiative to pull down his pants. "Wait, what are you doing?" Lin Xian was surprised. Ding Junyi's face was a little hot, and she gently pulled Lin Xian's pants and said, "Currently, the hell-black chrysanthemum is transforming and releasing energy. Under this energy, everyone in the car is experiencing evolution or some kind of change, so I want to do an experiment." She slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Xian with a strong hormonal desire. The content of the experiment is, when the human body is excited, will this evolution be more intense and intense? Lin Xian was shocked, and his understanding of Ding Junyi's expression was refreshed again. "No, tell me the truth. Do you really want to experiment?" Lin Xian asked in surprise. Ding Junyi grabbed Lin Xian's key point, thought for a moment, and even lowered her voice a few points. "From the expression of primary and secondary points, I want to be experimented by you." Click, the lights in carriage number 3 were turned off. In the dark corner, Ding Junyi felt that her whole body was hot. The strong desire was washed into her bones in the siege of the insect tide. She felt that she could not restrain herself. Originally, she was a serious and meticulous director Ding at work. Because of her pursuit of the lofty scientific field, this kind of low-level and boring thing in her genes had long been sneered and thrown away. But now is the end of the world. The rules and social logic of the world are shattered on the same day. Since the destruction of the number 9 underground city, it seems that there is no Director Ding in the world anymore, no research topics, no dull, stale and depressing laboratories. There is only this hero who suddenly appeared in the number 9 underground city and saved her from the water and fire when she was dying, and the kind of masculine aura that makes her feel irresistible. So okay. I decided that it was him, and threw away all the low-level boredom, the reason for my existence as a woman in the world, the depression in front of my desk from adolescence to the period of postgraduate and doctoral examinations, and the loneliness and pain in the laboratory where I couldn't even make any jokes. It turns out that there is such a way to live life. In addition to the sense of achievement gained in the scientific community, such low-level and boring things are so happy. In the rest room transformed from a disinfection room, Ding Junyi sat on a surfboard and surfed freely, like riding a horse or sailing on the ocean. She wanted to turn into a heat wave to completely melt the savior, the sustenance of pain, the master of idealism, the king of the soul, and the warm mixer under her body, whom she had identified as her lifelong partner. Ding Junyi suppressed the roar in her heart and transformed it into action power, accepting the signals from the various nerve sensory elements of the human body from a biological point of view. But what followed was a greater surge of senses, like an electric current passing through. Shocking. Lin Xian was even at a critical point between controlling and being controlled at this time, and was shocked, and couldn't help saying, "Wait a minute." "No." Ding Junyi held him down, but did not stop driving, but instead increased the frequency. She came close to Lin Xian in the dark, exhaling hot air from her nose, and said with a fiery breath, "This is part of the experiment. I need you to cooperate with the standard steps of the experiment. I need to get perfect experimental data." Lin Xian was greatly shocked. The enthusiasm of the science masochist was too surging. The first snow fell, the convoy under the night, the vitality, the realm of all things competing, is still in front of him. When Lin Xian woke up, a light curtain popped up in his mechanical heart. Congratulations, the mechanical amplification was successful, and the wind cannon has been upgraded to a mechanical energy cannon. Mechanical energy cannon. A beam of mechanical energy cannon is fired from the fingertips, which has strong destructive power. Successful? Lin Xian saw this scene, and was about to turn over, but he found a warm woman lying on top of him. Ding Junyi seemed to be completely exhausted, and was sleeping soundly. Lin Xian looked down, and could even see that the small green seedling above her head had now blossomed into a pink flower facing Lin Xian, which seemed to emit a fresh fragrance. Okay. Lin Xian lay back down and immediately began to mechanically amplify the ice wall without saying anything. Ice wall mechanical amplification. Mechanical amplification start. Ice wall 1 day 19 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Well, aren't these ice walls and wind guns the same level of skills? How come the mechanical amplification time has almost doubled? Lin Xian was a little depressed. After several hours of energy recovery, he felt that most of his energy seemed to have been restored. He immediately reached out and picked up Ding Junyi and put her aside, then got up and prepared to test the mechanical energy cannon, and by the way, went to the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube to see how many mechanical source points had been converted. After coming out of carriage number 3, he immediately ran to carriage number 1 and lit up the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. Non-mechanical energy has been converted, and 550 mechanical source points have been obtained. Ding! Using non-mechanical power for reflection detection. Detection successful. No fear risk in the train. The invasion of dark forces has been blocked. There are still 550 points. Lin Xian was a little surprised. The mechanical source points obtained in this battle were actually more than those obtained by the previous big parasite. It seems that those bugs also contributed a lot. Current mechanical heart level LV.4, 1690/7000. Unconsciously, the mechanical heart has increased by nearly 20% of experience in 1 day. This increase can be said to be the largest in recent times. Of course, there was a lot of consumption. The Infinite's ammunition reserves, along with the other 3 teams with good strength, had run out of ammunition and suffered personnel losses. Lin Xian opened a sunshade and looked at the sleeping team outside. He couldn't help but say, I hope these guys can get better. After a night of wind and snow, the outside began to be covered with a layer of white under the reflection of the car lights. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Most of the other 3 teams had already started to rest except for the shift personnel. It can be seen that this time, several teams joined together to solve the large-scale insect tide. The personnel of these teams have rarely had a peaceful night. Captain Lin. Lin Xian got off the car and turned around to see LV Chong and 2 teammates wrapped in thick winter clothes standing on the roof of the car to greet him. Lin Xian nodded. These guys were very active in keeping watch, which made the people in the car feel much more at ease. He was wearing power armor and walked past the pile of insect corpses into the darkness. The people in the convoy were too vigilant. Any slight movement could cause a big chain reaction, so Lin Xian simply walked away. The cold wind was howling. The display screen of the power armor marked his body temperature and the ambient temperature. The light of the flashlight illuminated several bluestones in front of him. Lin Xian looked back at the convoy in the distance and calculated that this distance should be enough. So he raised his finger and aimed at one of the bluestones, ready to use the mechanical energy cannon. Chiwu. At this time, Lin Xian's fingers seemed to be wrapped by some kind of metal device, and the sound of some kind of motor storing energy and rotating could be heard faintly. As the sound of storing energy became sharper, the next moment, a bright blue energy body shot out from the hole at the fingertip. Swoosh! A slight whistling sound was heard, and the mechanical energy cannon shot out from Lin Xian's fingertips. With a sound, it pierced the bluestone in front. There was not even any feedback sound from the bluestone. Lin Xian's eyes fixed, and he walked over quickly. After searching for a while with a flashlight, he found a black hole as thick as a finger in the center. He reached out to touch it, and immediately retracted his hand. The temperature of the hole was still burning. When the light shone on it, it emitted a fine white smoke. So strong? Lin Xian was a little bit unbelievable, and hurriedly walked behind the bluestone. Sure enough, he saw a small hole that was completely pierced by this cannon. Lin Xian frowned and quickly measured it. The thickness of the bluestone in front of him was at least more than 80 centimeters. Such a thick bluestone was actually pierced by his cannon. The power was many times greater than the previous wind gun. Damn! Lin Xian looked at his fingers at this time. There were mechanical fingers similar to holographic projection flashing on his fingers, but when he reached out to touch it, it disappeared. Mechanical energy cannon, a bit interesting. A strange light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. At this time, he calmed down and thought to himself. The power has been strengthened a lot. The only problem seems to be the firing frequency. It can't be fired continuously like the previous wind gun. It made him feel like a machine gun replaced a cannon. For clearing ordinary zombies, the efficiency is a little lower. But this situation can be completely ignored. After all, ordinary zombies are no longer a strong threat to him and Infinity. After the test, Lin Xian was ready to go back. He planned to upgrade the materials and airtightness of the train connection while he had time. Now the heating system of the entire train car had been turned on. Lin Xian picked up a handful of snow from the ground. His eyes were a little solemn. He didn't know to what extent the so-called snow water was poisonous. For safety reasons, it would be better to try not to let the snow water penetrate into the train. Chapter 246. Lin Xian's plan is to try to make a set of TRP's 4th generation special industrial active exoskeleton power armor, if there is still time after the train inspection and maintenance. His first plan is to use it for Shu Qin or Chen Xishuan. Both of them are genetic evolution types and need to enhance mobility, which will be greatly improved when used. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to find the Jue Ri team to scan a copy of Amin and Luo Luo's military power armor, but he compared it and found that the military power armor only had good performance in weapon expansion and application system, but his special industrial type can provide good support in strength and protection. In comparison, he can completely install weapon expansion by himself, so he gave up. Moreover, Lin Xian's R&D center is currently upgrading this power armor. According to the nature of the R&D center, the result will not disappoint him too much. Just as Lin Xian was about to return to the camp, he inexplicably felt that something seemed to be watching him in the darkness behind him. Lin Xian, who was always cautious, turned his head back immediately and quickly swept the flashlight beam across, but found nothing unusual. Turn on the collision volume perception system, and turn on the range radar. Lin Xian turned on the early warning system of the power armor without hesitation. At this time, the system started to work quickly, and kept searching in the darkness. But after searching for a while, there was no discovery. Lin Xian concentrated and held his breath, turned around and walked a few steps. What made his back cold was that the feeling of being watched still existed. So Lin Xian turned his head again, but still found nothing. Just when he looked solemn and puzzled, his sight seemed to catch something, and then he slowly raised his head and looked up at the sky. The stars were sparse in the dark sky, and the starlight was dim, as if the night was covered by a darker night. Lin Xian looked at the black dome, staring at it. In his sight, the vast sky seemed to become more and more vivid and concrete under the construction of some kind of brain picture. The black curtain and the starlight in the sky seemed to be like a huge eyeball. Lin Xian frowned deeply, shook his head, and felt that he was insane. He looked again, and saw that the extreme cold vortex was approaching above the sky. It seemed that the atmospheric ionization triggered an atmospheric optical phenomenon similar to the aurora ghost, charged snow dust aggregate, which looked like a huge round nebula. The illusion of being watched just now seemed to come from the atmospheric cloud that resembled an eye. It seems that staying up late often does cause hallucinations. Lin Xian took a long breath, turned around and crossed the smelly pile of insect corpses, and returned to the Infinity. The extreme cold vortex was getting closer, and the temperature was dropping rapidly. Entering the train compartment from the howling cold wind, the heavy armor and warm space suddenly make people feel like two completely different worlds. A strong sense of security and comfort comes, which seems extremely precious in this Doomsday. There are also some heating facilities on the living vehicles of other teams. At this time, the logistics personnel have already got up and started to take care of the daily work of the team. Prepare food, check the safety environment, and check the health of the personnel. The small vehicle space on those large trucks, buses, and RVs has been transformed into a shelter cabin that is not spacious but makes people feel at ease. It has everything, warm and thick beds, toilets, and storage cabinets. There are wire mesh and steel grille armor hanging outside the windows, and anti-collision steel frames are added to the sides of the explosion-proof tires. The power systems of many cars have been upgraded for protection. It seems that enough work has been done for Doomsday survival in the wild. Lin Xian noticed that the all-terrain polar vehicle of the Eagle team was driven by tracks. It was obviously a very valuable vehicle. He didn't know where Uncle Wu got it from. Lin Xian looked at the tracks, and had a headache for a while. If the Infinity was replaced with this, it would be almost equivalent to a complete reconstruction. The chassis of the train and the beam frame, power shaft, etc. of the car are not on the same platform at all. The difficulty of transformation can be imagined. In each team, people who are good at vehicle technology and machinery are valuable talents. A team often needs such talents to transform and upgrade the vehicles with the materials, tools, and accessories collected by the team, so that the team can improve its protection. In fact, Lin Xian likes the feeling of building a living area in a safe space. He returned to the car, looking at the wind and snow outside, the unknown horror in the dark, but the warm yellow light in the infinity carriage can give people a comfortable and throbbing feeling. Since the ancient times when humans lived in caves, the need to live in a space that can shelter from wind and rain has been engraved in their genes. It's just that now the demand for such living houses has become the inner carriages of the steel train fortress in the end times. Lin Xian likes to walk around in several living carriages when he has nothing to do. Seeing that the team members have made the interior of the train warm and full of life, he feels that the hard and cold steel armor on the outside is meaning. Buzz, Lin Xian sat down in carriage number 1 and started to operate the mechanical heart, covering the nearest carriages for inspection and fault repair. If some armor was broken, he would directly use the materials of the decomposition center for upgrading. Fuck, so much damage. Lin Xian closed his eyes, and his brows furrowed as the mechanical heart scanned. The last time the whole train was maintained was when the train was upgraded and renovated in Jiazhou City. After many battles, they mainly installed 1130 and electromagnetic rail guns as defensive weapons. Unexpectedly, many parts of the Infinity's armored shield had been damaged, and some parts had even been penetrated by the monster's claws into the roof air conditioning box. Fortunately, I was cautious. Lin Xian's heart trembled, and he quickly started to repair the whole train. The blizzard was about to come, and these problems might become hidden dangers later. In the dark night, the carriages of the Infinity train, which was quietly parked, were quietly repairing at this time, just like an organic life form healing. If the people and other teams knew that the mechanical creation had such a perverted function extension under Lin Xian's ability, I wonder if they would doubt their lives. Time passed by minute, and more people in the other 3 teams began to wake up from their rest and began to prepare for the journey after dawn. On the Infinity side, Qin Sichuan also woke up early and took care of the internal affairs in the carriage with people. Click, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. The sky was still dark. The engines of several convoys began to start one after another. At this time, the voices of Wu Zhenhai and others came from the intercom. Brother Lin, the time is almost up. We are ready to set off. Let's experience the life and death battle together. I won't say polite words. I hope you can reach Shilan smoothly. Captain Lin, thank you. Liao Ming said. Brother Lin, we will set off first. I wish you all the best. Liu Yang's voice also came. Captain Lin, I wish you all the best. Li also said. Lin Xian picked up the intercom and said directly, Everyone, please be safe. You'd better keep the marks I reminded you of in mind. The snowball is getting bigger and bigger, and sooner or later it will not be able to withstand it. Your 3 teams are very strong. There is absolutely no problem rushing to Shilan. See you at dawn? Got it. See you at dawn. See you at dawn. See you at dawn. Buzz, the lights of hundreds of vehicles lit up. With the all-terrain polar vehicle taking the lead, the traffic began to turn to the distant highway and left the track area. Soon, the mighty steel traffic disappeared into the night with a deafening roar and headed north. They set off, and we should set off too. Lin Xian had completed the repair of the train at this time and walked into the cockpit. Qin Sichuan and Kiki were already detecting the route. Wu, the motors of the Gemini 11 are nuclear-powered electric locomotive, and the engines of the Giant Whale 03 heavy-duty gas turbine locomotive roared at the same time. The iron wheels crushed the thin ice on the track. The white snow on the roof kept sliding down from both sides, and the Infinity began to slowly move towards the northern track. The headlights on the front of the train pierced through the darkness, and the track could be clearly seen in front, but Lin Xian knew that as the snow became thicker and thicker, they would soon be like entering the snowfield at the southern foot of Daoyuo Mountain before, and they would not be able to see the track at all. They could only judge that they were still on the track from the track guard walls on both sides, and the dynamics of the train. In this case, the speed could not be increased, so while the snow layer was not thick now, Lin Xian directly increased the speed of the train, striving to quickly enter the Yunzhou Mountains from Yuanko after dawn. Infinity broke through the snow and began to move forward. Inside the carriage, Kiki paid attention to the changes in electromagnetic frequency, and said to Lin Xian, There is indeed something wrong with this snow. After the extreme cold vortex began to cover, even the dark radio station, using blood essence seemed to be seriously interfered with. Lin Xian looked at the world outside the window that was gradually turning white, and said in a stern voice, That means that many people will become information islands in this blizzard. Be careful. After a few instructions, now that the train was running, Lin Xian was ready to sleep for a while and recover some energy. The carriage was extremely warm. It was not yet dawn. Under the care of teammates from all sides, Lin Xian returned to carriage number 1, packed up simply, and fell asleep immediately. who knew that as soon as he closed his eyes, he saw a huge eye like a black hole in the sky in the dark. It looked like some kind of natural phenomenon or a change in the atmospheric halo, but in Lin Xian's dream, the eye seemed to be like a kind of life, hanging in the outer space of the universe, staring at the earth. The feeling of being stared at was a bit creepy. Lin Xian didn't sleep well at all. Weird and bizarre emotions kept popping up in his mind, as if they couldn't be shaken off. Lin Xian sat up from the bed and took a long breath. He pulled open the sunshade and found that it was already bright outside. The pure white snow layer was shining brighter under the diffuse reflection of the sun, which was dazzling. Infinity was moving steadily at a high speed. The ice-breaking shield on the front of the car cut through the snow like a hot knife cutting butter and ran forward. Looking into the distance, the mountains were far away in the sky, and the trees covered with snow in the near distance gradually became sparse and lonely. The vast snowfield was the Parma grassland, but at this time, the lush green grass was no longer visible, and only the white snow between the sky and the earth remained. "Are you awake?" In the cockpit, Qin Sichuan focused on the driving radar, with an expression that showed no relaxation. The road is no longer visible, and the radar can basically detect nothing. I slowed down a little. Although she said so, Qin Sichuan's tone was still a bit nervous. In the sight in front of the car window, only the occasional electric poles and wire walls on both sides of the track can vaguely distinguish the path of the track, but as the track goes deeper into the snowfield, both sides have been completely open, and the infinity is like entering a completely white ocean. It is a beautiful sight, but Qin Sichuan, who is responsible for driving, knows that this deep snow is very dangerous for driving. Wah! The ice-breaking shield made of forged inner armor steel and tungsten titanium alloy shoveled away the snow layer. This steel behemoth weighing thousands of tons rushed at high speed in the snowfield. Lin Xian looked at the thermometer. The temperature outside the car had dropped to -12 degrees, and this number was still falling. The temperature inside the train was set at a constant 26 degrees, and everyone was still wearing casual clothes. Crack, crack, crack. In the whistling cold wind, the armored shield outside the train made a slight freezing tremor. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He and Qin Sichuan were worried about the same problem, but there was no better way at this time, so they could only bite the bullet and drive forward. The wind and snow have not grown to a certain extent now. If we really wait until there is 1 or 2 meters of deep snow plus a 12-level blizzard, it will be really desperate. Drive forward, be bold, we could also deal with derailment. Lin Xian's eyes condensed, and said to Qin Sichuan. Fortunately, it is a grassland, and the changes in the terrain can be seen at a glance. If there is damage to the track or roadblocks, the worst case is a collision or derailment. Lin Xian thinks this level is still acceptable. As long as there are no cliffs or caves, it's okay. At this time, the snow outside was already 20 to 30 centimeters high. From a distance, the track looked like a shallow high stalk above the plain. The team members in the living carriage opened the sunshade and looked at the white snow outside. The sunlight above the sky was gradually obscured by the vortex of dark clouds in the blizzard, and the light began to become gloomy. Detected the invasion of the dark fear force into the carriage. Detected the invasion of the dark fear force into the carriage. The heterogeneous magic cube issued a reminder at this time. Lin Xian's face changed. He quickly picked up the communicator and asked everyone to start checking all the carriages. Check all carriages for any abnormalities. Dong dong dong, with an order, all the carriages began to get busy. No abnormalities in carriages 2, 3, and 4. Sasha reported. 567 is fine. The building also said. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 have all been checked, and no abnormalities were found. Shuqin's voice also came. However, water leakage was found at the connection of car number 11. Oh, there is also water leakage at the connection of cars number 2 and number 3. Sasha also said hurriedly after hearing this. Frozen water leakage was also found at the connection of cars number 5 and number 4. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this, and immediately hurried to the nearest car number 2. Sure enough, at the connection of the car, the phenomenon of snow water intrusion after melting was found, and water was constantly dripping from the car connection. Could it be because of this? Lin Xian was shocked. The snow water carried the power of dark invasion. This was too scary. He soon found the reason. Carriages 3 and 4 were originally Advanced Coal 3 Biological Science Research cabins. The cabin connection standards were different from other carriages. When Lin Xian dragged these 2 carriages from the number 9 underground city, he only made a simple connection, and then did some closed operations. Last night, he also strengthened it. However, the difference caused by different carriage standards was far greater than Lin Xian imagined. Now, with the temperature difference between the inside and outside of the car, the melted snow on the roof began to enter the car through the gap, and the dark invasion fear power it carried directly caused the heterogeneous magic cube to start the alarm. Everyone, don't touch this snow. Lin Xian saw Sha Sha and Delu coming over, and stopped them directly. He thought about it for a while, and turned back to Kiki and shouted, PX-05 robot, let it handle it, I will add a temporary roof on top. Okay. Kiki nodded immediately, and started to do it. Lin Xian put on power armor and cold-proof clothes, put on protective measures, and came to the roof from the lift platform of carriage number 5. As soon as he got out of the roof, the biting cold wind mixed with white snow hit him in the face. The train was moving rapidly. Lin Xian went directly to the connection of the carriage and began to make a large car cover. Because the purpose of the installation was just to prevent snow accumulation and melting, he did not use heavy armor plates, but only used aluminum alloy with better ductility. Considering the sheer force caused by the turning of the carriage, Lin Xian added some flexible materials to the middle connection. Soon, he had welded the covers at the connection of the two carriages, and Lin Xian came to carriage number 11. This carriage was the tool carriage he brought out from Jiang City at the earliest. The main reason for the water leakage was the aging of the carriage, and the temperature in the living carriage in front was relatively high, so a lot of snow water flowed. Lin Xian also followed suit and installed a cover. For safety reasons, after finishing carriage number 11, he simply came to the last nuclear-powered carriage to prepare for a rainy day. Just as Lin Xian came to the roof of the last driving locomotive of the train, he suddenly found that there seemed to be some living creatures swimming in the snow on both sides of the track where the Infinity passed. He immediately stopped what he was doing, turned on the auxiliary combat system of the power armor, and began to observe. The Infinity was like a black lone boat, sailing in the endless white ocean. The huge vibration of the track caused many surging traces to gradually appear in the snow layer behind, as if there were some fish or creatures under the sand drilling under the snow layer. Gradually, more and more, Lin Xian squatted down and looked behind, and found that the shallow convex roads that flowed under the snow layer made a very subtle rustling sound. Everyone pay attention, there is movement in the snow layer on both sides, which may be the snow monster mentioned in the intelligence of other survivors. Lin Xian directly warned everyone in the communicator. After saying that, he gave up the action of making the cover and returned to the carriage from the lift platform of carriage number 11. Wu, the PX-05 robot quickly sucked away the snow on Lin Xian's body with a vacuum cleaner, and Xu Qin walked quickly from the corridor with a gun and Lu Chongyao Lu with anxious eyes. Captain Lin, something is wrong. We seem to be being targeted by something. Guard the rear car. Lin Xian took off his winter clothing and headed for carriage number 3. Director Ding. Yes. Ding Junyi had already answered Lin Xian's question. She pointed at the hell-black chrysanthemum while carefully recording the data on her mobile terminal. Although the change is small, the dark mark has been generated and is gradually developing towards level 1. It's troublesome. He immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. It was still daytime, but a large number of unknown creatures had already marked them with dark marks, and the number was increasing. Once it got dark, wouldn't they be in dire straits? Lin Xian frowned upon hearing this, as he remembered the convoy that was destroyed because of escaping. Everyone, prepare to fire at moving objects under the snow. Lin Xian made a prompt decision and immediately issued an attack order to the entire team. Received, fire. Duh. Bang bang bang. In the snowy plains with howling cold winds, violent gunfire suddenly exploded, and the firing holes on both sides of the infinite carriage began to launch a fierce attack on the unknown creatures moving under the snow outside. The metal jet instantly raised a large piece of snow dust in the snow, and soon some monsters with spikes all over their bodies, and whose appearance could not be seen were shot by the bullet stream, making a chirping scream, and green blood splattered on the white snow. At the same time, Lu Xingchen climbed onto the roof of the car and began to spray fire indiscriminately at the snow on both sides. Cowardly beast, what's the point of hiding? If you have the guts, come out and fight me. God blazing the land. Boom, Lu Xingchen's moves were open and closed, and 2 fire dragon-like pillars of fire fell to the ground and sprayed out, instantly evaporating a large amount of white snow. His large-scale cleaning actually exposed many snow monsters under the snow layer. Instantly, countless strange monsters that looked like white hyenas, but had long spiked tails appeared in everyone's sight. It seemed that under the suppression of sunlight and fire, these ugly monsters that could move quickly in the snow began to struggle frantically, and actually jumped directly in the direction of Lu Xingchen. Come on! Seeing these snow monsters desperately rushing, Lu Xingchen's eyes flashed with a wild coldness, and he crossed his hands and pushed forward suddenly. Boom! A large net made of flames instantly appeared, pressing down all the snow monsters that tried to climb onto the train, and falling down with a scorching smell. In the carriage, as the Infinity opened fire, the red light on the hell-black chrysanthemum was also changing. As Lin Xian guessed, these seemingly small strange bodies appeared in groups, and they could also move in the darkness of the snow during the day, marking the prey along the way with darkness. After entering the dark, they would enter their real hunting time. Too many. Ding Junyi said at this time, "We may not have as many bullets as they do, and we can't keep shooting from morning to night." Lin Xian's face was a little solemn when he heard this. Ding Junyi was right. They couldn't kill from day to night. Not to mention whether they had enough energy, ammunition was also a big problem. Even if Lin Xian made all his efforts, he couldn't keep up with the firing speed of the whole team. It seems that there is only one way. Lin Xian immediately called all the backbones to the number 3 carriage. "Captain Lin, there seem to be more and more monsters, and we can't kill them all," Shu Qin said anxiously. Delu also nodded, "Just like fish in the sea. The snow is getting thicker and thicker, and many bullets are wasted," Shasha said. "I know the situation." Lin Xian simply synchronized the mark problem with everyone. There is only one strategy at present, that is to stop attacking first, and then kill before dark. Chapter 247. Kiki frowned slightly when he heard this. What if we can't kill them all? We can only try to reduce the level of the mark. Lin Xian's eyes moved, and he said in a deep voice, "The other survivors should have encountered the same problem. They don't have the hell-black chrysanthemum yet, so they can only passively defend. In this case, the mortality rate must be high." Lin Xian didn't expect that once he entered the snowfield, the dilemma he was given was almost impossible to eliminate. Kiki was right. Even if he left enough time, he couldn't guarantee that he could kill all the chasing snow monsters, so the Infinity could hardly completely clear the marks on his body, which meant that they would always be exposed in the blizzard. But after thinking about it, there was no better way. The train couldn't stop, and the monsters in the snow layer couldn't be killed. The snowfield was as endless as the sea. As the snow layer increased, I don't know if there will be more terrible things. Let's do it. Lin Xian made a prompt decision and pressed the headset. Everyone, cease fire, Brother Hua, come back, Teacher Chen, speed up. Let's stay put for now. If these things just follow us, they won't cause us any direct harm, and our defense is very thick, so it's not that easy to break through. My idea is to find a place with less open terrain to clean up before dark, and try to reduce our marking level before dark. These things are so abominable, they can actually mark us while hiding under the snow," Shasha said angrily. Hyenas are such group predators. Their attack power and means may not be as good as those of jackals, tigers and leopards, but through the huge group siege, and then wear down the prey bit by bit, as long as the prey starts to bleed, it will be doomed to be exhausted and surrounded to death, Ding Junyi said at this time. Hearing Ding Junyi's words, everyone suddenly felt a lingering sense of crisis. The train was surrounded by monsters, but there was nothing they could do. It was as if they were treated as a kind of prey that was doomed to die. They were marked by this group of snow monsters. After entering the darkness, they rushed over and devoured them completely. Lin Xian raised his voice to encourage everyone. But what is certain is that these things will not attack before dark, and we can observe the changes in our marks, which allows us to take some initiative and at least decide what level of mark to enter the night. I have a suggestion. Ding Junyi heard that the whole train had stopped firing at this time, and pointed to the regional black chrysanthemum to Lin Xian, and said, "Open fire before the mark reaches level 5 to relieve pressure. We may not be able to handle the situation at level 5. To be on the safe side, we should not try it lightly." Lin Xian looked at the disaster plant with a red light that was changing, nodded and said, "I think so too." He then looked at everyone. "Let's do it this way. Everyone be alert. We will open fire again when it reaches level 4. I am worried that it will not be so easy to lower the mark after the snow layer becomes thicker. The most terrible situation is that the destruction is not as fast as the increase. Then the Infinity will most likely face a dark hunt with the highest level mark tonight. If this is the case, then everyone can only pray not to encounter monsters of the level of atmospheric Mecha in this blizzard." The pursuit of the snow monster group made the hearts of the Infinity up and down lifted. Many people looked solemnly at the increasingly deep snow outside, the increasingly strong storm, and the rustling under the snow layer. More and more snow monsters. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere began to become extremely heavy. The train kept moving, and every second that passed seemed to be setting a countdown for the infinity. At this time, the entire train was like a gradually increasing pressure cooker, and the atmosphere was so heavy that people gradually couldn't breathe. Lin Xian walked quickly towards carriage number 12. What he could do now was to frantically make bullets for the team, especially the Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine gun, the Thunderstorm A-1 grenade launcher, and the large caliber bullets required for the 1130 and T-8Z Vulcan military assault models. Facing a group of predatory creatures, the best way is heavy firepower. At this time, most of the materials in his decomposed space were converted into materials required for ammunition, and then made into ammunition under the mechanical manufacturing ability of his hands. The other members also hurriedly carried away ammunition from carriage number 12 one box at a time, and began to prepare sufficient ammunition for each firepower point. Howitzers, 12.7mm machine gun bullets, and 30mm tungsten core armor-piercing bullets were frantically manufactured in Lin Xian's hands, as if he was risking his life. At the same time, he secretly prayed that the 3 convoys of Dang would listen to his theory of the Dark Mark and take precautions against it. They changed their route from Yuanko to the west of Yuzhou Mountains, and the wind and snow should not be as serious as here. Lin Xian thought to himself. Qin Sichuan, who was responsible for observing the road conditions, also learned about the situation at this time. She looked at the deepening snow in front of her with a stern face. The huge storm cyclone in the sky was dark and seemed to swallow the world, suffocating people. In front of Dalat town, you have to pass through Uliastai mountain. The altitude is not high, only a few hundred meters. The terrain here. Qin Sichuan was driving while looking through the route record she had made in advance. Originally, the best way to enter the night was to find an open area to facilitate the appearance of strange bodies and to escape. But the current situation was exactly the opposite for them. There were endless snowfields on both sides, and there were countless snow monsters underneath. If they could not conduct a guarding blocking in a relatively narrow place, I am afraid that if all the bullets in the car were used up, it would only attract more predators. Therefore, in this vast snowfield, finding a good defensive camp before dark tonight became a very critical task for Qin Sichuan. In the number 5 carriage, Lu Xingchen, who was not able to kill a lot of people, clenched his fists with dissatisfaction. Looking at the building preparing ammunition seriously, he said solemnly, "It seems like I am controlling fire. I can't kill too many people, I must leave some margin. I can't kill too few people, or I can't kill them all. These evil monsters are really a headache." "You also have a headache?" The building buried his head and said, "I suggest you finish the tea you want to drink in advance. From now until tonight, we should not let this string loose at all. Roommate, don't worry." Lu Xingchen sat cross-legged on his futon, closed his eyes, and said like a master, "I always have margin. The snow monster and my divine fire are incompatible. Today, let's see how I kill a lot." Whoosh, whoosh, above the sky, the terrifying huge extreme cold vortex moved strangely, the blizzard blew violently, and the strong wind carried the cobalt blue ice crystal particles dancing wildly under the sky. In the center of the vortex, it seems that violent space distortion can be seen. Heavy snow roared on the train, and as the temperature and wind speed continued to increase, even the visibility began to gradually decrease. From the beginning when Lin Xian woke up and ran on the snow in the sunshine, to now in the dark clouds and heavy snow under the storm, the infinity has only run for less than 2 hours, which shows that the movement and spread speed of this extremely cold vortex is extremely terrifying. Click, 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 the windows are constantly covered with fog and ice, and the connection between the carriages is penetrating into the interior. Feeling the rapidly decreasing temperature outside, Lin Xian has to raise the temperature inside the train again. Captain Lin. In carriage number 10, Xu Qin looked at the snow monsters outside, which were gathering and shuttling like a school of fish, with a serious look on her face. She said in the communicator, "The scale is starting to grow. You are right. The thicker the snow, the more of these ghosts there are." LV Chong beside her side, with a worried look on his face. "I am afraid there will be some big guys. That would be troublesome." Lin Xian asked Ding Junyi directly, "Director Ding, it has reached the level 2 mark. According to the growth rate, it will reach level 3 in 30 minutes, and level 4 in an hour." Ding Junyi reported calmly in the communicator. "Okay." Lin Xian closed his eyes and pondered, "We start in an hour. Xu Qin, pay attention to the movement patterns of those things, and try to shoot as accurately as possible." "Got it." Lin Xian looked at the time. It was only 1600 hours, and there were still about 2.5 hours before dark, but they had to clean up once in an hour. Lin Xian planned to decide when to start next time based on the situation this time. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling anxious. In this situation, not only did the whole vehicle need to have enough firepower, but also accurate judgment was needed, otherwise, a careless move would lead to a greater disaster. Now he only hoped that the action would see effective results in 1 hour. If not, he could only stop and advance until the mark was suppressed. In this case, ammunition became the key. Kiki, you and Brother Hoa will attack together later. Sha, don't use the mecha. Prepare to activate the 1130 close defense gun and orbital electromagnetic gun. Director Ding, please report the mark situation at any time so that I can invest firepower according to the changes. Okay. Understood. Received. Lin Xian would not use all the firepower at the first time. He had to gradually increase it according to the suppression of the snow monster and the dark mark. After all, the 1130 bullets fired very quickly, and most of them were projectile rain. Dealing with these snow monsters was like using a cannon to hit a mosquito. He didn't want to waste it at the beginning. Time passed by minute, and soon, the sound of boiling could be heard on the snowfields on both sides of the infinity. That was the sound of a large number of snow monsters wandering under the snow. In carriage number 3, Ding Junyi focused on the spectrum changes of the regional black chrysanthemum with a mobile terminal, and also recorded the time. Finally, after the hell black chrysanthemum reached level 4, she immediately said to Lin Xian in the communicator, Lin Xian, our dark mark has broken through level 4. Fire! Lin Xian stopped making bullets without saying a word, got up and came to carriage number 11, and opened the automatic explosion-proof door. Duh. Bang, bang, bang. The people who had been prepared for a long time opened fire immediately after hearing the order. 5 Rohrer K-23 electric rotary machine guns and multiple M556 light machine guns roared at the same time. The building of carriage number 5 and Lu Xingchen also began to clean up and show their power. In an instant, a torrential metal jet like a storm splashed into the boiling snow fields on both sides. Gunfire exploded, snow dust flew, and a large number of snow monsters began to be blown up and pierced. Above the roof, a fire fell, burning the snow monsters that were angered by the gunfire and tried to jump out. For a while, snow monsters began to rush out from the deep snow on both sides of the track. They were burned by the sun and climbed onto the armor of the car with a howl. The sharp needles of the long tails pierced hard. Boom! 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 Heavy metal sounds rang out one after another. I didn't expect that the poisonous needles at the tails of these snow monsters were so powerful that they could nail a deep dent in the thick armor plate. Some gaps in the armor grille were penetrated, and the stinger penetrated directly into the iron sheet of the train, embedding several inches deep. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz on the roof. Kiki, wearing a cold-proof suit, flew from the front to the rear of the train, releasing shock waves in his hands, shaking all the snow monsters that climbed up and falling into the sun and fire, and being burned instantly. Before dying, these snow monsters were like bees that were willing to die. They rushed up and used their strength to use a needle, and then fell down in the fire. After a while, these snow monsters that jumped out of the boiling snow field nailed dents on the steel plate of the infinity. Swish! Lin Xian stood at the number 11 hatch, raised his hand and used a mechanical energy cannon to directly blast through a large snow monster that was dormant and ready to rush towards the train, and also shot through 2 others. Bang! Bang! The howitzers began to explode in the deep snow, and each explosion was like a gorgeous firework, blowing several snow monsters wandering under the snow layer into pieces. Lin Xian looked very solemn. Almost every shot could blow up a snow monster, which showed how many snow monsters were hidden under the seemingly calm snow layer in the distance. Director Ding. Downgrade to level 3. Ding Junyi looked at the time. Increase firepower. Lin Xian called the weapons station directly after hearing this. Sha, electromagnetic gun. The orbital electromagnetic gun does not need to be prepared. Although it is used to fight large-sized weird bodies, it is no longer possible at this time. Okay. Sha immediately turned on the system of the orbital electromagnetic gun without saying a word. Woo! The roof of carriage number 2 opened, and the main gun of the G3 rail electromagnetic gun slowly rose. The extremely energetic capacitor below began to store energy. In the main gun track line, the blue energy beam began to light up, and the fire control system immediately began to capture biological targets, aiming at a dense area, and began to fire. Woo! Z! The powerful ionization shock sounded, and the dazzling gun light directly hit an area with dense snow monsters more than 100 meters away at close range. Boom! The snow dust exploded, and the shock waves shook the hurricane and blizzard together. An explosion pit of several meters appeared in that area immediately. More than a dozen snow monsters were instantly killed, and the burst green plasma sprayed. The addition of high firepower made the suppression of snow monsters even stronger. In carriage number 5, the building stood at the door of the automatic door holding a Gatling gun, shouting and shooting at the snow monsters outside. Behind him hung a several-meter-long bullet chain, and the Gatling gun barrel burst out a strong heat wave, madly harvesting these group-hunting weird creatures. On the roof, Lu Xingchen and Kiki, 2 range-based psychics, were responsible for burning and suppressing the snow monsters that jumped out of the snow layer like locusts, while the other was clearing the snow monsters on the train and using large-scale telekinesis waves to kill more snow monsters under the snow layer. Downgrade to level 2, 3 minutes. Ding Junyi's voice came again in the communicator. The Infinity's firepower passed through, and the snowfield along the way turned into a sea of corpses and green plasma. The violent firepower output continued to spray, almost completely covering the sound of the blizzard. Da-da-da, bang bang bang. At this time, except for the 1130 close-in defense gun and the Vulcan Mecha, the firepower that the Infinity could mobilize had almost been deployed, and the rest was the trump card of the psychic. Lin Xian did not dare to use the heterogeneous magic cube easily, let alone use it on these monsters. The unknown giant creatures in the Parma grassland and Ye's lake were like a sword hanging over his head. He must now save enough physical strength to supply the Infinity with ammunition. Reduced to level 1, 1 minute. Finally, under the suppression of powerful firepower, the dark marks left by these tide-like snow monsters were suppressed to below level 1 again at this moment. Although the hell-black chrysanthemum still emitted a faint red light, Lin Xian still asked the whole team to cease fire. Lin Xian looked at the time, 17:05, which took about 12 minutes. He calculated it, and immediately said to Chen Xishuan, "Teacher Chen, the dark time should be around 1835. Adjust the speed. We will enter Wuliastai Mountain at 1800 hours. Calculated with the camping point provided by Teacher Chen, the time is just right now." In order to avoid the inaccuracy of the dark time, Lin Xian deliberately left enough time to mark and eliminate. Okay. In the cockpit, Chen Xishuan, who had received clear instructions, felt relieved and began to speed up the Infinity. Wah-wah-wah-wah. The thick snow layer was violently shoveled away by the Infinity's ice-breaking shield and scattered on both sides of the track. The super-heavy track fortress engine roared and began to accelerate madly, racing against time to drive towards Mount Uliastai. At this moment, every minute faster can gain more time for decompression, and the cleaner these marks are cleared, the safer the Infinity will be after nightfall. In the corridor of the entire train, people kept moving. A battle had just ended, but everyone had no time to rest and recuperate, and immediately began to load ammunition and prepare for the next decompression. Kiki, get to the cab. What for? Lin Xian brought Kiki to the cab of the Infinity. At this time, the train accelerated, and Lin Xian needed Kiki to be in front to guard against emergencies on the track for Chen Xishuan. Girl, use your powers to stabilize the train. If there are foreign objects or other conditions on the track ahead, blast them away. Yeah, I understand. Kiki understood Lin Xian's intention, and Chen Xishuan said at the side. The snow is now more than 80 centimeters. I estimate that at this speed, it may exceed 1.5 meters or even deeper after tonight. She was worried that the train would be completely buried, and it would be difficult to move at that time. But the problem is that in this situation, the Infinity can't continue to run in the dark, unless you don't want to die. Lin Xian looked solemn and nodded. Solve the current problem first. Hey Lin Xian, where are you going? Kiki asked at this time. Lin Xian turned around and left, saying, repair the carriage that was just pierced. Those snow monsters seem to be small in size, and easy to eliminate, but the problem is that there are too many of them, and they are agile. The tail thorns on their bodies can also cause certain damage to the steel armor, which is really a headache. This is still during the day. Once it enters the night, according to the intelligence, this thing will enter a violent mode and will be more unscrupulous. At that time, there will be few people on such a long train as Infinity. Facing the whole car surrounded, it is likely that they will be in a situation where they will not care about the tail. Once the carriage is broken through, the loss will not be a little bit. The outer layer of the scientific research carriage is made of nitride steel plus boron carbide ceramic layer plus self-repairing gel interlayer. This is the technology of interstellar aerospace. In fact, you can consider upgrading the armor in this regard. In the number 4 carriage, Ding Junyi was paying attention to whether the planted plants were affected by the infiltrating snow wind at this time. Seeing Lin Xian repairing the outer armor of each carriage, she spoke up. It's not that simple. Lin Xian concentrated on the work at hand and said, "Now these things are good looking but not practical. Facing those monsters, we still need heavy armor to resist. The upgrade of the lining is far less important than the external armor." Ding Junyi raised his glasses. "As far as I know, the high-grade armor steel used by the military is mainly tungsten titanium alloy Type 1 and Type 2. If it is a mecha, it is mainly supercarbonate alloy, and nano-ceramic armor used by individual soldiers. Maybe you will be interested in these materials." Lin Xian was interested when he heard this and looked up at her. Director Ding has a wide range of knowledge. "You are right. If we can use these materials as a foundation, the external armor protection of the Infinity will definitely rise to a higher level." Lin Xian did not have material molecular scans for these materials at this time, so the preparation center could not convert them. But even if there were, the conversion of such high-level materials would be time-consuming, labor-intensive and material-consuming, not to mention that Lin Xian wanted to use them to build the external armor of the entire train. So in front of Lin Xian, in addition to the key issues such as blueprints, mechanical manufacturing, and mechanical swallowing, the material issue also began to become important. It turned out that the Infinity only needed some forged steel, titanium alloy, high manganese steel, and high hardened tungsten steel to be done. These materials can be done by swallowing cars, trains, or some large man-made mechanical objects, but the tungsten titanium alloy was first obtained by Lin Xian when it was decomposed from the damaged Iron Guard 3 military assaulter Mecha, and he used it on key structures such as the GK-03 electric knife and ice shield. So if he wants to get this type of material, he must find something more advanced to devour. Cars and trains can no longer solve a big problem. They can only be used to transform into ammunition and weapons. Rumble. In the blizzard, the Infinity is running fast, and the cold rails are roaring. A large number of snow monsters gather in the snowfield again, making boiling rustling sounds in the snow layer as the train moves. After Lin Xian repaired some of the damage inside the carriage, he began to repair and reinforce the external armor to a certain extent. In addition, the shooting holes. After the war started, the temperature in the entire carriage dropped sharply, and in order to preserve the temperature inside the car, the passage gates of carriage's 3/4 were set by Lin Xian to the automatic closing mode for passage. As for the living compartment at the back, there was no way out. The cold wind invaded from the firing holes, and the temperature in the living area quickly turned into ice and snow. Many teammates who were firing had their hands frozen. For this reason, everyone in the compartment began to wear thick body temperature maintenance devices and cold-proof clothes, waiting for the night to fall. "Lin Xian, we are almost there." In the cockpit, Qin Sichuan looked at several large hills in the distance ahead of the snowfield, which were also covered with white by the wind and snow. The Ulasti mountain is a circular hilly landform, and the highest peak is only a few hundred meters. When the Parma grassland was not covered by heavy snow, it was a beautiful place, but now only a magnificent and towering snow hill can be seen. Chapter 248. Wah 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 wah. The heavy black train broke through the thick snow, making an earth-shaking sound in the blizzard. Above the dome, the violent extreme cold vortex covered the sky, making the world seem to have entered darkness in advance, with white whistling snow everywhere. Mark is about to pass level 4. Prepare to fire. Squeaky. The snow monsters in the snow layer are like a swarm of crushing carp, stirring up boiling snow dust. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of hitting the train, and the track began to deafen. Lin Xian stood in carriage number 2, looking at the various places outside the car in the sentry system, with a stern expression. "Lin Xian." Qin Sichuan's voice sounded in the communicator. Many monsters appeared at the pass ahead. Kiki immediately switched to the optoelectronic sighting system in front of the car, and saw that in the vast expanse of white snow in front, dense black and white long tails began to surge like waves. Perhaps it was the approach of night, or the light was obscured by the blizzard. These snow monsters began to climb out of the snow layer and rush towards the train like a whirlwind. It seems that the level 4 mark on US has attracted the attention of a larger range of strange bodies. Kiki frowned and looked at the screen in the monitoring. Lin Xian's eyes condensed, and he immediately pressed the headset. "Speed up, crush them." Woo! He immediately activated the mechanical heart, increased the driving force of the Infinity by several percent, and accelerated again. Lin Xian immediately looked at the time. It was already 17:53. For the oncoming dark tide, no one in the team had experience, so the time of dark in advance could only be estimated. At this time, it seemed that dark should be about half an hour away. "Girl, go to the front." "Yeah." Kiki nodded seriously. Lin Xian immediately looked at the corridor behind him, waiting for Ding Jinny's response. Level 4. Fire! Bang bang bang! Woo! In the number 2 carriage, above Lin Xian's head, the roar of the G3 electromagnetic rail gun exploded instantly, and the sound of ionization oscillation spread, making him feel numb on his face. The next moment, Lin Xian looked at the oncoming snow monster tied on the monitor, and shouted again. Everyone, prepare for impact. Boom! The snow dust flew, and the heavy rail train rushed straight towards the snow monster that was jumping through the snow like a wave with violent potential energy. Chen Sichuan and Kiki both stood in the cab, and their faces sank when they saw this scene. Here it comes! Chen Sichuan shouted coldly, holding the control console tightly in his hand. Ha! Kiki's eyes flashed with brighter white light. Her hair moved without wind. She shouted softly, raised her hand and thrust forward, and used a chopping posture to stimulate a violent telekinetic wave. Buzz! A cone-shaped strong wave blasted out from the front of the ice-breaking shield like splitting the air, directly splitting the snow layer in front of it like splitting the river, and covering the waves, revealing the track on the dry grass roadbed below. The huge shock wave rushed past, instantly creating a hollow area hundreds of meters long. At the same time, hundreds of snow monsters were directly shaken out of the snow layer like shoveling out fish waves. Those snow monsters that were close to them were immediately torn into pieces, and those that were far away were also dragged into the sky. The surging impact momentum immediately blasted a large gap for Kiki. This caused the Infinity to speed up again, violently crashing into the snow layer in front, and the oncoming snow monster. Bang! Wow! In an instant, the whole car was violently shaken by the inertia of the impact, and everyone felt a huge forward force. Many sundries in the compartments fell to the ground immediately, making crackling sounds. In front of the car, the heavy snow lifted by the huge impact force instantly flew dozens of meters high, like a fountain bursting in the snow. The porthole in front of Chen Sichuan was completely blocked in an instant. Only the rain-like collision sound was heard densely on the ice shield and steel armor in front, and at the same time, the howling and screaming of various monsters sounded. Boom, boom, boom. The Infinity rolled through the snow dust all the way, like a series of explosions, and various broken bones and skulls were shattered under the kinetic energy of this steel behemoth, and the internal organs and blood plasma completely covered the glass. Chen Sichuan turned on the flush and wipers, but it was useless at this time. Fortunately, Kiki was beside her. She directly raised a telekinetic wave in front of her, gritted her teeth, and resisted the wind and snow in front of her, and the snow monsters that were colliding with her, and moved forward all the way. Woo! Z! The electromagnetic rail gun was running at full load and full attack speed. The intelligence system automatically locked the area with dense monsters, or large monsters, as the priority. Every time it fired, the lights of the entire train would dim slightly, and then recover immediately. Duh. Bang bang bang. The carriages behind were even more fiercely attacking and firing. This round of snow monsters was more bold and crazy than before. The Roarer K-23 electric rotary machine guns in the building could take away a large area with each round of metal storms. But the problem that followed was that more snow monsters climbed onto the Infinity train, and at this time, they could obviously stay under the light for a little longer. Countless tail spikes ding-donged and bombarded the armored plates of the train. Because Kiki went to the front, only Lu Xingchen and a large group of superpowers were left to hold the train. He was standing on the top of the high-speed train, wearing a cold-proof helmet. Because the wind and snow intensified, the frost on the surface of his windshield was thickening at a very fast speed. It's time to practice in the cold and snowy days. Lu Xingchen breathed rapidly, but he didn't have any idea of being cool at this time. The fire in his hands almost never stopped. The huge waves of fire burned almost along the deck of the carriage. The repeated pulling of low and high temperatures made the carriage constantly groan with metal fatigue, rubbing. The heat source in the hurricane seemed to make these snow monsters feel a great threat. A large number of snow monsters that climbed onto the train did not attack the steel plates of the train anymore, but rushed towards Lu Xingchen. These snow monsters were constantly rotting, but they still couldn't stop the successive attacks, and they climbed densely onto the roof of the train. Lu Xingchen looked at this scene, not worried but happy. Good. Originally, these monsters were scattered in various carriages to attack, and many people in the carriages could not be dealt with because of the limited shooting holes. It was okay before that Kiki helped him to clear the monsters, but now Kiki is not here, he is really powerless to guard more than a dozen carriages alone. At this time, a large number of monsters are coming towards him, which makes it easier. Fire cloud? Lu Xingchen crossed his sword fingers with both hands, compressed the flames, and sprayed them out, controlling the large area of firepower to burn on the space on the roof, not wanting to waste anything. Chi! At this time, the train's electric blade armor system suddenly rose up, and the crowded snow monsters climbing up were unable to react in time, and were instantly cut into pieces, falling to the side of the road. The long blades flashed with the light of arcs, and even the tails of their sharp blades would be cut immediately if they hit. Dark Sign, Level 3. Boom boom boom, the front of the train crashed violently, and Kiki and Chen Sichuan rushed in the cockpit. Dark Sign Level 2. Da-da-da, bang bang bang. The team members of each car, Sha-Sha, Shu-Qin, De-Lu, Lu-Cheng, Miao-Lu, opened fire with all their strength. Dark Sign Level 1. Lu Xingchen's fire was like the flame tail of a meteor flying in the snowfield, and the fire spread all over the sky, burning the swarming snow monsters. Finally, Lin Xian looked at a mountain pass area with sedimentary terrain ahead and started to brake directly. Squeak! The Infinity began to decelerate crazily. The heavy snow on the roof fell like a waterfall, the locked wheels melted the ice on the track, began to boil and turn red, and the wanton steam rose up. Squeak! After the train stopped, everyone began to eliminate the incoming snow monsters in a sweeping manner. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, there were piles of snow monster corpses on both sides of the train, and the attacks from all directions gradually subsided. Hiss! It's cold. Lu Xingchen was almost exhausted at this time. The strong low temperature made him, a fire-type mutant, a little unable to resist. Seeing that there were no snow monsters around, he immediately prepared to open the cover and return to the train. Who knew that the gate of the lift roof had been frozen by the wind and snow, and could not be opened at all. In desperation, he could only spray another ball of fire to melt the condensed ice before returning to carriage number 5. Woo, woo, the howling blizzard became the only sound in the world. As the firing holes of each carriage were closed, the heating system in the car began to run frantically, providing heat. Lin Xian and Shu-Qin put on tight cold-proof clothing and body temperature maintenance devices, and also put on cold-proof helmets. Then, they opened the hatch of carriage number 11 and jumped out of the train. Woo, woo, outside the train, the howling wind and snow had turned into lateral movement, completely obscuring the horizon, and visibility was less than a few meters. As soon as Lin Xian got off the train, he immediately crushed the frozen bodies of several snow monsters, making a crackling sound. He thought to himself, this thing is not afraid of snow when it is alive, but it will be frozen into an ice stick immediately after it dies. Captain Lin. Shu-Qin's voice came from behind him. Lin Xian looked back and frowned immediately. The side armor of the Infinity was already in a mess at this time, with large holes, and even signs of broken armor plates. Brother Xian, the temperature is too low, the armor plate is starting to become brittle. Dasha said. I know. Lin Xian took a deep breath, feeling a little heavy. In less than a day, the temperature has reached -30 degrees. The huge temperature difference, let alone the train armor, even the carriage body is undergoing metal deformation. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, the Infinity was constantly making low metal humming sounds. The temperature inside and outside pulled, causing the connections and welding positions of the whole vehicle to fatigue all the time. The pressure brought by this extremely low temperature disaster is not just as simple as the monster of the night. Quick, check everywhere, go back quickly, it's going to be dark soon. Lin Xian looked at the ice layer that was rapidly condensing in front of the windshield and felt that it was not good. He immediately led a few people to check around the train. Whoosh, mechanical energy cannon, a snow monster that came out from the bottom of the train was directly blasted in the head by Lin Xian. It struggled twice and began to stiffen. Just when Lin Xian was about to step forward, who knew that the monster suddenly moved, rolled up the thick tail needle, and pierced Lin Xian's face. Captain Lin. Shu-Qin looked at this scene and immediately prepared to rush up, but it was too late. Squeeze. Lin Xian stood in place, and the third mechanical arm behind him tightly grasped the sharp tail spike. Gwa. The snow monster made a low sound and finally died. Its body turned white and was wrapped in frost. Crack. The mechanical arm directly broke the tail. Lin Xian reached out and took it in his hand to take a look. He found that it was heavy. The weight of this monster's tail was far beyond his imagination. Such a high density, no wonder. This ghost thing can also sneak attack, it's really cunning. Shu-Qin came up at this time and said in a deep voice. Yeah, it's really hard to deal with without heavy armor. Lin Xian said. He threw it casually, without wasting time, and several people checked along the car. Just when Lin Xian was about to return to the car, he vaguely saw a figure in front of the car. Turn on the collision volume perception system, and turn on the range radar. Ding! The auxiliary system of the power armor was turned on, locking the human figure in the snow and wind in front, but the system soon flashed yellow light. Ding! No life reaction. Lin Xian frowned, took out the black gun and walked over, only to find that the figure was a middle-aged woman who had been completely frozen into an ice sculpture, wearing a thick down jacket, and half of her body was buried in the snow. Captain Lin, there are more ahead. Shu Qin, who followed him, also discovered the situation at this time. When the few of them looked ahead, they began to see more survivors who had been frozen into ice sculptures. Lin Xian walked over and found that many of them had been buried, holding guns or resistance weapons in their hands, and died on the spot. Further ahead, there was a car camp, but these cars were basically half buried in the wind and snow, and thick white snow was also pressed on the roofs. In the wilderness with undulating snow hills, a large number of cars were half buried in the snow. The black off-road vehicle in the front was inserted diagonally on the snow slope. The rainproof cloth of the roof luggage rack bulged into a pale sail. The window of the cab was broken, and the cold wind whistled in. The hands on the steering wheel could be seen deeply trapped in the ice shell, and the man who had been frozen into an ice sculpture was lying on the steering wheel. A bus not far away flipped over at 45 degrees. The escape window was blocked by snow into a funnel shape. A woman in a red down jacket got out of the broken armored window. The baby swaddling clothes in her arms were frozen into ice cocoons. The drooping scarf was blown up in the wind. The ice chips collided and made a sound like wind chimes. The diesel heater pipe at the rear of the car burst. The spilled fuel condensed into stalactite-like ice cones on the surface of the car body, reflecting the gray light like the nails of the dead. When the wind swept through the car, the snow grains played a dirge in the gap between the car doors. There was a white SUV with a peace charm hanging on the rearview mirror, and the red tassel had already frozen into straight ice needles. 13, 14, 15. Shu Qin took a look and counted in a low voice. Captain Lin, there are 23 vehicles, which is not a small scale. Judging from the parking situation, it should be a camp. They must have been attacked. Delu grabbed a frozen monster tail from the snow on the ground and pulled it out. He found that the snow monster was biting half of a human palm in its mouth, and the bright red tissue had been sealed by ice and snow. They're all wiped out. Lin Xian sighed. Okay, let's get back on the train. Yeah. Several people braved the fierce snowstorm and returned to the train again. Swish. As the automatic explosion-proof door closed, the whistling wind was instantly isolated outside. Before Lin Xian had time to take off his windproof helmet, Qin Sichuan's voice came from his headphones. Lin Xian, come to the cab, there's something going on. Hearing this, Lin Xian immediately took off his helmet, then took off his cold-proof clothes, and let the PX-05 robot deal with the snow and wind on it, then quickly crossed the corridor and came to the cab in front. What's wrong? Qin Sichuan pointed to the transponder on the train. Someone called us. Can you still receive messages? The snowstorm is so strong that long-distance radio waves can no longer be received, so they should be nearby, Kiki said on the side. Lin Xian directly pressed the call button. Who? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud and intermittent shout from the other end, which sounded very urgent. Hey you. The train driver, hurry up. Leave here, it's getting dark, don't hurt us. Lin Xian heard this, and realized that it should be a survivor convoy that was also hiding from the wind and snow monsters near the Wuliastai Pass. He pondered for a moment, and said directly, We have cleared all the monsters, and will stay here tonight. We have no ill intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice that sounded very impolite came. What do you mean by clear or not clear? Do you know that we have 4 convoys here? There are enough people. Do you understand the group hunting effect? It's getting dark soon, and you still attract so many monsters. Get out of here quickly, don't stay here. Hey! Kiki got angry when she heard it, and was about to start cursing, but was stopped by Lin Xian. Lin Xian pressed the communicator and briefly talked about the dark mark. So if you are not attacked now, and we are not attacked either, it means that we will be safer at night. Even if there is trouble, it will not be too big. Just stay where you are and wait for dawn. The group hunting effect and the dark mark are very similar in some ways, but their essence is different. The former will make it difficult for many survivor teams to gather together, and even be hostile to other teams approaching. In this case, these survivor teams will not easily consider gathering with others except for looking for official and powerful organizations such as the Phoenix Society. But Lin Xian knew that they completely misunderstood the current situation. There are now dense snow monsters in the snowfield. If these people are not attacked now, it means that they should be safe. Lin Xian's Infinity team just rushed in and killed almost all the chasing snow monsters. Even if the Dark Mark is not completely dead, there are few left. In this case, there is no problem in staying together to spend the long night. Even if they didn't want to deal with each other, they could just stay away from each other, but the other side seemed to have sentinels who saw Lin Xian's big train rushing into the pass of the mountain, and seemed to be a little restless. You said it was safe? Are you the father of those monsters? The grumpy middle-aged man heard Lin Xian's words, and cursed without hesitation. Do you know how much we spent to kill the monsters during the day? You can't stop anywhere else on the track. Why stop here? Get out of here. Hey, we are from the speed team. You can drive the train to the town of Dalat ahead. There is a platform there. Can you not do it here? Said another woman's voice. That's right, leave quickly, don't hurt anyone. The first hurried voice also responded. In the cab, Lin Xian's face darkened slightly, and Chen Sichuan was a little angry. How can these people be so stupid? Why do they recognize the herd hunting effect and not listen to us? The herd hunting effect is not officially confirmed. Never mind. Lin Xian's expression turned cold, and he directly pressed the call button. We will camp here. You can stay or not. If it weren't for the fact that they were all survivors of the convoy heading all the way to Shilan, he would have been very polite not to scold them directly. Asshole. The hot-tempered middle-aged man cursed immediately. Do you believe that I will kill them with artillery shells? Before he finished speaking, the voices of other team members came from his side. Boss, they have strong firepower, and there are electromagnetic guns on the car. Yes, they just rushed in and killed at least thousands of snow monsters. Wah 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 wah. At this time, there seemed to be a noise and discussion from the transponder. Not long after, the sound of the engine roared from inside. Lin Xian, look. Chen Sichuan had a very good vision. At this time, she saw that there seemed to be many car lights on the top of the mountain. It seemed that there were a few lights shining through the blizzard. Are they really going to come up to cause trouble? Kiki squinted and said, No, I think they are preparing to leave. So late? Chen Sichuan was surprised and said, Don't they want to live? The light of the car lights gradually faded away, and it seemed that several large traffic flows began to merge in the wind and snow, heading into the distance. Lin Xian looked and pressed the call button again. It will be dark soon. You can't drive to Dalat town. Listen to my advice. It's safe to stay here tonight. Click, click. As the distance went away, the signal began to become extremely poor. We can't afford to offend. We can afford to hide. Goodbye. Who believes in your mark? You have watched too many movies. Hurry. Hurry, go. Don't. Respond. Buzz, engine roar. There is a snow demon. Bang, 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 gunfire. Everyone go all the way. In the Infinity carriage. These idiots. Kiki heard the last conversation in the answering machine and said angrily, It's going to be dark soon. Do they want to die so much? It sounds like there are at least hundreds of people in these convoys. It must be very dangerous if it goes on like this. Chen Sichuan frowned slightly, looked at Lin Xian, and said with a deep breath, Now I finally understand what you said. It's better to let them escape than to let them fight. It's hard for normal people to accept the idea of being hunted. Lin Xian sighed and said, Actually, it's fear. He looked at the blizzard outside the porthole that was gradually getting darker and said, After escaping for so long, the survivors have developed a physiological fear of the weird body in darkness. Choosing to stop and fight the darkness is far more difficult than choosing to escape. Hoo, the wind and snow roared, and bursts of air flow whistled in the gaps of the Infinity's armored steel plates. In the answering machine, those convoys were completely out of contact. Beep beep. At this time, after Luo Yang's reminder, the watch he had adjusted in advance issued a subtle reminder sound, which was almost covered by the fierce blizzard. It will be dark soon, prepare to fight the enemy. On the night of the blizzard under the extremely cold vortex, although Lin Xian was very sure about the dark mark of the team at this time, this extreme weather naturally made people feel strongly uneasy. In addition, the endless snow monsters in the snow layer deepened his worries. So he immediately put the whole car on alert. Bullets loaded, everyone pay attention, snow water is poisonous, you must wear a gas mask. Even after closing the shooting hole, you need to wipe all the snow water in the room, and during this process, no one can drink water. The heterogeneous magic cube did not stop warning throughout the whole day. The snow water penetrated, and the vehicle shell was pierced. The car was filled with the fear of the invasion of darkness. The nerves of everyone in the car were almost tense all day. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Shu Qin and others immediately took action. Lin Xian led Kiki and Chen Sichuan to the back and threw a gas mask to each of them. Put it on, don't take it off until the crisis is resolved. The night in the blizzard changed very subtly. The sky was already dark. As the night fell, everyone only felt that the light was a little darker. Outside the car window, there was only the night and the howling blizzard. Tick, tick, snow dripped on the floor of the carriage. The personnel in each living carriage were holding weapons, and even Xiao Yuan was holding an automatic rifle and wearing a mask for strict protection. Lin Xian sat in the storage room of carriage 7, which was the center of the train. It was convenient for him to use the heart of the machine to cover the entire car and then repair it. Woo woo woo, the heater on the roof was fully turned on, providing warmth to the car. On the roof, the 1130 close-in defense gun and the G3 electromagnetic railgun were covered with frost and icicles. Every time they rotated, they would shatter the icicles condensed on the base, and then they would be covered with icicles again within a few seconds. The windows were completely covered with white fog, and the ice patterns formed and melted quickly, repeating continuously. Lin Xian first repaired the damage and gaps in the inner car, and then the external armor, protecting the interior from being invaded by wind and snow. Ka-ka-ka, the sound of ice seemed to be heard from all directions. Lin Xian was full of worries at this time. Under the sweeping of this wind and snow, he was very worried that before dawn, the entire infinity would be completely buried in snow. If so, even if he had other means, he would not be able to drive out. Thinking of this, a feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart. Darkness, strange bodies, natural disasters, this doomsday, all the time make people feel endless despair. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. At this time, his heart was extremely anxious. The carriages were extremely quiet, and everyone was waiting for the changes outside. Time passed by minute. Lin Xian looked at his watch, and the time was already 19 o'clock. The sky outside was still the same, dark and blizzard. It's dark. It's been dark for a long time. Lin Xian stood up with a solemn face and exhaled a long breath. He was tense and felt the outside of the whole train. At this time, the entire Infinity train was covered with a layer of snow, and the steel armor on the side of the train was condensed into a layer of ice by the wind and snow. Between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of the blizzard, nothing else. Each car. Lin Xian decisively pressed the headset at this time. Captain Lin, no problem. Xu Qin quickly walked forward from car number 12, reporting as she walked. Number 11 is fine. Shasha said. Number 10 is fine. Miao Lu reported. Number 9 is fine. Lu Chang reported. Number 8 is also fine. Xi Yuan reported. Number 6 to number 5 are fine. Delu and Lu Xingchen walked quickly along the corridor. Number 3 and number 4 are fine, and the disaster plant has no other reaction. Ding Junyi said, as she looked at the looming energy stream. She killed so many snow monsters along the way, and it seemed that they were all eaten by the hell-black chrysanthemum. Number 2, number 1 is fine. Chen Sichuan and Kiki responded. Lin Xian stood in the number 7 carriage and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, wear your cold-proof clothes. Don't take them off yet. We will observe for a while. When there is no problem, we will take turns to rest. Understood. Until this time, everyone's heartstrings were slightly relaxed. Chen Sichuan began to lead people to distribute food. Originally, they were going to prepare some hot food, but Lin Xian was worried that it was too complicated, and the heating in the car had reached its limit, so he kept it simple first. Let everyone solve the problem of food and clothing first. In the number 2 carriage, Kiki kept searching the frequencies of various radio stations and found that they were completely disconnected. It seems that the extreme cold vortex has completely covered this area. Even the global radio stations of Shilon City and the Phoenix Society cannot be received, and the nearby survivor radio stations cannot be received either. Chen Sichuan looked up at the roof of the car. She knew that the huge extreme cold vortex in the sky at this time was rapidly degenerating the world into the Ice Age. The blizzard with the hidden power of dark invasion had completely blocked the frequency of the dark radio station. At this time, the Infinity had become a lonely ship in the blizzard of this vast snowfield. At today's speed, we still need to run for at least 10 hours to reach Shilon, Chen Sichuan said. Lin Xian shook his head. Too optimistic. Tomorrow's snow will be at least twice as thick as today's. It will be a miracle if we can drive 50 miles per hour, unless the blizzard stops. Ah. Kiki looked worried. She rubbed her hands and said, then the snow will continue to increase. We will be buried. By then, we may have to modify a few snowmobiles, or you can take everyone to fly to Shilon together. Lin Xian said half-jokingly. If this is the case, he can't think of any other way except giving up the Infinity. As soon as these words came out, Kiki's face immediately became extremely ugly, and she said with a worried look, "Wow, what about our train? I thought the most troublesome thing was the track problem. Who knew it would be this blizzard?" Lin Xian. Qin Sixuan looked at Lin Xian solemnly. "Is there no other way?" Lin Xian took a deep breath, thought for a while, and then said seriously, "We can only wait and see how this blizzard changes. If the wind and snow decrease in the second half of the night, it will be fine. If it increases." At this point, his eyes became fierce. "Then we can only risk our lives to charge. The night is a desperate situation, and being buried by blizzard is a deadly situation. In comparison, even if it is a desperate situation with a life or death, we have to gamble. At least rushing forward is better than staying where we are, and giving up the train to walk or fly to Shilin by Kiki. Of course, the current snow thickness is not that deep." Qin Sixuan nodded. "I understand what you mean, then I will keep watch." Lin Xian shook his head. "No, as usual, I will do it at night. The mental power of the superpowers is stronger than that of ordinary people, and Lin Xian knows that the hell-black chrysanthemum will continue to release energy tonight. Let Qin Sixuan and the others have a good rest, and it can also quickly enhance their physical evolution trend and improve their subsequent survival rate." Qin Sixuan looked at him with some concern and nodded immediately. The wind and snow gnawed at the outer armor of the Infinity, and the raging wind made bursts of ghost cries. In the living compartment, the team members huddled in their well-protected nests. Those on duty took off their cold-proof clothes and wrapped themselves in thick quilts. The heating system in the compartment continued to work, but as the wind and snow outside intensified, the temperature in the compartment could only be maintained at 12 or 13 degrees. Except for the high temperature of the heater, the temperature of other areas was quickly swallowed up by the low temperature outside, as the metal compartment was swallowed up. Fortunately, Infinity prepared cold-proof supplies in advance, and Qin Sixuan distributed canned meat to everyone tonight. Everyone hid in their warm nests, which was quite comfortable. In a beautifully decorated and comfortable small living cabin, Xiao Yuan wrapped herself in a thick blanket and opened the sunshade, looking at the raging blizzard in the dark outside, with a little worry on her face. She reached out and touched the glass, and a bit of icy cold immediately made her frown. Immediately, she closed the sunshade and retreated to the small bed. In the corner next to the pillow, there were 2 cans of pear cans, which she carefully protected. The distribution of canned fruit is usually random. According to the supply of materials on the car, Qin Sixuan usually arranges 1 can of canned fruit for everyone every other day. Xiao Yuan was reluctant to eat it, so she kept it all and even asked other teammates to exchange it for canned pears, which she quietly protected on her bed. Looking at the canned pears next to the pillow, Xiao Yuan smiled sweetly, took a long breath, and quickly closed her eyes to sleep. In 4 hours, she had to get up and take turns to watch the night with others. Because of the blizzard and snowy night, Lin Xian arranged for everyone to work in 4 shifts, so that they could respond quickly in an emergency. Buzz, buzz, the motor engines of the Infinite Giant Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive and the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive were kept running so that they could be started at any time and not frozen by ice and snow. The heating system of the carriage was already running at full capacity, frantically delivering warmth to the car. This was energy consumption to maintain survival, but the Gemini nuclear-powered locomotive had a thermal power of 100,000 kilowatts, so this amount of electricity was not a big problem. The only problem was that this kind of heating consumed a lot of water, whether it was human body water or the train's water tank, and now the water tank could not be replenished with snow water. Although Qin Sixuan had filled the water tank before, and specially arranged several large buckets to be filled for backup, this problem was still very serious. Time soon came to 21 o'clock in the evening. Extremely cold temperature, -40 degrees. Lin Xian is working hard every minute and every second, making ammunition while making TRP's 4th generation special industrial active exoskeleton power armor. He wants to take advantage of this time to make 2 more sets, improve his mechanical manufacturing, and equip a few more people with this exoskeleton power armor. Moving in the ice and snow is a big problem. With this set of power armor, it will be a great help. Lin Xian has gradually become proficient in doing 2 things at the same time, especially bullets, which he makes very smoothly. So he made ammunition with his left hand, and started making power armor with his right hand. The difficulty of making active exoskeleton power armor is the same as that of PX-05 robot. The exoskeleton material is easy to say, mainly because it is equipped with a special intelligent combat system, power source, transmission shafts and hydraulic power hubs of each joint, with a total weight of 30 kilograms, equipped with one small high-energy electric drive power component and 13 hydraulic power units. These are relatively sophisticated manufacturing processes. The first manufacturing is still starting from a chip to make the master control. However, after the mechanical manufacturing was upgraded to level 4, the manufacturing speed and efficiency were greatly improved. In about 4 hours, a set of light gray power armor was manufactured by Lin Xian. It was completely brand new, revealing a brand new industrial material atmosphere. Except for the arm position, the protection ability of this exoskeleton power armor is basically equal to 0, but the advantage is that it is light. Although it weighs 30 kilograms, because it is a full body supporting structure, the weight will be transferred to the ground. In addition, its power unit can provide more than 500 kilograms of explosive force, 100 meters/3.5 seconds of linear acceleration, and 270 degrees per second of joint angular velocity. There are also dynamic detection and small radar sighting systems. In addition to enhancing the biomechanical multiples, there are also protection thresholds, such as forced intervention of knee joint shock absorbers, fused protection of arm bone pressure sensors, myocardial load overload alarms, etc. In general, for genetically evolved candidates such as Xu Qin, Chen Xishuan, Lu Cheng, and Miao Lu, such auxiliary power armor will help them even more. This set will be given to Teacher Chen first. Lin Xian took a deep breath and continued to operate without stopping. Ding! Non-mechanical forces are being used for reflection detection. Detection successful. No fear risk in the train, and the invasion of dark forces has been shielded. Non-mechanical energy has been converted, and 1,000 mechanical source points have been obtained. As soon as Lin Xian moved, the light curtain of the mechanical heart suddenly popped up in front of him. He was immediately delighted. It seems that large-scale killing of snow monsters is still beneficial. Hell Black Chrysanthemum can actually absorb so much dark energy. Current mechanical heart level LV.4, 2690/7000, mechanical manufacturing, 4360/2000, improve construction efficiency. Build a power armor, and the proficiency of mechanical manufacturing will increase by at least 200. It's really good. Feeling his energy constantly recovering under the penetration of the faint fluorescence, Lin Xian took a deep breath. With such a blessing, he would seize every minute and every second to make it tonight. In the dark night, while making it, Lin Xian paid attention to the blizzard outside the car. He looked up from time to time to see the temperature outside the car and found that it was close to -50 degrees. It was 5 o'clock in the morning. After making the second set of power armor, Lin Xian couldn't sit still. He stood up and opened the sunshade and found that the window was covered with thick snow and frost. I don't know if it was because the train was frozen too thickly by the snow and frost, or what. The sound of the whistling wind and snow outside seemed to be much smaller. Lin Xian shuddered. The temperature in the car, with the heater turned on at full power, was only a dozen degrees. Even the car connection and the toilet were full of cold and frost. He put on the power armor, body temperature maintenance device, cold-proof clothing, and cold-proof helmet, and then came to the nuclear-powered car, ready to open the door of the cockpit. Bang! The gate motor hummed painfully, but the door did not move. Lin Xian frowned and went up to manually operate it. The power armor output torque shook violently, and there was a crashing sound of ice breaking outside the door, which sounded like his ice wall. Wow! As soon as the door was opened, a white cold air that was almost condensed into a solid came directly to his face. Under the lights in the car, the snow outside had piled up outside the door, and was even about to overflow into the cabin. Lin Xian's expression changed. You know, the train door is 1.3 meters high from the track ground, which means that the snow at this time is at least 1.4 meters high, which is terrible. However, what made Lin Xian feel fortunate at this time was that, in addition to the still fierce cold wind outside, it seemed that the snow had stopped. The thick snow piled up, and Lin Xian took a step forward against the cold wind, and his entire leg almost sank into the snow. Lin Xian looked at the scene and sighed softly. Not bad. Fortunately, the snow was just thick, but not solid. Lin Xian walked out of the snow with difficulty, then closed the door, and climbed onto the roof of the train by stepping on the gap of the train armor plate. In addition to the whistling wind, it was pitch black all around. He turned on the flashlight and looked around, and found that the surroundings were all white. The whole Infinity train seemed to have entered a white platform, and was wrapped tightly. Thick snow also accumulated on the roof, and the sides of the carriage were completely covered with a layer of transparent ice, making the whole train look like it had just been dug out of the polar ice. The engine motor and heater were working in a low hum, and Lin Xian walked all the way to the front car to check the situation outside. Low temperature warning, low temperature warning. The alarm sounded from the power armor, and the heavy cold-proof clothing was soon covered with ice. Lin Xian walked quickly on the roof, and seeing the condition of the car at this time, he was slightly shocked. It should still be able to drive in this situation, if it doesn't continue to snow. According to the time calculation, it may take another 7 or 8 hours before dark. If the blizzard continues, he will have to let the whole team take risks and drive the train to break through the wind and snow in the dark. But with such thick snow and the night mark, if they are attacked by hundreds of snow monsters, then they will have almost no chance of pressing the mark down again. In this vast snowfield, they have run out of ammunition and have no supplies. They can only wait for death on the spot. After a round of inspection, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to return, he suddenly thought of something and jumped off the train and walked towards the destroyed convoy on the deep snow. He needed mechanical devouring. Although those cars could not add many mechanical source points to him at present, there were not many materials left in Lin Xian's decomposition center. They were used in large quantities for the production of weapons and ammunition in the past 2 days. After entering the snowfield, let alone mechanical objects, even telephone poles could not be found. Now there was a group of cars here, and Lin Xian did not want to waste them, otherwise he would not know what he would encounter tomorrow. At this time, most of the cars in the destroyed convoy were buried by deep snow, leaving only raised snow bags. Lin Xian walked over and pulled them apart with his hands to see the buried car bodies. He stepped on the snow layer on the slope and suddenly sank down a bit, and the off-road vehicle also fell over. Bang, bang, with the sideways tilt of the off-road vehicle, a man in the car, who was frozen into an ice sculpture, broke the car glass and half of his head was exposed. Lin Xian shone the flashlight over and immediately saw a dead face covered with white frost and wide-eyed, looking at him motionlessly. Lin Xian did not change his expression, and directly put his hand on the car in front of the man and began to devour it. While devouring, he shone the flashlight on him and said, "Die early and be free, don't come to this world in the next life. Brother, it's so hard to live." The frozen man sighed to him. "I know." Lin Xian swept the flashlight around. "You have done a good job. You can bring so many people here." But no one survived. The frozen man twisted his brittle neck and looked at the bus. What a pity, if it weren't for these monsters. As he said, he looked at Lin Xian. "Your train can accommodate more people, but if they all died, it would also make you more stressed." Lin Xian shook his head. "I am not a savior, and I can't guarantee that all my team members will live until tomorrow, so I don't want to bring more people, at least, not before my ability reaches a certain level." "You are afraid." The frozen man looked at him and said, "Otherwise you wouldn't work so non-stop. Sleeping is a luxury for you." Lin Xian shrugged and denied, "I am a superpower, full of energy, and there is a hell-black chrysanthemum on the train to transform and evolve my strength, so I am in good condition." "Not bad?" The frozen man touched his broken neck and looked at him with mocking eyes. "Then how did you see me, and talk to a dead person like me for no reason?" Lin Xian stared at him speechlessly. "I am just lonely in the middle of the night." The frozen man sighed and looked at him seriously. "To be honest, you are under so much pressure. Haven't you ever thought about just hugging the thigh of the Phoenix Society together, so that you will be much more relaxed? If you cooperate with the Phoenix Society with your ability, you can do a lot of things, and you don't need to carry the whole train on your own." "That makes sense." Lin Xian exhaled a breath of cold air, his eyes swept across the convoy buried in the cold wind, and the dead body of the man in front of him, who didn't speak at all, and said to himself, "Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points increased by 20, mechanical swallowing skill proficiency increased by 10. Decomposition. Obtain high manganese steel *10, hot-rolled forged steel *10, cold-rolled dual-phase steel plate *5, ordinary carbon steel *20, non-metallic foam material, non-metallic composite material." As the swallowing was completed, the off-road vehicle in front of him quickly decayed into a small handful of brown ash. And the debris, and the man's body inside fell into the snow cave. The surrounding deep snow lost its support and poured down, burying the man in the white snow in the blink of an eye. "Good luck," the frozen man said to Lin Xian, before being buried by the snow. Rumble. At this time, the snowfield suddenly began to tremble slightly. Lin Xian saw that the snow and air in front of him seemed to be constantly vibrating. He immediately raised his head. At this time, he seemed to hear some kind of extremely low-frequency roar coming from the distant snowfield. Above the sky, A vibrating ionosphere suddenly swept across from a distance. In an instant, Lin Xian only felt the rustling and boiling sound coming from outside the pass. Just when he thought it was a snow demon riot, the boiling sound suddenly went away and soon disappeared. The area around Mount Iliasti fell into a strange silence again. Lin Xian looked up at the dome. From time to time, there were thunders exploding in the center of the distant extreme cold vortex, reflecting the cobalt blue storm sky like a cosmic monster which was palpitating. Chapter 249. Woo were, the howling cold wind continued. Lin Xian devoured all the cars that could be dug out and harvested a lot of materials. The snow bags that were originally protruding in the snow were gone at this time, and the dead people in the team were buried in the deep snow, disappearing under this natural disaster. Back on the train, Chen Sichuan had woken up. Seeing Lin Xian coming back from outside, she immediately guessed that he went to devour the cars of that team. Do you want to eat something? It's so cold outside. Lin Xian nodded, and the cold feeling disappeared immediately when he returned to the car. He knew that in addition to the cold, there was also the power of fear hidden in the heavy snow, which was now blocked by the heterogeneous magic cube. Did you hear the sound just now? Lin Xian asked. Chen Sichuan nodded. Many people were awakened, but nothing seemed to happen. Was it an earthquake? It's possible, but I feel it might be some kind of creature. Creature? Chen Sichuan's face changed. What do you think it is? Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know, we can only be more cautious. Since many people are awake, let's arrange food so that we can leave here quickly. Yes. Chen Sichuan responded immediately. Lin Xian saw that Chen Sichuan was in a good mental state at this time, and immediately said, I feel that you have changed a lot. Change? Chen Sichuan was taking something from the locker in car number 1. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she turned her head. What do you mean? Overall, at least it doesn't look as weak as before. Is it? At this time, a canned food suddenly slipped down from above his head. Chen Sichuan didn't turn her head back and reached out to catch it quickly in the air. But her eyes kept looking at Lin Xian and asked puzzledly, why didn't I feel it? How did you see it? Lin Xian, It was cold overnight, and the train was brightly lit before dawn. In order to drive away the cold and adjust the mentality of the team members, who had been tense all day yesterday, Lin Xian asked Chen Sichuan and Xiaoyu and Miaolu to prepare hot food for the whole car to warm up their bodies. Xiaoyuan helped me get a box of braised pork cans. In the dining car, Chen Sichuan and everyone were busy. Captain Chen this. Miaolu ran into the dining car carefully holding a bunch of green things. She handed it to Chen Sichuan and said, Look, this is the celery planted by Director Ding. Several of them are ripe. Captain Lin asked us to cook it in the soup. Wow! Really? Hearing this, the busy men and women in the dining car gathered around in surprise. At this time, the handful of green in Miaolu's hand made everyone who had not seen fresh food for a long time feel refreshed. Chen Sichuan came over happily, looking at the clean roots and fresh smell of the celery, and couldn't help but take it. It grows so fast. Great, we have vegetable soup to drink today. Fresh vegetables, this word seems to have become a strange word to everyone in Infinity. Under the black rain, plants are extinct on a large scale. Except for the survivors who escaped at the beginning, they can still collect some wild green vegetables and fruits on the road. These crops gradually faded out of the survivors' vision. Planting requires arable land or greenhouses, which is time-consuming and laborious. It is not something these escapees can solve. Moreover, fresh crops are difficult to preserve. Apart from air drying or pickling, the only way is to rot. So as time goes by, there are fewer and fewer fresh foods. For the survivors, this is a luxury. This handful of fresh celery from the number 4 planting carriage made everyone feel a breath of vitality, giving them more motivation to survive in this doomsday winter. For a while, the atmosphere in the dining car was high, and everyone talked about their past lives, from food, hobbies to life, and the depression of spending a desperate winter night was swept away. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Except for those who were on duty, the temperature in the carriage began to rise a few degrees with the activities of people. Lin Xian ate a steaming breakfast with everyone and felt full of energy. Not long after, he summoned the backbone to the number 2 carriage to discuss today's itinerary. Teacher Chen Shuqin. Lin Xian first gave 2 sets of newly made power armor to the 2 people. This is what I made last night. I will equip you 2 with it first. Try it out. You should be able to adapt quickly after activating the system. Wow, power armor. Sasha's eyes lit up immediately when she saw it. Brother Lin, are we finally going to wear this? Lin Xian looked at her speechlessly. Don't you have a big mecha? Why do you still want this? Hee hee. Sasha giggled. I want to experience it too. You wish. Kiki sat on the swivel chair and pulled Sasha over to rub her cold face. Looking at the 2 sets of power armor made by Lin Xian, Kiki nodded happily. Not bad. You actually made 2 sets in one night. It's really hard work. Qin Sichuan and Xu Qin were very surprised. This? Do I need to wear this? Qin Sichuan looked at the power armor in front of her and said, or, give it to someone else first. I spend most of my time in the car. Xu Qin also said, Captain Lin, I think it would be best to give this to Kiki and Brother Hua first. They are superpowers and the main fighting force. Oh, just use it if I let you use it. Kiki sat cross-legged on the swivel chair with a smile on her face. She knew Lin Xian's intention, so she said directly to the 2 of them. This power armor can mainly improve your mobility. You are genetic evolutionists, and using this power armor can be said to be like adding wings to a tiger. Although I also want to play, to be honest, it doesn't help me much. I can fly, so why do I need to run and jump? As for Brother Hua, he can't use it either. What if it burns out? Not bad. Lu Xingchen leaned against the side of the car and nodded in agreement. This power armor will limit my performance, which is not practical. Everyone will have it in the future. Lin Xian said directly at this time. As a mechanical superpower, my goal is to mechanize and arm the infinity, whether it is people or cars, but we have to do it step by step. He said and looked at Xu Qin and Qin Sichuan. As the backbone, you can use it first, and then you can teach others when you are proficient. I will continue to upgrade and manufacture this power armor, and its functions will become more and more powerful. As for other superpowers, I have other plans. For example, Brother Hua, I heard Director Ding say that the interstellar military has a nanocarbon ceramic alloy. If used as combat armor, it can withstand temperatures of more than 6,000 degrees and has considerable defensive power. Lu Xingchen shrugged and said indifferently, Actually, I don't need it. That kind of combat armor is very handsome. Lin Xian added. Please speed up the research and development, Brother Lin. Lu Xingchen's face changed instantly, and the look he gave Lin Xian seemed extremely sincere and eager. Lin Xian nodded, and then said to Kiki and to Lu, in short, the functions are different. This power armor is not very helpful to you at present, but it does not mean that you cannot use the armor. To Lu nodded. It's okay, I will listen to Brother Xian's arrangements. Xu Qin also nodded excitedly at this time. Okay, I will also listen to Captain Lin's arrangements. After saying that, she stood in front of the power armor and stretched out her hand to put it on. Qin Sichuan looked at Lin Xian meaningfully, knowing that Lin Xian wanted to protect her, and she also wanted to stand out, so her eyes gradually became firm, and she walked forward and put on the light gray power armor. In an instant, 2 cool-looking female warriors wearing light gray power armor appeared in everyone's sight. Wow, so handsome! Sasha exclaimed. Xu Qin felt full of strength at this moment. She stretched out her hand and clenched her fist. The power unit on her body responded flexibly. This power armor not only did not make people feel cumbersome, but made people feel that everything was much easier. It's really amazing, she exclaimed. In addition to assisting the limbs in power output, this power armor can also perform some preset actions, allowing the power armor to actively pull the operator to perform, and passively avoid risks at some critical moments. Of course, this active pulling action can be turned off to prevent the power armor from affecting the operator's original action. Qin Sichuan adapted to the surging power brought by the power armor on her body at this time, and her expression became more confident. The holographic screen popped up in front of her. Program start. After putting it on, Qin Sichuan started the power armor program. New user identification successful. Please enter user information. Qin Sichuan. After the information was entered, the power armor began to detect Qin Sichuan's limbs and muscle status, and each joint began to automatically contract and tighten, and soon began to fit her torso and become a good fit. She tried to move her hands and feet, and the transmission torque came with an extremely fast response, making her feel as light as a swallow in an instant. Looking forward again, the several teammates in front of her were also located one by the target capture system of the power armor system, and then various vital signs were displayed. Seeing this scene, Qin Sichuan's eyes lit up. This function seemed to match her identity as a sniper, because she had also had a preliminary contact with the intelligent site of Meteorite 3. At this time, the power armor on her body seemed to have an additional mobile battlefield intelligent computer to assist her, and at the same time it could help her to maneuver quickly. Qin Sichuan had seen Amin and Luoluo, 2 girls from the sun-chasing team. The seemingly soft girls were able to move as lightly as a swallow under the operation of the mecha, and quickly shuttled through the surging insect tide to kill the insects. The agility was really shocking. Okay, it's time to talk about business. Lin Xian changed the subject and said to everyone, as usual, we set off before dawn. Yeah. Kiki turned around, operated the computer in his hand to call up a map and began to say, if we set off 2 hours earlier, we can probably reach Dalat town before dawn from our current location. But we won't stop in Dalat. Lin Xian said, according to the current situation, we have to rush to Shilin with all our strength. The area around Ye's lake should be the center of the extreme cold vortex. The blizzard may be even bigger. We don't have time and can't stop halfway. Qin Sichuan nodded. According to the wind and snow conditions brought by the extreme cold vortex, we really can't stop. It's already difficult to start the train in such heavy snow. So we have to rush to Shilin in one go? Shu Qin said with some concern. During the day? Impossible. Lin Xian's mechanical heart urged, and the sunshade of carriage number 2 rose up at this time. He looked at the deep snow outside and said, it's difficult for us to start with such thick snow, and it's also difficult to increase the speed to a high speed. It's unlikely, so we must run at night. My idea is that there is a Phoenix station in Shilin City, and there are many other survivor organizations. As long as we arrive, we can get fire support even at night. Wow, doesn't that mean we have to fight those snow monsters along the way? Kiki frowned and said, aren't you afraid that the mark will cause more trouble in the dark? We can only act according to circumstances. Lin Xian stood up and said, if the situation is good, we can do the same as yesterday and choose to stay in Qixia or Sufeng village. If the situation is not good, we can only run to Shilin at night. What we can do is to start blocking with all our strength outside the city, and try not to bring larger hidden dangers of the mark into the city. Then today is a tough battle. Qin Sichuan said. Yeah. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Kiki and Lu Xingchen. Not only that, there is a tough battle to fight now. Infinity starts. The snow is so thick that it almost submerges 2/3 of the ice shield. The tracks and wheels are already frozen and buried by ice and snow. It is very difficult to start the car, not to mention increasing the speed potential energy. So the only way is to use Kiki and Lu Xingchen's abilities to break through the snow layer and clear a starting space. When the speed potential energy of Infinity is increased, it will rely on the powerful momentum to break through the snow layer and move forward. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Infinity was ready. Kiki and Lu Xingchen, one on the roof and the other in the cockpit, began to prepare to clear the snow. We need to be fast. Qin Sichuan looked at the hillsides on both sides of the mountain pass and said, the snow on the mountain is too thick. Our large-scale snow clearing is likely to cause the snow layer on both sides to slide and form an avalanche, so it is best to get it done at once and speed up to rush out. Although Wuliastai Mountain is a continuous low mountain and the mountain is not steep, the slide of such a high snow is also a huge hidden danger. The chain reaction formed will inevitably cause a huge shock and may bury the entire car in the snow. You are right, we have one chance. Lin Xian also said at this time. It doesn't matter. Lu Xingchen said in the communicator while holding a fire in his hand to keep himself warm. Kiki stood in the cockpit and said proudly, how big a problem can this be? Can't I handle this little snow? Brother Hua. I wait for you to make a move first. Kiki said in the communicator. No problem. The two reached a consensus. Lu Xingchen took a deep breath and stood in the howling cold wind with a burning flame in his eyes. Cluster. A scorching breath began to surge over him, and the frost and snow on Lu Xingchen's clothes were all evaporated in an instant. The steaming heat wave began to radiate around, and even the ice on the roof of his car was melting rapidly around. This move is named Flame Explosion Sky Road. Boom! He raised his hands above his head, and in an instant a red fire shot up into the sky, like a bright pillar of fire, instantly illuminating the surrounding darkness. Then Lu Xingchen shouted coldly, and smashed the huge pillar of fire forward. At the same time, the flames ejected a flame blue Mach ring, detonating a huge airflow roar. Boom! In the mountain pass, the whistling cold wind was instantly blown into disorder, and the collision of cold and hot air currents erupted into a strong updraft, and the snowflakes flying in the air flew towards the sky. A huge jet of fire directly hit the snow layer in front of the Infinity, and those were evaporated in an instant, turning into a hole. It's not over yet. Kiki found the right time, his eyes glowed with fluorescence, his hands moved forward, used his powerful telekinesis to grab the surging pillar of fire, and then pushed it. Wow! The flames were controlled by telekinesis and exploded forward. The snow layer in front of the Infinity train was emptied out like ice cream scooped out by an iron spoon, leaving a hollow area hundreds of meters long. The black rails below were clearly visible under the illumination of the car lights, and even the rails were emitting boiling heat, without a trace of ice and snow. Woo! Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Xian directly started the engines of the two locomotives. With the hum of the motor, huge power began to be output. The steel behemoth buried in the snow let out a ferocious roar, and the ice layer all over the body burst and fell off inch by inch. The snow on the roof quickly slid to both sides, and the iron wheels turned and began to move. Rumble. At this time, as the train moved, the snow on both sides of the road began to collapse onto the track, and soon a chain reaction formed. Coupled with the huge movement caused by Lu Xingchen and Kiki just now, a large amount of snow began to split and slide, and gathered on the track. Bang, 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 Infinity is accelerating. Ice shells and icicles kept falling, making a clattering sound, and the fire column in front did not disappear. Kiki and Lu Xingchen were still maintaining the output of their abilities to clear the road. Quick! Girl, pay attention to Brother Hu above. Don't let him be washed away by the avalanche. Don't worry. Bang, bang, bang. A large amount of snow kept sliding down like dominoes and sandwiched the two sides of Infinity, instantly making the carriage dark, but because of the potential energy of the train, the carriages quickly filed out of the thick snow. Speed up. Chen Sichuan shouted. Brother Hu, come down. Lin now shouted in the communicator. Lu Xingchen heard the command and immediately stopped the engine, ran all the way to the hatch of carriage number 5, and returned to the carriage. At this time, the Infinity had accelerated to a speed of 80 kilometers. In the cockpit, Kiki was still using her superpowers to separate the snow layer in front. 90 kilometers. Bang, 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 the front of the train broke through the heavy snow. 100 km. The snow dust exploded and flew all the way to the sky. Enough. Lin Xian shouted to Kiki. I can still hold on. Kiki said. Lin Xian grabbed her and then grabbed Chen Sichuan. Get ready to hit. With a speed of 100 kilometers and a steel rail train weighing thousands of tons, plus the ice-breaking shield in front, Lin Xian knew that such potential energy was enough to directly break through the snow layer and move forward, so he did not hesitate to let Kiki stop the superpower output. Bang! Wow! Instantly, the Infinity directly hit the 1.5 meter thick snow layer in front of it. The whole car was shaken by the inertia of the impact. Everyone felt a huge forward force. This steel behemoth directly cut through the snow layer in front with huge potential energy, raising the torrential snow, and rushed through the snow without losing momentum. Woo! The engine of the giant whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive roared wildly. A large amount of deep snow rubbed against the armor plate and flat deck on both sides of the train, making a buzzing vibration sound. Looking out from the window in the carriage, the snow surface was only a dozen centimeters away from the window. Standing in the cockpit and watching the snow in front being violently torn apart, Chen Sichuan felt shocked. Lin Xian knew that the whole train was running at full power at this time. He looked at the speedometer, 95 kilometers. This speed exceeded his previous expectations, but the problem was that it could not be reduced. Once this speed slows down, it will be difficult to increase it. If the blizzard comes again and the snow layer thickens, it may even gradually stop. So now the Infinity can only rush forward like a runaway train that can only move forward and cannot stop. In the darkness, the wind howled. Soon, the train drove out of the mountain pass and drove into the endless snowfield. Lin Xian, Chen Sichuan and Kiki were waiting in the cockpit, but after driving for dozens of kilometers, the scene of being attacked by the snow monster did not appear. Director Ding. Lin Xian quickly asked Ding Junyi on the communicator. No situation safe. Ding Junyi's words made Lin Xian and the other two a little stunned. Safe? How is it possible? It is dark now. Yesterday, they saw how a large number of snow monsters were hidden in the snow layer. For this reason, Lin Xian was ready to rush all the way to dawn, but at this time, the situation was beyond his expectations again. Hey, it's strange. Could it be that those things come out during the day and not at night? Kiki said with a puzzled look. Impossible. Lin Xian shook his head. Someone in the radio intelligence has said that the snow monsters are more violent at night. How could they not come out at night? It's really too strange. Chen Sichuan frowned, looking at the snow layer that was lifted up under the headlights of the train in front of him, and said, Have we passed the territory of the snow monsters? Is this the area of some other weird bodies? It's possible. Lin Xian thought about it. This is possible. Many times, facts have proved that some advanced weird bodies have territories and territorial awareness. Those snow monsters did not appear, which may indicate that there is some kind of large weird body in this area. But the problem is that the hell-black chrysanthemum has not changed at all. This weird scene makes Lin Xian a little confused. At this time, he suddenly remembered the earthquake and roar before. At that time, Lin Xian seemed to hear the sound of a large number of snow monsters boiling, but now he can't see any of them. He wondered if they were affected by the earthquake. Oh, whether there is one or not, we can't stop. Kiki said seriously. Who cares, we have no choice but to go all the way, let's take it one step at a time. That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Just after he finished speaking, a black object suddenly appeared in the snow layer in front of him. Before several people could react, Infinity rushed directly into it. Bang! In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and the black object was directly knocked open, split into several pieces, and flew out. Several people reacted quickly, and found that it was actually a car dragging on the track. But the inside and outside of the car were filled with wind and snow. The Infinity had smashed it into pieces, and a piece of the frame was still hanging on the ice-breaking shield. At the same time, a piece of corpse tissue fell on the windshield, leaving a series of ice marks, and then flew out quickly and fell hard into the snow. Chapter 250. It looks like he was frozen to death. The car has been trapped in the snow. Qin Sichuan said with a complicated expression. With such heavy snow, it is basically difficult to drive unless it is a special vehicle. Could it be the people from the convoy last night? Kiki said. Maybe. If it is the track polar vehicle of the Eagle convoy, it may be possible to move forward by clearing obstacles, but there is another problem, which is energy. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. At minus 50 degrees, ordinary car engines cannot be restarted once they stop. In addition, heating must be maintained at all times. Without sufficient energy, even electric energy is difficult to maintain long-term endurance in this low temperature of ice and snow. Puff! The heavy snow was constantly shoveled away by the ice shield. As the Infinity continued to move forward, the time came to 11:30. At this time, the sky was bright, there was no blizzard, and the sky and the earth suddenly became white. In addition to the howling wind, the crystal white snow reflected a dazzling white light, instantly making the entire Infinity transparent. Everyone immediately blocked their sight. Wow, it's so bright. The whole grassland has become a snowfield. Qin Sichuan looked around, and thousands of miles away, there was a white sea. Lin Xian looked at the thick snow outside. The silvery white snow sea was endless, and could only sigh. In this situation, there are snow monsters, and even snow water and dark poison. It's not easy to survive. Infinity is like an earthworm that keeps moving forward in the snow, winding on the track to break through the snow and move forward vigorously. Rushing from the night into the day, no snow monsters were seen, and no strange bodies were encountered. This situation is very abnormal. With doubts and vigilance, the train did not stop moving forward. Soon, Lin Xian saw a platform of a small town in front of him. There was a building covered with snow in the distance. On the station sign frozen by frost, there was still the words, Dalat Station. Lin Xian, look! Qin Sichuan suddenly said. Lin Xian and Kiki looked in the direction she pointed. They saw a large number of cars appearing one after another on an open space in front of the platform. They were all modified survivors' vehicles. Some of these cars gathered on the high ground, and some were on the road leading to the town that had been completely buried. There were still a lot of bullet holes and solidified snow monster corpses on the tall billboards on the roadside. This did not seem to be a single convoy, but a combination of multiple convoys, with dozens of cars in the distance. Everyone saw several large heavy trucks and modified crawler snowplows in front of them, but those vehicles seemed to have encountered some terrible attack. Two of the heavy trucks were even dented and twisted by a huge force. After these large trucks were killed, the dozens of ordinary wheeled Doomsday modified vehicles that fled far away soon sank into the snow and fell sideways. After one night, all the vehicles were covered with thick white snow. The bright red bloodstains on the side of the car had been frozen by the low temperature. It can be seen that the battle took place not long ago, but there was no sign of life on the entire hillside and road, all of which were frozen by the extreme cold. It looks like the 4 convoys from last night. Judging from the snow, they died before the blizzard stopped. Qin Sichuan said, they have so many vehicles to lead the way, and they are well equipped. No wonder they can drive here. Kiki frowned in confusion and said, hey, why do I feel that they encountered more than just snow monsters? Look, Lin Xian, those cars were flattened directly. Snow monsters don't have this ability. Teacher Chen. Lin Xian's eyes hurt from the blinding white snow. He pointed to a strange place in the distance and asked Qin Sixuan, "Is there something there?" Qin Sixuan immediately understood and took out the Meteorite 3, adjusted the sight to the filter mode, and looked in the direction Lin Xian pointed. Soon, her brows began to frown. In the sight, on a small town building in the distance that was blocked by heavy snow, there was an object shaped like a monster's wing. It was white and gray, terrifying and hideous, and covered with snow, frost, and ice. Half of the wing was hung upside down on the side of the building, looking like a huge wall billboard, which actually covered more than half of the building of several floors. The wingtip drooped in the snow, and the complete shape could not be seen at all. Seeing the scene, Qin Sixuan's face was solemn, and she immediately told the description to the two of them. "It only has half a wing. I don't know what the main body is, but it must be a large weird body." Qin Sixuan put down the scope and said to Lin Xian and Kiki, "It is very likely an A-level or S-level weird body." Kiki's eyes widened when she heard it. This team is so powerful that they can break the wings of a large weird body. Is it possible that the weird body was killed by them? I didn't see anything else. Qin Sixuan shook his head and said to Lin Xian, "I only saw that wing organization." Boom boom, in the sky, the extremely cold vortex covered the sky and the sun sprinkled a little light from the gaps in the accumulated clouds. Lin Xian looked solemn and said, "There must be a lot of things running out of the Xingyuan in the blizzard. This heavy snow and vortex are like a natural shielding sky. We must leave as soon as possible, otherwise we will encounter what these guys encountered sooner or later." Bang, bang, bang. The Infinity rushed through the platform, knocking aside a large number of supports that had collapsed under the pressure of snow and vehicles parked on the track. Sparks flew everywhere, and the buzz of metal shook everywhere. Wow, the train rushed all the way without stopping. It was daytime now, and the snow monsters still hadn't come out again. Lin Xian felt strange and relieved a little. No matter what the reason was, if he could run a little further, he would be closer to Shilin City. The rest was irrelevant. The train rushed through the wind and snow at full speed, and the people on the train could relax a little. Woo! The train engine was running at full capacity, and the front of the train threw a lot of white snow into the air. The snow crystals in the sky were shining in the sun. The people in the living carriage looked at the white scene through the window, but everyone's eyes were full of vigilance. The pure and flawless white color did not give people any sense of beauty. On the contrary, the infiltrating snow poison and the snow demons nurtured in the snow gave people a sense of terror all the time. When the power of the night's invasion condensed into a solid, the Infinity was driving on the white snowfield at this time, as if it was surrounded by endless fear, suffocating. Lin Xian could not relax at all at this time. The Infinity was driving in a very dangerous environment. As the snow layer became thicker, he was even ready to drive the mechanical heart to increase the power of the whole car at any time to rush out. They were now heading to the west of the Parma grassland, which was also covered by the extremely cold vortex. Not surprisingly, the survivors in the entire range were now moving toward Shilin City. Not only because the Phoenix Club was stationed there, but also because Shilin City itself was a major industrial city in the west. The original main industries were steel and industrial manufacturing, and it was also a military-industrial city of the Federation with fortress-level defense. The reason why the Phoenix chose Shilin City as the central support city for Star Abyss number 3/5/7 is precisely because of its strong defense force. From the previous radio information, we can know that there are many survivors there now, and the Phoenix will evacuate in a few days. The direction of the next stage is to cross the edge of Star Abyss number 5 and pursue the Dawn Center. Lin Xian's strategy is two directions, mainly determined by cooperation with the Phoenix. If the problem of train drive upgrade can be solved in Shilin City, then he can have an extra choice to follow the Dawn Center across the Kiangdu Strait from land. If not, he will go to Dawn City and then take the ocean track. Perhaps he can follow the Sea City Noah. You go and rest. In the cockpit, only Qin Sixuan and Lin Xian were left. Qin Sixuan saw that he was worried, so she asked him to rest, because she knew that Lin Xian had not slept all night last night. It's okay. Lin Xian looked at the heavy snow in front of him and said solemnly, "This section of the road is very critical. I have to keep an eye on it." Beep beep. Just at this moment, the alarm in the cockpit suddenly sounded, and the voice of Kiki from the number 2 car came from the communicator. "Lin Xian, radar warning, there is an obstacle on the track ahead." "What obstacle?" "It's a train." Lin Xian's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he hurriedly looked forward, but he only felt a dazzling snow color, and seemed to see a black object stopped in the middle. "Lin Xian." Qin Sichuan exclaimed, and she immediately pointed forward. There really is a train. Lin Xian finally discovered at this time that in the vast expanse of white ahead, a train that was almost frozen by ice and snow was parked on the track. Because of the accumulation of snow, the snow on the roof had become one with the snowfield. As the Infinity approached quickly, the tall double-decker body and the body were covered with icicles. Looking forward, dozens of carriages were connected in a row, like a long dragon covered by ice and snow, lying quietly on the snowfield. This train? Longchamp number 1. Squeak! Boom! Lin Xian gritted his teeth and could only try his best to stop the galloping Infinity. The giant train in front blocked the track, and they could not move forward at all. The snow dust flew, and the roaring beast slowly stopped in the snow field under active braking. Steam continued on the track. The sudden change prompted everyone on the train to look outside curiously, wondering what happened. Lin Xian and Qin Sichuan in the cockpit were both surprised and complicated at this time. Why did Longchamp number 1 stop here? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. When he was at the airport, he was still very impressed with this train group and Sherdiyuan, and Longchamp number 1 was also one of the main forces of the traction plan. At that time, it contributed a lot of strength and rushed to the high-altitude corridor together. But at this time, Lin Xian looked at the train parked on the track in front of him with a solemn face. Because he saw from the train covered with snow and icicles that it seemed to have stopped for a long time, definitely more than a day. This situation was very strange. Lin Xian could only think of two possibilities: either something happened, or something happened. Teacher Chun, call me. Qin Sichuan immediately used the onboard pager to start contacting, but there was no response. No one. No. Is there any other way to get there? Lin Xian thought of the worst situation at this time, and looked for the key problem first. Qin Sichuan looked worried. She immediately opened the driving route map and searched for it. No, there is no two-way track on this road. Dong dong dong. At this time, Kiki, Shu Qin and others noticed something unusual and ran towards the front of the train. Captain Lin, what's wrong? The road is blocked. Longchamp number 1? The building also saw the train in front of it at this time, and said with a strange look, why are they stuck here? I don't know. Wu, Kiki has already held the mobile terminal and raised the drone to start reconnaissance. On the monitoring screen, the drone passed through the train carriages covered with frost, and only the windows that were still vaguely visible showed that there was no movement inside. The outer armor was densely covered with various scratches, punctures, and traces of battle caused by the snow monster's attack. This scene made everyone look gloomy. You know, there are more than 1,000 people on Longchamp number 1, and its firepower and protection are not worse than Infinity, and its mobility is even stronger than Infinity. How could it be stranded here? There must have been a fierce battle, Kiki said while adjusting the flight posture, but their overall armor was not damaged, and the interior compartment seemed to be intact, which is very strange. So many people, it is impossible for them to disappear for no reason. Lin Xian frowned and said, even if they are corpses, there must be traces. The convoy they saw in Dalat town just now was already in a tragic situation. If Longchamp number 1, with more than 1,000 people, really suffered a devastating blow, the scene would definitely be more tragic than that, but the situation in front of them seemed very strange. This giant Doomsday fortress was parked silently in the snowfield, motionless, allowing the wind and snow to bury it, which seemed extremely strange. Huh? Kiki's drone patrolled once, and found some suspicious points. I remember that Longchamp number 1 had 2 intercontinental drive cores. Why is there only one left? What? Lin Xian walked over, and enlarged the drone's view. Sure enough, he found that the original drive locomotive and power locomotive of Longchamp number 1 were gone, but the main locomotive was still there. They must have encountered something unexpected. Lin Xian? Qin Sichuan asked Lin Xian. Let's go and see. Shu Qin, Kiki, you come with me. Lin Xian said nothing and immediately started to put on the body temperature maintenance device and cold-proof clothing. Okay. Lin Xian had no time to guess and estimate. He had to immediately determine what was wrong with this track fortress. After all, they were comrades who had fought side by side. If the other party had difficulties, Lin Xian would help without hesitation. Moreover, this train was blocking the road like this, and he had no way to drive it at this time. The door of the cockpit opened, and Lin Xian and the other 2 walked out of the car, stepping on the deep snow that could almost bury people. The snow is too deep, it's not convenient to walk. Shu Qin said, if you want to move in this environment, unless you have special equipment, it's difficult to move. Lin Xian shouted to Kiki in the sky. Okay. Kiki understood, and immediately flicked her fingers, and an invisible mind power surged, instantly blasting a path through the deep snow in front of Lin Xian and Shu Qin. Immediately, she flew directly into the air, while Lin Xian and Shu Qin quickly ran towards the car of Longshan No. 1. As the deep snow was cut open, a large number of snow monster corpses appeared under the snow layer. At this time, they were frozen under the deep snow layer, like piled shikima, covered by the upper layer of white snow. This hideous scene made people's scalps numb. Last night, when the Infinity cleared the mark in Wuliasti Mountain, it also hunted thousands of snow monsters, but at this time, the density of snow monsters around the Longshan No. 1 train seemed to be even higher. The heavy armor plates of the double-decker carriages were full of various traces of being bitten and stabbed by monsters. The snow monster's skin and broken bones were hanging, and they were frozen by ice crystals. It was very scary to see. Kiki flew in the air and approached an upper carriage. She raised her finger and flicked it, sweeping away the outer layer of frost, and then approached the window and looked inside. The carriage seemed to be empty, with a densely packed living carriage inside. The upper and lower floors were originally filled with the survivors of Longshan No. 1. Each compartment was filled with all the belongings of the survivors' families. They had seen before that these people lived in the carriage, and it was very much like the atmosphere of living in unity on a mobile fortress after the end of the world. Although it was crowded, it felt very safe. But at this time, there was no one in it, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. Lin Xian now reached down and put his hand on the train. As soon as he activated the mechanical heart, his face changed immediately. The heating equipment is working, there are people inside. Dong dong dong. Just as Kiki approached, a black shadow suddenly passed through the corridor of the carriage. Kiki's face changed, and he immediately shouted, "Who's inside?" Lin Xian grabbed the steel armor plate of the train directly, and used the climbing mode of the power armor to move quickly. The door is in front. Shu Qin followed closely, and climbed onto the roof to follow. Boom! Kiki flew quickly, looking for the shadow. She raised her hand and sent out a telekinetic wave, instantly shattering the ice shells on the outer walls of several carriages, so that she could see the scene inside the window clearly. Dong dong dong. At the same time, the movement in the carriage was getting louder and louder, as if there were many people running. Finally, Lin Xian saw a carriage with a large hatch. Without saying a word, he directly operated the mechanical heart to cover the entire carriage, and then opened the large hatch. In an instant, a burst of hot air rushed out of the door, blending with the cold air outside, forming a white air wave. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. And behind the white air wave, several black gun muzzles were pointed outward. Who? Da-da-da. The people inside didn't seem to expect that the door was easily opened by someone. Their expressions changed immediately, and they opened fire directly. For a moment, the fire swept through the snow outside, stirring up the ground. Shu Qin was standing on the roof of the car. As soon as she heard the gunshot, the mecha system on her body suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning, an unknown target is approaching quickly from behind. Shu Qin's eyes were slightly focused, and her body reacted quickly. After using the torque of the power armor, she sank her feet hard and stepped on the roof armor plate to make a dent. Then she jumped up on the spot, turned 180 degrees in the air, and pulled out the Remington M96 behind her with one hand. The black shadow behind her was also very fast. After being swept by Shu Qin, it suddenly turned around and kicked Shu Qin's gun. Bang! The gunfire exploded. Shu Qin missed a shot, but her face did not change. Her left hand took out another shotgun from the side of her leg and pulled it forward. At the same time, she leaned back to avoid a strange gun with a steel blade, and her nose brushed against the cold light. In a flash, the two of them had already engaged in a close-range fight. On the other side, Kiki pulled out all the guns in the carriage, including the people and the guns, and threw them into the snow pile. Buzz! A scorching red light surged in the darkness of the carriage, and Kiki frowned immediately when she saw it. What superpower? Whoosh! The next moment, the red light turned into two terrifying laser beams that shot out. Buzz, who knew that the terrifying laser beam just shot out of the car, and it seemed to encounter some distorted space, and then the distorted space turned into a red ball of light, and the energy suddenly shook around. Boom! The huge heat instantly melted the snow layer of several meters around, turning it into a semi-spherical open space, and immediately there was a sky full of steam rising from the charred ground. Laser light? Kiki was shocked, and she was a little careless at this time. She looked at Lin Xian, who was standing beside her. It turned out that Lin Xian saw something wrong just now, and immediately used the gravitational lens. Lin Xian was quite adept at using this trick in a small area, especially against this kind of light or energy attack. The gravitational lens is still a good defense. Dare to attack me. Kiki was angry at this time, and immediately used all his telekinesis to grab the carriage, and the carriage shook, and soon a man was grabbed out of it. The two of them found that this was a young man who looked only 17 or 18 years old, wearing a pair of thick sunglasses. He was stopped by Kiki's telekinesis, and immediately began to struggle frantically. He stretched his hands to the sunglasses, and a dark red force gathered around his eyes, and it seemed that he was ready to attack again. You still want to use this trick? No way. Kiki used telekinesis to completely restrain his hands. The young man gritted his teeth and screamed, trying to struggle free, but he was thin and weak, and obviously did not have strong strength and physical foundation. How could he break free from Kiki's telekinesis that could easily suppress him by tens of tons? Lin Xian frowned when he saw this person. I've never seen this person before. He doesn't look like someone from Moshan No. 1. Tell me. Who are you? Where did Sherdiyuan go? The young man's face suddenly changed when he heard Lin Xian's words. At this time, Shu Qin on the roof of the car was also fighting with the black shadow. Lin Xian and Kiki looked over and found that it was also a girl who looked quite young, with long hair and tights, holding a strange weapon in her hand, like a gun blade modified from a large-caliber revolver, which could be used for both close combat and long-range attacks. Shu Qin and the girl were extremely agile at this time. They both seemed to be genetic evolutionists. Since Shu Qin had the power armor, in addition to agile movements, her strength and pressure had also completely risen to a new level. At this time, holding two guns, stepping on the snow on the roof of the car, the two fought vigorously, which made Lin Xian feel very shocked at this time. His physical attributes had also been upgraded to surpass ordinary people, and he also had superpowers, but he could not achieve the strong physical coordination ability of Shu Qin. It seems that the genetic evolution of ordinary people after absorbing the power of the night has great potential. With such skills, they are definitely capable of competing with the weird body. Kiki, catch her. Lin Xian decisively asked Kiki to quickly resolve the battle. Kiki heard this, and immediately raised her hand to prepare for action. Stop! At this time, a group of people swarmed out of the car, and a woman in the lead shouted at Lin Xian. Captain Lin, we are one of you.